The father's admonition about dedicating oneself to family honor echoed in the gloomy sky. Memories etched the command to live as a shadow serving his older brother. Amidst the ruined battlefield, broken swords symbolized a fierce battle that had passed. Two warriors in white cloaks faced each other, a fated duel beginning. Returning to reality, Kian Vert gasped, collapsing amidst the rubble. After the battle ended, a figure slowly approached, each step heavy on the shattered ground. Kian lifted his head, his face bruised and a long streak of blood by his right eye, his gaze still full of defiance. A knight mocked the lone resistance of the enemy before him. Standing amidst his army, Boris looked down at Kian with contempt. Kian recognized his enemy. He growled Boris's name, his eyes filled with hatred. Boris smirked sinisterly, enjoying Kian's predicament. In response, Shan roared a question, a stream of dark energy beginning to pour from his dagger. He lunged forward, red dark power enveloping his body. Boris took a step back, raising a hand to shield his face from the terrifying aura. Realizing the rumors of Kian's power were true, Boris declared he would purge this heretic. Boris decided he would report that he had eliminated a rebel to end everything. Kian retaliated with a brutal threat, the dark energy around him flaring up more intensely. To block all escape routes, Boris raised his hand, preparing to cast a powerful spell. A colossal magical barrier formed, trapping Kian inside. Trapped Kian looked into the distance, determined to escape and inform his brother about this conspiracy. Despite everything, Kian let out a final roar of defiance, his eyes blazing with the determination to destroy everything. A hand in golden armor unexpectedly rested on Boris's shoulder, stopping his action. The dark energy around Kian suddenly vanished as he stared, recognizing the newcomer. Memories of his father's teachings flooded back, that his brother Echelle's glory was his own glory. The figure of Echelle Vert appeared in dazzling golden armor, majestic and cold. Kian stared at his brother, the harsh truth beginning to reveal itself in his horrified eyes. Echelle's appearance made Kian realize that the true mastermind was the brother he had trusted implicitly. Echelle stepped past Boris, who was bowing respectfully, and walked straight towards his distraught younger brother. The dagger, a symbol of Kian's power, slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Echelle looked down at Kian with ice-cold eyes, devoid of any emotion. Echelle's towering figure blocked out even the light, completely overwhelming Kian, who was collapsing at his feet. Kian looked up, utter confusion and pain evident on his face as he confronted his brother. Echelle looked down and declared that Kian had completed his mission well. The final truth descended. Kian froze, his eyes wide in extreme horror and despair. Kian Vert gritted his teeth, his red eyes burning with an enraged question at the betrayal. Memories flooded back of bloody struggles for the royal crown. Memories of brutal battles to suppress the demon army. Memories of the war to unify the continent, all for his brother's glory. Echelle Vert's towering back stood the one who benefited from all those sacrifices. Returning to reality, rage made Kian smash the stone ground beneath his feet, accepting the pain in exchange for power. A surge of red-black dark energy erupted from his body, tearing his cloak. Cornered, Kian unleashed his full forbidden power after 20 years of subservience. Blood dripped from his body, proof of the price paid for this destructive power. Kian's eyes blazed. He cast aside all thoughts of his own safety. To destroy the betrayer, he transformed into a storm of dark energy, roaring a challenge. The knights and Boris gaped in astonishment at the inhuman power being unleashed. Enveloped in rage, Kian pointed at Echelle, mocking the cowardice of the continent's hero. Echelle gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger at his younger brother's accusation. Without a word in return, Kian lunged like a black-red arrow, his sole target Echelle. Echelle calmly swung his greatsword, easily parrying his younger brother's frenzied attacks. With the determination to deliver a single blow, Shan poured all his remaining strength into his dagger. Echelle raised his greatsword, ready to face the final attack. Kian swung the decisive dagger, aiming for the weak point he believed would finish off his brother. Two opposing streams of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Kian's attack was suddenly neutralized, his eyes wide in unbelievable shock. Echelle stood firm and unharmed, protected by a dazzling golden magic circle being cast by Boris and another knight behind him. A golden beam of light from the magic circle pierced through Kyan's dagger-holding hand. His only weapon fell to the ground, the cold sound of metal hitting stone. Ishele coldly stepped forward, using the pommel of his sword to strike Kyan's head, making him cough blood and collapse. Ishele's eyes held no pity, looking down at his younger brother, as if at a stranger. The dark power vanished. Kyan looked up at his brother with bewildered blue eyes, realizing the harsh truth. Ishele contemptuously kicked Kyan's battered body to the ground with his foot. Giving an order to Boris, Ishele turned and walked away, leaving his younger brother lying motionless amidst the rubble. Kyan lay there, his clothes stained red, with blood, utterly defeated. He closed his eyes, accepting a bitter end to his misguided life. His last breath escaped like a self-mocking jest at his own foolishness. Just as Ishele was turning his back, Kyan unexpectedly surged up with his last bit of strength, lunging for a desperate attack. In utter fury, Kyan Vert let out a final roar of defiance, his red eyes burning with hatred. With all his remaining strength, he plunged the dark dagger straight into Ishele Vert's chest. Ishele Vert, unfazed, unleashed a destructive golden energy, throwing Kyan and the surrounding knights back. The memory of death vanished. Kyan awoke gasping and bewildered, as if he had just escaped a nightmare. A familiar voice rang out, a young maid, impatiently urging him to get up. Chance startled and turned, recognizing the maid Emily, whom he thought he hadn't seen for 20 years. Utter confusion was evident in his eyes as this new reality dawned. Emily looked at Kyan with confusion, not understanding her young master's strange reaction. Kyan looked around, realizing this was his childhood room, everything still exactly as in his memory. He tremblingly raised a hand to touch his face, feeling his youthful, unscarred skin. An unbelievable truth. Emily yanked off the blanket, her actions showing impatience at Chan's hesitation. With hands on her hips, Emily sternly urged Kyan to gather his courage to face the upcoming challenge. Kyan was bewildered, the concept of a practice match completely alien to him at this moment. The familiar scene of the bedroom appeared, emphasizing Kyan's isolation and confusion. A majestic castle appeared, identified as the residence of the Vert family. Standing outside, Kyan looked up at the castle, finally accepting that he had truly returned to the past. He swallowed hard, a vague fear rising, as he wondered if this was an illusion before death. A specific memory flashed: the castle courtyard 27 years ago, the day of the fated duel. The memory replayed the scene of that day, with his father Duke Vert sitting on the throne to observe the match. Duke Vert sat there, a powerful and cold figure, his sharp eyes observing everything. His opponent in the memory appeared, Krans Vert, his half-brother, standing there with a smug expression. Sitting beside the Duke was Margaret Argaeus, the Duchess, the mother who always favored Krans. Memories of humiliation flooded back, images of Kyan as a ragged boy sobbing after defeat, becoming a laughingstock for everyone. Duke Vert turned his back, a decisive gesture, showing his complete disappointment and rejection of his weak son. Emily tried to comfort him, but her eyes also couldn't hide her pity, believing that Kyan had no chance of winning. Kyan's head hung low. The heavy feeling of past helplessness seemed to return. He looked down at the sword in his hand, feeling its weight as a reminder of his weak 10-year-old body. But then he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, an iron determination replacing the fear. Kyan's eyes turned cold. He realized this was not an illusion, but a real opportunity. Krans Vert stepped onto the arena, giving Kyan a provocative and confident look. Kyan turned to face his opponent, a decisive glint in his eyes. He would change this past. Duke Vert raised his hand, a silent command for the match to begin. Immediately, Krans charged forward to attack, his contemptuous gaze fixed on his seemingly distracted opponent. With a smug smile, Krans Vert swung his sword, beginning the practice match. Kyan Vert stood still, his cold eyes assessing the attack, which he deemed too slow. With a light sidestep, Kyan easily dodged Krans's thrust. Krans froze in astonishment as his attack hit empty air. He lost his balance, the tip of his sword digging into the stone floor, creating a jarring sound. Enraged by the humiliation, Krans roared a taunt, charging to attack again. Kyan easily blocked Krans's attack with his sword hilt. Taking advantage of the opening, Kyan kicked Krans's shin, causing him to lose balance. Krans grimaced in pain, his body swaying. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his leg in pain. In the stands, Margaret Argaeus shrieked in horror as she watched her son fall, while Duke Vert maintained a stern expression. Kyan's figure loomed over Kronz, his eyes flashing red, determined to achieve an absolute victory. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, with no intention of stopping. Memories of Kronz's cruel bullying in the past flooded back, reinforcing his resolve. Kronz's malicious smile in the memory further ignited the flame of hatred within Kyan. Kyan's eyes glowed red. He decided he had to decisively defeat Kronz to end all bullying. He swung his sword, but instead of using the blade, he struck Kronz's face hard with the hilt. Kronz fell backward, the devastating blow leaving him dazed. White foam frothing from Kronz's mouth as he lay convulsing on the floor, completely unconscious. In a magnificent hall, Emily walked anxiously beside Cyan, who was following Duke Vert and his guard Jurken. Duke Vert glanced at Cyan, seemingly impressed by his performance, and motioned for Jurken to escort the boy to his office. On the way, they encountered Margaret Argaeus and another maid approaching from the opposite direction. Cyan flashed a provocative smile, asking in a feigned, concerned tone about Kronz's condition. Margaret, her face hardened with anger, unleashed her fury on Cyan, accusing him of being cruel to his own brother. Cyan casually dismissed the accusation, indicating that it was just a practice match, and he had no time for this. Cyan's expression hardened as he heard Margaret's disparaging remarks about his humble origins. She continued to insult him, her tone full of contempt and venom. A deadly rage flashed in Cyan's glowing red eyes. He quickly suppressed the murderous intent, realizing there was a better way to get revenge. A cold, calculating smile appeared on Cyan's lips as he devised a plan for a slower, more painful revenge. He faced Margaret, reminding her that he and Kranz would be entering the academy together. Cyan's glowing red eyes bored into Margaret as he uttered a veiled threat about Kranz's safety. Margaret froze, her face paling with shock and fear at the unmistakable warning. Margaret Argaeus roared a curse, her fury directed straight at Cyan Vert. To enforce the order, Jurken raised his armored arm, blocking the Duchess with a decisive gesture that allowed no argument. Jurken firmly reminded her that the Duke was waiting, forcing Margaret to stop in helplessness. Jurken's knife-sharp gaze affirmed the Duke's supreme authority, which no one could delay. Blocked by the steel wall, Margaret could only watch helplessly, her fists clenched, while Emily stood behind her with a worried expression. Cyan threw back a provocative smirk, asserting that the Duke's order protected him from her wrath. Jurken led Cyan away, the knight's back, a solid guarantee of protection for the boy. A knock echoed at the Duke's office, and a command allowed them to enter. Cyan stepped in, facing the authoritative back of Duke Vert, standing before the brightly lit window. He bowed with carefully calculated reverence, introducing himself in his father's presence. Duke Wilias, Vert turned his powerful gaze, signaling Cyan to sit down. Memories flooded back, replaying images of Duke Vert as a hero, ruler, and protector of the continent. Images of him fighting against demons appeared, a testament to his unparalleled strength and courage. Duke Vert's determined face in the past reflected his iron will and desire for peace. Currently, Cyan sat opposite that legendary father, an invisible distance separating the two. Cyan looked at his father, inwardly considering his sacrifice for others to be a foolish act. Duke Vert crossed his arms, his sharp gaze piercing Cyan, questioning his extraordinary dodging skills. Cyan blinked, feigning surprise at his father's direct question. The memory of the match flashed, Kranz charged with a fatal thrust. Cyan had perfectly sidestepped, narrowly dodging the sword's path. Duke Vert narrowed his eyes, demanding an explanation for when Cyan had learned swordsmanship. With an innocent expression, Cyan replied that he had only practiced by himself every night. Duke Vert leaned forward, disbelieving the explanation and questioning how Cyan could have hidden such a talent. Cyan scratched his head, feigning confusion and excusing himself by saying he just didn't want to draw attention. The boy's eyes subtly changed, the innocence vanishing. Duke Vert changed the subject, his voice hardening as he mentioned Cyan's cruel actions after winning. Cyan's eyes turned cold. He realized this was a test of his character. He frankly declared that he wanted to prove himself. Cyan stood up, boldly asserting that the purpose of the match was to prove his superiority over Kranz. Duke Vert was stunned for a moment by that audacious answer. Then a loud laugh broke the silence, Duke Vert leaned his head back, looking extremely pleased. Behind the Duke, the faint figure of Achella appeared as he declared Kyan's talent would be a great help. Kyan's world seemed to collapse. He stood frozen, aghast at the harsh truth in his father's words. In Kyan's mind, the image of him being pierced by a shell in his splendid armor appeared a symbol of his brother's overwhelming dominance. Duke Vert's eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction. His obsession with Achelle remained unchanged. Kyan clenched his fists on his lap, suppressing the raging fury within. Duke Vert granted Kyan a reward for his victory, inviting him to state his request. A bold decision flashed in Kyan's eye. With a defiant smile, Cyan raised his head and made an outrageous request. Emily froze, her face paling in horror at Cyan's words. Back in the room, Emily angrily swung her hand, questioning Kyan, who was sitting calmly on the bed. In Emily's horrifying imagination, images of hideous monsters with fiery eyes surrounded her. A map was unrolled, clearly showing the Velius territory and Lemea Valley referred to as the front lines. The image of an endless battle between knights and demons appeared, depicting the brutality of the war. The memory of the conversation resurfaced. Duke Vert turned his back, accepting Kyan's request with a condition. Kyan recalled his father's words. He had to prove himself worthy of going to the front lines within a month. He clenched his fists, an iron resolve evident on his face as he confronted the challenge. Kyan realized his only advantage, his combat instincts from his past life, were still intact. Sitting on the bed, he concentrated, and a stream of red magical energy began to emanate from his hands. The room door was violently kicked open. Kyan and Emily, startled, looking towards the door, where a figure had just burst in. A blue-haired woman with sharp, cold eyes. Ellis stood there staring at Cyan. Without warning, Ellis lunged forward and grabbed the collar of a stunned Kyan. She shook Kyan violently and angrily, while Emily could only stand frozen in fear behind them. Ellis lifted Kyan into the air, growling at him to vent her anger. She dropped him onto the floor with a thud. Ellis shouted a command, her eyes burning with determination. Under the night sky, on the mansion's rooftop, a confrontation was about to unfold. Kyan stood opposite Ellis, both equipped with swords, and she issued a challenge. A look of weariness and hesitation was evident on Kyan's face. Ellis approached sternly, questioning him about his decision. Her eyes bored into Kyan, probing his true intention. Kyan asserted that he had no interest in vying for the inheritance. Ellis drew her sword from its sheath with a clink, taking Kyan's words as a declaration of war. Kyan also reluctantly drew his sword, preparing for a match he did not desire. Without hesitation, Ellis lunged forward, beginning her attack. Kyan Vert flinched as a figure darted past him. With a deafening clang of metal, Ellis was repelled after her attack was blocked by Kyan. Ellis was stunned, unable to believe her attack had been blocked by a 10-year-old child. Kyan gritted his teeth, realizing his sister was not holding back in this match. Ellis's figure loomed on the fighting ground. She swung her longsword down with overwhelming force. Ellis froze, her sword-wielding hand trembling in astonishment as she realized Kyan had parried her blow with only a slender dueling sword. Ellis narrowed her eyes, a smile of amusement and challenge spreading across her lips as she re-evaluated Cyan's strength. Cold sweat beaded on Kyan's forehead as he realized his perilous situation. The match continued with a series of metallic clashes, two figures clashing at dizzying speed. Ellis spun, unleashing a lightning-fast attack. Kyan braced himself, raising his dueling sword to block Ellis's powerful attack. Their blades scraped against each other, sparking. Ellis unexpectedly slid her sword along Kyan's weapon, searching for an opening. Her eyes widened in surprise at his defensive technique. Kyan clenched his teeth, tension evident on his face as he exerted himself to defend. He twisted his wrist, skillfully deflecting Ellis's blade. Pushed back, Ellis slipped on the ground, quickly regaining her balance. Kyan landed on a stone platform, his feet firmly planted. Panting, Kyan looked down at his sword, a shiver running down his spine as he realized he had almost unleashed a fatal blow. A symbol of dark mist swordsmanship flashed in his mind, representing the deadly techniques he was trying to suppress. Kyan anxiously watched the hourglass, wondering when the 3-minute trial would end. He gripped the sword hilt, feeling magic flowing into the weapon to compensate for his weak physical strength. But he knew he was reaching his limit. Ellis also gasped for breath, sweat trickling down her temples as she whispered a spell. Kyan panicked as he realized she was preparing a level 6 spell. A stream of blue energy enveloped Ellis's sword, forming a shimmering blade of water. Kyan froze, doubt and fear evident on his face as he wondered if this was still a test. In Ellis's mind, a spell repeated like a self-hypnosis, pushing her into a battle frenzy with soulless glowing eyes. Realizing he couldn't block the upcoming attack, Kyan prepared for a last resort. In a desperate decision to end the match, Kyan threw his sword aside. Ellis lunged forward, her aqua blade carving a massive energy arc in the air. Kyan raised his hand, his eyes full of pleading as he shouted a command. Ellis swung her sword down with all her might, magical energy exploding. The moment the blade was about to touch, Kyan Jurkin appeared and blocked Ellis's attack with his bare hand. Jurkin used his sword to block the attacks of Kyan and Ellis, a deafening clang of metal reverberating. A burst of blue energy erupted from the point of impact, shaking the entire area. Jurkin's eyes were sharp as knives, pinning Ellis with a stern reproach. To end the confrontation, he quickly grabbed Kyan, pulling the boy out of range of his out-of-control sister's attack. Held by Jurkin, Kyan looked down with a relieved, somewhat smug smile. Ellis was stunned, the fury in her eyes dissipating, replaced by shock and regret. She collapsed to her knees, pulling Kyan into a tight embrace, her body trembling with fear and remorse. Tears streamed down her face as she buried her face in her brother's shoulder, uncontrollable sobs escaping her. Kyan calmly looked over his sister's shoulder, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding of her nature. Memories flooded back, and he recalled Ellis, an exceptional talent at the continent's most prestigious academy. She was hailed as a prodigy, an extraordinary beauty, possessing unparalleled power. He remembered the prospect of her and Isheli being considered potential successors to the title of Continent's Guardian. But then the memory was tainted by tragedy, with her collapsing in a pool of blood after joining the Order of Light. Returning to reality, Kyan's hand tightened on Ellis's shoulder, a silent promise of protection. He held his bewildered sister tightly, his eyes gleaming with an iron resolve to change destiny. Ellis looked up at Jurkin, her eyes full of questions about the presence of their father's personal guard. Jurkin calmly explained that he was following the Duke's orders to secretly protect Kyan. Kyan, still embraced by Ellis, looked down with a smug smile, knowing he had discovered his tale. He silently pondered why his father would issue such a secret command. Kyan's head slumped onto Ellis's shoulder, fatigue and tension finally winning. Ellis was startled as she felt the weight of her brother, who had fallen asleep in her arms. A gentle, somewhat mischievous smile appeared on her lips as she looked at her brother. Under the starry night sky, the Reup family mansion fell silent. Days after Ellis left, Kyan strained to perform a push-up, his body trembling from exhaustion. Sweat and saliva dripped onto the floor, and he gritted his teeth trying to complete the 10th repetition. He collapsed onto the floor, panting, frustrated by his weak physical limitations. An image of his strong, powerful body from the past flashed through his mind, making him even more disheartened with the present. Emily entered the room, timidly announcing a package from Ellis. Kyan turned, a spark of hope and excitement lighting up his face. Emily covered her nose, her face horrified by the foul stench emanating from the dark red blood potion in her hand. An image of a fiery hellhound appeared, symbolizing the origin of this rare but terrifying potion. Kyan poured the thick, bubbling liquid into a bowl, fully aware that it was considered a poison but contained immense power. Despite Emily's worried expression, he raised the bowl to his mouth with unshakable determination, ready to trade everything for power. Memories of a disgusting purple mushroom soup flooded back, something Kyan Vert considered even worse than the hellhound blood he had just drunk. Kyan slammed the empty bowl onto the table, his body trembling from the potion's reaction. His eyes glowed red, a painful yet vibrant scream escaping him while Emily stood behind watching with disgust. Kyan suddenly spun around, startling Emily with fear. With determined eyes, Kyan glanced at Emily, signaling that he needed to go outside to test his new power. His feet steadily walked along the dirt path, heading into the forest. Kyan stood on a hill overlooking the town, taking a deep breath, savoring the rare moment of freedom. He smiled contentedly, knowing this was his only chance now that his supervisor Jurkin had left. Kyan went deep into the forest, searching for a location he only knew from memories of his past life. He knelt, fumbling on the ground, trying to pinpoint the exact location of a hidden energy flow. Dark red energy surged from Kyan's hand, his eyes flashing with a calculating glint. To unleash his new power and open the secret entrance, Kyan channeled energy into his fist and slammed it onto the ground. A smug smile appeared on Kyan's lips as he thought of Isheli, his brother, who would never suspect his plan. The ground shook, violently cracking open to reveal a secret passage leading underground. Kyan, without hesitation, stepped down the ancient stone stairs, entering the darkness. Memories flooded back, taking him to the ancient battle between a light angel and a dark demon. As he stepped deeper inside, he saw an ancient temple, ruined but still exuding majesty. Kyan was stunned by the existence of such a grand structure hidden right within the familiar forest. His gaze was drawn forward to where an object was emitting a brilliant light. The holy sword Duran D Arc, a divine weapon, floated above a stone pedestal, radiating a powerful aura. An image of a demonic army from the past appeared in his mind. Next were images of ancient holy relics, weapons of the gods, that helped humanity achieve victory. The sword Duran D Arc appeared gloriously, a symbol of hope and the power of light. But the most painful memory struck the image of Isheli, using that very sword to cruelly end his life. Kyan stood before the sword, pondering its connection to his reincarnation. He slowly extended his hand, his fingers gently touching the cold surface of the sword. Kyan sighed in disappointment. No reaction occurred as he had expected. In a fit of pique, he swung his leg and kicked the sword's pedestal hard. He cast aside his irritation, his gaze sharpening as he focused on his true objective. Kyan looked down at the floor, discovering a strange dark red shadow lying directly beneath the glowing sword. He knelt, examining the sword-shaped shadow, closely realizing it was no ordinary shadow. A confident smile spread across Kyan's lips. He knew this was what he was looking for. He placed his hand on the magical shadow, and a torrent of fierce dark energy began to swirl from the ground. Beneath a ruined altar, a red magic circle glowed brightly, illuminating the kneeling figure of Kyan Vert. Kyan Vert cautiously pushed open the door, peering into a gloomy hall. His gaze fixed on a glowing short sword on a distant altar, a familiar smile briefly appearing. His hand tightened around the intricately carved sword hilt. With glowing red eyes, Kyan Vert forcefully pulled the sword from the stone pedestal, dark energy swirling around him. The demonic sword flashed with a blinding light in his hand. Kyan Vert swung the sword, a smug and powerful smile on his lips. As he prepared to awaken it, he performed a series of skillful sword strokes, red streaks of light, following each movement of the blade. He affectionately pressed his cheek against the blade, which was radiating dark energy, his face full of satisfaction and longing. From the ground, a shadowy entity with glowing eyes rose, its voice seemingly echoing with mockery. Kyan Vert faced the entity, his hand still gripping the sword, his gaze unwavering, despite the provocation. The shadowy entity rose majestically, engulfing Kyan Vert in a vortex of dark energy. Its wicked smile widened in the darkness, signaling an inevitable takeover. The entity lunged to devour Kyan Vert, but instead of being subdued, Kyan Vert easily grabbed a part of the shadowy entity with his bare hand. Taken by surprise, the entity transformed into the shape of a woman, Kiram, who stared at Kyan with horror. With glowing red eyes and a confident smile, Kyan Vert asserted his ownership over her. Kiram's pink fingernails shattered as she tried to escape his grip. In a fit of rage, Kiram launched a dangerous claw attack towards Kyan Vert. He easily dodged the attack, causing Kiram to lose her balance and slide across the stone floor. Kiram stood up, clutching her arm, her eyes full of confusion and fear as she looked at Kyan. Enveloped in a dark aura, Kyan Vert stood there like a king, making Kiram question his identity. From afar, Kiram sensed a familiar energy emanating from Kyan, forcing her to acknowledge him as the successor. Kyan Vert displayed an authoritative smile, his gaze commanding Kiram to bow before her new master. Kiram gritted her teeth, her face filled with indignation and defiance, refusing to submit to a mere boy. In a flash, both lunged at each other, their weapons clashing with sparks. Kyan Vert realized words were futile. He prepared for a direct confrontation. Kiram, cornered, decided to unleash her full power. She lunged from above, but Kyan Vert calmly retreated, sword still in hand, awaiting his moment. He lay flat on the floor, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. With a snap of his fingers, Qian Vert unleashed an invisible force, violently slamming Kiram to the ground. He stood up, looking down at Kiram with a cold gaze, delivering a silent ultimatum. Kiram slammed her hand on the ground, in helplessness, horrified to realize he knew a spell only her former master possessed. With a silent command, Kian used an invisible force to violently smash Kiram onto the shattered stone floor. Each time Xian increased the pressure, Kiram was mercilessly slammed to the ground repeatedly. Kian looked down at the writhing Kiram, his gaze coldly questioning if she had submitted. Completely broken in, Kiram collapsed, admitting defeat to her new master. The task complete, the dark energy receded, revealing the heavy stone gate behind. Kian stood there, the demon sword Kiram in his hand, radiating a red aura, its spirit manifesting beside him. Red magical energy coiled around the sword's hilt, eager to be released after years of being sealed. Kiram's spirit emerged from the sword, hovering excitedly in the air. Kiram curiously flew around her new master, her gaze inquiring about the identity of the one who had subdued her. Kian coldly revealed his name, without a hint of emotion. Kiram looked skeptical, disbelieving that an unknown child could be heir's successor. Kian affirmed calmly, his gaze directed towards a distant place, as if recalling something. Kiram was stunned when Kian revealed that he had died once in a previous life. The sword's spirit stared at Xian, trying to fathom the deep secrets within the boy. Kian turned away, his gaze resting on another ancient sword, resting peacefully on a stone pedestal. Kiram followed his gaze, realizing Kian seemed to know secrets even she was unaware of. With a swift slash of the demon sword, Kian severed the hilt of the ancient sword. Kiram was astonished as Kian seized the glowing magical core from within the destroyed sword. Clutching the magical core, a sinister and calculating smile spread across Kian's lips, sending shivers down Kiram's spine. Time passed, and the luxurious carriage approached a grand mansion under the twilight. Wheels crunched on the dirt road, signaling a return after a long journey. The carriage stopped before the mansion gate, and the door opened. Kian, now more mature and clad in armor, stepped down with a calm demeanor. In the presence of Duke Vert and the knights, Xian bowed formally. Duke Vert looked at his son with a scrutinizing gaze, testing his resolve before battle. Kian raised his head, his gaze unwavering, affirming his iron will. To test his son, Duke Vert signaled Jurken with a cold glance. Obeying, Jurken drew a magical scroll from his side. Kian observed his eyes flashing as he recognized it as a summoning scroll. Jurken activated the scroll, and fiery red magical symbols flared in his hand. Energy from the scroll erupted, materializing into an entity on the ground. A gigantic clawed foot stomped heavily onto the ground, cracking the surface. A ferocious hellhound emerged from the summoning flames, growling as it faced Kian. Jurken's gloved hand gripped his sword hilt, ready for action. Kian Vert glanced at the troops led by Duke Vert, realizing they would intervene if the situation became dangerous. With folded arms, Duke Vert issued an ultimatum demanding Kian prove his determination to go to the front lines with a challenge. Jurken's sharp gaze looked straight ahead, awaiting orders. Jurken's hand tightened on his greatsword, tense. Jurken faced Kian, gesturing with a finger, implying a duel. To prepare for his father's challenge, Kian explained to Jurken that he needed real combat experience. With a confident smile, Shan asked Jurken for his help. Jurken hesitated, suggesting Kian find someone his own age for sparring. Memories of Kronz Vert, fleeing in panic, flashed through Kian's mind as he explained that his older brother always avoided him. Jurken cleared his throat, looking awkward given the situation. Kian smiled brightly as Jurken reluctantly agreed. Jurken drew his sword, declaring he would only use the scabbard for defense and motioning for Kian to attack. Kian nodded in thanks, but then made another request. Kian's eyes flashed menacingly red as he ordered Jurken to keep the duel an absolute secret. Jurken paused, bewildered by his young master's sudden change. With a red streak from his eyes, Xian lunged forward with terrifying speed. Kian launched his first attack, which Jurken blocked with his scabbard in a deafening clang of metal. Jurken recoiled, his arm trembling from the aftershock, astonished by the incredible power from a mere boy. Kian continued his assault with a series of lightning-fast slashes. Jurken's eyes narrowed, trying to keep up with his opponent's extraordinary speed. Kian suddenly vanished, leaving an empty space that stunned Jurken. Jurken looked up in astonishment to see Kian descending from mid-air. Jurken's eyes flashed with blue light as he gathered his strength to prepare his defense. A series of metallic clashes rang out as Jurken struggled to fend off Kian's continuous barrage of attacks. Kian continued to press close, giving Jurken no moment of rest. With blazing red eyes, Kian swung his sword down with all his might. Jurken braced himself, blocking the powerful attack, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Kian landed panting, admitting that he still couldn't defeat Jurken. Kian turned his back, thanking Jurken for his help. Jurken stood frozen still, dazed, wondering how a weak Kian could have become so skilled. Kian smiled contentedly, sweat beading on his forehead after the intense battle. Jurken recalled the sensation from the duel, convinced that Kian had completely transformed. With unwavering confidence in his abilities, Kian Vert faced a gigantic flaming wolf monster. The monster roared savagely, charging straight at him. He put strength into his legs, pushing off the ground forcefully to dodge the attack. Kian turned his eyes intensely focused as the monster prepared to attack again. The monster lunged, its jagged jaws snapping to tear him apart. A deadly glint flashed in his eyes. Kian launched himself into the air, using the wall as a fulcrum to execute an aerial attack. Realizing he needed to end the fight quickly, he poured all his resolve into the coming strike. He swung his sword, preparing for the finishing blow as the monster lost its momentum. Kian drew his sword, his gaze sharp and cold. His blade plunged into the monster's head. He leaped backward, leaving his sword embedded in the monster's head, causing it to collapse to the ground. From a distance, the knights Jurken and Duke Vert witnessed the scene with astonished expressions. A self-satisfied smile appeared on Duke Vert's lips. Kian stood over the monster's corpse, his eyes showing regret as he looked at the fatal wound. He pulled the sword from the monster's head, a decisive and cold gesture. Duke Vert clapped his hands, his smile showing appreciation and recognition for Kian. With a flourish of his cloak, Duke Vert nodded, signaling that Kian had proven his worth. Kian bowed respectfully in response to his father's approval. A swirl of dark energy enveloped Kian as he turned away. Kiram materialized beside him, its face contorted in annoyance. It angrily pointed at Chan, questioning why he hadn't used it in battle. Kiram pleaded, desperately longing to taste the monster's blood. Kian ignored its pleas, his gaze unwavering. Kiram flew around, reassuring Kian that it wouldn't cause any trouble. Kian stared at his sword as it emitted a crimson energy promising future battles. Kiram howled in protest, demanding to be awakened for such battle. Suddenly, a panicked guard pointed towards the horizon, where an ogre army was approaching. Alarm bells rang urgently throughout the valley. Duke Vert roared a stern command, gesturing with his hand for his army to take position. The knights simultaneously raised their weapons, preparing for a coordinated attack. A colossal cross-shaped magic seal blazed in the sky, illuminating the ogres. Duke Vert led his cavalry, charging directly into the chaotic enemy ranks. A knight in a white cloak drew his sword in a flash, tearing through an ogre's body. His strike was so fast, it left only a deadly blur. Facing a roaring horde of ogres, the knight stood firm, unwavering. Another knight charged forward, his spear thrusting with terrifying speed. On the chaotic battlefield, a warrior swung his axe down, unleashing a devastating blow. Amidst the carnage, Kian Vert rode in his servant, Emily cowering in fear behind him. Tears welling up, Emily questioned Kian, her face showing extreme panic and worry for his safety. Kian surveyed the hellish battlefield with an oddly calm expression, while Emily continued to panic. Wilias Vert rode closer, his stern gaze assessing his son amidst the realities of war. In the tone of a commander, Wilias Vert lectured his son about the dangers of the battlefield, where death could come at any moment. Kian faced his father, his gaze resolute, silently, vowing never to let his guard down. The knights operated massive war machines, illustrating the scale of the frontline battle. Elite knights unleashed explosive attacks to repel the aggressive wave of monsters. From a distance, the explosions of battle continuously echoed throughout the military camp. From inside his designated tent, Kian secretly observed, realizing he was placed in the safest position. He clenched his fists, his mind calculating how to bypass the heavy guard to find prey for Kiram. Inside the tent, Chan noticed a trembling figure under the blanket. It was Emily. Emily suddenly knelt on the floor, expressing her despair at her master's recklessness. Kyan sighed wearily, clearly accustomed to her exaggerated reactions. Emily sprang up, her face close to Kyan's, unleashing a torrent of protective indignation. Her expression twisted with fierce loyalty, asserting that he wouldn't manage without her care. Emily snatched Kyan's cloak and turned away, declaring it was time for dinner, and ignoring his protests. Kyan stood alone in the sudden silence, lost in his plan. He gritted his teeth, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face at Emily's disobedience. Then Kyan carefully placed a dummy doll in his bed. He pulled the blanket up to cover the dummy, completing his charade. As he prepared to leave, Emily woke up and asked him why he was going out at this hour. Still groggy, Emily praised his diligence, muttering that his father would be proud. Kyan pulled up his hood, entrusting Emily with covering for him with a trusting look. He gave his final instructions, ensuring she understood her role in the plan, then quietly left. Under the cover of night, Kyan moved with extraordinary speed, gliding through the rugged terrain. Standing on a rocky outcrop, he realized this was his only chance. As crimson energy began to envelop him, he landed on the ground below, unleashing a powerful skill that caused a burst of crimson mist to explode around him. Amidst the desolate land, a pack of hellhounds growled, their red eyes and fiery manes illuminating the night. Hidden in the shadows, Cyan Vert wore a wicked smile, his eyes glowing red as he whispered to his weapon. He drew the demonic sword Kiram from its sheath, a surge of crimson energy eagerly swirling around the blade. Kiram vibrated in Kyan's hand, radiating stronger energy, as if screaming for battle. A hellhound lunged towards Kyan, baring its sharp jaws in a lightning-fast attack. With a wordless shout, Shan swung Kiram, responding to the monster with a deadly arc of energy. His strike tore through the air, a blazing red streak hurtling straight towards the attacking hellhound. Kyan's crimson eyes locked onto his target without a hint of hesitation. He unleashed a series of consecutive slashes, red streaks, tearing through the hellhound pack in a storm of swordsmanship. Silence enveloped the desolate battlefield under the starry night sky. To harvest blood for Kiram, Kyan plunged his blade directly into the body of a fallen hellhound. He collected the monster's black blood into a wooden cup. With his cloak hood pulled up, Shan brought the cup to his lips. After drinking, red energy surged around Cyan, and he grinned with satisfaction, his eyes glowing with power. He stood upright, facing the shadows of more monsters lurking in the darkness. With a confident smile, Cyan looked forward, his eyes now purple, ready for the next challenge. He faced an even larger army of monsters, including ogres, with an eager smile ready for a bigger hunt. Meanwhile, a luxurious carriage moved cautiously through a treacherous mountain pass at night. From the carriage window, a royal princess with silver hair looked out, her expression anxious as a knight stood guard. Inside the carriage, her maid expressed concern about the dangers of the journey. The royal princess looked at her maid with a resolute gaze, asserting her position and duty with a firm grip. The maid bowed in obedience to her mistress's decisive demeanor. Suddenly, the maid looked up, a thought flashing through her mind as she recalled a rumor. The royal princess showed surprise at the unexpected information about Duke Vert's son. The maid smiled playfully, suggesting that the princess and the young man could become friends. The princess turned away in embarrassment, crossed her arms, and declared disinterest to hide her awkwardness. The maid broke into a cold sweat, silenced by the princess's sharp reaction. After a moment of silence, the royal princess turned back, curiosity evident on her face, as she quietly asked for the young man's name. The maid quickly replied, revealing his identity as Cyan Vert. The princess murmured the name Kshan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her gaze became sharp and contemplative as she repeated the full name, engraving it into her mind. Elsewhere on the front lines, a harpy shrieked in pain as it was struck down by a powerful blow. Amidst the chaotic battle, Duke Vert, in his splendid armor, shouted orders to check for casualties among his soldiers. Amidst the battlefield, littered with monster corpses, a knight reported to Duke Vert, who nodded in satisfaction and signaled for a retreat. Duke Vert turned his gaze pensive as he looked towards his son. Cyan Vert flicked blood from his sword after finishing off a monster. He sighed in relief, sheathing his sword among the assembling soldiers. Duke Vert approached, his gaze scrutinizing Cyan. Cyan bowed respectfully, showing deference in front of his father. Duke Vert smiled, a rare sense of pride appearing on his stern face. Kyan looked up, stunned and slightly bewildered by his father's unexpected expression. Duke Vert turned and walked away, issuing a decisive order summoning Kyan to his camp the next morning. Still bewildered, Kyan could only watch his father's retreating back. As night fell, the fierce sounds of another battle echoed in the distant canyon. A figure dashed away at terrifying speed, leaving a blur in the night. The figure stopped abruptly, armored boots plowing a line in the ground. Kyan Vert, now in his night hunting attire, vigilantly looked into the darkness, his hand gripping the glowing Kiram. From underground, a colossal deathworm emerged, its tooth-filled maw growling menacingly. Kiram vibrated in Kyan's hand, an inviting surge of energy emanating from the blade. Streams of corrosive acid shot from the monster bubbling on the ground. The deathworm spat a stream of venom, forcing Kyan to retreat. Kyan frowned, frustration evident as he realized his current strength was insufficient to pierce the monster's thick hide. Memories of countless monsters he had slain to feed his power flashed through his mind. Thrown back by a deathworm's attack, Kyan realized he had no other choice. With a cruel smile, Kyan accepted the sword's offer. Kiram flared with fierce power in response. A surge of dark energy enveloped Kyan as he prepared to unleash an ultimate technique. He charged forward, transforming into a whirlwind of slashes, but the monster's hide was still too tough. The deathworm roared in fury, retaliating against Kyan's attack. Enveloped in a blazing red aura, Kyan leaped into the air, preparing for the finishing blow. A blinding flash of light sliced through the deathworm's body as Kyan landed. The monster's colossal body was split in half from top to bottom. Without hesitation, Kyan plunged into the monster's decomposing corpse. Simultaneously, Jurken examined the corpse of a hellhound at another location, noting that it had only recently died. Duke Vert knelt, ordering his soldiers to search the area while he examined the powerful magical traces left behind. Duke Vert's eyes narrowed as he recognized the familiar slashes on the monster's corpse. Jurken called to him from a distance, and Duke Vert turned a look of doubt and contemplation on his face. Jurken raised his torch high, illuminating a horrifying sight in the canyon for Duke Vert to see. Before them lay the colossal torn corpse of a deathworm, bathed in the blood moon's light, leaving Duke Vert astonished by the power that had caused this. Anxiety was evident on Duke Vert's face as a terrifying hypothesis formed in his mind. Memories of the previous night flooded back when Kyan allowed Kiram's consciousness to possess his body, unleashing the full power of the demonic sword. In that moment, a crazed, bloodthirsty smile appeared on Kyan's face, his eyes glowing dangerously as he lost himself to the sword's fury. Back in bed, Kyan woke up in a cold sweat, blaming himself for using such a dangerous technique just to kill a monster. He sat up, his body aching from extreme exertion, feeling relieved that he had prepared beforehand by drinking monster blood. A flicker of realization sparked in Kyan's eyes as he touched his temple. Kiram's consciousness appeared beside him as a small spirit observing its master, with curiosity remarking that Kyan's behavior was not like that of a 10-year-old. Kiram pointed out Kyan's mastery in using it, a skill impossible for a beginner. The sword's consciousness continued to list evidence. Kyan's knowledge of the valley, his swordsmanship as refined as if he had trained for 30 years. Finally, Kiram reiterated Chan's confession that he had died once before. A triumphant, knowing smile appeared on the spirit's face as it pieced the fragments together. Kiram delivered its final conclusion, leaving Kyan stunned. He had returned to the past. Kyan looked at Kiram with a bewildered expression, acting as if he didn't understand its accusation. Kiram mocked Kyan's pretense, accusing him of not explaining clearly from the start. The sword's consciousness deduced that whoever could kill someone as strong as Kyan in the past must have been a formidable opponent. A fleeting image of the holy sword Duran Diark appeared as Kiram speculated that Cyan had been killed by its master, either in a duel or due to betrayal. Kiram asserted that it was a betrayal based on the hateful gaze it saw Kyan direct at the holy sword. The sword's consciousness concluded that Kyan's purpose in returning to the past was revenge. Kiram's consciousness drew closer, its eyes flashing a possessive warning. If Kyan showed any weakness, this body would belong to it. Provoked by the threat, Kyan swung his hand, swatting Kiram away, causing a nearby wooden cup to clatter. Kiram fell into a pile of books, stunned by its master's reaction. Charm looked down with a smug smile, showing that he was still completely in control of the situation. The next morning, Cyan stepped out of his tent, trying to hide his fatigue as he heard the night's murmurs. He looked around, noticing the unease spreading throughout the camp. Emily rushed over, calling Kian's name with a panicked expression. She reported agitatedly that the corpse of a high-level monster had been found at the valley entrance. Kian flinched, trying to hide his reaction, as he realized she was talking about the death worm. He interrupted Emily, trying to remain calm, probing to see how much she knew. Emily was stunned by his sudden coldness. Kian lost his composure, urgently pressing to know if anyone suspicious had been spotted, fearing he would be exposed. Jurken unexpectedly appeared behind him, his armor clanking, and relayed the order that Duke Vert was looking for Kian. Kian Vert's expression tensed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down, as he realized the gravity of the situation. Memories of the hellhound corpses left at the massacre site flooded back, making him anxious. Kian gritted his teeth, annoyed that his carefully concealed plan was at risk of being exposed. He entered a large room, bowing formally before his father's figure. Wylias Vert turned his majestic gaze fixed on his youngest son. Wylia's sharp eyes signaled Cyan to sit, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Kian's heart pounded in his chest as he tried to maintain a calm demeanor before the impending interrogation. Wylias stood there, imposing and scrutinizing his shadow enveloping Kian. The father's gaze was like a knife, ready to dissect any lies from his son. Panic rose within Kian as he desperately searched for a plausible answer. After Kian sat down, Wylias got straight to the point, his tone allowing no circumlocution. Kian attempted to offer a simple explanation, avoiding his father's gaze. Wylias narrowed his eyes, Kian's words completely contradicting the image of the distinctive wounds on the monster corpses in his mind. Wylias' eyes flashed with suspicion, wondering if he was drawing an illogical conclusion. Sensing the suspicion, Kian probed, trying to ascertain what his father knew. Wylias looked at Cyan's small stature. Then the image of the colossal deathworm corpse appeared, causing him to dismiss his doubts. Wylias shifted the interrogation, his tone becoming serious, as he brought up the incident near the campsite. He announced that the investigation pointed to a mysterious group of assassins, known as the Mist, as the culprits. The name the Mist stunned Kian, genuine surprise evident on his face. Wylias recounted the Mist's bloody history, images of hooded assassins carrying out brutal purges appearing. He described their distinctive sign, a black mist, before revealing that the organization had long vanished. Wylias connected past events to the present, explaining that a similar dark mist had risen from the deathworm's corpse. He identified the mist as the unmistakable mark of the god of darkness, the source of the mist's power. An image of this powerful hooded entity appeared, exuding a dark aura. Dark power flowed through the members of the mist, evident in the details on their armor. With certainty in his eyes, Wylias declared his conclusion: the mist had massacred the monsters. Kian swallowed hard, astonished by his father's extraordinary deductive abilities. Wylias warned Kian to be cautious, while also announcing his intention to report the matter to the Empire. Kian quickly bowed in agreement, his obedient expression concealing his inner relief. A relieved smile flickered across Kian's face, as he believed he had escaped suspicion. Wylias turned away, dismissing his initial doubts, deeming the idea of linking his son to ancient assassins ridiculous. Wylias completely changed the subject, moving on to another matter with a calm expression. He interlaced his fingers, a mysterious smile on his lips, as he made an unexpected request, leaving Kian utterly stunned. Under the crimson sky of a desolate wasteland, a royal knight blew a long, echoing horn, signaling the presence of royalty. Hearing the horn, Wylias Vert, in his splendid battle armor, immediately knelt on one knee, bowing his head with absolute reverence. A majestic white-haired man, the emperor riding a black warhorse, looked down at his old friend with a powerful gaze. The emperor's armored boots touched the cracked ground with a dry clank. Ignoring protocol, the emperor placed a hand on Wylias Vert's shoulder, intimately helping him to his feet. The emperor's gaze then shifted, looking over Wylias Vert's shoulder with curiosity. Kian Vert, hidden beneath his cloak, knelt, formally introducing himself before the monarch. The emperor placed a hand on Wylias Vert's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with approval, as he looked at the kneeling youth. A bead of sweat trickled down Kyan Vert's temple as he processed this unexpected situation, realizing it was a play orchestrated by his father. Memories flooded back, images of an excited Emily, showing him the emperor from afar in a previous life when he had been hidden by his father. The emperor gestured towards his retinue, indicating that he also had someone important to introduce. A red Mary Jane shoe gently landed on the steps of the royal carriage. Arin Sevelis, princess of the empire, stepped out, her red cloak gently fluttering in the wind, her eyes cold and distant. Kyan Vert stared, the name and image of the tragic princess echoing in his mind. Wilias Vert looked at his son with a stern gaze, an unspoken command issued. Kyan Vert looked up at his father, confusion and skepticism evident on his face. Above a strategic map, Wilias Vert explained his plan to Kyan, pointing out that this was a political opportunity. Another memory flashed through Kyan's mind. He recalled having briefly seen Arin Sevelis amidst the crowded academy corridors. Wilias Vert emphasized the importance of forging this relationship, his eyes full of expectation. Kyan's eyes darkened. He understood his father's intentions, but felt no enthusiasm. He realized that his father wished for him and Arin Sevelis to build a strong friendship similar to his own relationship with the emperor. Kyan's figure appeared behind Arin Sevelis, a cold thought crossing his mind that she was not the right person for that role. Sighing resignedly, Kyan turned away, accepting the task despite knowing its future. The procession led by the emperor and Wilias Vert advanced deep into the desolate valley, a river of blood flowing beside them. Kyan turned, drawing Arin Sevelis's attention with a gesture. Arin Sevelis turned, her red eyes gleaming with curiosity at Chan's unspoken question about the river. Standing on the precipice, Kyan pointed towards the Crimson River, beginning to explain its origin to Arin and her maid. A horrifying sight appeared. Countless monster corpses of all kinds were decomposing, staining the water red with blood and dark magic. Kyan turned to Arin Sevelis, his face serious, as he warned her about the river's defilement. Arin Sevelis's face paled with disgust, her eyes wide, and she turned to demand an explanation for the river's end. Standing on a rocky outcrop, his cloak billowing in the wind, Kyan delivered a dramatic answer, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Arin Sevelis recoiled a step, utterly shocked by Kyan's revelation, while a smirk flickered across his lips. Kyan's eyes gleamed mischievously. He secretly enjoyed teasing the princess. A blinding light suddenly flashed in the distance, startling Kyan Vert, Arin Sevelis, and her maid. Kyan and Arin both looked up towards the horizon, where a brilliant glow signaled danger from the direction of outpost number 3. Kyan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the yellow light as a signal indicating a battle with monsters was underway. Arin turned, her face horrified as she realized the terrible truth in Kyan's explanation. Amidst the chaos, Wilias Vert roared a command, gesturing for the knights to escort the emperor to safety, while he led the troops to the outpost. Emperor DNA Sevelis placed a hand on Wilias' shoulder, stopping him with a calm expression. DNA declared decisively that he had not come here for a stroll, his face showing enjoyment at the prospect of battle. Wilias sighed, helpless against the emperor's decision, but still showing deference. Standing before the soldiers, DNA drew his sword, declaring that the imperial army would join in eradicating the demonic beasts. Wilias turned his sharp eyes, ordering Kyan to join the battle, and Kyan solemnly assented. Arin turned to Kyan, asking skeptically about his fighting ability, while he calmly advised her to return to the camp. Arin shouted decisively, demanding to accompany them to the battlefield. The maid frantically grabbed Arin, while the little princess angrily declared she had the right to go because she was the same age as Kyan. Kyan maintained a cold expression, reminding Arin that this was a battlefield, not a playground, but she brushed aside his warning. Losing patience, Kyan gritted his teeth, calling Jurken's name as an unspoken command. Jurken's massive, intimidating figure appeared, bowing in obedience, ready to replace the royal knights to escort Arin back to camp. Jurken turned his piercing gaze, making Arin freeze, not daring to move. Arin erupted in fury, pointing at Jurken and shouting in protest at his insolence. Kyan bent down, facing Arin, his eyes beginning to glow red as he warned her of the cost of her stubbornness. Kyan's glowing red eyes bore into Arryn as he placed the heavy burden of responsibility for dozens of knights' lives onto her shoulders. Arryn was stunned, her eyes welling up with tears, as the weight of Kyan's words and gaze crushed her defiance. DNA turned and walked away, ordering Arryn to return if she continued to act like a child. Jurken and the maid silently escorted a dazed Arryn away from the battlefield. At the outpost, the spiny tail of a colossal deathworm was violently twitching. Inside the monster, knights were desperately fighting back, trapped between walls of flesh and sharp stakes. The colossal deathworm thrashed its body, flinging knights into the air in chaos. An iron-gloved hand raised a sword high, ready for a coordinated attack. Warriors roared, urging the soldiers to protect the Emperor at all costs and leave no enemy alive. The knights charged into battle, the ground trembling beneath hooves and pounding footsteps. In the darkness, the image of Emperor DNA Seeveless appeared with his two wives, the late Empress Diana and the current Empress Cassandra. Next were the images of his 4 children, 2 belonging to the late Empress and 2 belonging to the current Empress. The image of Arryn Severus appeared revealed as the 5th child, the daughter of a commoner, a princess in name only. Arryn's glowing red eyes flashed with determination, showing she didn't care what others thought of her. In a memory, Arryn Severus stood alone amidst a splendid ball, isolated by the shadowy figures of nobles. 2 shadowy male figures watched her from afar with hostile gazes, emphasizing her alienation. Countless accusing fingers pointed at Arryn as she collapsed, engulfed in accusation and despair. A small glowing pink fire spirit appeared beside Cyan Vert, seemingly mocking him about that tragic story. Kyan coldly brushed aside the provocation, his gaze fixed forward, asserting the difference between him and the princess. On the battlefield, a terrifying explosion tore through the air as the deathworm was attacked. The colossal monster's body melted, leaving debris and chaos on the ground. A powerful energy punch struck the ground, shattering it into pieces. Emperor DNA Severus roared, his eyes blazing with divine lightning energy. DNA faced the monster alone, his body enveloped in a destructive lightning storm. Lightning continuously struck the deathworm's body, making it convulse in extreme pain. After the battle, DNA stood tall, his cloak billowing amidst the lingering lightning, a testament to his extraordinary power. Kyan observed from afar with an admiring smirk while the fire spirit hovered beside him. In a tent, a bottle of wine and a bucket of ice were prepared for a private meeting. DNA raised his glass alone, his gaze sadly fixed on Warriors Vert, who sat opposite him with a stern expression, refusing to drink during wartime. DNA changed the subject, his gaze sharpening as he began to discuss the situation in the Empire. An old map of the Wusif Empire appeared stained with black ink marks, symbolizing widespread assassination. Warriors narrowed his eyes, listening intently, searching for a common pattern in the chaotic deaths. DNA stated, definitively revealing that all victims were corrupt officials. Warriors pondered, hand on chin, trying to connect the clues DNA had just provided. Warriors reported the presence of black mist near the encampment, linking it to the assassinations. DNA nodded in agreement, but clenched his fist, indicating that further investigation was needed before drawing conclusions. He refilled his wine glass, his tone a mix of gratitude and concern about the growing unrest. The 2 men sat opposite each other in the dimly lit tent, the air heavy with worries about the Empire's fate. DNA raised his glass, his eyes darkening as he revealed his deepest concern: factions were exploiting the situation to falsely accuse his daughter. Warriors flinched his face, showing horror and disbelief at the malicious plot targeting Arryn. The image of Arryn being shunned by a shadowy crowd of nobles flooded back, the girl screaming in despair as she was falsely accused. DNA decisively placed his glass on the table, his gaze fixed on Warriors, a plea not just from an emperor, but from a friend. Warriors Vert placed a hand on his chest, bowing solemnly, swearing on his honor to protect Arryn. Night fell, and rain began to fall on the military encampment. The princess's attendant looked at Kyan with a bewildered and displeased expression, questioning his actions. Kyan turned around, his gaze cold and emotionless as he faced her. Standing in the simple tent, The princess's attendant raised her hand in protest, unable to accept how coldly Kyan had escorted Arin. Emily angrily scolded Kyan Vert, worried that he would never marry. Turning away, Kyan entrusted everything to Emily, indicating his intention to train alone in the rain. He suddenly felt a presence right behind him, a cloaked figure gliding past. Kyan startled and turned around while Emily screamed in alarm upon seeing the stranger. The figure, a girl, pulled down her hood, revealing silver hair and a worried expression. Arin Severus removed her hood, offering to speak privately with Sian. Emily recognized the princess, her eyes lighting up with astonishment and adoration, and she excitedly poked Kyan. Outside, rain poured down on the military encampment, where knights were still standing guard. Inside the tent, Arin asked Kyan how long he had been there, and he replied curtly. Kyan kept his distance, directly asking the purpose of this sudden meeting. Arin was silent for a moment, her face showing a hint of hesitation before she replied. Arin asked Emily to give them privacy, while Cyan also motioned for his attendant to leave. Emily happily agreed, leaving the tent with a dreamy smile, leaving Kyan and Arin in awkwardness. The tent flap closed, leaving the two in a cramped space, with only 2 beds and a table. Kyan sighed impatiently, while Arin hesitantly began the conversation. With a sincere expression, Arin apologized for her previous behavior, deeming it unworthy of a princess. Kyan scratched his head in embarrassment, while Arin smiled, indicating that she understood his reaction. Arin continued, her voice tinged with self-consciousness, as she acknowledged Kyan's talent and maturity. Kyan glanced at her, analyzing every word and expression of the royal girl. With a hopeful smile, Arin suggested that they could get along when they both entered the academy. Kyan's eyes flashed bright red, and he coldly rejected her offer. Arin froze her smile, vanishing at the blunt and cruel rejection. A cold smirk appeared on Kyan's lips as he advised her to give up on the idea of friendship. Arin turned away, her face clearly showing hurt from his cruelty. With a trembling voice and a tear rolling down her cheek, Arin painfully asked if he also considered her merely a princess in name only. Kyan just stood there silently, offering no reply. Arin gave a bitter smile, accepting that she had wasted his time. She turned her back on him, admitting her mistake for hoping for a decent conversation. As Arin walked away, she remarked that he was completely different from Lord Achille, stunning Kyan. Rage flared in Kyan's crimson eyes as he spun around. He lunged and seized Arin's wrist before she could leave. Roughly restrained, Arin startled at Cyan, who growled, demanding how she knew his brother. Memories flooded Arin's mind, and she gritted her teeth, recalling her encounter with Achille and his advice. Kyan was stunned by the word advice, a clear disbelief in his eyes. A horrifying realization dawned. Achille Vert, with his sinister smile, was manipulating everything from the shadow. Kyan envisioned his brother manipulating Arin Severus like a puppet, beginning his plan to ruin her. With a cold expression, Kyan leaned towards Arin, preparing to deliver his own warning. A sudden, piercing metallic clang echoed, startling Arin. Emily shrieked, lunging forward in a panic, her face contorted in fear, trying to warn her master to flee. A violent explosion tore through the tent roof above, debris scattering as Kyan and Arin looked up. A colossal deathworm emerged from the ground, wreaking havoc. Earth and rocks collapsed, burying Emily in the rubble. The surrounding guard knights realized Cyan's tent had been attacked and rushed to investigate. The giant worm monster continued to rise, its shadow engulfing the camp. Emily burst into sobs, desperately calling her master's name. The deathworm swung its massive arm, preparing for another attack. At the same time, in a distant location, the chaos in the tent camp was reflected in the night sky. Emperor DNA Severus and Duke Williers Vert turned, both stunned by the news they had just received. A royal knight knelt, urgently reporting that monsters had attacked the rear camp and the princess had been caught in it. Emperor DNA roared a command, dispatching all soldiers to the rear camp to ensure the princess's safety. He mused, a father's worry mixed with a king's confusion as to why his daughter was at the border. Back on the battlefield, a massive ogre smashed a boulder with its mace, adding to the chaos. Kyan observed the scene, realizing the appearance of both deathworms and ogres was unusual. He stood between the trembling Arin and Emily, surrounded by knights, pondering the strange event, not in his memories. Emily rushed over, shouting Kyan's name in relief upon seeing he was safe. She sobbed, clinging to him, and vowing never to leave his side again. Another explosion lit up the night, forcing Kyan and Arin to be vigilant. Kyan quickly pulled Arin down, shielding her with his body from the falling debris. He stood up, his gaze resolute, ready to face any threat. Emily tried to reassure the trembling Arin, while Kyan stood guard. Arin covered her mouth, choking back sobs of regret and self-reproach for endangering the knights. Two royal knights stood before Arin, reassuring her that protecting her was their duty. A knight smiled resolutely, raising his fist and vowing to protect the princess with his life. Kyan suddenly yelled a desperate warning, his eyes wide with horror. A royal knight was seized by a giant ogre hand, unable to react. A colossal ogre roared its hand, clutching a soldier, while Arin Sevelus could only watch in horror from the ground. To protect the princess, Kyan Vert charged forward, swinging his sword and placing himself between her and the monster. The colossal ogre raised its hand, clutching the soldier to its nose, and took a deep sniffing breath. Kyan's eyes flashed with realization as he understood the monster's true target. Confirming the monster was targeting him, Kyan ordered the others to retreat while he would draw its attention. Emily nodded decisively, accepting her master's command without hesitation. Emily hastily pulled the panicked Arin away, while a royal knight stood frozen in shock, and Kyan watched them from afar. The ogre roared in fury, raising both hands to the sky. With a powerful sword swing, Kyan lunged to attack the monster. Kyan's blade slashed diagonally across the ogre's massive body, creating a dazzling streak of light. Thrown back, Kyan lay on the ground, his eyes bewildered as he wondered why high-level monsters were attracted to him. In a symbolic scene, Cyan's silhouette stood atop a mountain of monster corpses, revealing the cost of his power. A mischievous fire spirit appeared beside Kyan, explaining that the scent of the blood of countless monsters he had consumed was attracting them. Kyan turned to face the spirit, anger and a sense of betrayal clear on his face as he demanded an explanation. With a sinister smile, the fire spirit mocked Kyan, reminding him that it was targeting his body. Rage erupting, Kyan seized the fire spirit with one hand, choking it. Kyan slid away with astonishing speed, leaving a streak of light on the ground. With the fire spirit still held tightly in his hand, radiating red energy, Kyan slid to a strategic position, forcing it into silence. Facing the approaching ogre, Kyan cast aside all worries, determined to fight. With a confident smile, Kyan charged forward, ready to confront the enemy. The ogre roared a ground-shaking bellow, swinging its massive fist down. Kyan skillfully dodged the punch, leaving a blazing red sword trail as he glided past. He somersaulted in the air, seamlessly transitioning into another attack on the monster. The colossal ogre collapsed to the ground in a cloud of dust, and Kyan landed lightly. Kyan exhaled, but his gaze immediately sharpened as he sensed the battle was not yet over. Before him, an army of monsters emerged from the shadows, including multiple ogres and a colossal deathworm. With a purple dagger in hand, Kyan faced another ogre, his eyes gleaming with delight at the coming feast. Suddenly, Kyan startled, his eyes widening as he sensed a new, more powerful presence. Massive scaled claws slammed onto the ground, shaking the earth. A colossal demon dragon with purple scales landed, its eyes glowing menacingly. The demon dragon raised its head and roared a defiant bellow that echoed across the battlefield. The spirit explained that this young dragon was also attracted by Kyan's scent. A crazed and bloodthirsty smile spread across Kyan's lips as red magical energy flared around him, signaling the appearance of the demonic sword. Kyan Vert's eyes gleamed with ruthless determination. Red energy from the demonic sword Kiram flared, engulfing Kyan, a predatory smile, evident as he declared his intent to absorb his prey. An ogre roared in pain as a barrage of magical light arrows pierced its body. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, DNA Sevelus and Wilias Verse looked down at the corpse of the last ogre, a knight standing nearby confirming victory. DNA Sevelus turned away, his eyes etched with worry, as he asked about the whereabouts of the children. Wilias Vert faced the emperor, bowing his head to report that there was no news of his son. Wilias coldly dismissed concern for his son, emphasizing that the princess's safety was paramount. DNA Sevelus glared at Wilias, questioning his indifference, but Wilias only replied that a Vert family member must know how to protect themselves. A knight rushed over, breaking the tension with the news that the princess had been found, causing DNA Sevelus and Wilius Vert to immediately turn back. Arin Sevelus rushed forward, calling out to her father in the joy of reunion, and DNA Sevelus responded with relief upon seeing his daughter safe. After being checked by her father, Arin frantically grabbed his hand, urgently requesting to go save the person who had protected her. With tears in her eyes, Arin cried out that the person was the Duke's son and it was all her fault. DNA Sevelus gently placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, asking her to calm down and explain everything clearly. Wilius Vert turned around, his gaze fixed on the kneeling Emily, recognizing her as Kyan's servant. Wilius' eyes sharpened like knives, and he ordered Emily to recount everything that had happened to Kyan. Trembling under Wilius' overwhelming gaze, Emily stammered out how Cyan had lured the monster away to save the princess. Wilius' golden eyes flashed when he heard Emily say that Cyan and the monster had disappeared together. A knight stood beside Emily, confidently reporting to Wilius that he knew Cyan's location and was ready to lead troops to rescue him. DNA Sevelus lost his patience, urging Wilius to act immediately. In response to the Emperor's command, Wilius simply turned his back in silence and declared definitively that he would not go. DNA Sevelus and Arin Sevelus looked at Wilius with stunned expressions, unable to believe what they had just heard. Wilius coldly explained that the top priority was to reinforce this defensive line before it collapsed. The desolate scene of the ruined camp appeared, proving Wilius' warning of a monster invasion if the defensive line fell. Amidst the rubble, a sword stuck in the ground next to a helmet, Wilius emphasized that rebuilding was the only way to prevent greater losses. Emily and the knight looked at each other in confusion and worry, unable to understand Wilius' decision. Wilius stood tall, declaring that Kyan had completed his mission, and that was the fate of a Vert family member. DNA Sevelus collapsed in despair, while Arin could only look at her father with pain and helplessness. Arin once again dissolved into tears, blaming herself for Kyan's fate. A roar tore through the night sky, causing Wilius, DNA, and Arin to simultaneously look up in astonishment. Arin's tear-filled eyes widened, a glimmer of hope flashing as she sensed something. The shadow of a gigantic demon dragon appeared, circling menacingly before the red moon. Arin squinted, recognizing a small figure standing steadily on the back of the colossal monster. As the dragon flew closer, the figure was confirmed to be Kyan Vert, returning from the dead in a spectacular fashion. A dragon symbol blazed in a sea of fire, embodying a divine creature. They are transcendent beings, far beyond human reach. Kyan Vert stared in astonishment at the demon dragon's fangs right before him, not understanding why he had to face such a creature. He clung tightly to the demon dragon's back as it flew over the desolate battlefield, heading straight for where it should have avoided. From the ground below, Arin Sevelus looked up at the night sky, the shadow of the colossal monster silhouetted against the moon. Horror clearly visible on her face, Arin screamed Kyan's name. Emperor DNA Sevelus turned to Wilius Vert, both astonished and angry, questioning why his son was on the dragon's back. Wilius remained silent, his cold gaze betraying no emotion at the Emperor's accusation. Meanwhile, Cyan had landed on the ground, angrily running across the rugged terrain. His eyes glowed red frustration, giving way to a cold determination as he realized his complicated situation. The gigantic demon dragon landed with a ground-shaking thud facing Kyan. Kiram's red energy flared, turning Kyan's hair into flames and enveloping his sword, a ruthless decision made to absorb the dragon. He ignored the charging ogres and harpies, deeming them mere trivial obstacles. To clear the path, a storm of red sword energy swept across the battlefield, tearing apart all who stood in his way. Kyan landed firmly on the ground after swiftly eliminating the minions. Now he stood face to face with the angrily growling demon dragon. The monster roared, gathering a destructive purple energy sphere in its mouth, aiming directly at Kyan. A colossal purple energy explosion engulfed the area. The force of the explosion continued to bombard the ground, tearing apart everything around it. Unharmed, Kyan burst out from the center of the explosion, a glint of mockery flashing in his red eyes. In response, he swung his sword, unleashing a colossal slash to retaliate against the monster's insolence. The perfect X-shaped slash cut deep into the demon dragon's head. The monster shrieked in pain, blood gushing from the fatal wound. In a fit of rage, it lunged down, attempting to grab Kyan, with its claws momentarily surprising him. Immediately after, its colossal tail lashed down, aiming to crush him. A smug smile briefly appeared beneath the energy enveloping Kyan's face. He charged forward, his sword ready for a new series of attacks. 8 lightning-fast slashes struck the dragon's body, each blow like a petal of death. Struck by successive blows, the gigantic demon dragon was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Kyan stood still, lightly rubbing his shoulder, acknowledging the dragon's power, but remaining completely confident. He swung his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the collapsing monster in the distance. Seeing the dragon trying to get back up, Kyan charged, determined not to give it a second chance. His eyes blazed, his sword radiating energy, determined not to let this prey escape his grasp. Kyan Vert's eyes glowed red, his hair flaring into an aura of dark energy as Kiram's power enveloped him. Kiram roared furiously upon seeing the demon dragon flap its wings and fly away, attempting to escape. Without hesitation, Kiram shot away like a black arrow, determined not to let the prey escape. The red energy receded, returning Kyan Vert to his human form, and he let out a sigh of relief with a wry smile. Kyan's gaze sharpened as he glanced down at the battlefield below. From above, Kyan observed the chaotic scene with monster corpses strewn about, considering his next move. A small pink fiery spirit entity appeared beside Kyan, its form trembling with frustration as it questioned his hesitation. Kyan silently roared at the entity, explaining that he couldn't use his demonic sword in front of so many witnesses. A fleeting image in Kyan's mind, his shadow being burned on a pyre, showing his extreme fear of being discovered. Kyan growled at the hovering spirit entity, asserting that he was trying to think of a way out. Meanwhile, on the ground, Wilia's Vert stood amidst a glowing magic circle, summoning a barrage of gigantic light swords from the sky. Witnessing that terrifying power, Kyan froze, cold sweat trickling down his temples. With an ironclad expression, Wilia's Vert focused his entire will on the magic, determined to destroy the aerial target. The light swords shot into the sky, aiming directly at the flying demon dragon, a spectacle demonstrating the power of the one known as the continent's guardian god. The demon dragon frantically dodged the rain of light swords, piercing down from the sky. With astonishing agility, the dragon twisted its colossal body, weaving through the deadly energy stream. From the dragon's back, Kyan observed the aerial battle, realizing that they were about to escape the attack's range. Suddenly, a stray light sword shot directly towards Kyan, leaving him no time to react. The sword grazed the demon dragon and pierced through Kyan's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. Losing his balance, Kyan was thrown off the flying dragon's back and began to free fall downwards. As he fell, the fire spirit reappeared, circling Kyan and angrily questioning his carelessness. Reprimanded by the entity, Kyan could only scream in despair that he was too tired to think. Mid-air, Kyan's eyes suddenly lit up as a reckless idea sparked in his mind. With a smirk, Kyan adjusted his falling posture, plummeting straight down with a clear objective, leaving the panicked fire spirit behind. He aimed directly for the enormous red blood pool of a monster that had been defeated on the battlefield. Kyan and fire spirit's bodies plunged straight down, disappearing with the splash into the thick blood pool. On a nearby cliff, a silver-haired man with pointed ears slightly raised his head, seemingly sensing something. His gaze turned towards the distant flying demon dragon, recognizing its rare presence in this area. A guard with red horns and gold-rimmed glasses stood behind him, respectfully reporting that the young dragon had likely strayed and would pay the price. Another white-haired warrior in the group pointed towards the horizon, suggesting there must be powerful monsters there. But the horned guard corrected him, stating it was human territory. The silver-haired man turned away his face, astonished upon hearing that a dragon could be defeated by humans. He fell silent, pondering the unbelievable information which confused the horned guard. Noticing his master's silence, the horned guard anxiously asked if something was bothering him. Under the starry sky of the demon realm, Valkyrian turned his back, his gaze fixed on the distance, sensing an energy source that was both strange and familiar. The red-horned guard respectfully suggested Valkyrian Go investigate. But his tone held a hint of reservation. With a slight push of his glasses, the guard issued a warning while Velkarion's shadow had already transformed into a winged creature, soaring into the sky. A colossal bat wing tore through the air, signifying a promise not to cause unnecessary trouble. The guard silently watched his master turn into a tiny black dot, speeding away at terrifying velocity. In a thick blood pool, large bubbles rose and burst. Kyan Vert emerged from the blood pool, his mouth wide open in a scream of pain and extreme shock. He staggered out of the blood pool, his entire body trembling from exhaustion, before collapsing onto the barren ground. Falling heavily to the ground, Kyan sat there completely disoriented by the edge of the sea of blood he had just escaped. Sweat poured down his temples as he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and exhaustion that consumed his entire body. Kyan fell backward, lying motionless on the cracked ground, his empty gaze fixed on the unfamiliar sky. He weakly turned his head, faintly calling out Kiram's name into the void. In response, a small fiery spirit appeared, its form twitching with irritation. Kyan leaned against a rock, trying to calm the seething spirit, Kiram promising to bathe it when they returned. Kiram warned in a razor-sharp tone, its eyes narrowed into two menacing slits, reminding Kyan of their dangerous location. Kyan brushed off the warning with reckless confidence, assuming they wouldn't encounter any high-level demons here. A combat boot stomped heavily on a nearby rock outcrop, the sound echoing like a declaration of a powerful presence. Kyan's pupils constricted in shock as he recognized the familiar voice. His heart pounded in his chest, a terrifying memory he could never forget flooding back. He spun around, his face pale with unconcealed fear. Atop the cliff, Velkarion stood, his bat wings spread wide, looking down at Kyan with the condescension of a king. Memories flooded back, the name Velkarion, the Demon King, etched into Kyan's mind with extreme horror. In his mind, an image of Velkarion, enveloped in a destructive blue aura, appeared, a symbol of absolute power. The Demon King's cruel smile in that memory was the embodiment of all evil in the world. The memory ended with Cyan standing before a devastated battlefield, caused by Velkarion, and now that monster stood right before him. Returning to reality, Kyan gritted his teeth in despair, summoning a glowing purple dagger into his hand. Velkarion lost patience, repeating his question in a menacing tone. His fiery red pupils focused on Kyan, a sharp, predatory gaze. Velkarion's shadow enveloped Cyan, the invisible pressure, making the young man feel suffocated. Cornered, Cyan let out a defiant and angry shout. With a blurred movement, Kyan lunged forward, swinging the dagger in a purple arc, aimed directly at Velkarion. A lock of Velkarion's white hair was severed, floating gently in the air as his eyes widened in surprise. Surprise quickly turned into an excited grin. Velkarion burst out laughing at the human's audacity before him. Cold sweat poured down Kyan Vert's face as he stared at the enemy before him, his hand gripping the dagger tightly. Velkarion's figure loomed, dark energy swirling around him, his eyes emitting a menacing blue light. Kyan's eyes flashed with desperate calculation, realizing he couldn't win but might still find a way out. His hands trembled, pure fear spreading throughout his body as he faced the Demon King. A wave of despair enveloped Kyan, the question of his own survival echoing in his mind. Velkarion suddenly spoke, making Kyan jump and turn around, his face extremely tense. With an indifferent gesture, Velkarion dismissed Kyan's tension, his gaze showing disdain. To prove he was harmless, Velkarion suddenly fell backward onto the ground, lying dramatically. Kyan took a step back, utterly bewildered by the Demon King's bizarre action. Velkarion propped his hands behind his head, squinting at Cyan with a smug smile, repeating his question about his identity. Kyan bowed his head, sweat trickling down his temples, forced to admit his human identity. Lying on the ground, Velkarion continued his interrogation, his scrutinizing gaze never leaving Kyan. Velkarion pointed at Kyan, accusing him of hiding something. He narrowed his eyes, a sharp smile on his lips, as he asserted that Kyan clearly knew who he was. Kyan flinched hastily, denying it, trying to maintain a calm expression despite his heart pounding wildly. Velkarion leaned back, accepting Kyan's lie with suspicious ease. Kyan stared at the Demon King, confusion and doubt clearly visible on his face. Velkarion explained his presence, casually waving his hand, as if taking a stroll in a garden. He suddenly paused, his sharp gaze locking onto Kyan. Valkyrian sat up abruptly, pointing at Kyan with an annoyed expression, wondering why he showed no surprise. He lost his composure, pointing at his own face and dramatically shouting about his identity. Valkyrian erupted in a tantrum, flailing his arms wildly in a childish rage, while Kyan could only cover his face and endure. A terrifying image flashed in Kyan's mind. Valkyrian, with demon wings, holding a destructive energy orb in his hand. In contrast to that image, the current Valkyrian grinned nonchalantly. Kyan covered his mouth, trying to reconcile the horrifying difference between the Demon King in his memory and the person before him. Kyan regained his composure, looking directly at Valkyrian and questioning his true purpose. Valkyrian smirked, a razor-sharp smile, showing amusement at Cyan's audacity. He leaned his head back, his smile softening as he revealed a surprising gold piece for his people. Immediately, Valkyrian's expression turned cruel, his red eyes blazing with a vow to destroy anyone who stood in his way. A chill ran down Cyan's spine as he heard the name Valkyrian uttered along with the bloody oath. The memory of a brutal Valkyrian, chained by his own power, vividly reappeared in Kyan's mind. Kyan's chin lowered into the shadows, determination hardening on his face as he realized he had to act. Kyan raised his head, looking directly at Valkyrian, with fearless eyes making an offer. With a serious expression, Kyan Vert issued a warning about an impending threat to Valkyrian's people. Valkyrian turned away, dismissing the warning with skepticism and annoyance. Kyan emphasized his tone urgent as he described a brutal war with humanity that would be ignited. To emphasize his offer, Valkyrian grabbed Kyan's shirt, his fiery red eyes flashing with anger at the accusation. Despite the threat, Kyan looked directly into the Demon King's eyes, his gaze unwavering as he made his plea. Valkyrian sighed, turning away with feigned indifference, but curiosity flickered in his eyes. With a slight confident smile, Cyan presented his conditions in exchange for help. To prove his sincerity, Kyan placed his hand on his chest, making a vow to give his full support. Valkyrian loomed over Kyan, his shadow engulfing the boy as he considered the offer. Valkyrian's fiery red eyes narrowed, scrutinizing Kyan, sharply realizing the boy knew more than he let on. Kyan met his gaze, his eyes unwavering, holding a profound understanding. A mischievous smile spread across Valkyrian's lips as he posed a final probing question. Kyan held his head high, boldly declaring his identity amidst the desolate land. Valkyrian laughed, heartily extending his hand as a gesture of acceptance, promising not to invade Kyan's land. Giant dark bat wings powerfully unfurled from Valkyrian's back. Hovering in the air, Valkyrian looked down at Kyan, reminding him of their commitment. Kyan stood firm on the ground, looking up and nodding decisively, accepting the agreement. With a satisfied smile, Valkyrian confirmed their contract was established. The memory shifted. A knight in the search party pointed forward with a panicked expression. Recognizing the familiar figure, another knight shouted Cyan's name and rushed forward with all his might. The story recounted that after the agreement was made, Cyan allowed the search party to find him. The image of Kyan lying slumped on the cracked ground, completely exhausted. The memory ended with the image of Kyan's exhausted face, explaining his new nickname. The scene shifted to a majestic monastery, now used as a military hospital on the front lines. Kyan woke up in a hospital bed, his face confused as he tried to regain his bearing. Erin Civilis stood by his bed, beginning to speak with a serious but somewhat flustered expression. Her cheeks flushed, her hand clutching her brooch as she gathered the courage to voice her proposal. With fierce determination, Erin leaned forward, her fiery red eyes looking directly at Kyan as she made her plea. Kyan could only stare back blankly, completely failing to comprehend the princess's sudden proposal. Erin repeated the offer once more, her face flushed with a mix of hope and embarrassment. After a moment of silence, Kyan responded with an emotionless gaze and a blunt refusal. Erin flinched, as if struck by an invisible blow, her eyes widening in shock and hurt. Her face fell, trying to hold back tears as his harsh rejection sank into her heart. Erin Civilis looked at Cyan Vert, lying in the hospital bed, with clear disdain. Kyan bowed his head, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he realized the hopelessness of the princess's situation. His eyes flashed with cold calculation, foreseeing her bleak future. In his mind, the image of his sinister older brother, Ishele Vert, appeared holding a mask like a puppeteer. Kyan affirmed his agreement with a decisive nod, his gaze not leaving Arin. Arin was stunned by Cyan's blunt refusal, leaving her speechless. She trembled with shock and pain, his words like invisible knives piercing her self-esteem. However, Arin's despair was quickly replaced by a new spark of determination in her eyes. Kyan looked at her, declaring he would observe until she proved her worth. Arin repeated his words in disbelief, trying to grasp his intentions. Kyan crossed his arms, coldly explaining that he guaranteed nothing. Arin abruptly cut him off, clearing her throat to regain her composure. She pointed a finger directly at Kyan's chest, accepting his challenge. With a confident smile and fiery eyes, Arin declared she would make him acknowledge her worth. Kyan smirked, a hint of amusement at her sudden change in attitude. Arin turned and walked towards the door, but then she paused. She turned back, a rare, genuine and relieved smile on her lips as she thanked him for surviving. The door closed, leaving Kyan alone in the room. The scene shifted to a snow-covered path in a forest, where a figure was hurrying along. Two men in winter cloaks exchanged a meaningful glance. One of them, Reynold Crimson, opened a glowing box with a sinister smile. The magical light from the box illuminated Reynold's expectant face. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the shadows, exposing Reynold's identity. Reynold stiffened, an invisible force binding him tightly. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist the unseen restraint. A figure in a black cloak emerged, dark energy swirling around their feet, terrifying Reynold. The spatial box hovered, a magical artifact capable of containing anything. Memories of Kyan tracking Reynold resurfaced, showing he had been investigating this smuggling operation for a long time. Kyan, in a hooded assassin's outfit, had observed Reynold conducting secret transactions for a year. With a swift movement, Kyan snatched the box from Reynold's hand. Reynold looked up in horror, sweat pouring as he recognized his opponent. Kyan Vert stood there, dark energy swirling around him, holding the magical box firmly. Kyan used the box to touch a bag on the ground, causing it to burst open and a hideous monster corpse to fall onto the snow. Kyan Vert coldly presented a still bleeding monster claw, his eyes accusing the man opposite him. Reynold Crimson, the man in the fur coat, stammered his denial in extreme panic. Unwavering Kyan asserted his knowledge of the monster blood smuggling ring to the black market. A fleeting image appeared in Kyan's mind, his sister Ellis in pain beside a vial of monster blood. In the snowy forest, Reynold realized he had been exposed and was determined to silence his accuser. Cornered, Reynold focused his energy into a magical talisman, deciding to counterattack. A fiery magical circle formed in front of Reynold, and he roared an attack spell. Sean looked up at the incoming fireball, his expression completely calm in the face of deadly danger. A violent explosion engulfed the area, blasting snow and debris into the air. Reynold panted, staring at his still warm hand, believing he had annihilated his enemy. He recoiled in astonishment as the flames flared more intensely, surrounding the ground in front of him. Reynold let out a frustrated sigh as he realized his magical artifact was destroyed. Then a sudden dark slash cut across his leg. He screamed in pain as the hand holding the artifact was severed by a black and red energy blast. Reynold watched in horror as the dark mist gathered, realizing the terrifying nature of this power. From amidst the flames and mist, Kyan lunged forward, his cloak billowing without a single scratch. Kyan grabbed Reynold by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Pinned against a tree, Reynold choked under Kyan's hands, surrounded by dark energy. Kyan leaned in close, his gaze a silent ultimatum of choosing between a swift death or torture. His eyes glowed with a menacing purple light, a cruel smile spreading across his lips as he awaited an answer. At a bustling trade outpost on the Velius border, activities proceeded as normal. Two smugglers, Reynold's accomplices, nodded to each other secretly and cheerfully. One of them opened a crate filled with purple vials, exulting in their illicit gains. Another placed a hand on a peculiar wooden box, sensing the dark energy emanating from within. Their cheer turned to horror as they sensed something was amiss. The box sprang open, revealing Reynold's severed head, eyes wide in eternal horror. Screams of terror echoed throughout the outpost as other smugglers discovered the gruesome sight. From a cliff overlooking the scene, Cyan Vert observed the chaos, his companion spirit, Kiram, hovering beside him. An image of Reynold Crimson appeared, a mage knight of the Garam Kingdom who had smuggled monster blood. A colossal, gloomy magic tower emerged amidst a thunderstorm, symbolizing the Garam Kingdom's academy. Inside, hooded mages conducted anomalous experiments, crafting artifacts like the dimensional box. Standing on the cliff, Kyan turned his back on the chaos, determined to prevent future catastrophes. He gazed at the horizon, asserting that his actions were not for others, but to prevent the abuse of this dangerous power. The scene shifted to a grand and peaceful manor in the Wusif Empire. In the luxurious bedroom, Ishele Vert stood by the window, a paper in his hand. He read the report, his face darkening upon learning that Kyan Vert had returned from the front with their father. A purple-haired woman sat on the bed, wrapped only in a white towel, asking him about his half-brother. Ishele smirked maliciously, his eyes flashing with the intent to visit Kyan. A heavy luggage trunk was set down on the stone floor, signaling their return. Emily the maid joyfully raised her hands to the sky, celebrating her escape from the harsh life on the front line. While Emily dreamed of the academy, Kyan sat with a weary expression, knowing a new hell awaited him. A grim image appeared in Kyan's mind, the academy building shrouded in shadows, with sinister smile. He knew well that this place was not a school, but an arena of political intrigue, jealousy, and envy. Emily, oblivious, cupped her face, dreaming of handsome instructors. Kyan looked at her with a puzzled gaze, wondering why she could be so excited. He took his first steps into the manor's courtyard, beginning his journey. Cyan strode confidently across the vast courtyard in front of a magnificent building. He suddenly stopped, a flicker of surprise on his face, as he recognized an acquaintance. Krans Vert stood frozen, his entire body trembling violently as he stammered Cyan's name in horror. Overwhelmed by fear, Krans let out a scream, then turned and fled for his life. Kyan watched indifferently, an unconcerned wave of his hand showing he didn't care. Kiram appeared beside him, questioning Kyan about his cold relationship with his family. Kyan vehemently protested, asserting that he had a very good relationship with his sister Ellis. His gaze turned icy, filled with hatred, as he thought of one family member he could never tolerate. The manor's colossal double doors slowly opened before him. A long line of servants bowed in unison to welcome him, their reverence surprising Kyan. He stood stunned, sweat trickling down his temples, overwhelmed by this unprecedented respect. Walking past the bowing servants, Cyan mused that this treatment was like that reserved for his father or that bastard. Stopping before a room door, a blade of grass in his mouth, he told himself that his efforts had finally paid off. As his hand touched the doorknob, a cold current ran down his spine, his eyes flaring as he sensed a familiar energy. Kyan's pupils constricted, surrounded by a swirl of energy. He immediately recognized this power. He gripped the doorknob tightly, determined to push the door open and confront the one inside. An invisible, hostile pressure vibrated the space between Kyan and the one awaiting him in the room. Ishele Vert stood there, offering a disgustingly fake, welcoming smile. Kyan stood still, trying to maintain a calm expression, as Ishele feigned surprise at not being recognized. Ishele continued his condescending charade, and Kyan's mask of calm shattered, his eyes erupting with a murderous flame. Kyan lunged forward, his hand enveloped by the mist's dark energy, ready to deliver a finishing blow to Ishele. A male hand gripped a woman's wrist, preventing her from drawing a dagger radiating dark energy. Kiram held Cyan tightly from behind, whispering a warning to quell his rage before it went too far. Pure fury flared in Kyan's crimson eyes. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down, the deadly light in his eyes gradually fading. Kyan Vert bowed his head before his brother, a gesture of submission, concealing the seething hatred within. Ishele Vert looked down at his younger brother, a fleeting hint of satisfaction on his face. Kyan maintained his posture, his gaze lowered, revealing none of his true emotions. With a condescending gesture, Ishele patted Cyan's head, while Kyan gritted his teeth, enduring the humiliation. A smug smile spread across Ishele's lips as he seemed to relish his younger brother's submission. Ishele turned his back, signaling to Kyan that their conversation would continue more privately. With a sinister smile, Ishele hinted that Cyan would soon become a useful tool for his ambitions on the battlefield. Ishele's words were like kindling once again, igniting the fury in Kyan's bloodshot eyes. Ishele glanced over his shoulder, completely unconcerned by the hatred emanating from behind him. Echeli declared that he had come solely to see Kian, asserting his younger brother's importance to his plans. Kian turned away, a cold truth echoing in his mind. Ishelo only sought out those he could exploit. Realizing his brother's intentions, Kian forced a smile, responding with a feigned affirmation of loyalty. Meanwhile, Emily gasped as she struggled with 2 heavy suitcases down the corridor. She dropped the suitcases to the floor with a thud, utterly exhausted. Emily pushed open the room door, intending to complain to her master. She froze upon seeing Echeli standing there, his presence stunning her. Echeli looked at Emily with a superior expression, granting her permission to continue her work. Echeli walked away, and Emily, in a panic, hastily bowed and quickly departed. Emily sighed in relief, turning to scold Kian for not warning her about Echeli's intimidating presence. Kian, without turning his head, coldly ordered Emily to leave the room. He glanced over his shoulder, his crimson eyes a silent command, allowing no resistance. Emily shivered at Kian's deadly gaze, fear replacing her pique. Once alone, a wave of disgust overwhelmed Kian, causing him to collapse and dry heave into a bin. He gasped, trying to regain his breath after his body's violent reaction to the encounter. Kiram appeared, questioning why Kian had suppressed his anger. Kian turned, accusing Kiram of missing the chance to take over his body when he was off guard. Kiram smirked, revealing that it wanted to nurture Kian's rage to make him stronger and more delicious. Kian smirked, a dark understanding forming between him and his companion. With renewed determination, Kian Vert walked, his shadow stretching long across the floor. Boris stopped before a large door, adjusting his posture. Inside the room, Echeli Vert allowed him to enter without lifting his head. Boris bowed respectfully, reporting the results of his mission. Echeli coldly questioned from his armchair, while Boris respectfully replied that the target was in Pruina. Echeli sneered, resting his chin on his hand as he heard the news. He closed the book, his sharp eyes issuing an undeniable command. Boris, with a serious expression, was curious about his master's seemingly good mood. Echeli glanced at his subordinate with an enigmatic smile. Boris explained that he noticed Echeli seemed happy after meeting Lord Kian, but Echeli merely scoffed at the inference. Suddenly, Echeli's smile vanished, his eyes flashing with a menacing blue light, denying his good mood. Boris flinched at the sudden change in his master's demeanor, cold sweat breaking out. A fleeting image in Echeli's mind, Kian's fiery red eyes gleaming with a mad, murderous smile. Echeli mused, wondering if the hateful gaze he felt from Kian was real. To ensure his younger brother did not stray from the destined path, Echeli ordered Boris to monitor him closely. Boris bowed in compliance, and then quietly left, leaving Echeli alone with his thought. The image of Kian's bloodshot, hateful eyes reappeared, haunting Echeli's mind. Echeli gazed thoughtfully out the window, chin in hand, pondering the secrets Kian might be hiding. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, a carriage procession and the cloak guard were ready to depart. Emily shouted in frustration, hands on her hips, showing her disappointment. Kian replied helplessly, pointing towards the guards to explain the regulations. Emily turned away sulkily, while Kian reached out from the carriage window to give instructions. Kian smiled in relief, signaling for the procession to set off. The carriages began to roll on the cobblestone road, leaving Emily standing and watching with a bewildered expression. Emily regained her composure, shouting enthusiastic words of encouragement. From inside the carriage, Kian looked back at Emily, waving from afar, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. Memories took him back to a night of heavy rain when he was 8 years old. His frail body trembled with a high fever, his consciousness gradually sinking into darkness. In the pouring rain, Emily carried a delirious Kian on her back, desperately running to find help. She cried out in despair as a door opened and an elderly man looked down. Afterward, Emily gently placed a cool cloth on Kian's forehead as he lay on the bed panting. Waking from his memories, Kian opened his eyes, his face still flushed with emotion. He looked out the window, smiling brightly at Emily, and the cloaked guard silently affirming his loyalty. Emily, not hearing his words, continued to wave goodbye with a radiant smile and happy tears. Kian Vert sat in the carriage, eyes closed, with a smug smile, seemingly contemplating something. A carriage procession escorted by black-cloaked riders moved along a dusty dirt road. Kian Vert sneered, a contemptuous sound escaping his throat. He opened his eyes slightly, a sinister and expectant smile appearing on his face, signaling an upcoming bloody journey. Under the sunset, the carriage procession entered a dense forest, slowing its pace. Two of the armored guards exchanged discreet nods. Inside the carriage, Qian Vert leaned back in his seat, seemingly fast asleep. One of the guards knocked on the carriage door, reporting to the figure inside that they would set up camp for the night. An old map appeared, clearly showing their location near the city of Safarin. Qian Vert gestured to the guard through the window, seemingly approving the plan to rest. But Charles Vert's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had recognized the deception in the guard's words. From his perspective, this forest was clearly not the outskirts of a city, but a prearranged trap. The carriage door opened, and Qian Vert stepped onto the ground, ready to face what was to come. He took a deep breath, his expression completely calm before the sunset scene. Standing in a clearing, Qian Vert was surrounded by his own guard detail. A blonde-haired guard, seemingly the commander, looked at him with a stern expression. The other guards appeared tense, their hands already on their sword hilts. Qian Vert scoffed, a defiant and sinister smile clearly visible on his face. His eyes glowed a deadly red, an invisible pressure weighing down on the traitors as he repeated his demand. One of the traitors sneered, drawing his sword from its sheath, no longer concealing his murderous intent. The others also drew their swords, wicked confidence evident on their faces as they surrounded their prey. Sword tips pointed directly at Qian, but he merely stood with his hands on his hips, completely unfazed by the imminent threat. The attacker lunged, swinging his sword at Qian's neck with a battle cry. A flash of blue light, faster than the eye could see, blocked the blade just centimeters from Qian's neck. The attacker's hand, still gripping the sword hilt, was severed and flew into the air in a spray of blood. His armless body collapsed to the ground beside the carriage that had been overturned in the swift skirmish. The attacker's head lay on the ground, eyes wide in horror and disbelief. Qian Vert now held a glowing magical sword, a weapon that had just appeared from thin air to finish off his enemy. The remaining guards froze, their faces pale with terror at the scene that had just unfolded. The entire group simultaneously retreated, their confidence shattered into extreme fear. A surge of dark red energy erupted violently around Qian, the magical sword in his hand, glowing brighter than ever. The commander of the guard was stunned, his face contorted in horror at the unimaginable power. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian lunged towards another guard, who only managed to scream in despair before being engulfed. In the middle of the forest, Qian Vert unleashed pink magical slashes, striking down the traitorous guards. One attacker screamed in pain as the magical blade pierced through him. Another tried to defend himself in desperation, but was knocked back by the energy surge. Qian coldly observed an assassin fleeing in panic. The magical dagger blade pierced through the throat of another attacker, finishing him off. The last body fell, leaving Qian standing alone in the battlefield, his dagger dripping blood. The sole survivor, a blonde-haired man, watched the scene before him in horror, tears streaming down his face. He was stunned as he realized this terrifying power came from a mere boy. Qian's hand reached out, a deadly red aura enveloping it. He summoned the magical dagger back to his hand with a skillful movement. Qian's eyes flashed a fiery red, realizing that this assassination mission had been doomed from the start for them. The survivor screamed in despair as he realized his fatal mistake. Qian took a decisive step towards the survivor sitting on the ground. He pressed the dagger against the traitor's neck, his eyes commanding him to reveal the truth. In extreme panic, the survivor stammered out that the mastermind was Duchess Margaret. Qian subtly smirked, seemingly unsurprised by the confession. The survivor burst into sobs, completely broken. The horse hooves began to move, pulling the carriage away from the massacre scene. Along the way, the survivor, now the coachman, recalled rumors of Lord Kranz pleading with the Duchess. In Qian's mind, the image of a cowardly Kranz Vert fleeing appeared, a cold rage surging within him. Qian turned to look at the coachman, an unspoken question in his eyes. With his hands bound, the survivor tremblingly asked about his fate. He smiled bitterly, accepting death as a fitting punishment. Qian's gaze turned sharp and cold, assessing the enemy's resignation. The survivor bowed his head, admitting he was the first to attack and ready to accept any punishment. Qian ordered him to continue driving, declaring that he was still useful. The survivor looked up astonished and grateful for Kyan's unexpected decision. Kyan announced that they had arrived. The carriage proceeded towards Safarin, a magnificent city with a grand castle on the hill. Elsewhere, a suit of armor lay shattered on the floor. A butler bowed his head, reporting to his master about the assassination's failure and Kyan's safe arrival in Safarin. Duchess Margaret, the mastermind of the assassination, brought a hand to her mouth in shock and anger, unable to believe what she had just heard. She whirled around, unleashing her anger on the butler, unable to comprehend how the assassin squad could have failed against a child. The butler reported with a worried expression, sweat pouring down, admitting that a mysterious force was aiding their target. Rage flared. Margaret slammed her hand down, cutting him off, fearing for Kranz's safety if they continued their actions. A chill ran down Margaret's spine as she envisioned Cyan's murderous red eyes, recalling his unspoken threat. Gritting her teeth, Margaret ordered all actions to be cancelled, and the butler bowed in compliance. Turning her back, Margaret issued a final command, coldly demanding the elimination of all involved parties to silence them. From behind the slightly ajar door, Boris silently watched the butler leave, his face full of contemplation. 10 days later, Kyan Vert lay relaxed on the carriage's long seat, his hands clasped behind his head, with a self-satisfied expression. Brian Kendrick, the survivor of the assassination, now served as an attendant, walking silently outside. Their carriage rolled along the dirt road, heading towards the academy. After news of Kyan's survival had reached Duchess Margaret, the carriage window opened. Brian cheerfully announced that they had arrived. Inside, Shan narrowed his eyes, responding with an indifferent nod. The Safarin Academy building appeared majestically under the clear blue sky, birds chirping. The carriage passed through the elaborately decorated main gate, entering the academy's vast grounds. To confirm his identity, Kyan presented the Vert family crest, a silver shield with 2 crossed swords. He stood before the reception desk facing 3 academy staff members. The cheerful blonde female staff member processed his admission papers, announcing everything was complete. Kyan subtly frowned, confused by an unexpected instruction regarding the exam and opening ceremony. The female staff member pushed a tray towards him, on which lay a wax-sealed letter and an exquisitely crafted golden key. Kyan was stunned, unable to believe his eyes at this special privilege. His luggage was placed on the floor of a new room. Brian gaped in astonishment at the room's luxury. The splendid space of the royal chamber appeared a privilege no member of Cyan's family had ever received, making him realize someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Kyan calmly turned to the still stunned Brian, confirming that all luggage had been brought in. He casually reached into his jacket pocket, preparing to end the attendant's role. Kyan's gaze sharpened, cold and calculating, judging that Brian's usefulness had ended. Sensing the killing intent, Brian trembled, sweat pouring down as he began to beg for his life. Kyan threw him a heavy red money pouch filled with gold coins. Brian caught the money pouch, his face completely bewildered by this sudden action. Turning his back, Kyan gestured for Brian to leave, granting him a chance to restart his life, along with a warning not to return. Brian gritted his teeth, his expression shifting from bewilderment to steely determination. In an act of defiance, Brian cast off his cloak, knelt on one knee, and loudly declared his knightly identity. He cried out his oath, begging for permission to serve Cyan for the rest of his life. Kyan turned back, his face completely surprised by the confession and oath of loyalty from someone he had only considered a coachman. With a solemn expression, Brian Kendrick bowed his head, vowing absolute loyalty. Kyan Vert sighed, his cold gaze indicating he considered the oath a foolish act. Brian looked up, his face confused by Kyan's indifference. A terrifying dark aura emanated from Kyan, his eyes glowing red as he gave an unspoken warning about betrayal. Trembling but resolute, Brian accepted the warning, while Cyan placed a hand on his shoulder as a conditional acknowledgement. Kyan turned and walked straight to the door, ordering Brian to follow without looking back. Brian, startled, hastily gathered his belongings and followed his new master. In the splendid dean's office, Sirika Nikriti presented a report to Dean Kundal Kusal, who was seated behind his desk. In another lecture hall, Kyan Vert sat quietly among students who were whispering about him. A colossal magic circle on the floor lit up, signaling the start of the attribute test. A burst of pure light energy erupted around Arin Severus, demonstrating her superior power. Next, Seth Shaharkan roared as sand attribute power surged around his robust body. Dean Kundal reviewed the results list, then paused at a name that particularly caught his attention: Kyan Vert. An astonishingly dense column of dark energy erupted from Kyan, demonstrating an unprecedented level of attribute compatibility. Sirika Nikriti was stunned as she read the results, muttering that even the prodigy Ellis Vert could not reach this level. Dean Kundal looked at Kyan's profile, a smile of amusement fleeting across his face as he recognized the teenager's extraordinary potential. Sirika expressed concern about Chan's dark attribute, suggesting it could be a wasted or dangerous talent. Kundal flipped through Kyan's profile, preparing to reveal even more shocking information. He announced that Cheyenne had been assigned to the royal chamber, completely astonishing Sirika. Sirika's eyes widened behind her glasses. She could not believe what she had just heard. Kundal explained that it was a direct order from the emperor, as Kyan had saved Princess Arin on the front lines. An image appeared showing the prospect of a powerful alliance between the Vert family and the royal family, with Cyan and Arin at its center. Sirika covered her mouth, realizing that such an alliance could upset the balance of power and cause a war for the throne. Kundal remained calm, suggesting that the only thing they could do was observe how things would unfold. Meanwhile, Cyan walked through the academy corridor, quietly contemplating his newly revealed dark power. He suddenly stopped when he encountered an old acquaintance, a hint of surprise on his face. Kranz Vert took a step back, stammering Kyan's name in utter horror, unable to believe his brother was still alive. Papa Fenelon stepped out in front of Kranz, looking at Kyan condescendingly and asking if that was the person Kranz used to treat like a slave. Papa sneered, introduced himself, and mocked Kyan's background. A bitter memory flooded Kyan's mind, the image of Papa and Kranz bullying him together in the past. Kyan's eyes flashed with a fiery red light of hatred, a sinister and vengeful smile appearing on his lips. Papa pushed Kranz forward, urging him to teach Kyan a lesson once more. Kranz trembled, his horrified gaze fixed on Kyan's bloodshot eyes, realizing the deadly threat and wanting to flee. In a fleeting, violent fantasy, Kyan Vert threw Papa Fenelon to the ground, shattering the floor. Kranz Vert screamed in horror at the sight. Back in reality, Kyan Vert's eyes glowed red with a wicked smile as he envisioned sweet revenge. Papa pushed Kranz aside, determined to confront Kyan. Kranz tried to intervene in vain, his face paling with fear under Kyan's gaze. Despite the warning, Papa lunged forward, a scornful smile on his lips. Kranz screamed again, despairing as Papa rushed into danger. After Papa had left, Kyan blocked Kranz's path, his expression cold and full of hidden meaning. Sweat poured down Kranz's face. He was frozen by the unspoken threat. Kyan placed a hand on Kranz's shoulder, a falsely intimate gesture concealing danger. He leaned close to Kranz's ear, Kyan's bloodshot eyes gleaming with cruelty as he whispered a deadly warning. Tears of horror streamed down Kranz's cheeks as he realized the terrible threat. Kyan pushed Kranz to the floor and then turned away, a self-satisfied smile evident on his face, signaling a plan taking shape. Sunlight streamed into a large ancient library filled with towering bookshelves. The sound of heels echoed as Sirika Nikriti walked purposefully between the rows of books. She stopped, her eyes filled with worry and contemplation as she considered the potential danger Cyan posed. Sirika suddenly stopped in front of a bookshelf. Her gloved hand quickly ran across the spines of the books, searching for something specific. Her eyes widened in surprise when she realized the book she needed was gone. Sirika looked up, stunned, to see Kyan Vert standing above, holding the file she was looking for. She quickly regained her composure, trying to appear cheerful to hide her confusion. Sirika pointed at Chyan, both signaling to confirm his identity and demanding he return the file. Chyan smiled casually, appearing ready to cooperate. He held out the file, a gesture that seemed to indicate willingness to return it. Just as Sirika was about to take it, Kyan suddenly pulled his hand back, his gaze turning sharp. Dark energy erupted from Kyan's hand, tearing the file into pieces. The research papers fluttered to the floor, Sirika's work destroyed. Memories flooded back, taking Kyan to his first consultation with Sirika, when she appeared to be a dedicated lecturer. Provoked, Sirika revealed her true nature, dark energy surrounding her, her eyes sharp and full of murderous intent. In the memory, Kyan listened silently, his indifferent expression hiding his inner contempt. Sarika continued to play the role of mentor, but her words were just an empty charade to Kyan. Kyan recalled the bitter feeling of having to listen to fake encouragement from someone whose true nature he knew well. The memory ended with Sarika explaining Kyan's potential a truth she was trying to exploit for her own purposes. Memories flooded back, Sarika Nikriti offering a promising proposal about the potential of dark attributes. Kyan Vert in the past listened with complex emotions, skeptical, yet with a hint of hope. Sarika smiled encouragingly, instilling in him a belief that she could be his guide. But harsh reality emerged in Kyan's mind. He realized he had deceived himself. The memory revealed Sarika's true nature, an assassin with dark energy gathering in her hands as research papers flew around. Her facade as a lecturer crumbled, revealing the cold golden eyes of a predator hidden within the academy. The image of a hooded assassin leader of the mist appeared, confirming her true role. Returning to the present, Sarika took off her glasses, accepting the confrontation Kyan had initiated. With a self-satisfied smile, she gestured for Kyan to follow her to the office, to settle things once and for all. Kyan appeared confused by her suspicious calmness. He entered the office. Everything was exactly as it was in his memory of the place. A fleeting image of her research items destroyed on the table. Kyan calmly took a sip of the tea Sarika had offered. He smiled smugly as purple poisonous smoke rose from the cup, showing he had known about the plot beforehand. Sarika burst out laughing, mocking that the poison would only melt his insides a little. Memories of eating Emily's horrible food and monster blood explained his immunity. Kyan's eyes flashed red. He challenged her to use a stronger poison next time. Sarika's smile stiffened, surprise and anger clearly visible on her face. Kyan slammed the teacup onto the table, signaling that the real conversation was about to begin. He revealed his knowledge of the secret command hidden in a mundane book. Sarika rested her chin on her hand, offering a sarcastic hypothesis that he was also a member of the Mist. Kyan replied with a rhetorical question, implying she needed no further proof. Sarika cackled maniacally, suggesting he was too arrogant because of his scores. Kyan began to lay his cards on the table, mentioning the whispers in Shatran about her safety. She listened, her face confused as he mentioned the recent deaths of nobles. With fiery red eyes and a sinister smile, he directly asked when she began the purge. Sarika feigned innocence, asking for the meaning of the word. She stopped pretending, releasing a surge of dark energy, while still denying all accusations. Kyan also released his red energy, countering her lies by directly naming the assassinations. They faced each other, an unspoken threat exchanged between the two clashing powers. Losing her composure, Sarika kicked the table towards Kyan. Without hesitation, Kyan lunged forward to retaliate. His fist, enveloped in dark energy, easily shattered her attack. Cornered, Cheyenne Vert maintained a defiant calm as Sarika Nikriti lunged down from above, her dagger flashing lethally. With a wicked smile and blazing golden eyes, Sarika asserted her power, disbelieving Kyan's declaration. She attacked with a powerful purple dark energy trailing her blade. Losing all composure, Sarika lunged with frenzied murderous intent, determined to finish Kyan on the spot. Sighing reluctantly, Cheyenne Vert extended his hand, dark energy swirling around his fingers as a weapon began to form. Sarika froze mid-air, her attack blocked by a blinding flash of light. With a determined expression, Kyan gripped the hilt of the demon sword he had just summoned, ready to prove his identity. Sarika wildly swung her weapon, but each of her attacks was blocked by sparks flashing from an invisible defensive barrier. Kyan easily deflected another attack, causing Sarika to lose her balance and slide across the floor. Sarika's expression turned from anger to utter horror as she recognized the sword in Kyan's hand. The demon sword, Kiram, radiated a brilliant pink energy, its ancient patterns etched on the blade, seemingly coming to life. Kyan Vert held the sword up, his gaze questioning, forcing Sarika to accept the undeniable truth. Sarika's confidence completely shattered, replaced by doubt and fear as her deepest secret was exposed. With a confident gesture, Kyan pointed Kiram at his chest, asserting himself as the successor she sought, and making his demand. Then, under the starry night sky of ruin, a dark alley concealed a secret. They arrived before a seemingly ordinary building, the hideout of the Mist organization. Sarika, now cloaked, placed her hand on the heavy wooden door, breaking the magical seal with a surge of energy. The magical chain shattered and fell to the ground with a clatter, revealing the entrance to the base. Sarika turned to look at Cyan, her expression complex, as she realized he was not surprised by this secret location. She turned her back, signaling for Cyan to follow. As they stepped through the threshold, a ghostly mist swirling around their feet. Sarika stopped at the entrance to a vast hall, announcing that from here, Cyan would have to go alone. Cyan Vert stepped alone into the vast space, a stone hall created by magic. Towering stone walls loomed around him, hinting at a space much larger than it appeared. Cyan's gaze coldly swept through the darkness, quickly pinpointing the hidden enemies waiting. Immediately, countless weapons flew towards him from all directions, a deadly rain of steel. Undeterred, Cyan calmly faced the ambush, his expression showing he had anticipated this welcome. He moved with astonishing speed, his sword a blue blur, deflecting every incoming weapon. A dagger grazed the ground where he had stood just a moment before. Cyan spun in midair, his sword creating a perfect defensive arc, sparks flying as metal collided. A Mist assassin recoiled in surprise, astonished by Cyan's incredible speed and precision. Another member of the Mist, who was charging with a pair of axes, was stopped short, as weapons thrown at Cyan were knocked back. The deflected daggers fell harmlessly to the floor, a testament to Cyan's superior skill. From the shadows, a skull-masked Mist assassin leader observed with an impressed gaze, ordering a new, more complex attack. Surrounded, Cyan Vert unleashed a surge of crimson killing intent from his body. The Mist commander was stunned by the incredible power emanating from a teenager. To neutralize the crowd, Shan unleashed a wave of deadly energy that enveloped the entire area. His killing intent materialized into a gigantic skeletal illusion, the embodiment of his will to kill. A Mist assassin struggled, hands clutching their throats as they were choked by the invisible energy. Cyan Vert calmly observed, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of the Mist assassins. His eyes flashed with recognition as he detected something unusual. Amidst the wreckage, a figure in a light-colored cloak still stood firm, the sole survivor of the attack. With a confident smile, Cyan prepared to face the high-level enemy. He summoned the demon sword Kiram, its blade glowing as he unleashed a flash attack technique. Cyan lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. The clang of metal echoed as the Mist commander easily blocked Cyan's attack. Cyan was stunned, unable to believe his special attack had been neutralized. The Mist commander threw the skull mask to the ground, revealing their true identity. Sarika Nikriti faced Cyan, a provocative smile on her lips, as she used her dagger to parry his sword. Cyan was bewildered as he realized his sworn enemy was his own instructor. With eyes blazing with excitement, Sarika challenged Cyan to unleash his full power. She lunged into attack, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast moves, forcing Cyan to constantly defend. Sarika's purple hair flowed with her every deadly movement. With a smug look, Sarika acknowledged Cyan's skill, her amusement with him growing. To test Cyan's limits, Sarika retreated, watching him flee down the corridor. A frenzied bloodlust erupted within her, urging her to continue the battle. Cyan gritted his teeth, realizing that Sarika, once consumed by bloodlust, would not stop until one of them fell. Driven by bloodlust, Sarika pursued, launching energy daggers at Cyan. Her face became frenzied. She screamed a challenge, urging Cyan to face her. In response, Shan unleashed a powerful energy attack, creating a storm of sword energy. To end the chase, Cyan abruptly stopped, his foot dragging on the ground to form a large symbol. Sarika stopped, spreading her arms to explain that they were in a divine space where they could fight undetected. Cyan calmly accepted, understanding that he could unleash his full power here. With a determined gaze, Cyan declared he would no longer hold back, even if it meant killing Sarika. His heart skipped a beat, signaling a final decision. Sarika looked down in confusion as Cyan suddenly knelt and collapsed onto the floor. Lying on the ground, Cyan closed his eyes, a dark energy radiating from his body as he whispered about his predetermined plan. Kiram, in human form, with purple hair, looked at Sarika with a knowing gaze. With long black hair, Sarika crossed her arms, a smug smile revealing itself as she questioned Kiram. Amidst the ruined hall, Kiram stood alone, facing Sarika's judgment from a distance. Anger flared on Kiram's face. It gritted its teeth as it accused Sarika of attacking its master. Kiram calmly justified its actions, stating it was a leader's duty to confirm the successor. Provoked Sarika unleashed a surge of darkness, challenging Kiram to summon its god. Sarika's eyes glowed yellow. She raised her hand with sharp claws, issuing an uncompromising threat. Kiram smirked, shifting Sarika's attention towards their master. Sarika turned back and was horrified to see Kyan Vert collapsed on the floor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a sinister smile, Kiram mocked Sarika's materialization process as a burden to her master. An image appeared, Sarika's shadow, standing over a kneeling Kyan, draining his life force through a brilliant red energy stream. Sarika angrily grabbed Kyan's collar, frustration and worry evident as she questioned him about weakening himself. Kiram stood upright, its tone defiant, as it declared that Sarika, Nikriti, leader of the Mist, never refused an invitation to battle. Kiram's face flushed, its eyes blazing with fervent excitement as it expressed its desire to duel Sarika. Shocked and disgusted by Kiram's bloodlust, Sarika tried to retreat, but was held firmly by Kyan's hand. Kyan stood up, fully recovered and without wounds, facing the stunned Sarika. Sarika crossed her arms. Regaining her confidence, she signaled for Kyan to stand still and wait. Accepting the challenge, Kiram transformed its hair, lengthening and tying itself back while summoning a glowing purple sword. Sarika responded with a cruel smile, her golden eyes gleaming with excitement for the upcoming battle. Kiram also narrowed its eyes and smiled savagely, ready to respond with equivalent power. A powerful command echoed throughout the hall, forcing Kiram and Sarika to stop in astonishment. Sarika looked up, a blue energy sphere forming in the air. Kyan also looked up, his face showing surprise but no fear. The energy sphere opened into a spatial gate, and the command was given to send the successor to the altar. Kyan offered a calm smile, seemingly having anticipated this development. In a space of darkness, the god of darkness sat on his throne, exuding overwhelming power. A scream echoed, recounting the legend that the god of dark mist was the embodiment of pure evil. An image of a skull pierced by a dagger appeared, symbolizing the god's deadly deeds. A cloaked figure with glowing red eyes appeared, said to have justified killings for the world's benefit. In the darkness, a red streak of light flashed, symbolizing Air's philosophy of self-determination, of right and wrong. Air's armored hand reached out to protect a small kneeling figure, showing his desire to protect the weak. Kyan's feet stepped through the blue energy vortex, entering the gate. Carrying Kiram in sword form, Cheyenne steadily ascended the endless steps to face his destiny on the throne. The authoritative figure of Lord Air sat on the throne in the darkness, his glowing red eyes posing an unspoken question. Kyan Vert faced the entity, his gaze unwavering, as he recognized the identity of the god before him. Lord Air leaned forward, his red eyes narrowing, challenging Kyan's succession. Kyan calmly asserted that the power of dark mist flowing in his veins was undeniable proof. To illustrate, Lord Air described the first path of succession, directly transferring power from a mist stone to a person. Meanwhile, red dark energy enveloped Kyan, demonstrating the second path being chosen by the mist stone itself. Lord Air admitted that since he did not know Cyan, he must belong to the second case. He recalled the empty altar where the mist stone had disappeared a year prior. Lord Air's glowing red eyes focused on Kyan, noticing unusual details. Kiram appeared in her small spirit form, angrily protesting Air's implication that Cyan was controlling her. Lord Air saw through the maturity in Kyan's eyes, a wisdom far beyond his age. A smirk flickered beneath Air's hood as he recognized Kyan as a traveler from an era unknown to him. Kyan appeared confused, having assumed Air was behind his presence here. With an indifferent gesture, Lord Air admitted that he had been stripped of his divinity long ago. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Kyan's face as he accepted the truth. However, Lord Air seemed pleased, considering it a relief that a complete successor had found his way to his door. Kyan and Kiram listened as Air casually expressed his relief. Lord Air's gaze sharpened as he pointed out another issue Cyan had brought with him. He questioned Kyan why he possessed the holy sword as well, when he already had the demonic sword. A mischievous smile spread across Kyan's lips as he casually replied. To prove his point, Kyan held up the holy sword brooch, causing it to flare with brilliant light, as his eyes gleamed with calculation. Lord Air crossed his arms, dismissing Kyan's strange tendencies, and declaring it none of his business. He stood up, a surge of dark energy flowing from his hand, as he decided to proceed with the customary ritual. Dark energy erupted around Lord Air, as he prepared to formally question the successor. Kyan stood firm, amidst the energy vortex, ready to face the challenge. Memories flooded back, taking him to the moment he faced a majestic blonde warrior in the past. Lord Air, in Kyan's memory, also appeared, observing his answer. Sirika Nikriti stood beside Air, her gaze indifferent to Kyan's past oath. In a ruined landscape, Air and Sirika stood high above, paying no mind to Kyan's oath. Kyan, in his previous life's armor, looked up with confusion, not understanding why they asked nothing of him. Lord Air, in the present, issued a warning about the danger of blind faith. Kyan lunged forward, a blur, indicating his new speed and determination. He walked decisively, realizing his past naivety and ready to give a different answer. In the darkness, the glowing red eyes of a hooded figure flashed with iron resolve, vowing that this time, things would be different. The darkness dissipated, revealing Kyan Vert, with a resolute face, clenching his fist, radiating red energy, declaring he would use this power for his own benefit. Kyan's holy sword brooch shattered into pieces, falling to the floor as a renunciation of his old path, while an unseen voice questioned his decision. Kyan subtly sweated his eyes, reflecting the tension from the authoritative warning. Lord Air's figure rose, dark energy swirling around his armored hand, an unspoken threat that he could end Kyan instantly. Despite the danger, Cyan held his head high, facing Lord Air, his gaze unwavering as he declared he would decide his own path. Lord Air leaned forward, his glowing red eyes boring into Kyan, as if to read his every scheme. Kyan responded by raising a finger, a gesture of blunt and defiant refusal. Lord Air recoiled, the intimidation dissipating, replaced by a somewhat reluctant acceptance and curiosity. His red eyes narrowed in the darkness, a sharp, scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, Lord Air lunged towards the hovering Kiram, startling the small spirit into fright. He playfully pinched Kiram's cheek with his armored fingers, making the small spirit squirm in protest and confusion. Lord Air leaned his hooded shadow closer, a strangely affectionate gesture, before Kiram could push him away. Kyan watched with a resigned expression as Lord Air held the struggling Kiram, declaring he would bestow a gift upon it. Lord Air bent down, and a surge of energy from him touched Kiram, stunning the small spirit. A bright pink magic circle erupted from Kiram, enveloping it in a vortex of energy. The energy swirled, and from within the light, a human form gradually emerged. Kiram, now in the form of a young woman, looked down in astonishment at her new hands and body, disbelieving her eyes. Kyan looked at his hands, realizing his power had not diminished, and he deduced that Lord Air had used his own life force for this. Kiram, in her new form, angrily grabbed Lord Air's cloak, demanding an explanation for his actions. Lord Air merely shrugged indifferently, indicating that a body would be useful for serving her master, leaving Kiram stunned by the logic. Kyan sighed, watching Kiram and Lord Air bicker like father and child, a look of exasperation clear on his face. The scene shifted to a luxurious dormitory the next day, under the morning sun. Brian Kendrick, with a panicked expression, whispered to Cyan, who sat casually with a mischievous smile. Brian stared, sweat beading on his temples, utterly bewildered by the situation. In the living room, Sirika Nikriti and Kiram stood facing each other, a tense electricity sparking between them as Kyan sat in the middle. Kiram sat cross-legged on the chair, offering a provocative smile and challenging Sirika's presence. Sirika responded with a smug smile, pulling out a book and declaring she had come to personally instruct a special student. Kiram's eyes flashed with anger as she questioned Sirika's qualifications as the head of an organization. An image of a tiger and a dragon snarling at each other appeared, symbolizing the power struggle between the two women. Sirika narrowed her eyes, her gaze razor-sharp, coldly asking what that had to do with Kiram. Kyan merely glared in annoyance as Kiram declared she was all her master needed, while Sirika reminded her that Cyan was her student. Too tired of the argument, Kyan stood up and casually walked out the door, leaving a horrified Brian Kendrick calling out in vain. Under Brian Kendrick's panicked gaze, Kiram angrily challenged Sarika Nikriti, who responded with a smug smile as she drew her sword. A towering bell tower stood tall under the city's clear blue sky. On a bustling street, Kyan Vert walked with a brown-haired woman, a faint smile gracing his lips. Later, Kyan Vert sat alone on a rooftop, looking down at the city view and letting out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his relaxed demeanor vanished as he sniffed, detecting the faint scent of blood in the air. In a dark alley, a young student was knocked down, writhing in pain on the dirty ground. The student coughed up blood, his face contorted in intense pain. He knelt, clutching his stomach, his body trembling. Standing over him were 3 other students, led by a blonde-haired youth who looked down with mocking expressions. A hand conjured a fiery red energy orb, emitting an eerie glow. The leader, Barrett Louis-Mille, approached, causing the victim to look up with a horrified gaze. Barrett cruelly grabbed the victim's chin, forcing him to face him. With a wicked smile, Barrett brought the energy orb close to the victim's face, forcing him to accept it. The victim squeezed his eyes shut, cowering in extreme fear. Barrett's hand paused just before the silently pleading victim. A resolute voice rang out. Arin Savilas appeared and ordered them to stop. Barrett turned his eyes defiant, introducing his noble status, while still holding the energy orb threateningly at the victim. Undeterred, Arin Savilas crossed her arms and declared her identity as a princess of the empire. Barrett sneered contemptuously at her declaration. Arin paused slightly, clearly shocked by his insolence. Barrett leaned in, whispering into Arin's ear with a mocking smile, feigning honor. Arin turned away, her face annoyed, declaring that she was not in the mood to talk. She looked directly at the group of bullies, demanding an explanation for their action. Barrett smirked, feigning innocence and suggesting they ask the victim directly. The victim flinched, his eyes panicked, as he was dragged into the confrontation. Barrett yanked the victim's collar, pulling him to his feet. He draped an arm over the victim's shoulder menacingly, forcing him to deny being bullied. Arin looked directly at the victim, encouraging him to tell the truth. Threatened, the victim stammered a denial, begging Arin to leave to avoid trouble. Barrett laughed savagely, his blue eyes flashing menacingly as he declared himself offended. Arin angrily reached out to pull the victim towards her, declaring she would take him away. Barrett swiftly seized Arin's wrist, stopping her with powerful force. He stood towering over Arin, his eyes threatening, questioning her actions. Barrett Louis-Mille tightened his grip on Arin Savilas' wrist, his voice harsh as he ordered her to leave while she tried to invoke her princess status. Barrett sneered, his eyes full of disdain as he mocked Arin's useless status. A razor-sharp gaze from Kyan Vert flashed from behind, signaling an intervention. Without warning, Kyan lunged forward, delivering a powerful hammer-like spinning kick to Barrett's face, sending him flying. Arin was stunned, gazing in astonishment at her rescuer, realizing it was Kyan. Kyan paused, his eyes showing a hint of confusion as he heard the name Resimus from Barrett's mouth. The bullied student trembled, stammering Barrett's name in extreme panic. Memories flooded back, taking Kyan to a fateful night at Klein Castle, where the clang of metal echoed under a stormy sky. In the past, Ishele Vert, with noble yet deadly sword strokes, fiercely clashed with Kyan on a rooftop. Kyan, in assassin attire, parried with a dagger, emitting dark energy, his eyes cold and focused. Memories overlapped. The image of Resimus Klein, the continent's greatest swordswoman, appeared majestically, with a sword in hand. Resimus raised her sword, her sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield, ready for a fight to the death. The battle between Kyan and Ishele continued at a dizzying pace, streaks of light from their weapons cutting through the night. Resimus, with extraordinary agility, leaped onto a ruined wall to gain a height advantage. Kyan startled and turned, realizing the presence of a new, more powerful opponent. Resimus unleashed a powerful downward slash, its force enough to cleave the ground. She paused, her eyes wide with astonishment at an unexpected attack from another direction. Kyan, with glowing red eyes and a body shrouded in shadow, shot into the air like a black arrow. He plunged down like a meteor, his dagger piercing directly into Resimus through her armor. Resimus collapsed, blood gushing from the corner of her mouth, as Kyan stood over her, asserting his brutal victory. Kyan panted, standing over the swordswoman's body, having completed his assassination mission. A final image of Resimus appeared in Kyan's mind, enveloped in an aura of pure power, a swordswoman who needed no magic. Back in the present, the bullied student was shaking Barrett, trying to wake him up. One of Barrett's henchmen roughly pushed the student away, growling irritably. Barrett staggered to his feet, his eyes fixed hatefully on Kyan, issuing an arrogant challenge about a game. Kyan looked at him with extreme disgust, his patience completely exhausted. A gruesome image flashed, revealing the nature of the game, forcing victims to swallow a mana orb that could destroy their bodies. Kyan faced Barrett and his cronies, his eyes icy as he reiterated their challenge. Dark energy surged in Kyan's palm, condensing into a vibrant purple mana orb, ready to retaliate. The smug look on Barrett's face vanished, replaced by horror, as he felt the terrifying power from the orb. Kyan hurled the massive energy orb forward, its power creating a whirlwind that knocked even Arin, who was standing nearby, off her feet. Kyan's eyes glowed a deadly red, and he issued a silent command, forcing Barrett to face his own cruel game. Sunlight shone upon the academy building, a seemingly peaceful place that nonetheless harbored violent confrontations. In a room, Resimus Klein, covered in injuries and bandages, sat on a bed, listening to a reassuring voice that her external wounds had been treated. Erin Savelis stood confidently with her hands on her hips, encouraging Resimus to rest, while Kyan Vert quietly observed from behind. Arin triumphantly recounted how Kyan had easily scared the thugs away, while reassuring Resimus that they had only done the right thing. Kyan crossed his arms, his eyes sharp and cold, silently thinking about Resimus's severe injuries and admiring her extraordinary endurance. Resimus looked up at Kyan, timidly asking why he was staring at her so intently. Resimus's face flushed, and she stammered an explanation that she felt flustered by his gaze. Kyan calmly explained that he had simply mistaken her for an acquaintance, then apologized for making her uncomfortable. Resimus quickly waved her hand, stammering a denial that she felt no discomfort, while Arin looked at her with surprise. Arin turned to ask Resimus about her living situation, expressing concern that the bullies might return for revenge. When Resimus revealed she was a commoner named Kermal, Arin realized her situation was worse than it appeared. Resimus's memories flooded back. She recalled her instructor Beltane, who had promised to sponsor her, had been dismissed from the academy. Arin understood, realizing that Resimus not only faced the risk of retaliation, but could also be expelled for no longer having a sponsor. Arin looked at Resimus with eyes full of pity, expressing empathy for her difficult circumstances. Kyan unexpectedly spoke up, his gaze directed at Arin, proposing a bold solution for Arin to take Resimus as her bodyguard. Arin flinched, pointing at Resimus and vehemently opposing Kyan's suggestion, stating that it was impossible for a princess to have a male bodyguard. Kyan calmly made a shocking revelation, completely overturning Arin's objections. Resimus was a girl. Arin was completely stunned by the truth, her eyes wide, speechless. Resimus hastily explained that she had no intention of deceiving them, her face full of confusion and worry. She awkwardly explained that she had always felt more comfortable with short hair and boys' clothing. Arin, after the shock, felt extremely guilty for not realizing, blaming herself for her lack of perceptiveness. After regaining her composure, Arin turned to Resimus, seriously asking if she would accept Kyan's offer. Arin offered a promise of protection, assuring Resimus that her life would be better and she would no longer be bullied. Resimus, still hesitant, asked why Arin was treating her so kindly. Arin smiled, explaining that as a princess, she could not ignore injustice and also did not want to feel lonely. Resimus was moved, placing her hand on her chest and solemnly promising to do her best not to disappoint Arin. As Arin was about to say, "It was all thanks to Kyan," she realized Resimus was sobbing uncontrollably from overwhelming happiness and gratitude. Arin and Resimus suddenly realized Cyan had disappeared from the room unnoticed. After completing his role, Chan quietly left, leaving the rest for Arin to handle herself. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Barrett Louismille smirked maliciously, realizing Resimus had regained her magic because of him. The image of Resimus, in armor radiating powerful magical energy, appeared in Barrett's mind as a formidable future opponent. But Chan's current concern lay elsewhere. He indifferently put his hands in his pockets as he walked. Memories of that morning flooded back when Sarika Nikriti, leader of the Mist, gave him an order while mischievous Kiram clung to her shoulder. Back in reality, Kyan looked at the black card in his hand, a cold and calculating smile appearing on his lips as he thought about his first purification mission. Kyan Vert looked at the mission card, his face showing contemplation before a difficult challenge. Memories of Sirika Nikriti resurfaced. She gave a confident thumbs up with a smile, while Kyan responded with a skeptical look. He walked alone in the vast academy corridor, the shadow of future missions weighing heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a lightning-fast movement flashed past, making Kyan's eyes snap open in alert. An earth-shattering explosion shattered the wall beside him. Kyan quickly assumed a defensive stance, his body tensing amidst the thick dust and smoke. From the rubble, a muscular figure with fiery eyes emerged, exuding an overwhelming aura. Facing the stranger, Cyan maintained a vigilant expression, questioning the attacker's identity with his gaze. The attacker, a burly young man, confirmed his target with a decisive nod. Seth Shaharkan, with an arrogant smile, introduced himself with a challenging stance. Kyan was utterly stunned by the extraordinary physique of someone claiming to be a first-year student. To display his strength, Seth flexed his bulging biceps, a silent declaration of his physical prowess. His muscles swelled, radiating a powerful surge of energy. Seth powerfully punched his chest, the resounding sound an affirmation of his superior strength. He roared a challenge, his fiery gaze fixed on Kyan. A flash of realization sparked in Kyan's eyes as he prepared his stance to react. He focused on the mark on Seth's chest, a familiar symbol that stirred a memory. The memory of Spanya's royal emblem became clear in his mind. An old map of the desert kingdom of Spania appeared, confirming rumors of the Sand Prince's arrival. The image of Spanya's past crown prince, a mighty warrior, flashed through Kyan's mind. Then came the image of a powerful kingdom sinking into decline. Tragedy struck with the death of the crown prince, the sole heir, lying on a sickbed, his face obscured. The cause of death was attributed to his neglect of his health in pursuit of power. Back in the present, Seth exhaled a condensed breath, repeating his challenge with determination. Kyan's expression became annoyed. This unexpected nuisance interrupted his plans. He looked up, an idea having just sparked in his mind. Seth narrowed his eyes, urging a response, unwilling to accept silence. Kyan coldly refused, leaving Seth stunned in surprise and confusion. To reinforce his refusal, Cyan raised a finger, cleverly citing the Academy's rules on dueling. He pointed in a direction, signaling Seth to go to the administrative office to register. Seth, with eagerness, stomped his foot, cracking the floor. He rushed off in the indicated direction, leaving a promise to return soon. Kyan stood watching Seth's back as he ran in the wrong direction, a calculated stillness enveloping him. Kyan Vert stood alone, his face weary after the encounter, deciding to shift his focus to his purge mission. A city alley appeared with a flag bearing a chain symbol hanging between two buildings, hinting at a black market. Inside a dungeon, a guard with a scar on his cheek hastily reported to a man in a red coat that the product was ready. That man, Zickerman Albus, growled an order for the guard to inform the clients. Under the sun, Zickerman Albus donned the facade of a wealthy and respectable philanthropist. But in the shadows, his true face was revealed, standing behind imprisoned hybrid slaves, including a reptilian human and a wolf human. Zickerman smugly declared to his subordinates that his best product was about to be born, demanding their special attention. From above, Kyan, now cloaked and masked as the mist, observed his target and judged the mission to be easy. He drew a glowing magical dagger, but then paused as he sensed a complex energy source. Kyan's eyes narrowed, focusing on analyzing the strange energy hidden within his target. Zickerman looked into an empty cell, sighing in relief at finally having quiet. He turned away with a wicked smile, whispering goodnight to his money-making machine. Zickerman suddenly froze, noticing a strange black mist creeping under his feet. Before he could react, a streak of red light flashed in the mist, slashing through the air. One of Zickerman's guards fell to the ground, his head severed from his neck, to the horror of the others. The scarred guard spun around, raising his sword defensively and shouting into the darkness to find the attacker. Zickerman, fallen to the floor, frantically pointed, ordering his guards to attack the invisible intruder. From the darkness, Kyan lunged like a ghost, his glowing blade aimed directly at the guard. The guard's sword clashed with Kyan's dagger, in a blinding spark, but he could not withstand the force of the attack. Kyan glided past his lightning-fast slashes, completely neutralizing his opponent. With a swift movement, Kyan closed in from behind, subduing the guard. The guard's eyes widened in horror and helplessness just before he was finished off. A final slash cut through the air, aimed directly at the terrified Zickerman. Zickerman shrieked in despair, frantically searching for his other guards. Kyan responded in an icy tone, promising Zickerman he would reunite with them soon. He gestured with his chin towards a dark corner, revealing a pile of the slain guards' bodies. Zickerman recoiled in fear, stammering an offer to buy his life with money. A red streak flashed as Kyan slashed Zickerman's arm, ending his cowardly offer. Zickerman fell to the ground, screaming in pain as Kyan stood there, his dagger still glowing. Kyan stood above him, listing Zickerman's crimes of inhumane experiments and running a slave market. Kyan's eyes flashed with a deadly red light as he gave Zickerman 1 minute to repent. Zickerman writhed on the floor, in pain, gritting his teeth as he endured the judgment. In despair, Zickerman tried to justify that he only sold because there were buyers, blaming his own customers. Zickerman Albus shrieked in despair, his face contorted with fear as he faced the assassin. Despite the pleas, Kyan Vert coldly declared that time was up before lunging to deliver a series of finishing blows to his target. After completing the purge, Kyan exhaled a sigh of relief, the red magical energy on his hand gradually dissipating as he decided to check his surroundings. He approached a prison-like area, sensing 2 combined energy sources emanating from behind the bars. To investigate, Shan swung his dagger, easily slicing through the metal bars of a cell. He froze, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight within. On the cold stone floor lay the body of a pink-haired woman dressed in tattered clothes, seemingly long dead. Kiram, in spirit form, hovered beside Kyan and urged him to look closer at what the woman was holding. In the deceased woman's arms was a large, scaly egg, emitting a faint purple glow. After consideration, Kyan decided to take the egg, recognizing the potential danger if it fell into the wrong hands. In a luxurious room, the dragon egg was now placed on a cushion, radiating a brilliant light. Brian Kendrick, Kyan's attendant, looked at the egg with astonishment, then turned to question his master. Kyan indifferently waved his hand, casually explaining that he had merely picked it up during a stroll, further bewildering Brian. Crossing his arms, Cyan mused, speculating on Zickerman's intentions for such a dangerous item. Brian frantically pointed at the chair, worried about the egg potentially hatching, but Cyan dismissed his fears. Kyan confidently explained that dragon eggs were pure magical constructs, only hatching when imbued with the correct attribute. An illustration of a ferocious demon dragon appeared, emphasizing the terrifying power contained within. Kyan concluded that a stray egg like this would typically never hatch and would eventually become a decorative stone. No sooner had he finished speaking than a small crack appeared on the top of the egg. Both Cyan and Brian froze, their expressions shifting from confidence to utter shock. From the initial crack, a stream of purple light shot out as other fissures began to spread across the egg's surface. Kyan and Brian could only look at each other with bewildered expressions and belated regret. The cracks continued to widen, the light within growing increasingly brilliant. The eggshell shattered into pieces, scattering around. From within the debris, a little girl with pink hair, small horns, and tiny bat wings slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes. Brian clutched his head, screaming in horror, while Kyan stood frozen, sweat pouring out in shock. Kyan stared at the newly hatched creature, realizing it was neither dragon nor human, but a dragon human. He bent down to look at the little dragon human sitting amidst the broken eggshells, thinking to himself that this egg was more trouble than he had imagined. The little dragon human looked up, her golden eyes sparkling with joy upon seeing Kyan. With a joyful cry, she lunged forward and hugged Kyan tightly, calling out, "Dada." Kyan was utterly stunned, realizing that this newly hatched creature had mistaken him for its father. Kiram, in human form, burst into mocking laughter, causing Kyan to turn and angrily point, blaming her. Memories flashed back to Kiram's insistence that the egg was merely a dangerous stone and would never hatch, convincing Kyan to take it. Kiram, now in her human form, stood with her arms crossed, looking at Cyan Vert with a smug, mocking smile. Kyan growled, pointing out the contradiction in Kiram's words, while Kiram merely smirked smugly. Standing with his arms crossed, Looking at the little dragon human sleeping soundly in his arms, Kyan appeared awkward and assessed the situation. Kyan's face fell. He realized the girl's existence was an extremely difficult problem. The little dragon human slept soundly, completely unaware of the internal struggle of the one holding her. Kyan envisioned the girl's hybrid nature, a half-human, half-beast creature, a dragon human existing in a world full of dangers. In Kyan's thoughts, the image of Kundal Kusal appeared, a powerful threat from the academy, who would not hesitate to eliminate the girl. Next, the image of a ferocious demon dragon appeared, symbolizing the purebred dragon's wrath if they learned of a hybrid's existence. Kyan closed his eyes, fully aware that protecting the girl would make him a target for both powerful forces. He looked down at the small sleeping creature, considering the exorbitant price he would have to pay to protect her. To end the potential danger, Cyan Vert's hand slowly rose, moving towards the sleeping creature. Kiram watched with a provocative smile, seemingly approving of Kyan's cold decision. Kyan's hand reached out, about to touch the little dragon human's face. Kiram's eyes turned cold, tracking Kyan's every movement. Kyan's eyes glowed purple, cold determination, evident on his face as he prepared to act. Just then, the little dragon human's golden eyes slowly opened. She woke up, her wide, innocent eyes looking directly at Shan as his hand was still holding her chin. Kyan's eyes narrowed in extreme astonishment, a flash of red indicating his confusion. The little dragon human joyfully hugged Kyan, uttering an affectionate call. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Brian Kendrick stood frozen, his mouth agape in astonishment. The little dragon human's tiny hand clasped Kyan's finger, forming a warm connection. Kyan lifted her, his face clearly showing confusion and resignation at the ironic situation. Held in his arms, the little dragon human smiled brightly, completely trusting the one she considered her father. Kiram crossed her arms, her expression clearly showing annoyance at Cyan's soft-hearted decision. Meanwhile, at the Vert family castle, another plot was forming. Margaret Argaeus paced back and forth in the grand hall, her face clearly showing worry and restlessness. Margaret gritted her teeth, angrily biting down on a piece of cloth to suppress her rage, as she thought about the threat Kyan posed to her son. Ishele Vert suddenly appeared, his voice startling Margaret and making her lose her composure. Ishele placed a hand on Margaret's shoulder with feigned concern, causing her to become flustered and blush. After reassuring, Margaret, Ishele turned away with a satisfied smile, leaving her with the maids. As soon as he was out of Margaret's sight, Ishele's expression turned cold. He gave an order to a waiting subordinate. Kellin, the attendant, bowed and reported on the dead knights and the sole survivor who accompanied Kyan. Ishele's eyes flashed sharply as Kellin confirmed that the mastermind behind the attack was Margaret. Kellin bowed and reported to Ishele Vert, informing him that they had lost contact with the spy in the academy, shortly after news of Cheyenne being assigned to the royal room. Ishele gave a cruel smile, his eyes flashing with disdain, as he revealed he already knew this information, implying Kellin had failed to learn about his brother. A chill ran down Kellin's spine as he realized his master's deadly disappointment. Fear and determination were evident in Kellin's eyes. He knew he could not fail, having put in so much effort to gain this position. In desperation, Kellin shouted an oath, promising to investigate himself and not disappoint Ishele again. Ishele placed a hand on Kellin's shoulder, a gesture both reassuring and commanding, then approved his swift departure for the mission. Kellin bowed deeply in compliance, while Ishele's figure loomed above, ordering his subordinate to uncover the secret Kyan was hiding. Meanwhile, Sarika Nikriti hurried down the corridor, a scroll in her hand, her footsteps echoing rapidly. She burst into the room, freezing at the strange sight. Kyan was feeding the little dragon human, who was sitting in Kiram's lap. Sarika stared at the horned child, her face utterly bewildered, and demanded an explanation for the girl's presence in the dormitory. Kyan sighed wearily, ignoring the question and only wanting to know the purpose of her visit. Sarika pushed up her glasses, deciding to set aside her curiosity to address a more urgent matter. Kyan looked at her with a bewildered expression, sweat trickling down his temples. Sarika held out a dual approval paper featuring photos of Kyan and Seth Shaharkan, questioning why he was drawing unnecessary attention. She angrily waved the paper, emphasizing that even the headmaster would come to watch, and Seth had officially submitted the request. Kiram glanced indifferently, dismissing the matter as child's play. Kyan's expression hardened. He asserted that Seth was no ordinary child, before asking about the duel's time. Sarika shouted, announcing that the duel would take place in just 2 hours, causing Kyan to fall backward in utter horror. At the arena, Seth Shaharkan grinned excitedly, eagerly, awaiting the confrontation with Kyan. Kyan stood opposite, sighing resignedly at the inevitable situation. Seth drew his greatsword, proposing a duel, using only swordsmanship, no magic, as a challenge of honor. Seth's smile widened, showing satisfaction, as Kyan accepted the challenge. Without warning, Seth charged like a storm, his massive sword blurring as he swung it directly at Kyan. Kyan calmly leaned back narrowly, dodging the furious attack, while assessing his opponent's formidable speed and power. With a piercing clang, Kyan used his slender rapier to easily deflect Seth's heavy blade. Seth cried out in surprise, as his attack was unexpectedly blocked. Kyan's eyes flashed red. He prepared for a counterattack, realizing that finesse and precision were key against brute force. Seth roared and swung his sword again, determined to overwhelm Kyan with sheer power. Kyan spun around, blocking the attack with a precise parry, two swords clashing to create a shower of sparks. Seth's hand trembled from the recoil, and he cried out in pain and confusion as his sword was blocked. Seth gritted his teeth, astonished to realize that Kyan had used his own momentum against him, blocking the heavy blade with just a rapier. Taking advantage of the moment of imbalance, Kyan pushed hard, forcing Seth to slide across the arena floor to maintain his footing. Immediately, Kyan lunged forward, his rapier becoming a silver blur aimed at his exposed opponent. Kyan Vert used his other hand to block his opponent's attack, his rapier remaining steady. Seth Shaharkan's figure loomed, lunging down with a furious attack, but Kyan had vanished from his sight. Seth roared in disbelief, his face contorted in shock, as his attack struck empty air. With an enraged expression, Seth lunged forward, pursuing Kyan's figure moving at incredible speed. He continued to charge, determined to overwhelm Kyan with sheer power. In a fit of rage, Seth swung his arm, crushing a section of the stone arena floor. He gritted his teeth, straining to regain his balance after the missed attack. In response, Seth unleashed a powerful punch, but Kyan slid low, narrowly dodging the attack. With a smug smile, Kyan looked up his eyes, analyzing the surprisingly agile movements of his large opponent. In the crowd, a pink-haired female student and other trainees gasped in astonishment, whispering about the extraordinary performance. Seth panted, bracing his hands on the floor to maintain balance, his sword lying haphazardly beside him. A bead of sweat rolled down Seth's temple as he curled his lips into a slight smile. His smile turned into a maniacal laugh, his eyes burning with extreme excitement instead of defeat. Seth's sword lay on the floor, a testament to his defeat in the fencing portion. Seth tensed, declaring by his actions that he would use everything he had to win golden energy, beginning to gather around him. Kyan rested his rapier on his shoulder, his eyes showing weariness at his opponent's determination. Seth stomped his foot hard on the floor, signaling a new, more devastating attack. An explosion of golden energy erupted from beneath Seth's feet, shaking the entire arena. With glowing eyes and a defiant roar, Seth called Kyan's name, preparing to unleash his magic attack. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Headmaster Kundal Kusal calmly stroked his white beard, a glint of amusement in his eye. He crossed his arms, observing the match with satisfaction, acknowledging the fighting spirit of both students. Sarika Nikriti stood beside him, nodding in agreement with Kundal Kusal's assessment that Kyan had won the fencing portion. A contrasting image appeared: Seth's muscular physique completely dwarfed Kyan's slender frame. From the balcony, Kundal Kusal, Sarika, and a mysterious hooded figure observed the match with different expressions. Kundal Kusal continued his analysis, his sharp eyes assessing the magical potential of the two opponents. Sarika glanced at Kundal, her worry for Kyan clearly visible on her face. She gritted her teeth, her eyes sparking with frustration at the unnecessary display of the match. Below in the arena, another magical explosion erupted, signaling Seth's attack. A gigantic stone fist enveloped in golden energy formed from the ground at Seth's will. The magical fist lunged forward with destructive power. Kyan stood firm, his eyes serious, the rapier in his hand, ready to face the magical attack. He slid to the side, just as the magical explosion shattered the ground where he had just stood. Kyan landed steadily, crushing a piece of broken stone under his foot, ready for the next wave of attacks. Roaring a challenge, Seth Shaharkan swung his arm to block his opponent's escape route. The blazing golden energy shattered the ground, sending debris flying across the arena. He unleashed another punch, releasing an earth elemental magic spell called Desert Fang. Kyan Vert calmly observed the gigantic stone fangs rushing towards him. The stone fangs surrounded Cyan, poised to crush him from all sides. A male student watched in awe, realizing Seth's power far exceeded rumors. Another explosion shook the ground, raising a cloud of stone dust. Kyan lightly landed on the arena floor, completely unharmed. He analyzed his opponent's strength, noting that it could rival 4-star magic. Kyan glanced towards the instructors, guessing that they too were worried behind the protective barrier. Panting from exhaustion, Seth growled, provoking Kyan for constantly dodging. Kyan responded with a shrug and an indifferent expression, provoking his opponent in return. Seth gritted his teeth, his eyes burning, as he swore to finish off the opponent he considered cowardly. Kyan confusedly pointed out an obvious fact, breaking the tense atmosphere. Provoked by Kyan's words, Seth roared and unleashed a massive sandstorm. At the same time, on the balcony, headmaster Kundal Kusal thoughtfully observed the match. Sarika Nikriti screamed in horror, realizing this was a 4-star spell. The massive sandstorm swept across the arena, heading straight for Kyan. Kyan stood firm, accepting the challenge calmly. With a confident smile, Chan decided it was time to face the attack head-on. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement, as he prepared to receive the storm's power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Brian Kendrick carefully placed a freshly prepared bottle of milk on the table. He dripped a drop of milk onto his wrist to check the temperature, smiling contentedly. Memories flooded back, recalling the difficult but rewarding days of caring for his younger sibling. With ample experience, he happily carried the bottle of milk to find the little girl he was caring for. But then Brian froze, his mouth agape in astonishment. The little Dragon King girl had grown significantly in a short time, looking at him innocently. Back in the arena, the spectators anxiously looked at the chaotic energy sphere enveloping the floor. The magical barrier began to crack under the immense pressure of the battle. The Academy's mages strained to reinforce the barrier, horrified by the students' power. Sarika turned to Kundal, her face pleading for him to intervene immediately to prevent disaster. Kundal raised his hand to stop her, his sharp eyes fixed on the arena, sensing a change. Inside the storm, Shan Vert extended his hand, a sphere of pure dark energy forming in his palm. Sarika Nikriti cried out a hopeless warning, her face paling with terror. A fierce surge of dark energy erupted from Kyan Vert, swirling around him. Beside her, Kundal Kusal merely stroked his beard with amusement, while Sarika slammed her hand on the table, her eyes frantically questioning Kyan's reckless actions. Kyan's dark energy sphere collided with and swallowed Seth Shaharkan's magical whirlwind. Kyan's fist, enveloped in dark energy, swung out to completely neutralize the attack. Seth gasped, staring into the empty space before him with extreme bewilderment. In the stands, a dark-skinned male student gasped, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Other male students discussed in amazement, trying to explain the strange magic they had just seen. Kyan stood firm in the center of the arena, one hand in his pocket, his provocative gaze asking if his opponent wished to continue. Seth gasped, sweat pouring down his temples, his eyes still wide with shock. After a moment of silence, Seth knelt on the arena floor, a gesture of complete defeat. His eyes darkened, sinking into bitter disappointment, as he realized he had lost in every aspect. Kyan watched his opponent fall, a fleeting hint of remorse crossing his face. To release his resentment and regain his fighting spirit, Seth punched the arena floor, cracking the stone surface. He looked up, his eyes burning with a new flame of determination, declaring that this defeat had fueled him further. Seth extended his hand, an offer for a future rematch. He looked at Kyan with a confident smile, awaiting a promise. Kyan looked directly into his opponent's eyes, his face devoid of expression. To maintain distance, Kyan grasped Seth's hand, a cold gesture of refusal. Returning to the mansion, Kyan was stunned to see Dragon King girl had grown significantly. The girl, now looking like a 6-year-old, happily waved at him. Kyan stood frozen, bewildered by her warm welcome and extraordinary growth rate. In the room, Brian Kendrick scratched his head in confusion, while Dragonkin Girl happily spun around, and Kieran was dozing on the chair. Kyan pondered, realizing that hiding the girl would become increasingly difficult. Sarika suddenly emerged from the shadows, questioning Kyan about his actions. She leaned down, her shadow enveloping Kyan, her sharp eyes piercing through her glasses full of deterrence. At the same time, in another luxurious room, Kieran, who was sprawled on the sofa, suddenly flinched. The small wings on Dragonkin Girl's back gently flapped, a sign of continuous growth. The girl spun around, her white dress fluttering with each movement. Dragonkin Girl looked up at Cyan, her innocent golden eyes sparkling, her hands shyly clasped together. Sarika crossed her arms, her stern gaze fixed on Shan, warning him of the troubles he was bringing upon himself. Kyan calmly explained the precautions he had taken, but Brian behind him looked bewildered. Sarika held out a sealed red envelope, a new task accompanied by a final warning. Kyan Vert looked at the envelope in his hand with a mocking smile, dismissing the reward for the match. The door behind him creaked open, and Sarika Nikriti stepped out, giving him a warning glance before leaving. Sarika's stern gaze lingered, a silent admonition not to provoke him. In a luxurious room, Shan stood before Brian Kendrick, while two small versions of Nana ran around, and Kieran was fast asleep on the sofa. With a smug smile, Shan held up the expulsion warning letter, leaving Brian stunned with shock. Nana, with tear-filled eyes, looked at Cyan with extreme panic at the risk of being thrown out. Kyan looked at the shy girl with amusement, wondering about her astonishing growth rate. He gently patted Nana's head, a reassuring gesture that everything was under his control. Brian looked at Cyan with a worried expression, while Cyan maintained his confident demeanor, asserting he would appeal. Kyan looked at the signature Kundal on the letter, realizing this was not a regular warning, but a direct summons from the headmaster. Memories flooded back, taking him to Kundal Kusal's office, where he sat on a throne with a scrutinizing gaze, questioning Kyan's intention to serve his brother. In the memory, Kyan, clad in a knight's cloak, stood upright, facing the headmaster, asserting his determination. Kyan's eyes in the past shone with unwavering resolve. Kundal smiled mysteriously, accepting Kyan's answer, but deciding to offer a cautionary piece of advice. With a solemn expression, Kundal warned that life in the Knights of Light would bring no personal gain, only hardship and worse. A symbolic image appeared, a puppet dressed in Kyan's attire, controlled by invisible strings, illustrating Kundal's warning. Returning to the present, Kyan looked at the bewildered Nana, recalling Kundal's warning from his previous life and wondering what ill omen he would bring this time. Brian hesitantly suggested that Kyan should name the girl. Kyan blurted out the name Nana, his eyes showing a hint of surprise at his own decision. Brian initially hesitated, but then quickly accepted the name with a look of relief. Nana cheered with delight, her eyes shining brightly, as she declared she wanted to be Nana Vert, just like Cyan. Brian clutched his head in astonishment upon realizing Nana knew Cyan's surname, while the girl happily ran around him. Meanwhile, in his office, Headmaster Kundal Kusal sat in contemplation amidst the quiet space. He suddenly stopped writing, leaving unfinished lines on the paper. Kundal gazed into the distance, the name Kyan Vert repeating in his mind, acknowledging the young man's immense potential. He recalled Kyan effortlessly neutralizing a high-level magic orb, a testament to his formidable power. Kundal's eyes sharpened. He realized Kyan hadn't even used his full strength in the match. Shadows enveloped the office door, and Kundal wondered what Cyan Vert's true limits were. An image from the past appeared, showing Kundal standing beside Emperor DNA Severus and his daughter Empress Diana. Radiant golden energy emanated from Kundal's hand, a testament to the power of a 9-star mage who had dedicated his life to training talents after his daughter's death. Returning to the present, Kyan walked down the corridor, pondering the contradictions in Kundal's actions in his previous life. His face hardened, fleeting confusion replaced by determination. With a decisive movement, Cyan turned, heading straight for the inevitable confrontation with the headmaster. A knock echoed before the lavishly decorated office door. Kyan Vert felt a powerful surge of energy, emanating a magical barrier enveloping the entire corridor. He smirked, realizing the headmaster had set up a test to welcome him. Inside the office, Kundal Kusal wore a smug smile waiting. He sat there with an air of authority challenging Kyan to overcome the barrier of a grand mage. Suddenly, the glass window shattered into pieces as a figure crashed straight in, leaving Kundal stunned. Kyan landed neatly in the middle of the office, shards of broken glass scattering around him. He stood upright, his eyes fearless, declaring he had come to protest the warning he received. Kundal chuckled softly, secretly admiring how Kyan bypassed his test by breaking the window. He maintained his composure, admitting defeat in his challenge, but still inquiring about Cyan's purpose. Kyan asserted that he had understood everything upon seeing the barrier outside. The official warning letter, it turned out, was merely a pretext for the headmaster's true test. Kundal admitted the truth, acknowledging that Kyan's method, though crude, had proven itself. However, he raised a finger, declaring he would not retract the warning and demanded that Kyan convince him. Kyan crossed his arms, accepted the challenge, and asked for permission to ask a question. His eyes sharpened, directly questioning Kundal's loyalty for the prosperity of the empire or for family honor. The audacious question struck deep, leaving Kundal stunned, his eyes flashing with surprise. Kundal regained his composure, dismissed the question, and stated that neither was his concern. Kyan continued to press, posing a hypothetical scenario about the collapse of the royal family and a war for the throne. The invisible pressure from Kyan's words made the air in the room heavy. Kundal began to lose his composure. Memories of another timeline flooded Cyan's mind. In that vision, Kundal had assisted the cruel Crown Prince Luinel Severus in ascending the throne. Luinel, with his blue eyes blazing with malice, had murdered all his siblings to monopolize power. And when Kundal objected, he was charged with treason and chained in the dungeon, helplessly watching everyone's future but his own. Back in the present, rage flared, and Kundal slammed his hand on the table. He waved his hand loudly, dismissing Kyan's words as baseless and arrogant. Kyan remained calm, exposing the reality that Kundal's daughter had died, and other powers were rising. The emblem of Empress Cassandra Nephilus's family appeared, symbolizing an ambitious power. He pointed firmly, asserting that the empire's peace was on the verge of collapse. With a knowing smile, Cyan extended his hand, foretelling that this collapse would also be the end of the academy. Kundal was utterly shocked, unable to believe an 11-year-old boy possessed such profound political understanding. He inquired about Cyan's true intentions in saying all this. Kyan frankly proposed a deal, promising to help Kundal protect both his family and the academy in exchange for him retracting his warning. Kyan Vert smirked to himself as the room began to shake from an invisible pressure. From below, the enormous magic circle on the ceiling glowed, its power engulfing the room as Kundal Kusal challenged him. With glowing eyes and a contemptuous expression, Kundal snapped his fingers, deciding to punish Kyan's arrogance. Chains of pure light shot out from the magic circle, heading straight for Kyan. They quickly wrapped tightly around Kyan, binding him in a prison of light. Chained Kyan gritted out a defiant smile, his eyes turning fiery red, unfazed by the headmaster's test. The magical chains once again shot out from the magic circle. They tightened further around Kyan's body, increasing the pressure. Despite the crushing power, Cyan's fiery red eyes gleamed with ultimate defiance. From the other side of the room, Kundal observed, confident that his high-level magic would subdue the student. Kundal shook his head, his expression clearly showing disappointment at Kyan's stubbornness. Biting down on a link, Kyan smirked arrogantly, preparing to prove to the headmaster that he was mistaken. Kundal's confidence shattered, replaced by extreme astonishment. A dark phantom separated from Kyan's body, its purple eyes glowing eerily amidst the golden chains. Streams of black smoke began to coil around the chains of light, eroding their energy. Kundal took a step back, horrified, to realize his magic was being devoured by a lower-level dark power. The dark energy exploded, shattering the magical bonds. The mass of dark energy contracted into a sphere, pulling with it the last fragments of the chains of light. Kundal raised a hand to his face, as a flash of purple light erupted, signaling the failure of his magic. Kundal's eyes widened, reflecting extreme disbelief at the student's unimaginable power. As the darkness dissipated, fragments of the light chains scattered onto the floor, and Kyan knelt in the middle of the room, completely unharmed. Kyan stood up, casually brushed dust from his shoulder, and looked directly at Kundal, awaiting recognition. Kundal looked at Kyan, his gaze complex, mixed with defeat and scrutiny, reluctantly accepting his power. Kyan smiled smugly, asserting that he only wanted to study in peace. Kundal looked directly at Kyan, inquiring if that was truly all he wanted. Kyan's gaze was directed forward, but in his mind, the image of the Academy's emblem shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, dusk settled over a peaceful town street. Brian Kendrick looked at the grocery bag full of candies and pastries with an affectionate expression. He smiled happily, imagining Nana's joy upon receiving the gift. Suddenly, Brian's smile faded as he sensed something unusual. He stood still in the strangely deserted street, feeling a deathly silence. Brian stopped, turned his head, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the darkness behind him. He looked into a dark alley, his voice ringing out cautiously, demanding the hidden person to reveal themselves. Decisive footsteps echoed on the quiet cobblestones of a street. Brian Kendrick's expression tensed, and he flinched as he noticed an unexpected presence. In a panic, he dropped the grocery bag to the ground. Items scattered across the cobblestone street, now eerily silent. Meanwhile, at the academy, Kyan Vert looked out the classroom window, his gaze distant. He rested his face on the desk, boredom evident on his face. Unable to bear it any longer, Kyan stood up and decided to leave the classroom. Arin Severus suddenly appeared, blocking his path with a stern expression. Her eyes blazed with anger, determined not to let him skip class. Kyan tried to make excuses to slip away, but Arin was not convinced. She crossed her arms, questioning him sharply, while the guard behind her looked worried. Kyan skillfully changed the subject, a smug smile fleeting across his lips. Provoked, Arin moved closer, demanding an explanation for his aloofness. With a distant reply, Kyan turned and walked away, leaving her behind. Suddenly, the group froze as a voice echoed from the top of the stairs. Arin was stunned, her expression changing from anger to astonishment. Kyan turned to look, confusion evident on his face. Two young men in noble uniforms, Fabian and Nerobian, were calmly descending. Fabian, the white-haired elder brother, looked at his sister with cold eyes. Nerobian, the other one, wore a smug smile. Arin immediately bowed, performing a formal greeting ritual. The two brothers glanced at her and the guard with overt contempt. Kyan observed coldly, realizing they were the powerful nephews of the Nephilis family. Nerobian's gaze stopped on Kyan, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Kyan Vert politely bowed, introducing himself. Nerobian feigned friendliness, pushing Arin aside to approach Kyan. Kyan listened to their invitation, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Nerobian extended his hand, making a condescending, inviting gesture. He placed a hand on Kyan's shoulder, feigning intimacy, while Kyan reluctantly accepted. Left behind, Arin raised her head with a deeply disappointed expression. Nerobian suddenly leaned close to Arin's ear, his smile gone, replaced by a malicious look. His hand clenched into a fist, a silent warning. Fabian and Nerobian looked down at Arin, their eyes filled with contempt and menace. Arin Severus watched the receding backs of her two brothers Fabian and Nerobian, her face heavy with sadness. The princess's guard turned to Arin with a confused expression, while she could only respond with a resigned look, acknowledging the undeniable blood relation. Kyan Vert turned away, his eyes coldly dismissing Arin's simple explanation. His knife-sharp words stunned Arin, her eyes widening in horror at the harsh truth. An image appeared, a crown resting on a skull, amidst ruins of bones and weapons, a testament to the truth that power is built on destruction. Kyan leaned towards Arin, his tone calm yet full of hidden meaning, explaining that her brother's cruelty was a manifestation of caution. After offering his final advice, Kyan turned and walked away, leaving Arin with a flushed face and bewildered eyes. The princess's guard frantically shook Arin's shoulder, who was fuming with embarrassment as she watched Kyan's retreating figure. At the same time, in a sun-drenched room, Nana was sound asleep on the bed, her steady breathing echoing softly. Kyan Vert entered the room, looking around the empty space, before calling out to his close associates. In response to his call, a black spirit entity with a pink, fiery halo appeared, carrying a mischievous demeanor. Kyan looked at the hovering Kiram, questioning its spirit form. Without hesitation, Kyan pointed, ordering Kiram to find Brian immediately. Kiram tilted its body in confusion at its master's abrupt command. Anger flared. Kiram swelled up, growling in protest at Kyan's commanding tone. Amidst its rage, Kiram suddenly froze, sniffing the air with a wary expression. Kyan's face tensed, a cold drop of sweat trickling down, as he heard Kiram announce the smell of blood. In a dark alley, Brian Kendrick was violently thrown onto the stone ground, sliding a short distance. Barrett Louis Meal and his henchmen stood surrounding Brian, their faces full of menace. Barrett bared his teeth in a wicked grin, his glee evident on his face. One of the henchmen bent down mocking Brian, who was coughing up blood due to his weakness. Barrett stepped forward, declaring his cruel intention to dismember Brian in revenge. Barrett's eyes flashed with a ghostly light as he growled, revealing that this was retaliation for the humiliation Brian's master had caused him. Lying on the cold ground, Brian Kendrick curled up, the memory of humiliation making him feel nauseous. A sudden sound startled Barrett and his henchmen, making them turn around. Despite his injuries, Brian lifted his head, a defiant smile gracing his blood-stained lips. Barrett's eyes emitted a cold blue light. He scoffed at Brian's defiance, deeming him insane. Losing all patience, Barrett ordered his henchmen to finish Brian off. From the rooftop, Kyan Vert, clad in a black cloak, silently observed the entire scene, his gaze fixed on the impending execution. Just as the henchman raised his weapon, Kyan swooped down like an arrow, striking him down in a flash, horrifying Barrett. Kyan landed softly on the ground, his voice cold as ice, calling out Barrett Louis Meal's name directly. From the ground, Brian Kendrick looked up at the familiar figure, whispering his master's name in relief. Barrett Louis Meal froze, sweat pouring down as he realized the newcomer was his most hated rival. Kyan Vert, hidden beneath his cloak, looked down at his enemy, with cold eyes, recognizing the terrible wounds he had inflicted. Barrett Louis Meal looked up, a crazed and smug smile spreading across his lips as he recognized his opponent. In response to the provocation, a challenging smirk appeared on Kyan's face. Without another word, Kyan lunged to attack, his sword tracing deadly purple streaks of the dark frost sword art. One of Barrett's henchmen frantically raised his sword to block, but his weapon shattered before Kyan's power. Another henchman couldn't react in time, only able to scream in pain as Kyan's blade sliced through. In a flash, all of Barrett's mercenaries were sent flying, collapsing to the ground like broken puppets. Barrett Louis Meal was stunned, as smugness on his face turning into rage and disbelief at Kyan's unimaginable power. A fleeting image flashed in Kyan's mind. He was unleashing a massive energy orb, astonishing Arin Sevelus, who stood nearby. Back in reality, Kyan's eyes glowed crimson beneath his hood, a sinister smile signaling the impending punishment. In despair, Barrett roared a challenge, pouring all his strength into a fireball in his hand. Kyan easily dodged the attack, delivering a thunderous punch to Barrett's stomach, instantly extinguishing his magic. At the same time, the remaining henchmen were thrown back by an invisible energy surge, lying motionless. Barrett fell to the ground, exhausted and injured, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Kyan. Kyan slowly approached his figure, looming over Barrett, his cold eyes judging the defeated foe. Despite the situation, Barrett bared his teeth in a defiant grin, trying to appear fearless. Memories of Kyan's past life surfaced, revealing the true nature of Barrett Louis Meal, the cruel heir of the Louis Meal family. In the past, Barrett had stood over the blood-soaked body of a maid, his hand still holding the weapon. He also found sick pleasure in burning small creatures, alive, his smile reflecting pure malice. His crimes culminated when he murdered a classmate, just to practice magic, sitting beside the girl's corpse with an emotionless expression. A command from the mist was issued, a black card with glowing characters demanding the purge of Barrett Louis Meal. While carrying out the mission, Cheyenne discovered a basement filled with the corpses of servants, a testament to Barrett's brutality. Kyan had captured and tortured Barrett, leaving him battered and helpless, tied tightly to a chair. Even when facing death, Barrett still laughed maniacally, begging Kyan to end it quickly because he was tired of his games. Kyan stood over Barrett, in the present, realizing that mere death was not adequate punishment for such a monster. The image of Brian Kendrick, the one Kyan was avenging, appeared in his mind, strengthening his resolve. Returning to reality, Kyan suddenly grabbed Barrett's chin, startling him. A purple energy orb formed in Kyan's palm, emitting a terrifying light. Kyan pressed the energy orb against Barrett's face, who was in extreme panic, struggling in vain. Barrett tried to shout final threats, boasting about his identity, in hopes of escaping death. Disgusted by his words, Chan shoved the energy orb directly into Barrett's mouth, silencing his screams. With glowing red eyes and an emotionless face, Kyan looked down at his writhing enemy, determined to make him pay for all his crime. Kyan Vert tightened his grip on Barrett Louis-Mile's neck, dark purple energy pulsating around his hand. With eyes blazing with hatred, Kyan snarled a cruel warning, asserting that harming his people was a fatal mistake. The dark energy exploded, flinging Barrett away, leaving him gasping in pain. From the rooftop, Kyan coldly watched Barrett and his henchmen being swept away by an invisible force. Elsewhere, Boris was astonished by Kyan's power, his eyes flashing with the urgency to report to Lord Ishele. As Boris prepared to leave, a figure lunged from behind. Sirika Nikriti suddenly appeared, pressing a sharp blade to Boris's neck, her eyes coldly accusing the one who had been following her student. In the alley, Shan approached the injured Brian Kendrick. Brian struggled to sit up, his bruised face cast downwards, showing shame for failing to fight against a larger group. Kyan looked at his servant with disappointment and annoyance. He stood tall, looking down at Brian, lying prostrate on the ground, his demeanor exuding reproach for the reckless act. Brian looked up at his master, his face showing resignation to the reprimand. Kyan bent down, grabbing Brian's shirt, his stern eyes questioning his foolish loyalty. He growled, ordering Brian never to risk his life so pointlessly again, as it only annoyed him. Brian could only bow his head, accepting the rebuke while Kyan turned and walked away. After Brian left, Kyan sighed and called into the shadows, signaling for the observer to reveal themselves. Sirika emerged from a hidden corner, while other members of the mist appeared on the surrounding rooftops, Cyan's gaze sweeping over them ironically. A member of the mist threw the tied-up Boris before Kyan. Boris fell sprawling on the ground in pain and helpless. Sirika looked at Kyan, surprised that he already knew about the stalker. Kyan merely shrugged indifferently, showing that he had anticipated everything. Sirika sighed, acknowledging Kyan's superior abilities. An image appeared, showing Kyan facing the power of Principal Kundal Kusel without flinching. Another image showed Cyan effortlessly controlling the dark energy of the demonic sword, proving his strength and will. Sirika concluded, recognizing Kyan as fully deserving of the title of successor. However, she immediately adopted a stern expression, warning Shan not to cause such public disturbances again. Kyan nodded reluctantly, accepting the warning. But then his eyes flashed with a deadly red light, a cruel vow made without words. He would crush anyone who dared to touch his people. Sirika chuckled, fully understanding Kyan's protective resolve. She trusted the successor, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. As she left, Sirika pointed at Boris, entrusting the prisoner's handling to Kyan. Boris struggled in fear, desperately asking about his fate. Kyan turned to look at Boris, a cruel smile on his lips, his red eyes promising a punishment worse than death. Bound Kellin screamed defiance, refusing to reveal anything. Kyan Vert coldly exposed Kellin's identity as Ishele's minion, leaving him stunned in shock. Memories flooded back, showing Ishele Vert standing with his loyal bodyguard Kellin. In the past, Shan had observed them with sharp eyes, remembering this connection. Back in the present, a calculating smile appeared on Kyan's lips as he realized the value of this prisoner. He raised his hand towards Kellin, a threatening gesture. Kyan considered eliminating Kellin, but the thought of Ishele gave him another plan. Deciding to exploit Kellin, a sinister smile spread across Kyan's face as dark energy began to gather. The ghostly purple energy surged towards Kellin, who could only stare in horror. With glowing eyes, Cyan unleashed his psychic power upon the captive. Streams of dark energy engulfed Kellin, invading his mind. Kellin screamed in extreme pain as his will was broken. At the same time, at a training ground, the atmosphere was completely different. Resimus Klein charged with a wooden sword, moving at an astonishing speed. She easily overwhelmed Arin Severus, knocking her opponent back in a single blow. Arin slid across the ground, completely subdued by Resimus's skill. Resimus held the tip of her wooden sword to Arin's neck, playfully declaring victory over Her Highness. Arin sighed, admitting defeat, then reminded Resimus to use her informal name. Reprimanded Arin immediately shot Resimus a dagger-like glare, demanding proper respect. Resimus flinched quickly, bowing her head to apologize for her excessive familiarity. In another training session, Brian Kendrick writhed under a devastating punch to the stomach. He was then hit by a powerful kick to the leg, losing his balance. Kyan Vert showed no mercy, continuously attacking to temper Brian's endurance. Brian was sent flying, sliding across the ground. Kyan watched coldly, assessing his subordinate's stamina. Gasping for breath, Brian pushed himself up his gaze, still resolute. He coughed up blood, but still roared, urging his master to continue the training. Kyan looked at Brian, an image of Barrett flashing through his mind, reinforcing his determination to train his subordinates for self-defense. Back in the present, Brian anxiously asked Kyan about Kellin's fate. Meanwhile, the dark energy continued to invade the captive's mind. Kellin's eyes opened, now empty and emitting a ghostly purple light. Kellin collapsed at Shan's feet, now a loyal puppet, while Brian observed from afar. Kyan staggered, sweat pouring as the strain of using his power finally caught up to him. Darkness enveloped Cyan, his eyes glowing purple as he cast a mind-manipulating spell. A memory of using this magic in the past flashed through his mind as Kyan used a knife to cut the rope. Before Cyan, the newly freed prisoner knelt, bowing his head and introducing himself as Kellin Diego. Kellin looked up, his eyes empty, recounting the order to monitor Kyan that he had received. A smug smile appeared on Kyan's lips as he questioned Kellin's loyalty. Kellin bowed lower, swearing to abandon his former master Ishel and asking to serve Kyan. Kyan agreed, beginning to issue orders to his new pawn with a calculating expression. Kyan's smile turned utterly sinister as he ordered Kellin to return and report everything he was told, a trap already set. Kellin prostrated himself on the ground, completely obeying his new master's command. Kellin's eyes flashed with a lifeless light, a sign that his will had been completely broken. Later, at the training ground, Brian Kendrick anxiously reported Kellin's terrifying devotion to Kyan. Kyan and Brian entered the training ground, where Aaron Sevelius and Resimus Klein were waiting. Aaron explained that she and Resimus were training to prepare for any future threats. Kyan listened, his mind immediately connecting Aaron's words to recent events. An image of Barrett Louis Meal, collapsing in the rain, left outside the infirmary with countless wounds appeared. Barrett's distraught face showed that he was not only defeated, but also permanently stripped of his ability to use magic. Kyan turned to observe Resimus, expecting a gloating reaction to her enemy's downfall. However, Resimus remained silent, her gaze unusually pensive, showing no joy. Suddenly, a loud cry echoed from above. All four people on the training ground simultaneously looked up at the sky, startled by a small figure falling. Brian and Kyan recognized it was Nana, and panic was evident on their faces. At the same time elsewhere, Kiram, who was tasked with watching Nana, was fast asleep on the sofa. Nana fell straight into Aaron's arms, who quickly caught the little girl in surprise. Nana cheered happily, completely unaware of the chaos she had just caused. Aaron looked at the child in her arms, then at the others, completely bewildered by this sudden appearance. Nana pointed directly at Kyan, happily calling out to him in front of everyone. Aaron's face froze in shock, her mind reeling with questions. Charles could only sigh, completely helpless in this awkward situation. After everything was explained, sunset fell over the academy. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, while Resimus playfully pinched Nana's cheek. Aaron turned to tease Kyan, but he only responded with a troubled expression. Brian was worried, realizing that the princess had discovered Nana's dragonkin secret. Aaron placed her hand on her chest, smiling resolutely to reassure Cyan that she would keep their secret. Brian Kendrick and Kyan Vert looked up with surprised and worried expressions. Aaron Sevelius happily confirmed something, while Resimus Klein playfully pinched Nana's chubby cheeks. Resimus smiled brightly, explaining further, while Nana looked confused by her actions. Resimus's explanation left both San and Aaron stunned in amazement. With a sympathetic smile, Aaron explained that she did it out of pity for Nana's situation. Resimus continued to explain that Nana's half-human, half-dragon identity would make her unacceptable anywhere. Khan listened seriously, considering Nana's complex situation. Aaron boldly suggested visiting Kyan's dormitory, completely surprising him. Realizing her abruptness, Aaron quickly turned away, her face flushed, stammering that she only wanted to visit Nana. Aaron nervously clasped her hands, her heart pounding, while waiting for Kyan's answer. Kyan raised a finger, signaling his agreement on the condition that it must be their secret, and Aaron nodded vigorously in delight. Aaron's face flushed as she was immersed in the thought of a shared secret with Kyan. To see Aaron and Resimus off, Kyan bowed, while Brian held Nana standing beside him. As they left, Resimus turned to look at Arin with a puzzled expression, noticing her strange behavior. Arin was still immersed in happiness, causing Resimus to frantically ask about her condition. Meanwhile, in Kyan's room, Kiram in human form woke up and grinned mischievously. Kyan turned around angrily, pointing at Kiram, reprimanding her for neglecting her duty to watch over Nana. Brian, holding Nana, stepped forward and offered to take her out for a walk to get some fresh air. Kyan crossed his arms in agreement, and Brian happily bowed in acknowledgement, ready to take Nana out immediately. At the same time, in the distant night sky, two winged figures soared over the mountain ranges. One of them, Lucian, suddenly stopped in mid-air, sensing something unusual. His companion, a red-haired demoness, stopped beside him, awaiting orders. The demoness asked what was wrong, and Lucian replied that he smelled the scent of weakness. The demoness confirmed that they were near Ruin Academy. Lucian looked ahead, declaring that they might have to delay their return. Lucian's eyes flashed with murderous red light, as he sensed an existence he deemed unworthy of life. In an empty field, on the outskirts of Ruin, Kyan and Brian stood watching Nana from afar. Nana joyfully ran forward, her small wings flapping continuously, causing Brian to frantically chase after her. Kyan smiled gently as he watched Nana enjoy her freedom. Nana looked up at the night sky, her mouth wide in pure happiness. Kiram, in spirit form, appeared beside Cyan and teased him about his fatherly role, suggesting he find a mother for Nana. A chill ran down Kyan's spine, his eyes flashing dangerously at Kiram's suggestion. Kiram suddenly became serious, his eyes sharpening, as he warned that something was approaching. Disgust was evident on Lucian's face, as he sneered, his eyes glowing with blue energy. Brian shouted a desperate warning, trying to shield Nana from an unseen threat. To stop the danger, Cyan unleashed a lightning strike forward, throwing Brian and Nana away. Kyan rushed to Brian, who was holding Nana tightly, and confirmed that both were safe. With a determined expression, Kyan signaled Brian and Nana to stay behind him, facing the danger alone. From afar, Kyan watched two figures land on the ground, creating a violent energy shockwave. Two high dragons, Lucian and Catalina, appeared with overwhelming authority, surrounded by lightning. Brian grimaced in pain, holding Nana tightly with her eyes closed, as he endured the pressure from the enemy's aura. Lucian looked down with extreme contempt, their presence exuding a foul stench of power. Catalina looked at Nana with disgust, recognizing her as a hybrid creature she considered an abomination. Kiram, hovering next to Cyan, exploded in anger at Catalina's insulting words as she questioned his master. Catalina roared, scolding Kiram for demeaning himself by serving a human. In a fit of rage, Kiram growled a deadly threat in response to Catalina's insult. Catalina raised her sharp, clawed, gloved hand, ready to attack Kiram for his insolence. Lucian raised his hand to stop Catalina, declaring that they did not need to fight with inferior beings. Brian held Nana tightly, who was trembling in fear at Lucian's threat and demand. Lucian looked at the sobbing Nana, considering her an interesting specimen for study. With a cold gaze, Lucian issued an ultimatum demanding Kyan's hand over Nana in exchange for his life. Kyan resolutely refused, standing in front of Brian and Nana like an impenetrable shield. Lucian was momentarily stunned, not expecting such blatant defiance from a human. Kyan's eyes flared with a fiery red light, and he snarled a challenge, calling Lucian a lizard. After a moment of surprise, Lucian let out a contemptuous laugh at Shan's arrogance. Kyan gritted his teeth, lunging forward with the speed of a phantom. Brian was thrown back by the aftershocks of the confrontation, shouting anxiously for his master. Kyan turned back, signaling Brian that everything was fine and telling him to retreat. The ground cracked as Kyan's and Lucian's energies collided, creating a battlefield of electric sparks. Lucian summoned an energy spear, mocking Kyan as an inferior being not worth his concern. Kyan unleashed Kiram's power, his body enveloped in dark energy, his head turning into a blazing red flame. Catalina gasped in astonishment, recognizing this dark power belonged to the Forsaken. Lucian maintained his condescending demeanor, but his eyes became more serious as he re-evaluated his opponent. Kyan, in his transformed state, vanished and reappeared directly in front of Lucian with unseen speed. Lucian's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the speed he had just witnessed. A series of lightning-fast attacks from Kyan overwhelmed Lucian, forcing him to struggle to raise his spear to block. Lucian gritted his teeth, his rage boiling at the mortal's insolence. From above, Lucian brought down an energy slash, but Chan narrowly dodged it. Lucian extended his hand forward, blue lightning converging into a destructive shockwave. Thrown into the sky by the epicenter of the explosion, Kyan looked tiny amidst the massive energy vortex. His body was engulfed in the blinding blue light of the attack. A terrifying energy explosion shook the ground, leaving a deep crater where Kyan had just stood. Suddenly, from within the smoke and dust, Kyan shot down like a black arrow, making Lucian look up in astonishment. To block Kyan's furious attack, Catalina rushed forward, erecting a massive fire barrier to shield Lucian. Despite Lucian's command, Catalina extended her hand forward, determined to face the attack alone. A confident and warlike smile bloomed on Catalina's lips. She completely trusted her defensive power. Inside the wall of fire, the shadows of ancient dragons appeared, symbolizing its millennia-old power. The moment Kyan's attack struck, Catalina flinched, realizing its power far exceeded all expectations. Kyan unleashed a storm of sword energy, countless crimson slashes tearing through space. The fire barrier shattered into pieces. Catalina was thrown back to Lucian's astonishment. Doubt and horror were evident in Catalina's eyes. She couldn't believe her defense had been breached. Giving her opponent no time to rest, Cheyenne continued his pursuit, unleashing a double attack on the free-falling Catalina. Lucian could only watch helplessly as Catalina was defeated, her faint cries dissolving into the air. Gritting his teeth, Lucian stared at his enemy, anger and confusion warring on his face. Kyan landed on a rock outcrop, blood dripping from his wound onto the ground, yet his demeanor remained majestic and unyielding. Faced with Lucian's question, Kyan merely turned silently, his glowing red eyes beneath the mask the only answer. Realizing his opponent wouldn't speak, Lucian decided to unleash his ultimate power, a massive magic circle erupting around him. Kyan stood still, quietly observing as his opponent began the transformation process. Green energy surged violently from the magic circle, signaling a terrifying transformation about to occur. The shadow of a colossal dragon appeared behind Lucian as he began to shed his human form. Amidst flashes of lightning, a dragon's maw full of sharp teeth began to form. Next came razor-sharp silver claws enveloped by lightning energy. Lucian roared a sky-shattering cry, now fully in the form of a colossal silver dragon. Instantly, a streak of red light shot forth from the ground, seizing the opportunity. Kyan charged forward with incredible speed, realizing that the moment right after transformation was when his opponent was most vulnerable. The colossal dragon was astonished to see the small figure, utterly fearless, charging straight for its head. Landing lightly on the dragon's head, Kyan raised his hand, dark energy converging, aiming for a weak point known only to the most discerning. He plunged the energy stream directly into the dragon's head, causing it to roar in extreme agony. As the dragon realized it had to flee, a glowing red energy orb formed in Kyan's hand, ready to end the battle. Charmvert smirked with a cruel smile, declaring his opponent's end, as his shadow blade prepared to deliver the final blow. A surge of dark energy erupted from Kyan, hurtling straight down towards the target below with terrifying speed. The dark energy continuously pierced Lucian's colossal body, making the silver dragon roar in ultimate pain before disintegrating. Witnessing the scene, Brian Kendrick rushed forward, holding Nana tightly in his arms, his face full of worry as he called out to his master. He and Nana were stunned by the brutal aftermath of the battle. To prevent the girl from witnessing the bloody sight, Kyan quickly glided over and covered Nana's eyes. Standing by the dragon's corpse, Kyan held out 2 fresh pieces of meat, one skewered on a broken horn, offering a cold proposal to Brian. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, refusing Nana's plea for food, while Brian was still confusedly covering her eyes. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Ishele Vert sat behind his desk, questioning Kellen Diego about a mysterious group assisting his younger brother. Kellen reported gravely that their agents had fallen victim to this unknown force. Ishele clasped his hands together, his eyes showing dissatisfaction as he listened to the meager report. He narrowed his eyes, suspicion evident as he analyzed Cyan's sudden change. Kellen maintained a calm expression, aware that his master suspected Kyan's transformation after his departure. Ishele closed his eyes, weighing the situation before deciding to test his subordinate. Kellyn flinched when Ishele unexpectedly posed a question, sensing the danger within it. Ishele cast a sharp glance at Kellyn, a look enough to freeze the person opposite him. Kellyn realized this was a test. Ishele's suspicion had reached its peak. To test his subordinate's reaction, Ishele suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Kellyn's collar. Passing the test, Kellyn bowed deeply, performing a solemn greeting ritual to reaffirm his loyalty. Ishele smirked a chilling smile in response to Kellyn's submission. Granted permission to leave, Kellyn sighed in relief, but sweat still beaded on his temples. He knew he was only temporarily safe. Leaving the room, Kellyn clenched his fists, telling himself to be more cautious, because once the seed of doubt had sprouted, there was no turning back. He placed his hand on the doorknob, determined not to let anything hinder Master Cyan's plans. Upon opening the door, Kellyn was surprised to see Emily, Cyan's maid, standing right outside. Emily flinched, but quickly offered an innocent smile to Kellyn. Kellyn frowned, questioning the maid's presence in this area. Ishele suddenly appeared behind Kellyn, placed a hand on his shoulder, and called Emily's name, revealing that he had summoned her. With a falsely friendly smile, Ishele offered Emily a small favor. Emily blushed, flustered by the unexpected offer from her master's powerful older brother. At the same time, in an ancient sanctuary, the torches on the walls suddenly flickered violently, signaling a terrifying event. A colossal life crystal vibrated violently, alarming them to the sudden disappearance of energy from two high dragons. Lucion's and Catalina's magic stones had completely lost their light, shattering on the pedestal, leaving only traces of a battle. A cold, lifeless crystal shard lay there, the final proof that their killer had erased all traces with unimaginable power. A glowing scrying crystal concluded that the perpetrator likely possessed dark attributes, and only Kundal Kusel was strong enough to kill two high dragons. Kundal Kusel dismissed the hypothesis about himself, asserting that a powerful, unknown force existed. Through the crystal fragments, the name Cyan Vert of the Royal Academy was identified as the only one possessing dark attributes. The crystal continued to display information linking Cyan to surviving an encounter with a demon dragon. Images of Reynold Crimson and Zickerman Albus appeared, revealing their involvement in both deaths and their role as suppliers of experimental subjects. Kundal concluded that these events were not coincidental and ordered Cyan to be closely monitored. In front of his subordinate, Loon of Rain River, Kundal ordered his granddaughter to be sent to Cyan. The scene shifted to the magnificent royal dormitory of the Royal Academy. Aaron Sevelis beamed with joy, proudly presenting a special cream cake made from the royal palace. Nana, with eyes sparkling with excitement, immediately expressed her affection for Aaron. From a distance, Cyan Vert quietly observed Aaron, Nana, and Brian Kendrick beside a cart laden with gifts. Sitting in his study, Cyan crossed his arms, deciding that this tranquility needed to be maintained. Meanwhile, Nana happily devoured the cake, completely unaware of Cyan's worries about her potentially being discovered by dragons. Elsewhere, Ishele Vert clenched his fists, a determined smile on his lips, as he vowed to protect his people and live for himself. Ishele's smile turned sinister, his eyes flashing with malice, as he resolved to crush all his enemies' plans. Aaron looked at him with curiosity, seemingly posing a question. Cyan smiled back, his face radiating joy and satisfaction. A subtle, knowing smirk flickered across Cyan's lips, signaling a brilliant idea had just occurred to him. In the garden of the Vert mansion, Ishele and a long-haired, white-haired man sat opposite each other. The white-haired man, identified as Crown Prince Lionel Sevelis, greeted Ishele intimately. Ishele smiled politely, returning the Crown Prince's greeting. Lionel's gaze sharpened as he began to question Ishele. Lionel probed Ishele about the situation with Ellis, who was wandering across the continent. Ishele offered a feigned smile, displaying insincere concern. Lionel leaned forward, scoffing to expose Ishele's pretense, asking if he was truly worried about a potential threat. Ishele's eyes turned cold. He warned Lionel to be careful with his words. A servant poured wine as Lionel shifted the topic to Cyan, Ishele's younger brother. Lionel revealed that the Emperor was considering marrying Aaron to Cyan. Lionel frowned, showing contempt as he considered Aaron a useless child. Ishele advised Lionel not to rush, suggesting that Arin could become useful once she gained influence. Lionel smirked, raised his glass, and expressed satisfaction with their calculating conversation. Ishele declined the offer of wine, his gaze shifting to Lionel's servant. Lionel explained condescendingly that the servant was a gem he had found during a trip to the slums. Ishele Vert's sharp gaze assessed an unseen object, commenting on its quality. Boris Lehelm, a refined man, smiled as he confidently introduced himself, holding a bottle of fine wine. 2 years passed, and the Royal Academy stood majestically under the clear sky, marking a new chapter. In the Academy courtyard, students including Kyan Vert turned to look in astonishment. Franz Vert and other students were also stunned by the sudden appearance. Ellis Vert strode through the murmuring crowd, her face alight with determination upon her return. The scene shifted to a magnificent building where time seemed to stand still. The dean's office door swung open, decisively signaling an important meeting. Inside the office, Ellis stood facing Kundal Kusel, a reunion after a long separation. Kundal observed the young woman with a scrutinizing gaze, inquiring about her journey. Ellis smiled confidently, confirming she had been to Pruina, a harsh land. A look of doubt appeared on Kundal's face as he emphasized the danger of that land to humans. Ellis turned her posture, indicating she had endured many hardships to adapt and find purpose. She faced Kundal, her eyes resolute, declaring that she did so to find her place according to his teachings. Kundal listened, his gaze showing that he understood she had made a momentous decision. With a radiant, ambitious smile, Ellis declared she would join the Knights of Light. Kundal nodded in approval, acknowledging the burden she had chosen to protect the family's honor. Ellis feigned concern for her siblings, particularly emphasizing Kyan's shyness. Kundal burst into laughter, amusement clearly visible on his face at the remark. He repeated Ellis's words about Cheyenne, with deep sarcasm, indicating he knew the truth. Ellis appeared flustered by Kundal's reaction just as Kyan entered the room. She turned her face stunned and surprised as she recognized her younger brother. Kyan stood there, a calm but unreadable smile on his lips, silently facing his sister. He offered a greeting, his tone calm but carrying a profound meaning, breaking the silence. Afterward, Cheyenne and Ellis left the office together, strolling through the academy grounds, followed by Brian Kendrick. Ellis happily compared heights with Kyan, affectionately commenting on her younger brother's growth. They playfully teased each other, a rare moment of sibling intimacy. However, in Kyan's mind, that day held an entirely different meaning, a painful memory. He recalled that this was the last day he saw his sister alive in his previous life. As they continued walking, Ellis wondered why Kyan hadn't returned home during the break. Kyan offered a strained smile, implying that no one welcomed him there. Ellis appeared worried and confused, asking if that was why he hadn't returned home for the past 2 years. Kyan's memory showed Ishele Vert with a smug smile, revealing the true reason for his estrangement. In Kyan's mind, images of Margaret, Argeus, and Wylias, Vert appeared a lurking enemy and a father who turned a blind eye. He resolutely stayed at the academy, as returning home would be no different from suicide. Ellis looked at Cyan, her expression showing concerned inquiry about his relationship with Kran. Kyan turned away, his face cold and distant, leaving Ellis perplexed by his attitude. He turned back to face her, his sharp gaze questioning if she truly didn't know how Kranz had treated him since childhood. Kyan firmly stated that Kranz not only bullied him, but also constantly sought to take his life. Ellis froze, her eyes wide with horror at her younger brother's revelation. Brian Kendrick stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest, and declared he would vouch for Cyan's words, drawing Ellis's attention. Realizing Brian was the escort knight, Ellis covered her mouth, a look of embarrassment and relief evident. The academy scene appeared, signaling a shift in mood after the truth was revealed. Ellis took Cyan's hand, showing regret for her ignorance, while Kyan stood with his arms crossed, maintaining his distance. Rage flared in Ellis's eyes. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, determined to confront those who had harmed her younger brother. Kyan was startled by Ellis's reaction, surprised to be called younger brother by her. Ellis inquired if he had told anyone else about this, but Kyan brushed it off, considering it a past matter. Kyan was about to say more about Kranz's indifference when he suddenly stopped. To reassure her younger brother, Ellis unexpectedly hugged Kyan tightly, leaving him completely motionless with surprise. Ellis buried her face in Kyan's shoulder, gently asserting that he didn't need to bear everything alone. She tightened her embrace, vowing to protect him from now on, while Cyan remained silent, his gaze still distant. Ellis released Cyan, placed her hands on his shoulders, and announced that she had to leave, advising him to take care of himself. Brian Kendrick watched with a serious expression, awaiting orders. Ellis unexpectedly turned back and hugged Brian tightly, causing him to blush and become utterly flustered. She cheerfully entrusted Cyan's care to Brian, who was still awkward in her embrace. From behind, Cyan's eyes flashed with a menacing red glow, a silent warning to Brian. Brian flinched, sweat breaking out, realizing a terrifying aspect of his young master. The sunset sky descended upon the academy, signaling the end of an eventful encounter. Cyan raised his hand to wave goodbye to Ellis, as she departed with Brian bowing respectfully beside him. Once Ellis was out of sight, Cyan's smile faded, revealing a pensive, calculating expression. He recalled Ellis's genuine angry face, an expression he hadn't seen in a long time. Memories flooded back, taking him to a large room with tall windows. A younger, scrawnier Cyan strained to raise his wooden sword to block an attack. Kranz stood opposite, his face contemptuous, as he watched Cyan sprawl on the floor after his attack. Kranz growled, a cruel smile evident, as he ordered Cyan to get up. Cyan screamed in despair, begging Kranz to stop. Kranz Vert flinched, as Ellis Vert questioned him with a menacing expression about his recent actions. Rage flared Ellis's eyes, glowing with energy, as she ordered Kranz to apologize immediately. Meanwhile, Cyan Vert sat in contemplation, a satisfied smile fleetingly appearing as he envisioned the impending chaos within the family. His expression hardened, determined to execute his plan to expose those around his sister. An image flashed in his mind, Ellis fighting alone against a horde of ferocious ogres. The vision ended with Ellis injured, but resilient, a tragic future that Cyan vowed to change. Back in reality, Boris Lehelm respectfully presented 2 letters to Cyan. Cyan coldly asked about their origin, and Boris Lehelm explained they were from the academy and a stranger. Boris Lehelm handed the letters to his master, completing his task. Cyan pointed to the letter with the royal seal, indifferently recognizing it was from the royal palace, without opening it. From the shadows, Kiram emerged in human form, pouting enviously at the attention Cyan received. Cyan cast a sharp glance, using his power to command his sword to obey. Kiram collapsed to the floor in pain, and Cyan coldly ordered Boris Lehelm to prepare for the royal palace. A pair of small, bare feet stepped out from behind the sofa, accompanied by a complaint about hunger. Boris Lehelm jumped back in surprise, while Cyan showed annoyance at the noise. Cyan's eyes widened in astonishment, his calm demeanor breaking for the first time. Nana, now a young woman, rubbed her sleepy eyes, holding a dragon doll, her transformation stunning everyone. At the same time, the sun shone upon the magnificent mansion of the Vert family. Ellis's determined footsteps echoed as she strode across the courtyard. She pushed open the large door, bursting into the mansion abruptly. All the servants, led by the head butler, turned around, stunned by Ellis's return. The head butler stammered a welcome, completely taken by surprise by her presence. Ellis ignored them, her cold gaze sweeping across the great hall as she sharply demanded the Duchess's whereabouts. In a luxurious room, Margaret Argaeus was serenely reading a book. She looked up, her face annoyed by the sudden interruption. Ellis burst into the room, her presence immediately making the atmosphere tense. Margaret offered a fake smile, giving a polite and cold greeting. Without warning, Ellis swung her hand up. A loud slap echoed as Ellis forcefully slapped Margaret across the face. The action was swift and brutal, giving the opponent no chance to react. The slap stunned Margaret, making her stagger from the impact. The horrified servant screamed, while Ellis stood there coldly ordering the guards to be called. Margaret clutched her reddened cheek, stammering if Ellis had gone mad, but Ellis only replied that Margaret was the one who had lost her mind. Ellis's eyes blazed as she snarled a deadly accusation directly at Margaret. Margaret froze, panic evident on her face, as she stammered denials and demanded proof. Ellis sneered coldly, pointing out that the very act of demanding proof incriminated her. Surrounded by the guards, Margaret ordered them to arrest Ellis for daring to lay a hand on the family's mistress. Margaret shrieked, urging the hesitant guards to quickly drag Ellis out. The guards advanced, apologizing, but determined to carry out the order to restrain Ellis. Ellis's eyes sharpened, showing no fear of those approaching. With a lightning-fast movement, Ellis leaped easily, bypassing the guard's encirclement. She delivered a precise chop to the back of a guard's neck, making him collapse in pain. Blue energy converged in Ellis's palm as she summoned the power of the spirit. Magical streams of water erupted from Ellis, knocking down all the guards in the room. Margaret was stunned, unable to believe that the elite guards were defeated so easily. Ellis stepped over the motionless bodies, heading straight for Margaret, who was backing away in fear, revealing that Brian Kendrick had confessed everything. She questioned Margaret, forcing her to confront the crime of hiring someone to assassinate Cyan 2 years ago. Margaret pointed at Ellis, angrily screaming, accusing her of acting madly, based only on rumors. Ellis cut her off with an icy stare, her tone allowing no further excuses. Ellis's eyes blazed with killing intent as she definitively declared that Margaret's life was over. Ellis turned and walked away, leaving Margaret standing frozen among the defeated guards. The fear on Margaret's face disappeared, replaced by a smug and malicious smile. She gritted her teeth, her face contorted with madness, as she thought that Duke Vert would never care about anything but his beloved son. In his office, Duke Vert coldly admitted to Ellis that he had known about the assassination plot. Ellis was stunned, unable to comprehend her father's indifference when his son almost died. She rushed to his desk, questioning his irresponsibility when Cyan faced 6 knights. Duke Vert sneered contemptuously, mocking Brian Kendrick's immaturity. Ellis was confused, asking if her father was implying that Cyan had defeated them all by himself. Duke Vert walked away, uttering a cryptic remark that Ellis had underestimated her younger brother too much. He handed Ellis a sealed letter, asking her to take it. The letter was stamped with the royal palace's emblem, an invitation to a banquet. Duke Vert tasked Ellis with attending the banquet in his place, while reassuring her not to worry about Cyan. Ellis was still bewildered by her father's assertion that Cyan was much stronger than she thought. She stood before the closed door holding the letter, her mind in turmoil from what she had just heard. Ellis walked down the vast corridor, her footsteps echoing her solitude. She left her heart heavy with thoughts of her father's words and the mystery of her 13-year-old brother's true strength. Ellis Vert was surprised to recognize a familiar figure in the corridor. Joy burst onto Ellis's face as she recognized her old friend. Cecilia Rien, a knight in shining armor, smiled, welcoming Ellis back. With a joyful shout, mixed with reproach, Cecilia rushed to embrace Ellis. Ellis smiled apologetically, accepting the warm hug from her long-unseen friend. Cecilia tightened her embrace, rediscovering the familiar feeling with her friend, her childhood mistress. After the hug, Ellis pulled Cecilia along, suggesting a change of scenery. With a radiant smile, Ellis held out a letter with a royal seal proposing a trip to the palace. A luxurious carriage rolled down the dirt road, beginning its journey. Inside the carriage, Nana pressed her face against the window, her eyes shining with excitement. She pointed outside, delighted to see a deer running in the forest. Cyan Vert gave her a stern look, signaling her to hide her tail. Nana pouted sulkily, her horns and wings slowly retracting and disappearing. Soon after, she returned to her cheerful state, waving her hands excitedly. Cyan watched Nana playfully hovering, sighing exasperatedly at her energy. Nana sat up straight, proudly asserting her role as young Master Cyan's maid. Nana's golden eyes gleamed mischievously, revealing her sharp fangs. Cyan held his forehead, feeling uneasy about Nana's excessive excitement. He turned to look at Nana, who immediately sat up straight, her hands clasped tightly in front of her stomach. Suddenly, Brian Kendrick, the escort, looked outside with a tense expression. He reported the presence of a group of bandits, blocking the road ahead. The bandits stood in a line. Their leader, with numerous scars on his face, laughed savagely. He roared a demand for tribute, his eyes filled with greed and violence. From the carriage window, Cyan glanced at them, then waved his hand, ordering Brian to handle it quickly. Nana looked at Cyan worriedly, but he merely leaned indifferently against the seat, treating the bandits like annoying insects. A sword flash cutting across the face of the astonished bandit leader. To protect the carriage, Brian charged into the encirclement, his swordsmanship as fast as lightning. Another bandit screamed in horror as he saw his comrade fall. Overwhelmed by rage, the remaining bandits frantically charged at Brian. Brian exhaled, maintaining his composure against the surrounding enemies. He unleashed a series of continuous slashes, blue streaks of light, sweeping away every enemy within sword range. Brian clenched his fist, feeling power and determination flowing through his veins. Around him, bandits lay scattered on the ground, and Brian stood there, a completely different person, strong and confident. A horse-drawn carriage rolled along the dirt road, carrying its passengers away from the forest. In a dimly lit office, a hand placed a thick stack of documents onto the desk. With a decisive thud, the Academy staff member presented the report to Sarika Nikriti, expressing concern about the number of attendees and suggesting a delay in the plan. Sarika dismissed the suggestion, her eyes sharpening with an unshakable determination to seize this opportunity. The Academy staff member questioned the haste of the plan, anxiety clearly visible on her face. With a look of disgust, Sarika explained that their target was a detestable individual who needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. She pointed to a photo of Drenian Nephilis, an aristocrat with a smug appearance. Sarika's eyes flashed with a cold light behind her glasses as she revealed a shocking truth. Drenian was also her fiancé. She skimmed through other documents, then stopped at a file with a photo of a young silver-haired girl. Sarika's expression shifted from resolute to extreme confusion as she recognized an unexpected name on the guest list. The file revealed the identity of Lunav Rain River, a reclusive magic genius with extraordinary elemental compatibility. Sarika's eyes narrowed suspiciously, realizing the presence of such a powerful figure at the banquet was a dangerous variable. The Academy staff member reported that the head of the council himself had sent Lunav, further astonishing Sarika. Sarika sensed a larger conspiracy at play, the complexity of the banquet far exceeding her initial expectations. The scene shifted to a bustling city with tall rooftops and banners fluttering under a clear blue sky. Amidst the crowded streets, Nana ran around excitedly, while Kyan Vert and Brian Kendrick followed behind. Preoccupied with looking around, Nana accidentally bumped into a townsman. The irritable man grabbed Nana's head to scold her, but she simply apologized innocently. Surprised by her innocence, the man released her hand, a look of confusion appearing on Nana's face. The man's irritation vanished, replaced by a somewhat awkward grin. Nana happily turned back to point the man out to Kyan, praising his kindness without realizing her master's discomfort. Kyan stared, his face darkening with annoyance at Nana's gullibility, while Brian felt anxious. Brian suddenly pointed towards Nana with a panicked expression, trying to draw Kyan's attention to an alarming change. Kyan turned and froze, his eyes wide with horror at what he saw. Nana's golden eyes had transformed, her pupils contracting into a vertical reptilian slit. A surge of dark purple energy enveloped Nana as her dragon instincts awakened from hunger, her eyes becoming blank and menacing. To prevent Nana's true nature from being exposed, Kyan urgently shouted a command to Brian, pointing forward. Without hesitation, Brian scooped Nana up and dashed away, while Cyan watched with extreme worry. They rushed towards a restaurant with a chicken leg sign. Inside the restaurant, Nana sat before a towering stack of empty plates, exhaling contentedly, while Brian stood beside her, stunned by her appetite. Kyan looked at the stacks of plates, forcing a wry smile as he mentally calculated the bill, silently lamenting the cost of raising a child. Suddenly, Kyan froze, his eyes widening as he sensed a strange and powerful magical aura approaching. Lunav Rain River appeared amidst a magical mist, smiling calmly as she faced them. From behind Shan, a woman with silver hair and a white robe approached, her eyes scrutinizing him. A confident smile played on the woman's lips, her eyes full of mystery. The strange woman stood before Kyan's table, repeating a silent question to confirm his identity. Her smile remained full of confidence and mystery. Kyan looked up, surprise fleeting across his face, before turning into wariness, inquiring about the identity of the person opposite him. Without waiting for an invitation, the woman naturally sat down opposite Kyan, while he remained silent, demanding an answer. She smiled and introduced herself as Lunav, a second-year student at the same academy as him. Kyan narrowed his eyes, the name Lunav stirring a vague memory, but he coldly dismissed it, asserting he had no interest in juniors. Lunav ignored his coldness, cheerfully suggesting that his fame far exceeded an outsider like her. In another corner of the table, Nana curiously leaned close to Brian, whispering to ask if the woman was their master's friend. Lunav noticed their interaction, pointing out that Kyan's knight and maid were dining together. Lunav smiled meaningfully, resting her chin on her hand, as she remarked that Cyan seemed more affectionate than his cold exterior suggested. Kyan's expression hardened, and he curtly rejected her remark. Kyan's vigilance increased, wondering about Lunav's true purpose in approaching him. Lunav, as if reading his thoughts, frankly asked about his attendance at the royal palace banquet. Kyan was startled by her knowledge. He admitted it, and immediately questioned how she knew. Lunav logically explained that there was no other reason for a famous person who never left the academy like him to appear here. She leaned forward, revealing that she was also invited to the banquet. Stunning Kyan. Kyan's eyes flashed with shock as he realized this meant Lunav belonged to the nobility. Lunav stood up, announcing that she would leave after their brief greeting. As she turned to walk away, Lunav introduced her full name, Lunav Rainriver, leaving a deep impression. That full name was like a key, unlocking a forgotten memory, making Kyan realize who she was. Memories of Regan's Rainriver, Lunav's grandfather, a powerful and cunning figure, surfaced in Kyan's mind. A tragic image of Lunav sinking deep beneath cold water, a young death in his previous life, flooded back. Kyan frowned, resting his chin on his hand in distress, as he realized her appearance was a dangerous variable, disrupting what he had known. He realized that future events had now become completely unpredictable. The prospect of the bloody banquet emerged, the royal palace bathed in a crimson moonlight like a death omen. At the same time, in a luxurious room, Arin Sevelus was trying on outfits. She turned to ask Resimus Klein for his opinion. Resimus gave 2 thumbs up in approval, his eyes filled with sincere admiration for Arin's beauty. A pile of discarded dresses lay on the chair, indicating Arin's pickiness. Resimus maintained his smile and 2 thumbs up, but his eyes began to show signs of weary pleading. Arin spun around, picked up another dress, and looked dissatisfied, while Resimus tried to persuade her. Resimus crossed his arms, teasing that Kyan would surely like that dress, causing Arin to blush, become flustered, and stammer in protest. Teased Arin Sevelus awkwardly turned away, while Resimus Klein humorously gestured that her embarrassment was too obvious. A lady-in-waiting respectfully presented an open jewelry box, explaining that it was a gift from Crown Prince Luinel, with a message that it would suit her perfectly. Inside the box was a magnificent necklace, shining brilliantly. Resimus admired the bracelet, hinting that it would impress Kyan, causing Arin to blush and vehemently deny it. At the same time, the royal palace's main hall was splendid and filled with light, ready for a night of lavish feasting. Noble guests gathered, conversing and enjoying drinks in a luxurious atmosphere. Standing apart, Echeli Vert and Cecilia Rien observed the crowd with self-satisfaction. From an entrance, Kyan Vert quietly entered, his gaze sweeping across the room, searching for his target. Kyan's eyes sharpened, focusing on a familiar figure in the crowd. Kellen Diego approached Kyan from behind, informing him that Ishela had also arrived. With urgency, Kellen whispered into Kyan's ear, asking him to leave the banquet immediately. Kyan turned, his eyes scrutinizing, demanding an explanation for the sudden warning. Kellen explained that he felt something was wrong, an impending danger that could affect many, including Kyan. Kellen revealed Ishela's command to leave the palace before the banquet began, as there would be a small tremor for the greater good. Horrifying memories flooded back, revealing Ishel with a wicked smile, the true mastermind of the bloody banquet. Kellen expressed concern for Kyan's safety, but Chan merely coldly gestured for him to leave. Kyan's gaze was firm. He reassured Kellen that he would be fine and urged him to leave quickly to avoid danger. After receiving a nod from Kyan, Kellen turned and quietly departed, leaving Kyan alone with his thoughts. A cold and dangerous smile spread across Kyan's lips as he muttered Ishel's words. Rage flared on Kyan's face, his eyes glowing a deadly red as he realized the extent of his brother's cruelty. Kiram appeared beside Kyan in spirit form, mischievously, asking if its master was worried about the innocent. Kyan sneered, replying that he found Ishela's actions cute, clear contempt evident. His expression turned serious. Kyan decided that his purge plan had to be put on hold. Through a mental link, Sarika Nikriti, resplendent in her evening gown, received an unexpected message. Kyan transmitted an urgent message, informing Sarika that their plan for today had to be postponed. He briefly explained that he needed to check the movements of the demon beasts before the incident began. Sarika frowned, using thought to question whether Cyan's information was reliable. Cyan replied with a wickedly confident smile, his eyes glowing red, asserting that his suspicions had now become certainty. He teased her through the mental link, revealing that her perverted fiancé would also be caught and die in the upcoming incident, leaving Sarika stunned. Chan announced that he would go about his work, then turned and walked away, leaving Sarika still in shock. Sarika gritted her teeth, her eyes angry and confused silently, demanding an explanation for what had just happened when a familiar voice rang out. She turned surprised to recognize the voice. Ellis Vert smiled radiantly graceful, in her evening gown, cheerfully greeting the one she called Instructor Sarika. At the royal banquet, Ellis Vert smiled and greeted Sarika Nikriti, who responded with a strained polite expression. Darkness enveloped Sarika as she realized Ellis's presence would endanger the upcoming plan. A man stepped forward, extending his hand with a polite gesture, admiring the beauty of the two women. Sarika squinted uncomfortably at the troublesome situation, while Ellis maintained her cheerful, oblivious smile. The man Drinian Nepolis placed a hand on his chest and bowed formally, introducing himself. A sinister and self-satisfied smile was evident on Drinian's face. In another corner of the palace, Chan Vert's decisive footsteps echoed on the stone floor. Standing in a doorway, Cyan gestured to Brian Kendrick, his eyes commanding a new task. Brian Kendrick placed a hand on his chest, solemnly swearing absolute loyalty to his master. Cyan slightly frowned, appearing awkward at the knight's excessive enthusiasm. Empowered by dragon's blood, Brian felt an intense confidence burning within him. Cyan pointed towards a distant passage, ordering Brian to search the royal palace's underground sewer area. Losing patience with Brian's hesitation, Cyan pointed directly at his face, growling an order to leave immediately. Brian suddenly turned back with a panicked expression, trying to warn his young master about a danger behind him. Cyan paused, a familiar sensation making him wary as he realized someone was watching from behind the door. To prevent Brian from acting rashly, Cyan delivered a lightning-fast chop to the back of the knight's neck. Brian collapsed onto the floor, in astonishment, struck down by his own master. Cyan turned, his expression calm, but his eyes sharp, confirming that he knew who the watcher was. Brian scrambled to sit up confusedly, looking at Emily, lying unconscious on the floor after the impact. Emily lay there, sweat beading on her forehead, completely unaware of what had just happened. At the same time, deep within the palace, a spiral stone staircase led down into darkness. A cloaked figure holding a torch began to descend the secret passage. The torchlight illuminated the path as the figure entered a vast, damp cellar. Beneath the hood, Isheli Vert wore a wicked smile, issuing a silent command to the darkness. In response to the summons, countless stone entities began to rise from the ground, their ghostly eyes emitting a greenish light. Back in the lavish banquet hall, Princess Arin Sevelus stood amidst the crowd, her eyes searching for someone. Arin crossed her arms, her expression sulky and annoyed at not seeing the person she had gone to great lengths to invite. She lightly touched her necklace, muttering about that person's capriciousness. A voice rang out. Arin turned and saw a woman bowing formally to her. Arin recognized Lunav Rainriver, a renowned student, curtsying. Lunav looked up, smiling confidently upon being recognized by the princess. Arin smiled back cheerfully, welcoming the genius of the Garam Kingdom to the banquet. Lunav playfully tilted her head, hinting that it would be good if Cyan also knew of the princess's kindness. Arin Sevelus questioned Lunav Rainriver, her eyes scrutinizing Lunav's relationship with Cyan. Lunav smiled mischievously, asserting that she had just been with Cyan yesterday. Annoyance was evident on Arin's face as she pressed about the extent of their intimacy. Lunav covered her mouth, feigning surprise at her own slip of the tongue, deliberately provoking Arin. With a knowing smile, Lunav looked directly at Arin, making a teasing accusation. Arin flinched her face, flushing her hand, unconsciously rising to hide her embarrassment at Lunav's question. Amidst the banquet, a horrifying scream echoed, drawing the attention of Arin and Lunav. An unknown woman screamed in despair as a deadly red streak slashed across her. To sow chaos, a mist assassin lunged into the crowd swinging a weapon to attack the guests. Aaron and Lunav turned their faces, astonished by the sudden appearance of an attacker at the royal banquet. The assassin in a black cloak and white mask stood amidst the guests' panic. The mist assassin's face appeared, his glowing red eyes shining beneath the blood-stained mask, a silent threat. His target, clear the assassin, stared intently towards Aaron and Lunav. In another room, Nana bowed, formally introducing herself as young Master Cyan's maid. A memory flashed, showing Emily being gagged from behind by an unfamiliar hand. She fell to the floor unconscious. Nana looked down at Emily, lying on the floor, seemingly having just regained consciousness. Emily, now sitting up, began to explain something to Kyan Vert and Brian Kendrick. She recounted how she had been brought here by Kyan's brother, Ishele Vert. Emily proudly told how Ishele had recognized her talent and offered her a job. Kyan's eyes flashed with dangerous red light upon hearing that Ishele wanted to recruit Emily. Emily's memories resurfaced. She recalled Ishele's offer. Ishele Vert, with a fake smile, had asked Emily if she wanted to be his maid. Emily recounted that she had firmly refused Ishele's offer. She proudly declared her loyalty, stating that she could not leave when Kyan returned. Emily sighed wearily, adding that Ishele seemed not to have given up his intention. Kyan's expression became cold and pensive as he listened to Emily's story. Kyan turned to Brian, ordering him to protect Emily and Nana as it was very dangerous outside. Kyan's eyes flashed with a determined light, a memory of another timeline where Emily was absent, fleeting through his mind. He recalled capturing Kellyn, confirming his suspicions about Ishele's conspiracy. Rage flared in Kyan's crimson eyes. He gritted his teeth, silently uttering a deadly warning to Ishele Vert. Emily suddenly remembered something as Kyan prepared to leave. She held out an elaborately decorated red brooch, explaining that it was a gift Ishele had asked her to deliver to Kyan. Sirika Nikriti's eyes narrowed, a flicker of suspicion appearing within her. She froze, holding a red bow from which a dark aura emanated. Her pupils contracted into vertical slits as a deadly scent wafted from the ornament. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the royal palace, a conspiracy was underway. Crown Prince Luinel Severus placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his cold gaze signaling that the time had come. Ishele Vert glanced at Luinel, a sinister smile spreading across his lips as he declared the plan had begun. Luinel turned back, a small branch in his mouth, his smile both appreciative and malicious, acknowledging Ishele's preparations. Ishele smugly asserted that their gifts had been sent, mentioning a minion named Boris. Luinel sneered, declaring that they would use these pawns to change the empire. Ishele's eyes sharpened. He affirmed it was time to prove who the empire truly needed. Luinel's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, his face shrouded in shadow, exuding extreme malice. Outside, chaos erupted as screams echoed throughout the banquet hall. Amidst the panic, Arin Severus shouted, waving her hand to urge guests to evacuate. Lunav Rainriver held Arin back, insisting that Arin must escape first, but the princess refused. With a determined expression, Lunav declared she would stay and fight alongside Arin. Arin smiled gratefully at her friend's courage. The royal knights clashed fiercely with the black, cloaked the mist assassins. The knight captain screamed in horror as he witnessed his soldiers being massacred. From the stairs, a new wave of assassins and monsters poured down, completely overwhelming the defenses. The mist assassin with a white mask grabbed a panicking guest. The knight captain's face was filled with helplessness and terror. Hearing the call, the knight captain turned his gaze firm again as he faced the new threat. Giant mandrake monsters emerged from the ground, terrifying the knights with the appearance of high-level beasts. Tears of despair streamed down the knight captain's cheeks as he realized his forces could not resist. A mandrake opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, but a blue energy orb shot forward to block it. Sirika Nikriti, her hair now long and dark purple, raised her hand to cast magic, creating a shield. She shouted a decisive command, telling everyone to run while she created an opportunity. The knight captain was stunned to realize that the one who had just saved them was an academy instructor. Without hesitation, Sirika charged, stabbing her sword through the mist assassin from above. A flash of light emanated from Sirika's sword as she unleashed a strike with terrifying speed. Lunav and Sirika stood side by side, forming a solid defensive line, causing the knight captain to nod in approval. Regaining his composure, the Knight Captain roared, ordering his soldiers to regroup to escort the evacuees. However, another mandrake emerged from the rubble, its roar signaling that the battle was not over. Sarika Nicrites and Lunav Rainriver's eyes became tense. They braced themselves for the upcoming attack. Amidst the battle with the dark tentacles, Sarika and Lunav, back to back, used their swords to repel the enemy. Sarika realized in horror that the tentacles were not aimed at them, but were rushing towards another group of people in the distance. The mandrake's tentacles stretched out, aiming directly at Princess Arin Sevelus's group, standing before the main gate. Arin and Lunav simultaneously looked up, horror clearly visible on their faces as the deadly threat approached. With a distraught expression, Sarika cried out a desperate warning towards Princess Arin. Arin froze, unable to move as the dark tentacles lunged straight at her. To protect Arin, Captain Morris threw himself in front of her, ready to face the attack. Morris roared a silent command, tensing his entire body to become a living shield for Arin. The impact knocked Arin down, a small trail of blood oozing on her cheek, her eyes wide with shock. Utter horror was evident in Arin's eyes as she witnessed the scene before her. The loyal knight rushed forward, using his body as a shield to cover the princess. With iron determination, Morris gritted his teeth and endured, refusing to retreat. Arin coughed up a mouthful of blood. The impact of the attack had affected her too. The mandrake's sharp tentacles pierced through Morris's armor and body, splattering blood. With tears in her eyes, Arin whispered the name of the fallen guard in utter shock. The tentacles withdrew from Morris's body, leaving fatal wounds and blood scattered everywhere. Arin knelt, shaking Morris's lifeless body, a desperate attempt to cling to life. Morris collapsed, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, the light in his eyes extinguished. Arin slumped down, tears of regret and self-reproach streaming down her cheeks. To create space, Lunav extended her hand forward, a violently swirling orb of water forming. Lunav unleashed a powerful combined magic, creating a whirlwind of water and wind that swept towards the enemy. Arin looked at Lunav with extreme astonishment at the magical power she had just unleashed. Lunav looked sternly at Arin, her eyes urging the princess to accept the truth and seize the opportunity to escape. Arin looked down at Morris's rapidly cooling body in her arms, her heart aching, unable to bear leaving. The mandrake's tentacles began to contract, signaling an impending new attack. Other royal knights rushed forward, forming a defensive barrier around Arin to buy time. A blonde knight roared, vowing not to let Captain Morris's sacrifice be in vain. After a moment of hesitation, Arin nodded to Lunav, accepting to leave in pain. Arin's eyes became sharp and cold, engraving the vow never to forget Morris's sacrifice. The last image of Morris, the loyal guard, was deeply etched into Arin's mind. The blonde knight shouted, a golden energy enveloping him and his comrades. He created a temporary magic barrier, his gaze fixed on Arin and Lunav, so they could retreat safely. The mandrake's poisonous branches emitted deadly gas, but it was blocked by an invisible magic barrier. With a commanding gaze, Arin Sevelus channeled protective energy into her knights, issuing a silent command that they must survive. Morris and the royal knights responded with a roar of defiance, their loyalty strengthened. At the princess's command, the royal knights charged, attacking the mandrake's giant tendrils. The blonde royal knight swung his sword, severing a branch that was lashing towards him. He skillfully dodged another attack, his sword flashing in the uneven fight. Under attack, the mandrake simultaneously shrieked piercing cries full of pain and rage. In a moment of carelessness, the blonde royal knight's shoulder was pierced by a branch. Completely overwhelmed, the royal knights were successively captured by the tendrils, their screams lost in the chaos. In desperation, Ellis Vert shouted a command, her voice echoing across the battlefield. Instantly, a blast of icy air erupted from her, instantly freezing the rampaging tendril. Without hesitation, Ellis rushed to Arin, urging the princess to flee immediately. Ellis boldly declared her identity to reassure everyone, then resolutely led Arin and Lunav Rainriver in another direction. Unexpectedly frozen, the mandrakes could only roar helplessly. At the same time, Sarika Nikriti plunged into the battle from another side, swift as a red phantom. She leaped into the air, the short sword in her hand, aimed directly at one of the monsters. Sarika realized that fighting now would reveal her identity, but she cast aside all hesitation at the sight of the surrounding carnage. Memories of the chaos and fallen comrades strengthened her resolve. Sirika unleashed a storm of 8 energy slashes, tearing through the body of the frozen mandrake. Seeing the monster falter, a surviving royal knight shouted, trying to rally the remaining forces for a counterattack. A chill ran down the knight's spine as a mist assassin lunged from behind him. Just before the attacker's blade reached it, was blocked by Sirika's sword. Standing on the monster's corpse, Sirika warned the newly saved knight to remain vigilant. Although she had held off the enemy, a premonition of ill omen regarding the princess's group still crept into Sirika's mind. Her unease manifested as in another corridor, Irene, Ellis, and Lunav were fleeing, seemingly pursued by an unseen force. While running, Arin realized her escort was Kyan Vert's older sister. Worry for Kyan's safety suddenly surged within her. Behind them, the ice restraining the mandrakes began to crack, signaling the return of danger. Suddenly, a colossal rock monster emerged from the ground, blocking the trio's escape route. Ellis gritted her teeth, realizing that the enemy seemed to anticipate their every move. She faced the Nightcrawler monster, her confidence beginning to waver before its power. In response, Arin stomped her foot on the ground, activating a magic circle to trap the enemy. At the same time, Lunav Rainriver extended her hands forward, 2 spears of fire forming, ready for a coordinated attack. Arin Severus unleashed a golden magic chain, tightly binding a blue crystal on the enemy. Orange fire arrows struck directly into a rock monster, stunning it. Ellis Vert turned a hint of surprise on her face at her comrade's appearance. To create an opening for attack, Lunav Rainriver and Arin rushed forward in support, their hands gathering magical energy. Ellis reassured herself, a confident and determined smile appearing on her face. The rock monster roared in fury as sharp ice shards began to sprout from its body. A fierce, icy explosion shattered the stone pillars in the grand hall. A colossal stone wall was erected, shielding the 3 girls from an incoming attack. Ellis soared into the air, swinging her sword directly at the rock monster's head. Proudly declaring her identity, Ellis unleashed a torrent of water energy from her sword. She roared a silent warning, her eyes burning with indignation aimed at the enemy. A colossal water blade was created, striking directly into the rock monster with terrifying force. At the same time, in another area of the palace, Sirika Nikriti fought alone amidst a siege of mist assassins, purple energy surrounding her. After defeating the last one, Sirika gasped for breath from exhaustion, her hands still lingering with magical smoke. She looked at one of the assassins, noticing a strange aura, unlike that of a demon beast. Sirika's eyes narrowed. She began to realize a horrifying truth. She flipped the assassin's mask, revealing the lifeless, empty face of a corpse. An image of forbidden magic appeared, corpse hands rising from a grave enveloped by dark smoke. Sirika stood amidst the ruined battlefield, realizing that creating this army of the undead required an enormous amount of magic power. Her expression turned serious. She understood that this could not be the act of a single individual. Her gaze sharpened with a terrifying conclusion. Someone was plotting to ignite a war. Not far away, another mist assassin screamed in pain as he was struck down by a golden energy blast. Emperor DNA Severus gasped for breath, standing amidst the corpses of his enemies, his sword still glowing. Exhausted, he propped the tip of his sword on the ground for balance. Crown Prince Luinel and Ishele Vert rushed to the Emperor's side, Ishele's face showing clear worry. The Emperor looked at his 2 sons, his expression softening, showing relief and trust. Ishele quickly spoke up, offering to support his father, while Luinel stood silently with a cold expression. Ishele took the Emperor's arm, showing the devotion of a filial son. Luinel and Ishele exchanged a silent glance, concealing their true intentions. The Emperor gently pushed Ishele's hand away, signaling him to attend to others first. Shadow enveloped half of Ishele's face, revealing only his glowing, wicked purple eyes and a sinister smile. The rock monster finally disintegrated into fragments under the girl's power. Ellis, Arin, and Lunav stood side by side, looking ahead, vigilantly, wondering where the next enemy would come from. Kyan Vert's silhouette flashed by his sword, swinging ceaselessly amidst the chaotic battle. A servant presented an elaborately decorated red bow, explaining it was a gift from young Master Eshel to young Master Kyan. Emily anxiously asked Brian, who was frowning in thought with a suspicious look. Brian Kendrick mused, recognizing the abnormality in Ishele's actions. Memories of Cyan's underlying hostility towards Ishele Vert flashed through Brian's mind. Nana suddenly turned her urgent gaze, urging Brian and Emily to flee immediately. Nana's golden eyes glowed with a wild energy. She sensed a deadly threat approaching. Emily and Brian looked at Nana with confusion and alarm at her sudden change. A blast of purple energy shattered the wall behind Brian and Emily, stunning both of them. Brian hastily pulled Emily behind him for cover, both looking in horror towards the explosion. From within the rubble, a colossal behemoth rose, its shadow engulfing everything. At the same time, in the royal palace, panicked nobles trampled over each other to find an escape route. Amidst the chaos, Drenian Nephilis clenched his fists, terrified, as he realized he wouldn't survive. He desperately ran faster than anyone else, leaving others behind. But upon reaching the main gate, Drenian froze when he saw an army of the mist assassins had already blocked the escape route. A fierce determination to survive flared in Drenian's eyes. In despair, he imagined himself being captured and tortured, along with his beloved maid Lily. For a moment, the mastermind's wicked thought emerged, the image of Sirika Nikriti collapsing in despair. Drenian turned to a nearby royal knight, frantically asking about the safety of the back gate. He roared in anger at the knight's uncertain reply. Without warning, the mist assassin lunged forward, swinging his sword horizontally across Drenian. A blonde royal knight screamed in horror, witnessing Drenian's attack. The massacre began, the mist assassins coldly slaying nobles who tried to resist. Amidst the despair, the blonde knight was stunned when a water bubble hovered before him. To halt the slaughter, Ellis unleashed an explosion of water magic, sweeping away a line of assassins. Ellis shouted a command, her eyes sharp as knives. Immediately, Lunav Rainriver responded by slamming her hand onto the ground, unleashing a wave of frost. Sharp ice pillars erupted from the ground, piercing and freezing the mist assassins. The entire attacking force was neutralized within a massive wall of ice. The surviving nobles and knights looked at the scene before them with astonishment and relief. Ellis, covered in dust, loudly declared her identity and ordered the knights to protect the princess. The blonde knight turned back, sighing in relief, upon seeing Arin Severus safe behind the ice wall. Arin supported the exhausted Lunav, reassuring her that she would recover soon. Exhausted, with scratches on her face, Ellis stared straight ahead, her gaze an urgent warning of the impending attack and a command to flee. Arin looked at Lunav with a worried expression, her companion's name a silent plea amidst the battle. To protect the princess, a blonde knight ordered the formation to tighten, while Lunav erected a massive ice wall. Declaring she would provide cover, Ellis charged forward, a path of ice forming beneath her every step. A knight commander ordered his subordinates to erect barricades to protect the panicked nobles, demanding they hold out at all costs. The blonde knight ordered the other royal knights, his eyes resolute, ready to sacrifice himself to protect the princess. Deciding to risk everything, Ellis unleashed her full power, a vortex of blue energy enveloping her. Ellis's eyes turned cold as she realized a harsh truth. The enemies seemed endless and were hunting them down. She faced a long corridor where countless shadows of the mist were rising from among the fallen. Suddenly, Arin and Ellis turned as they sensed a new wave of attack, ready to confront the newly appeared enemies. Arin's necklace suddenly glowed with a dark red light, an ominous premonition. At the same time, at the Vert mansion, a wall exploded, signaling an attack from an entirely different enemy. Emily screamed in horror, while Brian Kendrick immediately drew his sword, standing in front of her. The shadow of a giant behemoth enveloped them. Brian realized young Master Cyan's warning had come true. Emily trembled with fear, clinging tightly to Brian's back, seeking the only protection she had. Brian gritted his teeth, his determination to protect those behind him burning in his eyes. Emily whispered a word of encouragement, causing Brian a momentary awkwardness, before he quickly focused on the enemy before him. The behemoth roared a world-shaking sound, ready to crush anyone who dared to block its path. Brian shouted a command, telling Emily not to leave him, then lunged into a ready stance. The monster swung a massive claw, its speed blurring the air. To protect Emily, Brian exerted all his strength, using his sword to block the behemoth's claw in an energy explosion. Brian gasped, looking at his sword in astonishment, unable to believe he had blocked that devastating blow. The glimmer of hope was extinguished when a series of other energy attacks knocked both Brian and Emily away. Brian braced himself against the barrage of blows, his body becoming a living shield to protect Emily. He growled through gritted teeth, assuring Emily that he would protect her at all costs. Despair was evident on Brian's face as the monster's jaws filled his vision. Accepting defeat, Brian closed his eyes, an unspoken apology sent to his young master. Just before the fatal blow landed, a pink-purple beam of light shot down from above, piercing through the behemoth. Brian spun around his face, utterly astonished by the sudden intervention. Emily, still hiding behind him, stared at the scene before them with extreme bewilderment. Before them, a small figure with widespread purple bat wings stood tall. Brian was stunned to realize their savior was Nana, the little maid. Nana turned, her golden eyes glowing wildly, fangs exposed as she let out a defiant roar. Under the moonlight, the royal palace was plunged into chaos and ruin. The battle unfolded at a dizzying pace, blades and magic clashing fiercely. Amidst the encirclement, Arin Severus raised her hand, creating a brilliant golden defensive magic circle. A brave royal knight blocked an attack from a masked the mist assassin. Elis Vert plunged into the swarm of assassins, swinging her sword to create a vortex of water that swept away the enemies. Fatigue was etched on Elis's face as she realized the enemies seemed endless and overly prepared. Noticing the knights were gradually exhausting themselves, she knew she had to find a different approach. The mist assassin was suddenly pierced through the chest by a stream of purple magic. The assassin's cloth mask fell to the ground, shattering. Elis looked in astonishment at the fallen attacker. Beneath the cloak, the assassin's true face was revealed, an undead with soulless red eyes. Elis gritted her teeth, realizing she was facing an army of undead controlled by dark magic. She frantically searched for a solution, a type of magic that could counter the dark power. In her mind, an image of a winged light entity purifying demons appeared. Elis's eyes flashed with determination. She had found the last resort. She turned her eyes pleading and commanding towards the protected Arin. Elis shouted a command, asking Arin to channel light magic into her sword. But Arin hesitated, fearing that doing so would make the shield protecting the knights disappear. A blonde royal knight blocked a fatal blow aimed at Arin. He turned his resolute eyes, reassuring Arin and Lunav, affirming that they could hold on. Arin looked at the knight's sacrifice, clenched her fists, and nodded decisively, accepting Elis's plan. Elis gritted her teeth, concentrating as her sword began to absorb light energy. Elis's eyes glowed blue. She felt Arin's mana flowing and merging with her power. She unleashed her full power, summoning a giant water spirit from the combination of the two types of mana. With a confident smile, Elis staked everything on this final attack. In another corner of the battlefield, the mist undead lay motionless on the rubble at the feet of a man in a suit. Khan Vert grabbed another assassin, coldly looking at its bony face. He picked up the cloth mask, his eyes sharp, as he realized Echele's plot had begun. Kiram appeared beside Chan, both looking at the brutal scene, analyzing the ancient dark magic that had been used. Kyan recalled a familiar method, using Day's Stone to attract and empower monsters. He and Kiram sensed a strong dark energy emanating from the center of the palace. Kyan glanced at his blood-stained tuxedo, deciding he needed to change his attire before acting. Meanwhile, the water spirit Marianne roared, unleashing a wave of purifying energy towards the enemy. Lunav and Arin were stunned by the overwhelming power of the newly summoned spirit. A chaotic, unstable mass of water and light swirled, signaling its brief existence. Panic was evident in Lunav Rainriver's eyes as she realized the terrible price Elis Vert had to pay for this power. The colossal form of spirit Marianne appeared behind Elis, an embodiment of overwhelming power created from water and light. Marianne gently placed her hand over Elis's eyes, a gesture both protective and questioning of her recklessness. With eyes full of compassion, Marianne expressed regret for the cruel fate that had befallen the child blessed by the goddess. To protect Elis, Marianne confronted three members of the mist charging to attack. Rage flared on Marianne's face. She swung her hand, unleashing a destructive wave of energy. A blast of green energy swept across the battlefield, throwing back and tearing apart the attackers from the mist. A member of the mist disintegrated into dust under the pure power of the spirit. Arin Severus and Lunav gaped in astonishment at the terrifying power unleashed with just a flick of a hand. However, from the ashes, the members of the mist began to regenerate their bodies, defying the destructive attack. Erin screamed in despair, trying to stop Ellis from further self-destruction. But Ellis ignored the warning, determined to end the battle. From afar, Cheyenne Vert observed with sharp eyes, recognizing Ellis's unyielding determination. Enveloped by Marianne's energy, Ellis charged forward, unleashing a final attack. Suddenly, a white-gloved hand seized Ellis's wrist, effortlessly blocking her attack. Marianne was stunned, unable to believe her power had been blocked. Ellis looked up, her face bewildered and confused by the sudden intervention. Aaron and Lunav were also speechless, not understanding what was happening. A new enemy appeared, a man in a suit, wearing a cloth mask, with fiery red hair blocking Ellis's path. Cheyenne narrowed his eyes, initially considering the newcomer another puppet, but then recognized a completely different, more dangerous aura. Ellis felt a terrifying dark mist emanating from the new enemy. The masked figure tightened his grip on Ellis's wrist. His dark mist began to neutralize her power. The masked figure's fiery red eyes gleamed maliciously behind the cloth. Ellis struggled desperately as the dark mist devoured her spirit energy. Ellis looked up in despair, while Marianne gave her a final resolute look. With an expression both sorrowful and serene, Marianne dissolved into nothingness, accepting the separation. The masked figure released his grip, leaving Ellis as her power was completely extinguished. Completely exhausted, Ellis collapsed, having to brace her sword against the ground to keep from falling. Marianne conveyed her final will. Ellis's eyes gleamed with determination, even as her body reached its limit. Ellis clutched the sword as Marianne's last green energy flowed into it, an unspoken promise. Lunav explained to a bewildered Erin, pointing out that the enemy had completely neutralized Ellis's and the spirit's power. The mist leader stood there smugly, surrounded by his dark mist and army of undead. Helpless and exhausted, Ellis knelt before the approaching enemy, facing inevitable defeat. The mist leader parried an attack from a mist assassin, a malicious sneer echoing. In a blurred movement, he struck down the assassin. Ellis watched from afar, her expression shifting from astonishment to confusion as she realized he was not their enemy. The mist leader moved like a phantom through the ranks of the mist, who seemed drawn towards a single target. His eyes narrowed behind the mask, confirming his suspicions about their soulless advance. He watched the assassins pouring towards the royal entourage, their movements like puppets controlled by an invisible string. He silently asked Kiram about any signs of unusual magic in the crowd. From her protected position, Erin stared defiantly, unaware that Kiram had identified a source of demonic energy emanating from the very necklace she was wearing. Upon receiving the information, the mist leader affirmed his next move, requesting Kiram's power for the upcoming plan. Kiram's spirit flared with annoyance, but still obeyed, transferring energy to his master. The mist leader plunged the entire hall into chaos, unleashing a domain of deep red mist that enveloped all. The mist domain spread rapidly, engulfing the soulless assassins in its suffocating embrace. The royal knights shouted warnings, bracing themselves as the strange mist completely enveloped them. The mist leader's feet glided across the floor, the dark mist swirling around him as he moved within his own creation. A member of the mist turned back in horror, realizing too late that the mist itself was their enemy. Ellis realized with utter horror that the black mist was actively absorbing the assassins, tearing them apart like puppets. A final dark hand sank into the swirling abyss as the last assassin was swallowed. The battlefield suddenly became eerily silent, leaving Ellis, the knights, and the royal family standing amidst the ruins in the strange space. Aaron looked around the quiet scene in confusion, wondering who the masked man was. Suddenly, Aaron turned as she saw Lunav collapse to the ground without a sound. Aaron rushed to her friend's side, frantically calling her name. From the shadows, the mist leader appeared right behind Aaron, his hand reaching out towards her. The royal knights screamed in horror upon seeing their princess captured. The mist leader held Aaron tightly, pressing a glowing red dagger to her neck, while the knights demanded he release her. Aaron struggled, a strangely familiar flicker of recognition in her eyes as she stared at her captor. Instead of harming her, the mist leader plunged his dagger down, shattering the cursed red gem on her necklace. The royal knights shouted in anger and confusion at the shocking act. Ellis screamed Aaron's name, watching the scene unfold with utter disbelief. The blonde royal knight led the counterattack, charging forward to save the princess. The knight was suddenly engulfed by the thick mist, his senses overwhelmed. Ignoring the knights, the mist leader turned to Lunav, who lay unconscious on the ground. Arin screamed in horror, believing he was about to harm her fallen friend. The mist leader lunged towards Lunav, his hand glowing with menacing red energy, ready to strike. Arin unleashed a final golden energy blast, screaming in despair. The mist leader's figure emerged, his fiery red eyes on the emotionless mask, staring at her. To silence the witness, he unleashed a red energy slash, effortlessly striking down Lunav Rain River. The dark mist dissipated as the mist leader vanished, leaving Arin and the royal knights in stunned silence. Arin stared in horror at the shattered necklace, realizing her brother Luinel's gift was the source of the disaster. Before their eyes, an escape path had been cleared, leading directly to the main gate of the capital. As the anomalous space vanished, a royal knight rushed to check on Arin's condition. Pushing aside her own worries, Arin turned her eyes searching for Ellis and Lunav amidst the rubble. Seeing Ellis supporting Lunav, Arin breathed a sigh of relief, signaling everyone to gather for retreat. Ellis held Lunav tightly, her resolute gaze showing that protecting her friends was her top priority. A memory of familiar purple eyes flashed in Ellis's mind, and a name suddenly appeared: Senior Scion. In a chaotic flashback, a colossal behemoth roared one last time before being crushed. Its blood and dark energy splattered across the palace's marble floor. Amidst the battle, Sarika Nikriti, enveloped in a purple magical aura, fought relentlessly. Brian Kendrick held the terrified Lady Emily, both stunned by the sight of an acquaintance transforming. Nana unleashed a demonic surge of energy, her bat wings and horns clearly visible in her half-dragon form. Kyan's memory took him back to that fateful night under the crimson sky of the capital. He recalled rumors of the Blood Feast, a tragedy supposedly orchestrated by Arin Sevelis to seize power. But the truth lay in the Days Stone on the necklace, a cursed item planted by Ishele and Luinel to trap her. The two masterminds, Ishele Vert and Luinel Sevelis, gloated in the spotlight, hailed as heroes of the Empire. On a rooftop, Kyan removed his mask, clutching it tightly as he looked down at the capital, exposing their conspiracy. Kiram hovered beside him, commenting on human cruelty, while Kyan coldly declared that this was only the beginning. A bitter moment of self-reflection appeared in Kyan's eyes as he admitted that he was even more ruthless than them. Back in the present, Kiram in human form sat on the ledge as Kyan prepared to leave to meet Nana. Kiram suddenly called him back, her expression turning serious as she mentioned something she had just realized. She revealed her concern regarding his maid Lady Emily. Hearing that Kiram had smelled the Days Stone on Emily, Kyan's eyes widened in shock, realizing the new danger. At the same time, Nana's instincts surged. She bared her fangs and drooled as she caught the delicious scent from Emily. Brian Kendrick desperately held the panicking Emily, trying to calm Nana, who was approaching in a ferocious transformed state. Nana fully unleashed her power, transforming into a true demon beast with colossal wings and a deadly purple aura. Brian gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he resolved to stop Nana and protect Lady Emily at all costs. But a tender memory flooded back. The image of him holding a tiny Nana in his arms made him falter, unable to strike. Discarding all reason, primal hunger consumed Nana. She let out a savage roar and lunged towards Emily. Emily shrieked in terror, her face contorted with fear as she was cornered. Brian clenched his jaw, his face revealing torment and helplessness as he was unable to intervene. A surge of dark purple energy suddenly struck Cyan's back, making him cry out in pain. The force of the explosion threw Kyan, Kiram and Emily away, shattering the ground around them. Brian and Emily screamed in horror as they witnessed young Master Cyan being thrown back while Kiram rushed to his aid. Blood splattered on his face. Cyan gritted his teeth, enduring his eyes, issuing an urgent command to Kiram. Kiram suddenly appeared in front of Emily, holding a pair of pliers, startling Brian and the maid into alertness. The red ribbon that Ishele had given Emily fell to the ground, emitting a faint dark aura. Without hesitation, Kiram crushed the cursed ribbon with her heel, despite Emily's cries of protest. Kiram spun around her eyes, sharp, shouting a command to awaken the one lost in madness. Amidst the rubble, Nana in her demonic form paused, her lifeless eyes seemingly recognizing something familiar. The light of recognition gradually returned to Nana's golden eyes, her vertical pupils contracting. Nana looked down at her blood-stained hands, panic and horror clearly visible on her face as she realized what she had done. Kyan turned his back, revealing a deep, bleeding gash on his shirt, but he gently reassured Nana. Though sweating from the pain, Cheyenne forced a smile, asserting that it was just an unfortunate mistake. Hearing the comfort, Nana's demonic wings drooped and she sobbed uncontrollably in torment and guilt. As the dark mist dissipated, Brian and Emily looked at their young master with eyes full of worry and relief. Kyan signaled to leave, leaving behind a devastated scene with the corpse of a monster and a tiny Nana standing in the crater. Luinel's eyes flashed with feigned astonishment as he looked at the terrible destruction of the Great Hall. Under Luinel's guidance, Emperor DNA Severus and Ishele entered, observing the deadly silence that enveloped the ruins. The Emperor expressed relief at no longer seeing monsters, and Luinel quickly echoed him, playing the role of a filial son. Ishele remained silent, a discreet and smug smile fleeting across her face as she observed the situation. A loud shout echoed in the Great Hall, startling the Emperor and Ishele, making them turn around. Aaron led the group of survivors, including Ellis and Lunav, running through the ruined corridor towards her father. Emperor DNA Severus was overjoyed to see his daughter safe, while Ishele merely glanced with an unreadable expression. Aaron rushed into her father's arms, both sharing a moment of relieved reunion after the ordeal. Still in her father's embrace, Aaron glanced over his shoulder, her sharp and suspicious gaze fixed on her brother Luinel. The Emperor explained that Luinel and Ishele had helped him get there safely, completely unaware of the underlying tension. Luinel looked at Aaron with a cold smile, his blue eyes gleaming with malice instead of joy. Aaron confronted her brother, her gaze firm, containing countless questions and an unspoken accusation. Temporarily setting aside her suspicions, Aaron, along with Ellis and Lunav, turned to bow to the Emperor, demonstrating a leader's responsibility. Aaron's watchful eyes did not leave the backs of Luinel and Ishele, the two conspirators standing together. Luinel and Ishele stood close, exchanging a meaningful look, confirming their shared plot. Aaron's eyes narrowed. She focused on listening to the ongoing conversation. A malicious and smug smile appeared on Luinel's face. Lunav Rain River stared straight ahead, her eyes flashing with recognition as she identified the mastermind. Standing next to Ishele, Vert Luinel pointed at Lunav, loudly declaring her arrest. Ellis Vert was stunned by the baseless accusation aimed at someone who had fought by her side. Luinel and Ishele remained silent, their faces smug, as they awaited the Emperor's reaction. DNA Severus roared in anger, while Aaron desperately pleaded, trying to explain Lunav's heroic actions to her father. Luinel dismissed her excuses with a contemptuous smile, sowing doubt about political motives. Lunav held her head high, her sharp gaze challenging Luinel to provide proof. To bolster the accusation, Ishele stepped forward, presenting a scroll as undeniable evidence. DNA Severus wavered before the presented evidence, while Aaron desperately begged her father not to believe them. Luinel continued to manipulate, promising to find more evidence if given time. DNA Severus finally nodded in agreement, despite Aaron's horrified cries of his name. The plan's successful, Luinel broke into a triumphant smile. Lunav realized she had fallen completely into their trap. Afterward, handcuffed and hooded, Lunav was escorted to the dungeon. In a corner of the Great Hall, the princess's guards sobbed in Aaron's arms, while Resimus Klein observed. The streets of the capital were plunged into mourning as the funeral procession of Marquis Drenian and other victims passed by. In another room, Ellis's hand gently touched the bandage wrapped around Kyan's shoulder. Ellis carefully changed the bandage for Cyan, who sat silently enduring. She gently reassured her younger brother, showing a sister's concern. Ellis recalled the dangerous moment, her gratitude for her savior welling up. Memories of the mysterious rescuer flooded her mind. Mist Leader, standing tall amidst the dark mist. Kyan's eyes flashed as he thought about what had happened. Ellis chuckled upon noticing Kyan's muscular physique, startling him with her unexpected reaction. Teased, Kyan shyly turned his face away. He quickly stood up and ran away from his sister's teasing. Ishele stood at the doorway, a sinister smile on his lips, as he observed the two siblings. Kyan turned back his shyness, gone replaced by a cold, wary gaze. Ellis immediately sensed the tension, recognizing Kyan's guarded demeanor. Ellis's eyes narrowed. She recognized the potential danger from her brother Ishele. Ishele entered the room, declaring he was there to investigate his fake smile, failing to conceal his dark intentions. A silver bracelet, with a pink gemstone emitting dark energy, was displayed, presented as evidence found at Lunav's residence. Ishele put forth a chilling hypothesis, targeting the person who had given Lunav the gift and making him the prime suspect. With a cunning smile, he probed Kyan, pretending to search for a memory of a gift received at the party. Kyan responded with an indifferent expression, asking in return if the person who gave Lunav the gift had been found yet. Ishele confirmed that the person was a merchant who frequently visited the imperial palace. Kyan suddenly staggered, a sharp pain throbbing in his head. Ellis quickly supported her brother, worry clearly etched on her face. She explained to Ishele that Cyan's wound was too deep, causing him to lose a lot of blood and requiring absolute rest. Ishele observed the scene with a cold expression, feigning understanding, and urged Cyan to rest before leaving. Ikela's eyes sharpened as he recalled Kyan's answer. Kyan, supported by Ellis, firmly asserted that no one could have approached him in that hell to give a gift. Ishele smiled sinisterly, accepting the answer and hinting that the person might have died under the monster's fangs. Watching the backs of the two siblings, Ishele regretted missing the chance to eliminate Kyan. Ishele's eyes flashed with a cold blue light, revealing his murderous intent. Sensing the killing intent, Kyan's eyes glowed, a deadly red, silent fury rising within him. Ellis felt her brother's change. She worriedly called his name. Not letting Kyan act, Ellis forcefully pushed him onto the bed, making him rest. Meanwhile, in a dark corridor, fresh blood dripped onto the cold stone floor. A figure in a black cloak stood towering over a collapsed maid. Maid Lily looked up, desperately questioning her attacker why she had been betrayed. She screamed that she had done everything as ordered, even delivering the necklace to Princess Arin. A sharp blade pressed against Lily's neck, the villain coldly declaring her role was over. Beneath his hood, Ishele's eyes gleamed with malice as he complained about having to clean up himself. Frustration was evident on his face as he thought about his efforts. Blood splattered onto the brick wall, ending Lily's pleas. Ishele coldly turned away, leaving the maid's twitching corpse in a pool of blood. He suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. To avoid repeating the mistake of the previous corpse discovery, Ishele raised his hand, summoning a glowing red magic book. He ordered a gruesome monster to emerge from the book, rushing to devour all evidence. At the same time, in the outskirts, Emily walked with a relaxed demeanor. She turned back as a large figure approached from behind. Brian Kendrick appeared with a friendly smile, offering a bag of ripe red apples. He explained that he had bought them on his way out of town, and Emily happily accepted them. Emily took a bite of a crisp apple, enjoying the brief moment of peace. Brian Kendrick and Emily sat on a bench, quietly looking down at the town below. Emily bit into an apple while Brian affirmed that they had to await the young master's orders. Memories flooded back, starting with Kyan Vert's white-gloved hand, holding a red brooch, a malicious gift from Ishele. Dark energy poured out as Kyan crushed the brooch, his eyes chilling as he realized the trap. Emily, in her maid uniform, watched in horror as the gift was destroyed. Kyan issued an urgent command, his face stern as he warned Emily of the impending danger. Brian, in knight's armor, held the frightened Nana tightly, ready to obey. With a still bleeding wound on his back, Kyan turned away, entrusting Emily's safety to Brian. He gently stroked Nana's head, a rare comforting gesture. Kyan forced a smile to soothe Nana's fear, promising they would soon reunite. Back in the present, Brian bit into an apple, his resolve strengthened by the memory of the young master's trust. The secluded house appeared their temporary refuge, a horse grazing outside. Inside, Nana stretched on the bed, safe and recovering. Brian and Emily exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a common goal. Emily suddenly grabbed Brian's arm, an impulsive act. The memory of being entrusted with the task and the sudden closeness made Brian blush in confusion. Emily looked at Brian, her radiant smile showing a new determination to support him and their young master. Surprised by her directness, Brian turned his face away, unable to hide his embarrassment. Regaining his composure, Brian nodded decisively, accepting Emily's offer of cooperation. At the same time, in a royal hall, books on a table signaled a tense confrontation. Crown Prince Lionel Severus slammed the table, angrily protesting his father's decision. The emperor, majestic and unyielding, ordered his son to hold his tongue. Lionel roared, despising his father's caution and calling for an invasion. The emperor's rage erupted as he shattered the armrest of his throne with an energy-infused punch. He stood up, his figure dominating Lionel, questioning his son's blind ambition. A map appeared, showing the empire's vulnerable strategic position, reinforcing the emperor's warning. The emperor's face was etched with weariness and the burden of responsibility as he explained the risk of all-out war. Lionel merely sneered, scoffing at the blood price of conquest. The emperor roared, declaring that such an act was that of a monster, not a ruler. As Lionel tried to retort, the emperor cut him off, uttering a name, Daystone. Lionel's smugness shattered, replaced by shock and disbelief. The emperor looked directly at his son, the disappointment and resolve in his eyes, confirming that he knew the truth. Questioned Crown Prince Lionel stammered denial's sweat, beading on his face before his father. Emperor DNA's knife-sharp gaze pinned his son, deep disappointment etched on his face as he called Lionel's name. Turning his back decisively, the emperor ordered Lionel to leave, not bothering to look at the son who had disappointed him. Driven away, Lionel clenched his fists, a flicker of confusion crossing his face at the mention of Arin's name. His rage erupted. Lionel roared a curse, blaming Arin for everything. Rage distorted Lionel's face as he roared Arin Severus's name, blaming her for ruining everything. The royal knights flinched as the crown prince suddenly appeared at the princess's chamber door. In a fit of rage, Lionel kicked open Arin's chamber door to confront her. The princess's attendant, Resimus Klein, panicked upon seeing the crown prince burst in, trying to explain that the princess needed rest. Losing patience, Lionel delivered a brutal punch to Resimus's face to clear the way. Resimus fell to the floor, Arin screaming his name in horror. Lionel's hand trembled with anger after delivering the blow. Arin's blazing red eyes stared at her brother, her expression cold and defiant. Lionel approached, a sinister smile on his lips as he faced his sister. Arin maintained a calm expression, her gaze unwavering despite Lionel's provocation. Lionel roared, declaring he had come to talk to his sister. Lionel approached, a sinister smile on his lips as he faced his sister. Arin maintained a calm expression, her gaze unwavering despite Lionel's provocation. Lionel roared, declaring he had come to talk to his sister. Resimus stood up, gathering his courage to warn the crown prince that he wouldn't stand by if Arin was threatened. Lionel leaned down, his eyes emitting a deadly threat, dismissing Resimus as a mere insect. Resimus froze, horrified by the crown prince's threat to destroy his entire family. Arin stepped forward, her tone calm but firm, demanding Lionel stop. She directly confronted her brother, her sharp gaze probing his true intentions. Lionel was stunned, realizing Arin's demeanor had completely changed from before. Arin continued to question him, her gaze unwavering. Standing tall, Arin boldly declared that she would accept nothing from her brother. Lionel was utterly shocked by his sister's resolute declaration. Arin calmly faced her father, Emperor DNA, after the confrontation. The emperor looked at his daughter, beginning to reveal the truth about the necklace Lionel had given. His words conjured the image of a blazing red gem, the Daystone radiating dark energy amidst hooded figures. The emperor's gaze turned sharp as he revealed information about someone secretly acquiring these dangerous artifacts in the capital. Memories of the black market smuggler, Gilbert, and the maid Marilda surfaced, two masterminds with sinister smiles and cold eyes. Arin flinched upon hearing that those two who were connected to her brother had either disappeared or died. Before the emperor, Arin reported that those behind the attack were Lionel's people, while also questioning her father about the gift she had never received. Arin's hands were clasped tightly, a gesture revealing the tension hidden beneath her calm exterior as she firmly denied it. Emperor DNA Severus listened silently to his daughter's assertion, his gaze becoming pensive. Arin bowed her head, her voice firm as she demanded the release of Loon of Rainriver, who had saved many lives at the party. The emperor agreed to Arin's request, reassuring her that everything would be resolved. Arin remained silent about Lionel's role, fearing that exposing him now would make him act more recklessly. The image of the night, swallowed by darkness at the horrifying party, flashed in her mind, strengthening her resolve. Steely determination converged in Arin's blazing red eyes as she vowed to stop her brother at all costs. Luinel suddenly appeared, his shadow casting a menacing presence over Arin, questioning what she had told the Emperor. Rage flared on Luinel's face. He felt betrayed and challenged by his sister's actions. Luinel approached his threatening gaze, directed towards the invisible attendant, as an indirect threat to Arin. Luinel's face contorted in disbelief. He couldn't understand why Arin dared to prioritize others over him. To protect Arin, Qian Vert appeared at the doorway, his presence immediately changing the atmosphere of the room. Qian bowed in a feigned polite manner, admitting he had accidentally overheard the conversation. Luinel was utterly stunned. Cyan's appearance was something he hadn't anticipated. Qian's eyes flashed red, and he looked up with a feigned innocent expression, provoking Luinel. Cyan calmly entered the room, forcing Luinel to confront him directly, the atmosphere becoming taut. With a mischievous hand gesture, Cyan explained that his lack of presence was merely an assassin's habit, a blatant taunt. Luinel gnashed his teeth, his anger reaching its peak at Qian's teasing. Cyan's hand gently rested on Arin's shoulder, an act both reassuring and defiantly possessive. Cyan stood behind Arin, his blazing red eyes fixed on Luinel, as a silent warning asserting his protective claim. Luinel froze rumors of Arin and Cyan's relationship and warnings not to provoke the Vert family flashing through his mind. In the hallway, Luinel and Ishele Vert walked together, Ishele questioning Luinel about his intention to eliminate his own brother. Luinel replied contemptuously, suggesting Ishele was also trying to eliminate Arin to seize the throne. Ishele's blue eyes flashed with annoyance. He admitted that Cyan's existence was a troublesome obstacle. An invisible, terrifying pressure emanated from Cyan, which both Luinel and Ishele felt when facing him. Luinel shivered cold sweat, breaking out as he recalled the terrifying pressure Cyan had exerted. Luinel raised his hands, pretending it was all a joke, to retreat honorably. As Luinel turned and walked away, Arin instinctively blushed, leaning closer to Cyan trustingly. In Cyan's mind, an image of Luinel from another life appeared, a tyrant seated on a throne of white bones, revealing his true nature. Resimus Klein bowed courteously to mediate while Luinel Sevelus turned and walked away, followed by Kellen Diego. Luinel glanced back, his sharp eyes holding an unspoken warning before he left. After the door closed, Resimus Klein sighed in relief, the tension leaving his shoulders. Resimus turned to express gratitude to Cyan Vert, while Arin Sevelus sat on the sofa, muttering her thanks. Arin awkwardly explained that she could only bravely confront him because of Cyan's presence beside her. She flinched back, realizing Cyan had sat down right next to her on the sofa. Her cheeks flushed. Arin shyly twisted her fingers, not daring to look directly at the perplexed Cyan. Standing from afar, Resimus Klein observed, secretly admiring Cyan's composure when facing the crown prince. Cyan stood up, hand on the doorknob, declaring his presence would make Luinel no longer dare to bother Arin. Resimus smiled as he saw Cyan off, while Arin shyly waved goodbye. Elsewhere, Luinel Sevelus angrily grabbed Ishele Vert's collar, questioning him about the failed plan. Rage distorted Luinel's face as he roared about their targets still being alive. Ishele Vert silently endured, his face darkening at the accusation that he had lost his father's trust. Luinel cried out in despair, unable to accept that his role as savior had vanished into thin air. A cloaked figure entered the room, halting the confrontation between Luinel and Ishele. Luinel turned his eyes, questioning the newcomer. The man removed his hood, revealing Boris Ruhelm's face, and bowed respectfully. Luinel questioned Boris about his absence, and Boris explained he was carrying out a task assigned by Ishele. Ishele asked about the results of the investigation into the maid Emily's whereabouts. Boris Ruhelm flashed a sinister smile, revealing that they had underestimated Princess Arin's companions. He presented a glowing purple pyramid-shaped crystal, explaining that it was proof of his words. Boris raised the crystal, declaring it had collected all the magic used in Arin's entourage's battle. From within, the crystal streams of black and red dark energy began to seep out, emitting an evil aura. Luinel stared at the dark energy, a flicker of realization in his eyes. Ishele also observed with a serious expression, recognizing the dangerous and rebellious nature of this magic. Boris confirmed their suspicions, his smile growing more venomous as he declared it was the magic of a demonic sword. Boris's eyes gleamed with a malicious light as he revealed that someone in Aaron's party possessed that demonic sword. Meanwhile, at a secluded inn, Brian Kendrick stared blankly at the food on his plate, a giant purple insect-like creature. He looked confusedly at Sian Vert and Nana, both of whom were casually eating the horrifying dish. Emily smiled, reminding Nana to eat slower, while Brian was still shocked by the sight. Brian's eyes widened in horror, believing he had just seen the food on his plate subtly move. The group of four, Kyan, Nana, Emily, and Brian, sat around the table, finishing their strange meal. Emily pointed frantically, trying to warn Kyan Vert about the danger from Michelle and urging him to leave immediately. Kyan reassured her with a steady gaze, signaling that he had only come to check and would send Brian Kendrick if help was needed. From the shadows of a bush, a member of the Mist stood guard, his glowing red eyes an unspoken affirmation of the place's safety. Kyan donned his cloak and turned to leave, despite Emily calling after him, begging him to return. He glanced back one last time, his gaze entrusting everything to Brian, before disappearing into the night. Brian Kendrick bowed in obedience, but then he froze, his horrified gaze fixed on the smoking, monstrous purple meat on his fork. The heavy wooden door of the safe house slammed shut, sealing them inside. Outside, Kyan walked on the stone path, his cloak concealing his identity. He stopped, his sharp gaze directed towards another cloaked figure, waiting, Sarika Nikriti, who had her back to him. Sarika turned, her glowing golden eyes sparking with suspicion as she questioned him on how he knew about future events beforehand. Kyan replied with a cold warning, stating that her answer would determine if they were friends or foes. Anger flared in Sarika's eyes, and she growled his name, challenging him to explain. A fleeting image of a city plunged into darkness, where the blood feast was about to take place. Another image appeared, the sinister face of Drenian Nephilis, who was dead. Sarika continued to question, emphasizing that Kyan knowing about her dead fiancé was impossible. Kyan casually dismissed it, stating that Drenian's death was irrelevant, as he was originally a target to be purged. Sarika sneered, inferring that he must be a spy, and Kyan faced her, challenging her to act. Without warning, Sarika drew a curved dagger, purple dark energy enveloping the weapon. Blazing red energy flared around Kyan as he prepared for the impending attack. The two figures lunged at each other with terrifying speed, their weapons clashing, sparking in the night. Sarika retreated, taking a defensive stance, her eyes assessing her opponent. Suddenly, Kiram appeared between the two, in human form, dark energy radiating from her hands as a warning, protecting her master. Sarika smirked with amusement, recognizing her new opponent as Kiram. Rage flared on Kiram's face. She gritted her teeth, her sharp fingernails glowing pink, ready to tear apart anyone who dared touch her master. Without hesitation, Kiram and Sarika lunged at each other, creating a fierce explosion of purple energy. Pushed back, Sarika flipped in mid-air, a sphere of dark energy forming in her hand. With a smug smile, she prepared to unleash her strongest attack. A massive slash of red and black energy tore through the ground, surging straight forward. Sarika watched her attack, confident that no one could survive. The destructive energy slash hurtled towards Kiram, who remained still. Sarika was stunned, realizing the terrifying power contained within Kiram's attack that she couldn't see. Kiram exhaled in frustration, disappointed that she had dodged the attack instead of facing it head-on. The ground in the forest was torn apart, covered in a lingering pink and purple energy from a destructive attack. Kiram smirked smugly, her fiery orange eyes full of challenge, ready for a real fight. Facing her, Sarika Nikriti responded with a belligerent smile, excitement flaring in her eyes as she prepared to unleash her full power. Sarika lunged like a phantom, her curved dagger striking the ground, releasing a surge of dark energy. Kiram was suddenly pressed face down into the ground by an invisible force, struggling in extreme anger and confusion. Kyan Vert stood there, a cold and displeased smile on his face, indicating that he was the one who had intervened. With an annoyed expression, Kyan glared at Kiram, reprimanding her for causing a commotion that could reveal their location. Sarika froze, realizing her mistake, and signaling that she would direct her people to another location. From the doorway, Kyan cast an annoyed glance back ordering the two to sort out the mess themselves. The wooden door slammed shut, leaving the two female warriors outside. Kiram knelt on the ground with a sulky expression, while Sarika stood with her arms crossed silently watching her. Inside, Shan rubbed his forehead, wearily deciding he had to change plans and asking everyone to pack immediately. Suddenly he paused, his gaze shifting sideways as he sensed an uninvited presence. Brian Kendrick bowed, apologizing to young Master Cyan, explaining the sudden appearance of a mysterious silver-haired woman among their group. Cyan looked at the strange woman, his face tense, as he questioned how she could bypass both the protective barrier and the mist's guards. The woman, Loon of Rain River, merely smiled confidently, propping her chin and asserting it was one of her talents. The group, including Brian, Emily and Nana, looked at Cyan with curious and confused expressions at the commotion. Lunav looked directly at Cyan, her eyes showing sincere gratitude, as she had come to express her thanks. Cyan appeared confused, asserting that he didn't recall doing anything worthy of thanks. Lunav smiled meaningfully, recalling the moment Cyan had gone inside her. Brian and Emily froze, their faces paling in horror at the implication in Lunav's words, while Nana looked at them with confusion. Memories flooded back, showing the moment Cyan saved Lunav from a mist assassin while she was unconscious. Lunav summoned a sphere of water elemental magic in her palm. Immediately after, the water sphere transformed into blazing fire. To demonstrate, Lunav displayed her extraordinary ability, merging different elemental magic currents in her palm. She explained that this was a gift from her grandfather, allowing her to track a specific person's mana. Cyan looked at her seriously, pointing out that the ability was more like a curse, as it had harmed Lunav's body. Lunav blushed, her hands clasped shyly, as she confirmed Shan was the one who saved her, and suggested they talk elsewhere. Cyan turned his sharp gaze, ordering Brian and Emily, who were whispering, to finish packing before he returned. Emily timidly spoke up, asking where they were going. Cyan declared loudly that their destination was Ruin Academy. Lunav, standing beside him with a satisfied expression. Hearing the destination, Emily's eyes lit up with joy, realizing she would have the chance to take care of young Master Cyan all day. Brian Kendrick showed an annoyed expression, bothered by idle thoughts, while Nana curiously pointed at him. Loon of Rain River began recounting her past, an image of her as a lonely girl in a pillar of magical light, appearing as the group listened. Lunav's resolute gaze in the memory showed her silent endurance of painful experiment. The authoritative figure of Regan's Rain River appeared, symbolizing the burden of duty Lunav had to bear. On a wooden bridge, Lunav questioned Cyan, Vert wanting to know why he had hidden the fact that he saved her life. Cyan seemed annoyed, believing that it would only bring unnecessary trouble. They stopped, and the conversation became more serious, as Lunav prepared to present evidence. To explain, Lunav summoned a dark energy orb, something she had collected from Cyan. Memories of their first meeting at the diner resurfaced. That was when she began collecting his mana. Cyan realized Lunav's astonishing ability, something he had never known about. Lunav continued to recall the moment Cyan transferred energy into her body when she was unconscious to save her life. She unleashed that power, a chaotic red-black energy orb, to show him its unusual nature. Cyan probed Lunav's intentions, wanting to know if she intended to bring this secret to Regan. Lunav decisively extinguished the energy orb, a silent affirmation that she would not do so. She explained that revealing this secret would only bring trouble, a viewpoint similar to Cyan. Cyan smirked, challenging her with a question about whether she was conspiring against her own lineage. Lunav merely smiled, implying that Cyan himself understood her reasons well. She unexpectedly hugged Cyan's arm, sincerely thanking him for helping her shed a part of the burden in her heart. A metaphorical image appeared. Lunav's body was like a chaotic stew pot, bubbling with all kinds of mana. The shadow of a man closed the pot's lid, an action meant to prevent mana from escaping. The sealed pot continued to boil furiously, with the internal pressure steadily increasing. Finally, the chaotic energy overflowed, cracking the pot and extinguishing its own life force. Cyan reminisced, realizing he had acted simply because he didn't want to see her as a controlled puppet. He placed a hand on Lunav's shoulder, a gesture of comfort and understanding. Cyan turned and walked away, signaling that the matter was concluded and asking her to keep his secret. He waved goodbye, leaving Lunav alone with her thoughts. Lunav watched his retreating back, a mischievous and grateful smile gracing her lips. Kian walked on thoughtfully, admitting that she was a better person than he had thought. Meanwhile, at the Garam Council headquarters, shocking news was reported. Regan's Rain River angrily slammed his hand onto the table, breaking the quill pen. He brushed aside his subordinate's explanation, his fury erupting upon learning that Lunav had been released. With cold, sharp eyes, Regan's ordered his people to hunt down and bring Lunav back immediately. Under the clear blue sky, a carriage driven by Kian Vert was heading towards the city in the distance. Inside the carriage, Emily smiled, radiantly pure happiness evident on her face. Kian Vert looked at Emily and Nana, asking about her joy, and Emily expressed her delight at being able to serve him again. Emily suddenly realized the academy's regulations, anxiously asking about the prohibition of maids, but Kian merely pondered with a confident look. Headmaster Kundal Kusal's face appeared majestic and powerful, his gaze radiating an unyielding refusal. To persuade him, Kian Vert stood before Kundal, firmly presenting his request. Kundal slammed the table, angrily roaring his objection to Kian's unreasonable demand to bring not just one but 2 maids. Kian maintained a calm expression, his gaze unwavering in the face of the headmaster's fury. Kundal narrowed his eyes in scrutiny, demanding a valid reason for this exception, especially as it concerned the Blood Feast event. Kian began to explain, his expression growing more serious. To break the deadlock, Kian issued an ultimatum, forcing Kundal to accept his demand in exchange for crucial information. Kundal stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering Kian's offer, his eyes still full of skepticism. Kian's eyes flashed with a fiery red light, and he sneered, asserting that he was not the perpetrator of the Blood Feast. Kundal was stunned by the bold declaration, narrowing his eyes to confirm what he had just heard. Kian merely shivered slightly, maintaining a meaningful silence. Kundal angrily scolded Kian for his insolent attitude, but ultimately waved his hand in approval of the request. The tense dialogue at the academy building finally concluded. Kian strode down the corridor, Emily following behind his mind, beginning to calculate his next move. The image of the arrogant Luinel Severus appeared in Kian's thoughts, an opponent not to be underestimated. Next was the calculating face of Isheli Vert, whom Kian believed to be the true mastermind. And finally, the smug smile of Boris Ruhelm, the one who executed those plans. Memories of the trio, once shoulder to shoulder, flashed by a reminder of complex relationships. Kian's thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected sight. Seth Shaharkan was frantically doing push-ups right in the middle of the corridor. Sweat poured down Seth's rippling body as he continued to count his relentless push-ups. Seth noticed Kian's presence, stopped, and offered a welcoming, combative smile. Kian stood still, a faint energy radiating from his feet. Seth sprang up, his muscular body revealing a royal emblem, and he growled a challenge to Kian for an immediate duel. Kian coldly turned away, slamming the door shut before Seth's astonishment. Leaving Seth's echoing challenge for a rematch behind him, Kian continued to walk with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, a hand from beneath the floor grabbed Kian's ankle next to a puddle of dark purple liquid. Kian looked down and saw Papa Fenelon lying motionless on the floor. Papa Fenelon's face was pale, his eyes rolled back, and purple poison still oozed from the corner of his mouth. A cold drop of sweat ran down Kian's temple. He was completely shocked by this sudden death. Just entering the room, Kian Vert froze when he saw Emily standing there, while Papa Fenelon lay dead on the floor. Emily shrugged innocently, explaining that the victim had only eaten one of her cookies, while Nana in the background was still happily enjoying hers. A plate of dark purple cookies, emitting an eerie black smoke, looked extremely toxic. Kian pointed at Emily and issued a decisive command, forbidding her from cooking for others again, causing her to pout in annoyance. He slumped into a chair, sighing wearily at the troubles that had just begun. Kian's gaze suddenly fell upon an unfamiliar white envelope placed on the table. He picked up the letter, his eyes full of curiosity and caution as he read the first line. Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling Emily into raising her knife defensively, while Cheyenne turned on high alert. A light blue-haired girl stood there, a smug smile on her lips, exuding mystery and confidence. At the same time, elsewhere, a stream of dark magical liquid was washed down a drain, erasing all traces. Under the cover of night, Two hooded figures carrying lanterns walked through an underground sewer carrying out a secret mission. The older man with a white beard and round glasses spoke with a serious expression, asserting that their plan was the only way. The younger companion, a woman with a black mark near her eye, smiled coldly, showing no sign of guilt. The older man questioned her compassion for a student in the academy. Nella Aronis, a lecturer at Ruin Academy, dismissed the suspicion, declaring she was not foolish enough to pity a monster. She announced that she would go to the rendezvous point, as her colleagues must have already contacted Lunav. Nella turned away, leaving the older man standing alone in the shadows, a mysterious smile on his lips. Back in the present, Cyan and Lunav sat opposite each other at an outdoor table under the sunset. Lunav appeared annoyed at being abruptly pulled away by Cyan, while Nana and Emily watched with surprise. Cyan questioned Lunav on how she managed to break the magical barrier at the dormitory door. Lunav proudly raised her hand, a bright blue magic circle, glowing, demonstrating her ability to analyze and neutralize spells. Cyan was stunned, countless complex magical symbols appearing in his mind, realizing the terrifying power of the girl opposite him. Lunav smiled brightly, asking if Cyan had read the letter yet. Cyan crossed his arms, his face annoyed, replying that she had barged in before he could finish reading. With an eager expression, Lunav explained that she couldn't wait any longer and had to come see him. Her expression suddenly turned serious, devoid of any playfulness. Cyan leaned forward, his eyes sharp as daggers, pressing her to answer who had ordered her to approach him. Lunav calmly took a sip of tea, admitting that someone had indeed given the order initially, but not anymore. She left the answer open, challenging Cyan to decide for himself whether to trust her, while he asserted that he didn't easily trust others. She began to recount the recent disturbing events at the Garam Council. The image of a white-haired dragon with black wings appeared in her narration. Next was a red-haired female dragon with curved horns, both reported missing. Finally, the horrifying sight of a severed human head in a wooden box, evidence of liquidated smugglers. A metaphorical image appeared, a severed hand lying in the box, emitting a dark red aura. Lunav looked at Cyan Vert, her eyes accusatory, implying that he was the common link in all the events. Her smug smile confirmed that her conjecture had now become reality. Cyan smirked, challenging her with his gaze, wanting to know what she would do with that information. Lunav unexpectedly made a shocking confession, leaving Cyan stunned in surprise. With a sinister smile, she asserted that she understood her own body better than anyone. Memories flooded back, showing a small figure confined in a test tube, observed by three cloaked figures. Back in the present, Lunav placed her hand on her chest, calmly accepting that she only had about 3 years left to live. Khan looked at her with deep skepticism, questioning her absurd calmness. Lunav merely offered a sad, resigned smile, as if she wished she could also lose her mind. Cyan's eyes flashed with annoyance at her incomprehensible attitude. He abruptly stood up, brushing her story aside and turning his back to leave. Lunav watched him while Cyan walked away without looking back. The spirit of Kiram appeared beside Cyan, questioning his decision to abandon the girl with his gaze. Cyan glanced, his gaze firm, confirming that leaving now was the best option. At the same time, from a distance, two members of the Garam Council clad in dark cloaks quietly observed. Lunav sighed, realizing that her attempt to leave in secret had failed. She looked at the white-cloaked figures approaching, her eyes cold. The leader of the imposter guards looked at her, sternly conveying orders from someone named Lord Regans. Another member of the group urged Lunav to come with them. Lunav was silent for a moment, suspicion evident on her face. She questioned their identities, pointing out the unusual circumstances of their arrival to take her. The leader of the imposter guards extended a hand, attempting to reassure her with a fabricated explanation. Lunav sneered, exposing their lie with just a sharp glance. Without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful whirlwind, throwing her attackers aside to create an escape path. She dashed away, but a hand seized her from behind, releasing a stream of tranquilizing energy. Lunav's small spirit beast lay slumped on the ground, defeated. The bald commander of the kidnapping group looked down with a smug expression, ordering her to be put into the carriage. Lunav lay unconscious on the ground, completely incapacitated. From a distance, Kiram was startled, sensing something unusual. Cyan also stopped. He and Kiram looked back together, towards where the sounds of battle had just erupted. Kyan's eyes turned sharp and vigilant. A carriage began to roll, leaving the scene in silence. Under the cover of night, a group of white-cloaked figures escorted black-clad prisoners to an ancient church. Ralph the bald commander entered and decisively reported that he had brought Lunav. From behind, Ralph looked towards Lunav, kneeling before the altar monologuing about her tragic fate. From the shadows, Nella Aronis emerged with a sinister smile, her eyes showing contempt for Lunav's fate. Inside, Lunav lay unconscious on a long bench, her body bound by silver chains. Outside, one of the white-clad guards was startled to notice a strange black mist rising from the ground. The black mist quickly spread, engulfing the entire group of guards and the carriage. A guard was horrified to witness his comrades being pierced by a red beam of light. He recognized the legendary attacker. Deadly red beams of light pierced the guard's body, extinguishing his life instantly. The massacre unfolded in a flash, red beams of light, intertwining, giving no one a chance to escape. Another guard stood frozen, sweat pouring as he failed to comprehend what was happening. The attacker's cold eyes flashed from the darkness, ignoring the guard's plea. Kyan's shadow enveloped the last guard, his red eyes the last thing the guard saw. Inside the church, Ralph spun around, startled by the horrific screams from outside. Nella and Ralph looked towards the door, realizing they had been followed by an uninvited enemy. Nella Aronis smirked cruelly, giving Ralph a silent command to eliminate the intruder. Ralph clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination as he accepted the command and prepared to act. Outside, Kyan stood on the corpse of a guard, looking towards the church, knowing that the real battle had just begun. Kyan faced Ralph, who stood at the church door, enveloped by a stream of blue energy. From the darkness of his hood, Kyan's glowing red eyes analyzed his opponent, realizing his energy was somewhat unstable. To protect the plan, Ralph roared and charged his two fists, flaring with blue energy, aimed directly at Kyan. Undeterred, Kyan also charged in response, preparing for a direct confrontation. Nella stood at the threshold, coldly observing the battle, expecting Ralph to quickly finish things. The smug expression on Nella's face vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment at the outcome of the confrontation. From Nella's perspective, the scene revealed Kyan standing tall, while Ralph had fallen at his feet. Ralph lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious and utterly defeated. Kyan stood over his defeated foe, his glowing red eyes fixed on Nella, demanding an explanation for Lunav's abduction. Nella scoffed at Kyan's question and refused to answer. Instead, she summoned a blazing fireball in her hand, ready to fight. An image of Lunav appeared calmly, combining streams of elemental energy in her hands. Kyan's eyes flashed with recognition. He confirmed Nella possessed the same type of power. Nella unleashed a combined lightning and fire attack, forming a destructive elemental storm aimed at finishing off Kyan. Engulfed in a sea of fire, Kyan remained calm, realizing he needed more answers from her. Kyan drew a dagger from behind his back, its blade glowing with a reddish-purple light, ready for a true counterattack. Nella Aronis's expression changed from smugness to extreme astonishment. She was stunned to witness Kyan Vert use a single dagger to neutralize her firestorm. Seizing the opportunity, Kyan Vert lunged forward, his hand gripping Nella Aronis's throat. To escape the grip, Nella Aronis launched an attack that forced Kyan Vert to leap into the air to dodge. Recognizing the deadly threat, Nella Aronis focused energy into her palms, determined to finish off her opponent. She unleashed a destructive surge of energy directly at Kyan Vert. Just then, Kiram unexpectedly appeared from behind, delivering a powerful kick to Nella Aronis's side. Caught by surprise, Nella Aronis staggered and fell to the ground. She frantically tried to counterattack, but an invisible force blocked her efforts. Nella Aronis's uncontrolled energy exploded, violently blasting away surrounding earth and rocks. The tremendous destructive power of the explosion caused a part of the nearby building to collapse. Kyan Vert landed softly, his cold eyes assessing the brutal magical power he had just witnessed. Nella Aronis knelt, her hands tightly bound by red energy chains, struggling in despair. To demand justice for Lunav, Kyan Vert approached, his sharp eyes compelling Nella Aronis to answer. He glanced at the ruined building, his tone menacing as he questioned the scale of the organization behind her. Nella Aronis let out a scornful laugh, her defiant eyes signaling an impending threat. Despite blood covering her face, Nella Aronis grinned savagely, ready to face hell. Kian Vert observed her reaction, noticing an abnormality in how her energy was suppressed. Kiran, based on Kian Vert's observation, deduced that Lunav was also suffering from a similar condition, which startled Nella Aronis. Kian Vert, with a knowing tone, mentioned the Garam Council and their experiments, completely shattering Nella Aronis's confidence. He placed his hand on Nella Aronis's head, a silent declaration that her time was up. In utter horror, Nella Aronis only had time to realize her head was disintegrating into dust. Kian Vert delivered a final punch to her disintegrating body. Memories of an ancient book containing the secret of the heart curve artifact flooded Kian Vert's mind. He recalled that the book not only described the artifact, but also indicated the method to remove it. In Kian Vert's hand, the energy core obtained from the previous enemy was still active, emitting a shimmering blue light. He ordered Kiram to bring Lunav out despite her hesitation. Kiram gently placed the unconscious Lunav on the ground, preparing for a risky procedure. Kian Vert looked at the energy core, admitting that this was the first time he had experimented with this method. With a decisive fist, he crushed the energy core, releasing its power. He directed the stream of green energy towards Lunav's chest, beginning the process of destroying the artifact within her. Kian Vert's hand pressed against Lunav's chest, the brilliant green light concentrating, aiming at the heart curve. Lunav's eyes suddenly opened, reflecting a microscopic energy explosion in her pupils, signaling her awakening. The tower of the Garam Mage Association stood majestically under the sunset. Lunav opened her eyes, a strange and confused feeling evident in her purple eyes. She raised her hand, feeling a gentle flow of energy and an invisible burden that had just been lifted from her body. Lying on the bed, Lunav realized a strange, clearer connection with Kian Vert. On a rooftop overlooking the city, Kiram stood questioning Kian Vert, who was kneeling on one knee and removing his disguise. Kian Vert stood up, his gaze firm, as he explained his reason for keeping Lunav, considering her a useful pawn for the future. Kiram crossed his arms, his eyes full of skepticism, as he warned Kian Vert about the risk of betrayal from his misplaced kindness. Kian Vert gave a faint smile, responding to Kiram's warning with a confident affirmation of his plan. After the exchange, both turned their backs, preparing to leave the rooftop before being discovered. In a luxurious office, Kundal Kusel tapped his fingers lightly on the table, beginning his interrogation of Lunav about what she remembered. Lunav stood before him, calmly recounting that she remembered nothing after being abducted. Kundal Kusel slammed his hand down on the table, his fury erupting as he roared, refusing to accept her superficial explanation. A man named Regans quickly bowed his head, taking all the blame upon himself to try and defuse the situation. Kundal Kusel turned to Regans, denying his excuse and blaming the spontaneous actions of others. He patted Regans on the shoulder, his tone seemingly respectful, yet containing a hidden threat. Suddenly, Kundal Kusel's expression turned cold, and a flame erupted in his palm. He looked directly at Regans, his gaze as sharp as a knife, as he exposed his subordinate's betrayal. Regans stammered, begging for a chance to explain, but Kundal Kusel coldly cut him off. Kundal Kusel's eyes flashed with purple electricity, disgust evident on his face as he prepared to act. To punish the betrayal, Kundal unleashed a stream of fire, incinerating Regans on the spot. Lunav horrifyingly covered her mouth, unable to believe the brutal scene before her eyes. Kundal Kusel coldly explained to Lunav that Regans was one of those who had ordered her abduction. After Regans' body burned to ashes, Kundal Kusel wiped his hands and returned to the interrogation, turning his attention to Kian Vert. Lunav bowed her head, trying to conceal information with a vague answer. Kundal Kusel approached, his tone full of menace, as he declared he would not accept an obvious lie. Lunav admitted to meeting Kian Vert, but claimed she found nothing special. Kundal Kusel gripped her shoulder tightly, his gaze sharp, demanding another answer. Kundal Kusel's shadow enveloped Lunav, his glowing red eyes fixed on her like a threat. He gritted his teeth, asserting that a member of the Vert family must surely be hiding something. Lunav retorted, suggesting that Kian Vert only had a useless knight and a maid. Kundal Kusel used his authority to suppress Lunav's spirit, making her dizzy for daring to question him. He reminded her of her status and her duty to obey his orders unconditionally. Finally, Kundal Kusal ordered Lunav to stay indoors, and she could only bow her head in silent acceptance. Lunav stood frozen, looking down at the smoldering ashes of Regans at her feet. Extreme disgust and weariness were etched deeply on her face. A decision to break ties with her family had been formed. The majestic building of Luane Academy appeared a new stage for conspiracies and fated encounters. Leaning against the outer wall of a room, Seth Shaharkan dozed with his arms crossed, his muscular body completely relaxed. Kyan Vert stopped at the door of his dormitory, annoyed to see Seth blocking the way, and decisively turned away to return later. On the stairs, Cyan paused when he overheard students' conversation about a cancelled class and a missing lecturer. He narrowed his eyes, listening intently to grasp every detail of this chaotic situation. The name Nella Aronis reached Cyan's ears, making him ponder the identity of the unfortunate lecturer. Suddenly, Aren Severus, disguised as Nella, appeared and grabbed Cyan, her eyes blazing with accusation. Cyan raised his hand, a decisive gesture of denial against the baseless accusation. Aren scoffed at his denial, her eyes showing contempt for his constant truancy. Purple magical energy enveloped Aren as she revealed that the real Nella was a talented mage she had been tracking for a long time. Aren pushed up her glasses, explaining that she had been preparing to act, but Cyan had inadvertently solved the problem for her. Cyan seemed to understand the issue, while Aren became annoyed by his absent-mindedness. Aren ordered Cyan to undertake a mission, asking him to temporarily leave the academy so she could arrange everything. She affirmed that the recruitment of a new mage to replace Nella was already underway. In a moving carriage, a large chest was hidden beneath a layer of dry straw. On a country road, a young man with long brown hair and an elderly coachman conversed as their carriage rolled along. The coachman curiously asked about the purpose of the mysterious young passenger's journey. The young man smiled confidently, slightly lifting the brim of his hat and revealing he was in a hurry to take on a newly available job. He modestly denied being a teacher already, but his smile showed certainty as the carriage continued towards Luan. At the same time, in Cyan's room, Emily lay sprawled on the sofa, her face showing extreme boredom. Kiram appeared, gritting her teeth and snatching Emily's clothes, ordering her to leave her spot. Kiram stood with her hands on her hips, asserting her ownership of the young master's dormitory, while Emily remained sprawled on the sofa. Kiram's eyes narrowed, her anger reaching its peak. The door opened, and Cyan Vert entered the room, interrupting the tense confrontation. He saw the scene before him, Emily cowering in fear before a threatening Kiram. Cyan ordered Kiram to prepare for a mission, making her immediately jump up, while Emily desperately demanded to follow. Cyan pointed at Emily, decisively refusing and assigning her another task he deemed more important. He pointed towards a closed door, emphasizing his order to ensure Nana didn't go hungry. Emily screamed in despair, realizing she had been tricked into staying. She looked in horror towards the door, where growling sounds and dark energy began to leak out. The image of Nana's potential transformation appeared in Emily's mind. She realized the girl's hunger could cause a disaster. From the shadows of a room, Nana's golden eyes glowed, an instinctive hunger rising. To prevent the transformation, Emily hastily shoved a piece of magic-infused bread into Nana's mouth. Emily held the bread tray, her expression resolute but worried, while Nana happily munched away. Cyan Vert gave a thumbs up, placing his full trust in Emily, who was confidently accepting the task. He pointed towards the bed, where Brian lay delirious, signaling a warning not to feed him. In the hallway, Kiram in her spirit form flew beside Cyan Vert, asking about their destination. The silhouettes of gloomy buildings appeared under the night sky, signaling their arrival in Lambasta. In an underground arena, the crowd roared with cheers, placing bets on the gladiators. A blindfolded spectator screamed hysterically, placing all his hopes on his gladiator. Another person roared, demanding a no-holds-barred match. From above, the arena appeared with two fighters, Zelbard and Zyber, preparing for a deathmatch. Zyber exhaled sweat, streaming down his face as he looked at his colossal opponent. Facing a fearful Zelbard, Zyber provocatively waved his hand, challenging the giant to charge. He crouched, entering an attacking stance, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. The match began. Zyber lunged forward like an arrow launching an attack on Zelbard. Zyber sneered contemptuously, mocking his opponent's slowness. Zelbard's colossal fist shot forward, filling the entire frame in a sudden counterattack. Zelbard seized Zyber in his massive hand, his eyes glowing ferociously. Zyber struggled in despair, his body constricted by the giant. Blood gushed from Zyber's mouth. As he collapsed, the match concluded. Zelbard roared in celebration of his victory, asserting his dominance in the arena. In a dark alley, two drunkards lay sprawled amidst piles of trash. Kyan Vert and Kiram walked through the filthy street, assessing the chaos of Lambasta. Kiram crossed his arms, a displeased expression on his face, as they were blocked by a stranger. The leader of a gang of thugs approached with a sneer, making an indecent proposal to Kiram. Kiram turned to Kyan Vert, raising an eyebrow, as if asking for his opinion. The leader and his cronies laughed obscenely, unaware of the impending danger. Kyan Vert merely sighed softly, his eyes reflecting boredom at their foolishness. The blonde-haired leader lay unconscious on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. After clearing the obstacle, Kyan Vert walked away coldly, leaving the unconscious thugs behind. He placed a heavy bag of money on the inn's reception counter, requesting the best room. The female inn employee looked at him with suspicion, hesitant about the young guest's request. Kyan Vert lost patience, demanding in a harsh voice to see the owner, his arrogant demeanor frightening the girl. In the lobby of Lambasta Cage, a female employee hesitantly greeted Kyan Vert, who stood before the reception desk. From inside a room, Kyan Vert silently observed through the glass door as a group of formidable regulars left the establishment. He noticed the arrival of new individuals, his eyes turning cold and calculating. The group of regulars, led by a blindfolded man, departed with a smug look, clearing the way for the new guest. Kyan Vert ascended the stairs, his voice echoing a question towards the employee. The woman Lisa turned and introduced herself confidently, ready to serve. Kyan Vert bluntly expressed his intention to use the cage. With a professional yet firm smile, Lisa refused his request, citing that new customers were not allowed. Kyan Vert's eyes flashed red, a sign that he had seen through the lies and illegal activities taking place. He questioned Lisa about the unusual emptiness of the establishment cornering her. A chilling killing intent emanated from Kyan Vert, causing Lisa's eyes to widen in horror as she sensed the deadly threat. Faced with unbearable pressure, Lisa collapsed to her knees, stammering for forgiveness. A smile of amusement appeared on Kyan Vert's lips as he realized the complexity of the situation. Cornered, Kyan Vert unleashed a surge of dark energy, deciding to find the truth himself. Suddenly, Lisa drew a set of sharp metal claws from her sleeve, her eyes becoming resolute. Lisa unexpectedly lunged forward, launching a lightning-fast attack to neutralize the threat. Kyan Vert easily leaned back to dodge the blow, letting the claws graze past by a hair's breadth. He used two fingers to block the next attack, a gold coin flashing at the point of impact. Lisa stared in shock as her weapon was blocked by something unbelievable. The gold coin, now chipped at one corner, rested neatly in Kyan Vert's hand. Lisa fell to the floor, horrified to realize that the terrifying killing intent came from none other than the young man before her. Kyan Vert calmly examined the damaged coin, while Lisa hastily bowed her head in panicked apology. He coldly questioned Lisa about her attack, his voice devoid of emotion. With a menacing expression, Kyan Vert raised the coin, demanding Lisa take responsibility for her actions. Lisa froze, her entire body trembling before his wrath. The torch on the stone wall illuminated the dark corridor leading down to the area below. After being completely subdued, Lisa led Kyan Vert to a stone staircase, pointing the way to the cage. She handed him a golden VVIP card, an item for special customers. Lisa explained that the card would ensure his safety in this dangerous place. She warned Kyan Vert about the deadly danger of the cage, with a serious look in her eyes. Kyan Vert ignored the warning, asserting that he would act as he pleased. Lisa turned and walked away in annoyance, feeling insulted by his attitude. As she disappeared, Kiram's spirit appeared beside Kyan Vert, questioning his decision. A mysterious code appeared, confirming the order to find the owner of Lambasta Cage. The silhouette of Linza Nihalov, the mysterious owner of the cage, appeared in the purple mist, her eyes glowing brightly. Kyan Vert frowned, pondering the enigmatic order, while Kiram hovered beside him, looking annoyed. Kyan confidently stepped into a dark corridor, Kiram confusedly flying behind him. Memories flooded back. Kyan recalled standing before a desolate city after the Civil War, with his army behind him. Back in the present, Kyan walked with a determined expression, ignoring Kiram's curiosity. He and Kiram stood before an elevator door, the true entrance to Lambasta Cage. In another room, Gunther, a blindfolded man with silver hair, puffed on a cigarette with a disdainful look. The thug leader knelt before Gunther, recounting his humiliating defeat at the hands of a teenager. Gunther sat cross-legged on a chair, listening to his subordinate's account with amusement. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, pondering the identity of the powerful stranger. The thug leader cried miserably, revealing a swollen wound on his forehead and begging Gunther for revenge. He bowed his head to the floor in despair, while Gunther grew increasingly interested in the story. Gunther stood up, a sinister smile on his lips, as he declared he would go to the cage to see the troublemaker. In the underground arena, a fighter was brutally kicked in the face. The audience roared in excitement as Linda Weasley was announced as the winner. Linda Weasley stepped on the chest of her fallen opponent, raising her hand to celebrate her victory arrogantly. From the balcony, Kyan Vert and Kiram silently observed the chaotic scene. He realized the allure of these betting matches. Kyan smiled meaningfully, revealing to Kiram that this was why he was here. A smug and cruel smile appeared on Kyan's face, his eyes flashing red as he outlined his plan to force Lindsay Nihaloff to reveal herself. Kiram looked at Kyan with a completely confused expression, not understanding his plan. Jason, a guard, stepped forward to block Kyan's path as he observed the arena. Two guards approached, surrounding Kyan and ordering him to leave. Kyan did not flinch, throwing a lightning-fast hook to Jason's stomach. The bald guard rushed to his comrade's aid, roaring in anger upon seeing Jason collapse. Kyan grabbed Jason's hair, forcing him to look up in horror. Kyan's eyes glowed red, and he tightened his grip as Jason began to stammer pleas for his life. Without hesitation, Kyan slammed Jason's head hard onto the floor. The bald guard stood frozen, horrified, witnessing Kyan's brutality. Kyan stood over Jason's unconscious body, blood splattered on the floor. With a bloodthirsty smile and glowing red eyes, Kyan looked towards the crowd and made a silent declaration he wanted to join the fight. The audience in the arena buzzed with chatter, worried about the impending chaos. An audience member sprang up angrily, shouting in protest of Kyan's actions. The crowd in the Lambasta Cage arena jeered as Kyan Vert, a teenager, stepped out, calmly wrapping bandages around his fists. Kyan's eyes flashed with a dangerously excited glint at this unexpected event. Zelbard's colossal figure loomed over Kyan, the giant cracking his knuckles and growling a threat of impending death. In the crowd, an audience member crossed his arms, frowning in disgust, deeming it a massacre rather than a match. Beside him, another audience member smirked maliciously, relishing the prospect of bloodshed, despite knowing the boy's opponent was Zelbard. Zelbard roared savagely, his green eyes glowing with bloodlust, promising to crush his opponent. To dodge Zelbard's opening attack, Kyan sidestepped with astonishing speed, easily evading his opponent's colossal hand. Zelbard's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe his small target had vanished right before his eyes. With his eyes turning fiery red, Cyan launched into the air, aiming directly for Zelbard's exposed chin. A devastating uppercut from Kyan connected with Zelbard's chin, creating a powerful impact. Zelbard was sent flying into the air by an unimaginable force, his massive body helpless against the attack. The giant crashed onto the arena floor, his face hitting the ground hard, causing the stone floor to crack. The entire audience in the cage fell silent, mouths agape in horror at the unbelievable outcome. Kyan Vert stood tall on the arena floor, his gaze coldly fixed on his fallen opponent, while his name was announced as Simon of Ramia. Amidst the resounding cheers, Cyan stood still, the arena's aura surrounding him. In his mind, Cyan told himself that he could not reveal his true identity. Kiram, in spirit form, hovered beside him, questioning Kyan about hiding his name but revealing his face. Kyan explained that he had used a type of perception, manipulating magic, a symbolic image of a hooded figure appearing beside an angry Kiram. Another image illustrated Kyan's power, his face dissolved into digital static, obscured by a white mask, signifying that no one could recall his appearance. Back in reality, Kyan ignored Kiram's grumbling, brushed his shoulder and turned away. From the stands, Gunther looked down at the arena floor, his attention completely captivated by the name Simon of Remea. A cruel and intrigued smile spread across Gunther's lips. He had chosen Kyan as his next opponent. At the same time, in the main hall of Lambasta Cage, a large building stood imposing under the gloomy night sky. Inside, Lisa stood behind the reception desk, arms crossed, watching the newcomer with a wary gaze. Delkia, the red light district manager, entered haughtily, declaring she wouldn't waste time. Her rage flaring, Delkia turned sharply, demanding the surrender of the one who had caused a disturbance in her territory. Lisa firmly refused, telling Delkia to leave and denying any knowledge. Delkia smirked, threatening to unleash her subordinates, who stood behind her with ready-to-fight expressions. To protect the establishment, Lisa took a step back, her hands hidden behind her back, secretly preparing with metal claws. Recognizing the challenge, Delkia roared, ordering her henchmen to charge. Lisa closed her eyes, silently cursing the troublesome situation her guest had caused. Just as the crowd prepared to attack, Kyan Wirtz suddenly appeared among them, casually raising a hand in greeting and asking if they were looking for him. Lisa's eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding when her esteemed guest had arrived. Delkia and her henchmen stepped forward, blocking Kyan Wirtz's path with a menacing attitude. She put her hands on her hips, questioning Kyan Wirtz about his actions, while her subordinates stood behind her, ready to act. Delkia's eyes flashed with anger as she asserted her authority. In response, Kyan Wirtz unexpectedly extended his hand with a polite gesture, breaking the tense atmosphere. He gently took Delkia's hand, a bold move that stunned her. Kyan Wirtz bowed, introducing himself with a different name, while Delkia blushed, completely taken aback by his charm. Delkia smiled with amusement, her initial anger having dissipated. Meanwhile, Lisa watched the scene with a horrified expression, realizing the situation was becoming dangerous. Lisa tried to intervene, waving Kyan Wirtz away from the woman she deemed dangerous, but he ignored her. Delkia pulled a business card from her cleavage, handing it to Kyan Wirtz with a suggestive smile. Kyan Wirtz looked at the crimson business card with LB on it, reading Delkia's invitations with an emotionless expression. He watched Delkia and her henchman leave a clear look of disgust on his face after realizing the nature of her business. Turning her back, Delkia glanced at Kyan Wirtz one last time, offering a promise of special services. Kyan Wirtz turned back to the counter, flipping the business card in his hand, while Lisa stood there speechless. Lisa shook her head in exasperation, scolding Kyan Wirtz for ignoring her advice, but he merely shrugged indifferently. She crossed her arms, her face annoyed as she mentioned that he had participated in and won an arena match. Ignoring Lisa's final warning to stay away from Delkia's establishment, Kyan Wirtz turned and walked away. Lisa sighed in relief when Delkia was gone, but then she felt a terrifying presence behind her. She spun around, startled, her expression shifting from relief to horror. From the shadows, Lindsay Nihaloff, the true manager of Lambasta Cage, appeared, her purple eyes glowing menacingly. Lisa cringed as Linz questioned her about being intimate with a guest. Lisa stammered an excuse, explaining it was merely hospitality. A contemptuous laugh echoed from a muscular figure who had just entered, mocking Lisa's naivety. Lisa's eyes turned green with anger as she turned to face the newcomer. Gunther Richtus entered the hall with an arrogant demeanor, announcing his presence. Lisa froze as Linz revealed that she herself had summoned Gunther Richtus. With a sinister smile, Linz ordered Lisa to arrange a match for Gunther. Lisa looked at her boss with a bewildered expression, not understanding who Gunther would fight since he had been expelled. Gunther Richtus pointed towards the recently departed Kyan Wirtz, declaring he wanted to fight the one named Simon of Remea. He grinned savagely, excitement and greed evident on his face. In a dark alley in Lambasta, dim lights flickered from the windows. Behind a wooden door, screams and crashing sounds echoed violently. Two of Delkia's henchmen were frantically searching, one being knocked out of the door, while the other looked annoyed. The grey-haired man smirked mockingly as he recounted to his colleague how their boss had been charmed by the young man. The blue-grey-haired man replied with a serious expression, predicting that Delkia would use every means to catch him. With a smug smile, the grey-haired man affirmed Delkia's relentless nature Once she desired something. Both turned and walked away, the blue-haired man showing pity for the boy's fate. In another room, a stone fist shattered, signifying a burgeoning rage. Delkia sat on the floor, screaming in despair, amidst a mess of drawing papers, unable to recall anything. Many sketches of Cayenne Vert's face lay scattered, all failed attempts to capture his image. She tore at her hair, wailing in agony, unable to recall the face she yearned for. A tear stained with obsession rolled down her cheek, frustration turning into torment. In her mind, Cyan's image was merely a faceless shadow, obscured by a layer of mist. Delkia sprang to her feet, the despair on her face replaced by a cold, terrifying resolve. Her rage transformed into an expression of haunting desire as she whispered the name of her new target. The scene shifted to Lambasta's decadent entertainment district, where revelry and flirtation occurred openly. In another corner, men cheered excitedly around a dice table, engrossed in gambling. From a distance, Cayenne Vert, in a hooded cloak, observed the chaotic district, determined to stay away from this place. The memory of Delkia's pursuit flashed, sending an uncomfortable shiver down his spine. As Cayenne turned to find another way, he accidentally bumped into a little girl, causing her to fall. The basket in her hand dropped, scattering small, carefully packaged boxes. The little girl looked up at Cayenne, her face bewildered and pained after the fall. Recognizing Cayenne's status, the little girl immediately prostrated herself on the ground, her face pale with fear as she begged for forgiveness. Cayenne looked down, completely bewildered by the little girl's excessive reaction. He picked up a box, realizing it was a pack of cigarettes with the Grey Merchant Guild emblem. He knelt to help the little girl pick up her basket, gently reassuring her that she was fine. Overwhelmed by his kindness, the little girl bowed her head to the ground to express her gratitude. Cayenne took the basket, gesturing at the large quantity of goods and asking the little girl about them. With a glimmer of hope, the little girl quickly offered him the luxurious cigarette packs for sale. Cayenne's expression grew pensive as he declined his mind, beginning to connect the little girl's plight with the Grey Merchant Guild. The little girl bowed apologetically, then explained that she had to go to the western alley to sell all the goods. With tear-filled eyes, the little girl expressed hope of selling all the goods to return home before dawn. Cayenne silently observed her, a plan beginning to form as he understood her exploited situation. He flicked a gleaming gold coin in his hand, offering to buy all her goods. While the little girl was still stunned, Cayenne knelt and placed 2 more gold coins in her hand, saying it was her share. The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with the golden reflection of the coins. The cigarette vendor happily waved goodbye, expressing boundless gratitude to Cayenne Vert. As he turned and walked into the dark alley, Kiram appeared beside Cayenne, mocking his kindness, but Shan brushed him off and gestured to follow the little girl, sensing something was amiss. Kiram questioned Cayenne's decision, but he only responded with a resolute gaze, implying that everything would soon become clear. In another alley, the cigarette vendor was suddenly knocked to the ground by a strong force. She fell sprawling, a gold coin flying from her person, catching the eye of a surrounding group of thugs. The leader of the Lambasta thugs sneered, clenching his fist, as he realized the little girl had deceived them. He roared furiously, rage surging at the thought of being outsmarted by Cayenne Vert. The little girl cowered on the ground, shaking her head, desperately trying to explain in vain. Cayenne Vert's shadow fell from above. He stood on a pile of rubble, looking down at the thugs with contempt. Cayenne coldly condemned the despicable act of adults bullying a child. The Lambasta thugs recognized Cayenne, their leader, mocking his foolishness for daring to return alone. Without warning, Cayenne lunged forward and delivered a direct kick to the leader's face. The cigarette vendor witnessed the violent scene, her eyes wide with horror and fear. Cayenne easily overpowered the remaining thugs, leaving their leader begging in pain. He grabbed the leader by the collar, a cold smile flashing as he explained his pleasure. Darkness enveloped them, leaving only Cayenne's glowing red eyes as he gritted his teeth, relishing in punishing the wicked. A brutal and decisive stomp landed on the leg of the leader lying on the ground. The leader let out a scream of ultimate agony as his leg bone was broken. After dealing with the thugs, Cayenne returned to the little girl, dropping the gold coin in front of her. He bent down, handed the coin to the sobbing little girl, and gave a surprisingly charming smile. Suddenly, Gunther Richtus, who had witnessed everything, clapped his hands with extreme delight. Cayenne's gaze sharpened. He was wary of the stranger's appearance. Gunther stepped forward, explaining that while he didn't recognize Cyan's face, he recognized his brutal fighting style. He pointed directly at Cyan, a smug smile on his face, as he confirmed his identity. Gunther Rictus introduced himself, asserting that he was the ruler of this area. Cyan stood tall, facing Gunther, the cigarette vendor hiding fearfully behind him. Gunther glanced at the leader writhing on the ground, with contempt, deeming him useless. To demonstrate his ruthlessness, Gunther decisively stomped on the leader's head. The cigarette vendor screamed in horror, trembling at the sudden act of violence. Cyan subtly frowned at the unnecessary killing, while Gunther merely shrugged indifferently. Gunther licked the blood from his finger, his eyes blazing with belligerence, as he revealed he was looking for a fight. Cyan's eyes flashed with recognition, as Gunther revealed he had just met Lindsay Nihalov. Gunther was puzzled by Cyan's unexpected reaction, not understanding why that name caught his attention. Cyan Vert delivered a thunderous punch to Gunther Rictus's face, while the cigarette vendor stood frozen in terror. Gunther's face showed a fleeting look of surprise at the punch's power, then quickly transformed into a belligerent, challenging smile. Accepting the challenge, Gunther channeled energy into his arm, preparing to counterattack. With a furious roar, Gunther unleashed a punch glowing with energy. Cyan swiftly leaped into the air, dodging Gunther's destructive punch that slammed directly into the ground. The ground shattered into a massive crater under the tremendous force of Gunther's punch. From above, Cyan calmly observed the frenzied destruction caused by his opponent. Cyan realized Gunther's body was enveloped by a surge of physically enhancing energy. Gunther looked up, baring his teeth in a savage grin, completely immersed in battle frenzy. He pushed off the ground and lunged, becoming a blur, heading straight for Cyan. Gunther delivered a devastating punch that struck Shan, sending him flying backward, while he expressed admiration for his opponent's strength. With a brutal smile, Gunther looked down, demanding an even fiercer battle. Lying on the ground, Cyan looked up with an analytical gaze, realizing he was facing a madman. Gunther raised his fist high, delivering a finishing blow to Cyan, who lay on the ground. At the same time, in an otherworldly dimension filled with stone pillars, a conversation was taking place. A purple-haired entity meditated atop a pillar, radiating a powerful dark aura. The purple-haired entity spoke, revealing that he was well aware of Xian's actions. Before him, a cloaked figure stood on another stone pillar listening. Inside the hooded cowl, the robed figure's red eyes flashed as he questioned, involving Cyan in personal matters. The purple-haired entity merely smiled, smugly admitting his actions without hesitation. The robed figure revealed that Lindsay Nihalov was a past creation of his, and he had to deal with it himself. The purple-haired entity explained that this battle was a test to see if he could trust Cyan Vert as his successor. The robed figure expressed concern that Cyan might become a failure, just like Lindsay Nihalov. The purple-haired entity closed his eyes with amusement, accepting that human fate is unpredictable. Back in the battle, Cyan stood firm amidst the rubble, astonishing Gunther with his endurance. Cyan looked directly at his opponent, his gaze unwavering. Gunther stood tall, his hands glowing with energy, ready to continue the fight. With a crazed look, Gunther roared Cyan's alias, Simon of Remir, craving an even greater showdown. Shockwaves from the battle collapsed a section of the nearby building. The match continued with a series of lightning-fast exchanges, their fists colliding and creating sparks. Cyan turned the tables, pinning Gunther to the ground and holding him tight, his eyes questioning Lindsay Nihalov's whereabouts. Pinned down, Gunther roared in anger, refusing to be underestimated. Gunther unleashed an energy blast from his body, throwing Cyan off to escape the hold. Cyan Vert coldly analyzed his opponent's enhanced arm, realizing that normal attacks would be useless. Gunther Rictus roared a challenge, unleashing a destructive punch enveloped in berserk energy. A massive surge of energy tore through the ground, blowing away all debris in its path. Cyan lightly landed on a piece of debris, having perfectly dodged the attack. Gunther offered an appreciative smile at the agility of Simon of Remir, the name he knew Cyan by. From above, Cyan looked down at Gunther, roaring a challenge, his arm glowing with energy, ready for the next round of attacks. Cyan suddenly paused, his gaze shifting sideways as he sensed the presence of others. To prevent further carnage, 3 daggers plunged into the ground directly in front of Gunther, a sharp warning. Gunther turned back with an angry expression, his red eyes scanning for the one who dared to interfere. Lisa, escorted by 2 guards of the cage, sternly confronted Gunther, questioning his actions towards the esteemed guest. Gunther angrily pointed at Kyan, trying to justify that his opponent was the one who started the fight. Kyan observed the argument, while Lisa and Gunther debated fiercely over who was at fault. Gunther sullenly turned his back and walked away, declaring that he would settle this match officially, and left the area. Lisa turned to Kyan, her gesture showing concern as she asked if he was injured. Kyan's expression darkened his discomfort, evident as his confrontation was chaotically interrupted. Noticing Kyan's displeasure, Lisa and the guards bowed in panic, and she hastily asked if he had any requests. Lisa looked up, with a confused expression, not understanding the intention behind Kyan's cold demeanor. To Lisa's surprise, Kyan declared he accepted the match Gunther requested. Lisa was stunned, but Kyan raised a finger indicating he agreed on one condition. Kyan made a condition, his gaze directed towards the frightened cigarette girl. The cigarette girl sat on the ground, looking up with wide eyes of astonishment and disbelief. In a dark corner of Lambaster, 2 regulars excitedly discussed the news that Gunther Richtus had returned to the cage. One of the regulars grabbed the other by the collar, his face both excited and worried for the fate of Gunther's new opponent. News of the match between Simon of Romea and Gunther Richtus quickly spread throughout the gloomy city of Lambaster. In the following days, Simon participated in many matches, his hands wrapped in bandages, knocking out opponents with his fists to understand the rules. He stood over a defeated opponent, proving his adherence to the first rule, no weapons. Kyan turned his back on a fighter who had lost the will to fight, demonstrating his adherence to the second and third rules, stopping the match and not killing. The announcer appeared with a wide grin, holding up a card, and declaring that the upcoming match would have no rules. Under the arena lights, the announcer stood between Kyan and Gunther, confirming that this change was permitted by the master of the cage. The announcer leaned towards Kyan, shouting that there were no rules at all, despite Cyan's confused expression. Gunther Richtus flashed a cruel smile, revealing the blade-attached gauntlets he had kept hidden, while Cyan shouted in protest against the cheating Linda Weasley, in the back, also stood up, ready to speak out against the rule violation. Ignoring all objections, the announcer loudly signaled the start, and Kyan realized in horror that Gunther had vanished from his position. From above, Lindsay Nihaloff observed the arena, her eyes following the 2 fighters below with amusement as the crowd roared. A smug and calculating smile spread across Lindsay's lips as she whispered the new fighter's name as if savoring a delicacy. Kyan Vert questioned sharply, his eyes fixed on his opponent, as he realized the rules had been changed without warning. Gunther Richtus provoked, raising his bladed gauntlets as a blatant challenge, urging Kyan to draw a weapon. Kyan frowned, his displeasure evident on his face at his opponent's antics. Despite the provocation, Kyan kept his hands empty, but a red and black aura began to swirl around his bandaged fists. With a confident, inviting gesture, Kyan motioned for Gunther to attack, signaling that he had a way to deal with it. Gunther sneered savagely, his face showing a released bloodlust as he realized his opponent was a mage. Kyan maintained a cold expression, unfazed by Gunther's implied threat. Gunther licked his lips, gruesomely boasting about his brutality. A brutal image flashed, showing Gunther crushing a skull, illustrating his bloodthirsty nature. Kyan's eyes turned fiery red, the magical aura around him intensified, showing that he no longer took the match lightly. Provoked by Kyan's rage, Gunther roared a threat, vowing to gouge out his opponent's eyes. Gunther lunged with terrifying speed, delivering a powerful punch that sent Kyan flying across the arena floor. As soon as he was knocked down, Kyan turned the tables, a red and black magical dagger forming in his hand from thin air. Gunther was astonished to see the dagger appear, realizing he had underestimated Cyan's power. With a lightning-fast movement, Kyan dodged Gunther's attack and delivered a spinning kick to his opponent's side. Gunther screamed in extreme pain as Kyan's blade cut deep into his arm. The entire audience fell silent, unable to believe what their eyes had just witnessed. Gunther clutched his bloodied arm, staggering back, his smugness completely vanished. Despite the wound, Gunther's eyes still burned with hatred, and he roared a vow to destroy Cyan. Cyan stood tall over his opponent, a red aura enveloping him, his cold gaze a deadly warning, forcing Gunther to freeze. Gunther froze in place, his entire body trembling under the invisible pressure of Cyan's warning, blood still oozing from his wound. The match ended abruptly. Cyan stood there with a cold victory, while Gunther knelt in surrender, leaving the audience completely stunned. A wealthy-looking spectator, the gray-haired man with a mustache, broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the nature of the power Cyan had used. Clutching the rosary in his hand, the gray-haired man with a mustache affirmed with horror that it was indeed the power of a demon sword. After the match, Cyan wiped away sweat, his gaze directed towards the shadows, suspecting that Linz had intentionally orchestrated everything. The former cigarette girl, now clean and vibrant, happily brought Cyan a glass of water. Cyan was surprised to see the girl in a new staff uniform. She explained that Lisa had given her the job. The girl proudly pointed to her name tag, which read Lewis. Cyan smiled with relief and placed his hand on Lewis's head, a warm gesture of encouragement. Cyan's eyes suddenly sharpened as he sensed someone approaching, preparing for a confrontation. Lisa rushed over and bowed apologetically before Cyan, while Lewis sat beside him, looking confused. Cyan Vert looked at Lisa, his cold eyes questioning the sudden rule change. Lisa raised her hands frantically, disclaiming responsibility and quickly apologizing. Cyan requested to see the manager, but Lisa explained that it was very difficult. He turned away, accepting the apology, but warning her to be more careful in the future. Their conversation was interrupted by a strange voice, causing Cyan to turn back with caution. A corpulent man with a curled mustache introduced himself as Morris of the Grey Guild. Morris leaned forward, making an offer with a cunning expression. His face became greedy, his eyes glowing as he made an offer to buy Cyan's demon sword. Morris continued his offer, his covetousness evident on his face. His face contorted with greed, his eyes glowing ominously as he tried to persuade Cyan. Cyan's eyes flashed with deadly red light, and a dark aura emanated from him. Morris smirked, confident that only he recognized Cyan's secret. An emblem of the Albus Society, with a camel symbol, appeared as Morris recounted his past. A memory of the blood-stained portrait of Lord Zickerman Albus, the murdered leader, flashed by. The emblem of the Grey Society, with a black horse symbol, appeared, marking Morris's change of allegiance. Morris boasted about his weapon expertise, claiming to have supplied weapons to the Garum Council. Cyan listened in silence, his face shrouded in shadow, as Morris proclaimed himself a top weapon expert. Morris's excitement peaked as he named the demon sword of Black Frost. He stood upright, offering an unlimited price to acquire the weapon. Cyan coldly repeated Morris's words, that only he knew this secret, then suddenly lifted him off the ground. To silence the one who knew too much, Cyan gripped Morris's throat tightly. He glanced to the side, sensing the presence of others. From the shadows, a hooded assassin knelt ready to act. Immediately, more shadow assassins appeared surrounding Cyan, with weapons at the ready to protect their master. Cyan's face twisted into a cruel smile, his glowing red eyes challenging the attackers. Cyan realized Morris had hired shadow assassins from Spania to protect himself. An assassin stood behind Cyan, the blade on his gauntlet glowing menacingly. Cyan tightened his grip, his voice icy, as he asserted that these bodyguards couldn't save Morris in time. Lisa and Louis ran over, horrified by the violent scene. An assassin turned to face the two girls, raising his weapon to warn them not to interfere. Cyan's gaze wavered slightly as he noticed the presence of Louis, who was crying in fear. Annoyance was evident in his eyes as the situation became complicated. Cyan loosened his grip, letting Morris drop to the floor with a choking cough. With a cold gaze, Cyan Vert gestured a final warning, compelling the opponent to leave. In a panic, Morris yelled, ordering his shadow assassins to lower their weapons. Trying to regain composure, Morris clasped his hands, attempting to appease Cyan Vert, while his bodyguards remained behind him in a ready stance. Cyan Vert gave them one last cold look before turning his back. With a sinister smile, Morris reiterated his offer, determined not to give up. Cyan Vert silently watched as Morris and his subordinates retreated from the room. A memory flashed in Cyan Vert's mind: the assassination of Zickerman Albus, an event that led to the rise of the Grey Guild. He turned back and saw Louis trembling, worried for his safety. Cyan Vert gently placed his hand on Louis's head, reassuring her with a tender gesture. As Lisa approached, Cayenne Vert continued to stroke Louis's head, his gaze shifting to the woman. Cayenne Vert's eyes glowed red, his will turning to steel as he demanded to meet the manager of Lambasta Cage. Lisa froze her face, showing clear astonishment and fear at the sudden demand. At the same time, in another area, a loud sound echoed as an energy explosion destroyed the ground. Spectators rushed over, trying to restrain Gunther Rictus, who was losing control. In a fit of extreme rage, Gunther Rictus roared the name of the one who had defeated him. His face contorted with hatred, his bloodshot eyes seething with murderous intent. Memories of absolute powerlessness flooded back as his arms shattered before his opponent's strength. The cold silhouette of Cayenne Vert, enveloped in a red aura, haunted Gunther's mind. Desperate Gunther collapsed to his knees, tearing at his hair, unable to find a way to exact revenge. Then an image suddenly flashed in his mind. Louis, the small girl he had seen earlier. Gunther's glowing red eyes widened, an evil spark of hope igniting. A mad smile spread across Gunther's lips as he realized he had found Cayenne Vert's weakness. His hand clenched, crushing the Grey Guild's card, a cruel solution taking shape. Outside, Lambasta Cage night fell, concealing the impending schemes. Inside, Louis hurried through the main hall, carrying a stack of clean towels. Suddenly, a knock echoed. Louis opened the door, surprised to see a visitor at this hour. Gunther Rictus's sinister smile appeared in the darkness at the doorway. Before Louis could react, a rough hand grabbed the bow on her shirt. Gunther grabbed Louis's hair, pulling her close, his face full of menace. With malicious eyes, Gunther whispered an offer Louis couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, in another corridor, the chandelier hung silently from the ceiling. Cayenne Vert was still facing Lisa, his arms crossed, repeating his demand decisively. Cayenne Vert questioned Lisa sharply, forcing her to admit the truth about Lindsay Nihalo. With his arms crossed over his chest, Chan warned Lisa about the danger she was facing, revealing that Lindsay was watching both of them. Lisa looked directly at Cayenne, her tone urgent, as she urged him to leave this place immediately to save his life. Cayenne remained silent, his sharp gaze analyzing the true motive behind Lisa's warning. A sudden horrified scream echoed from the main hall, and Lisa startled, recognizing it as Louis's voice. Without hesitation, Lisa rushed down the stairs towards the scream. Both stood stunned before the sight of a giant hole in the hall wall, furniture scattered everywhere. Amidst the rubble, Cyan spotted a small glittering object and bent down to pick it up. In his gloved hand was Louis's name tag, stained with a fresh streak of blood. Cayenne turned decisively, determined to find Louis, despite Lisa's frantic and futile attempts to dissuade him. Lisa was stunned by the cold, killing intent emanating from Cayenne, rendering her speechless. Cayenne's eyes flared with a brilliant red light. He knew who was responsible for this. Meanwhile, in a luxurious but messy room, Maurice clicked his tongue in annoyance. He looked at Delkia, who was listlessly lying on the bed, surrounded by countless portrait sketches of Cayenne. Delkia sluggishly raised her head, her eyes threatening the intruder who had barged into her room. Maurice stood at the foot of the bed, smiling slyly, declaring that he had come to propose a deal. He walked around the bed, mocking Delkia's obsession, with a man whose face she couldn't even clearly remember. Maurice held up one of the sketches, his words like a knife piercing straight into Delkia's pride. Delkia sat up abruptly, her eyes defiant. Maurice didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He held out a pink paralysis potion, his eyes gleaming with malice, promising it was the tool for her to achieve her goal. Delkia looked at the potion, then up at Maurice silently, asking about the price. Maurice sneered, revealing that he only needed an item that Cayenne possessed, while Cayenne himself would completely belong to her. Delkia took the potion, accepting the deal. Maurice smiled contentedly, then turned and left. As the door closed, darkness enveloped Maurice's sinister face as he decided to let Gunther handle Simon. In a ruined square, Gunther Rictus waited, a savage smile on his lips, as he called out Simon of Rumea. Cayenne Vert emerged from the shadows, his voice as cold as ice, as he demanded Gunther hand over the girl. Gunther sneered, swinging his arm and throwing an object towards Cayenne, calling it a souvenir. A severed human ear covered in blood fell right before Cayenne's shoes. Cayenne's face changed from anger to extreme horror as he realized his opponent's brutality. Gunther pointed to the ground, arrogantly challenging Kyan to pick up the girl's remains. A crazed and murderous smile appeared on Kyan's face as dark red energy began to surge violently. The dark energy transformed into threads of blood, tightly coiling around Gunther, who was showing extreme excitement at the prospect of a life-or-death battle. Elsewhere, in a dark room, Lindsay Nihaloff sat cross-legged, her purple eyes glowing, as she wondered about the outcome of the confrontation. In a dark room, Linz Nihaloff questioned Lisa Lichtus about her concern for Gunther Richtus. Lisa clenched her hands, denying any lingering concern, and redirecting the question to Lindsay's curiosity about Kyan Vert. With a sinister smile, Linz rested her chin on her hand, showing amusement at Lisa's curiosity and promising to reassure her. Lindsay suddenly asked if Lisa still remembered Cyan's face, causing Lisa to freeze in confusion. Lisa was bewildered, trying to search her memory, but realizing she couldn't visualize Kyan's face. Lindsay explained that it was a power from Eru, pointing to the ring, emitting a mesmerizing red light on her hand. Lisa was stunned as she realized Linz was referring to the god of darkness. With a smug smile, Linz admitted her past was catching up and asserted her position. Lisa flinched back, worried about her master's safety, but Lindsay merely denied it coldly. Lindsay stood up, blue energy radiating from her necklace, and gave a sharp command to Lisa Lichtus to treat the distinguished guest appropriately. At the same time, in the arena, Gunther Richtus roared in pain as he was enveloped and fiercely attacked by a surge of red energy. A gigantic red energy hand slammed down, shattering the ground. Gunther was blown backward by a blue energy attack, crashing into the wall with terrifying force. Kyan Vert landed lightly, maintaining his balance after delivering the blow. Kyan stood firm amidst the rubble, his cold gaze fixed on his opponent. Gunther stood up his right arm, transforming into a mass of glowing red energy, and provoked Cheyenne by calling his alias. Kyan walked across a field of skeletons, his eyes reflecting disgust at the sight. Gunther used his energy arm to pick up a human skull, mocking the existence of the weak. He crushed the skull, a savage smile on his lips, as he declared Lambasta a junkyard. Memories flooded back. Gunther recalled himself a white-haired boy, extending his arms to protect little Lisa from terrifying shadows. In the past, Gunther had fought frantically for survival. The boy Gunther bit the hand of an attacker with the ferocity of a wild beast. A fat eye-patched junkyard manager was begging for his life in horror. Ishele Vert, in a white uniform, coldly thrust his sword through the manager, finishing him off. Young Gunther and Lisa watched the violent scene in horror, but it was also a liberation. Ishele stood over the bodies, cleaning up the trash of the junkyard. Ishele turned, extending his hand with a falsely kind smile, promising new safety. Young Gunther was stunned, his eyes reflecting absolute admiration for the one who had saved him. Back in the present, Gunther recalled becoming strong, standing over the corpses of his enemies, following Ishele's example. The memory continued with Gunther standing over the corpse of a gladiator in Lambasta Cage. His path of violence had begun. Gunther's cruelty had made Lisa turn her back and leave, but he didn't care at all. Gunther's eyes in the past blazed with a crazed determination, vowing to clear all the trash in Lambasta. Back in reality, Gunther cut off his flashback, his face full of defiance, as he continued his confrontation with Kyan. Kyan Vert gave a haughty smile, signaling his opponent to continue attacking. Crazed excitement erupted in Gunther Richtus's glowing red eyes, and he accepted the challenge. Gunther's right arm deformed, crimson muscle masses swelling and tearing through his skin. A hideous biological weapon formed around Gunther's arm, iron chains, tightly binding it. Kyan Vert observed his opponent, his eyes sharp and cold, analyzing every movement. Gunther held up an ancient artifact box, glowing purple, a deadly trump card. The box, the gravity chamber, flew up, emitting an overwhelming surge of energy. A cubic prison of purple energy suddenly formed, trapping Kyan Vert inside. An invisible force pressed down on Kyan, making him collapse under the terrifying gravitational pressure. Gunther laughed savagely, enjoying the sight of Kyan being tortured. To increase the pain, Gunther summoned a crimson shadow entity, ready to attack the energy prison. An urge from within resonated. Kiram, offered help but Kyan firmly refused. Rage erupted, Kyan's eyes glowed red, and he roared an inaudible refusal. The ground beneath Kyan's feet cracked as he gathered strength to resist the pressure. Kyan charged with terrifying speed, shattering the gravity chamber and lunging straight towards Gunther. A devastating punch from Kyan landed squarely on Gunther's stunned chest. Gunther looked down at the wound with an incredulous expression, not understanding what had just happened. The punch sent Gunther flying, the biological weapon on his arm disintegrating into pieces. Kyan delivered a roundhouse kick, aiming directly at the unbalanced Gunther. Kyan's eyes were as cold as ice, filled with killing intent, a silent threat that he would crush everything. Horror was evident on Gunther's face, sweat pouring out as he realized the power disparity. Kyan's kick landed, creating a small explosion upon impact with Gunther's body. Kyan clenched his fist, preparing to brutally end the battle. A series of lightning-fast punches from Kyan rained down on Gunther, giving him no chance to resist. A final blow from Kyan shattered the ground, sharp stone spikes erupting. Gunther was struck down, his body impaled by the stone spikes. Coughing blood, Gunther looked up with a serene smile, accepting his fate. Kyan stood there silently, watching his dying opponent, awaiting his last words. Blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Gunther whispered his final words about Lisa and the rules of this city. Kyan was stunned, bewildered by his enemy's unexpected plea, asking him to save another child. Gunther took his last breath. His head slumped. The battle was over. Kyan's gaze swept across the rubble, then stopped at an unexpected object. Amidst the devastated battlefield, a simple wooden coffin lay there waiting to be opened. Kyan Vert pushed open the coffin lid, his eyes widening in astonishment at what was inside. From above, Lisa and two guards of the cage looked down at the devastated scene of the arena. She was shocked, wondering what had happened. Lisa's gaze was fixed on the body of Gunther Richtus, lying amidst the rubble. Gunther's lifeless face was clear, a fatal wound on his chest. Lisa whispered his name with a sorrowful expression, confirming her worst fears. Lisa turned to a guard, her eyes sharpening, ordering him to ensure the safety of the important guest. The guard led the way, while Lisa remained standing there, her vigilant gaze sweeping the area. Lisa froze when she saw Kyan kneeling on the ground. A look of astonishment was clear on Lisa's face. Kyan gently held the unconscious Louis in his arms. He checked and confirmed that she was only sleeping. As Lisa and the guards approached, she hastily inquired about Kyan's condition. He reassured her and entrusted Louis to her care. Kyan stood up, clenching his fist. He declared he would go clean up, while Lisa watched anxiously. Lisa held Louis tightly, her eyes full of confusion at Kyan's cryptic words. Kyan's eyes glowed red, his determination to exact revenge and purge the entire city of Lambasta was clear on his face. An old map of Lambasta appeared, showing 4 independently governed districts, the dump, commerce, entertainment, and the cage at the center. The chaotic scene on the streets of Lambasta demonstrated its lawlessness, where violence was the common language. The city's managers appeared, the charming Delkia, the greedy Morris, and the mysterious Lindsay Nihiloff in the shadows. Memories flooded back. Kiram in human form appeared with a smug smile, mocking Kyan's intention. In a past discussion, Kyan Cloaked proposed that he would single-handedly eliminate the managers. Eshele Vert, clad in armor, placed a hand on Kyan's shoulder, stopping his plan. Eshele explained that there was no need to act directly, as they would destroy each other. Kyan looked at Eshele, his eyes full of skepticism, demanding a clearer explanation. With a confident smile and glowing eyes, Eshele affirmed that the city was rotten from within, and he had witnessed it firsthand. Back in the present, Kyan stood before a luxurious building, his resolve strengthened by Eshele's words. With a sharp gaze, Kyan declared he would eradicate the corruption of this city today. Kyan held a steaming cup of tea. He noticed an unusually sweet, minty scent from this black tea. Sitting beside Delkia, Kyan realized the scent was from a common anesthetic. She didn't even bother to hide her intentions. Delkia leaned towards Kyan. She flirtatiously thanked him for accepting the invitation, promising a memorable night. Kyan smirked. He hinted at the special scent of the tea, causing Delkia's smile to stiffen. Delkia's eyes narrowed. She began to suspect that her plan had been discovered. Kyan's eyes flashed red. He whispered that he was also looking forward to it. To Delkia's astonishment, Qian tilted his head back and drained the poisoned tea in one gulp. The teacup shattered on the wooden floor, red liquid splattering. Qian slumped his head onto Delkia's shoulder, feigning unconsciousness, while she sat there completely unaware that she had fallen into a trap. In the darkness, Delkia's glowing red eyes shone with mad triumph as she declared she had captured her target. At the headquarters of the Grey Merchant Guild, in the Commerce District, news of Delkia capturing Simon caused a stir. In the luxurious dining room, Morris slammed the table in extreme delight upon receiving the news. A maid standing formally nearby. Memories of wasting the gravity chamber, a precious artifact from the Garum Guild, flashed through Morris's mind with a hint of regret. Brushing aside his regret, Morris greedily devoured a large piece of meat, his gold tooth glinting. With a smug smile, he was certain that the demon sword would soon be his. However, a figure in a black cloak suddenly appeared behind Morris, extinguishing his smugness, as the assassin expressed doubt about the plan being too smooth. The shadow assassin with sharp eyes asserted that his intuition was never wrong and offered to scout ahead. Morris grumbled, ordering the assassin not to do anything unnecessary before his dark shadow vanished into thin air. Alone, Morris muttered his annoyance at the meddling mercenaries from Spania. His eyes narrowed suspiciously, wondering if the very people he hired were plotting to seize the demon sword. At the same time, on the streets of Lambasta, Morris's subordinates hastily cleared the way for their master. A black carriage sped through the alleys, indicating the urgency of the mission. Morris aggressively pushed the door open and stepped in, arms outstretched loudly, announcing his presence to Delkia. Inside, Delkia sat on the bed with a smug expression, one hand stroking the hair of a man lying motionless face down. She provocatively brought a finger to her lips, signaling that her fun had just begun when it was interrupted. Morris brushed her off, declaring he didn't need the body, but only the item on Simon, and Delkia confirmed that she had taken it. Morris's face relaxed in greedy delight. He urged her to give him the item immediately. With a mysterious smile, Delkia grabbed a rope, promising a big surprise that would astonish Morris. The rope pulled up, revealing a pair of hands tightly bound by a red energy. The curtain was drawn back, revealing a silver-haired man sitting motionless amidst a collection of stuffed figures. Morris froze sweat, pouring as he realized the horrifying scene before his eyes. The full view revealed the real Delkia lying unconscious on the floor, while a long line of preserved bodies stood like lifeless puppets. Among the collection were a blue-haired knight and a blonde boy holding flowers, all transformed into exhibits. Morris stared at Delkia and the elaborately set trap, realizing the person on the bed was merely a decoy. He was horrified to discover the real Delkia was tied up, high-gagged and groaning in pain. Morris turned to face the imposter, his voice trembling as he demanded to know her true identity. The imposter's hand covered her face, and in a surge of purple energy, her blonde hair turned jet black. Kiram revealed herself, a pink triangular mark under her left eye, and a smug smile confirming she was the demon sword Morris coveted. The truth revealed made Morris scream in utter horror, his face contorted with fear. Kiram delivered a direct kick to Morris, sending him sprawling as he tried to digest the fact that the demon sword could transform into a human. From the bed, Canvert sat up, his glowing red eyes locked onto Morris, a deadly black aura enveloping him. Before Morris could call for his shadow assassins, Qian interrupted him with a displeased look, completely in control of the situation. Losing all patience, Qian delivered a direct kick to Morris's chest, signaling him to be silent. While Kiram stood observing with folded arms, Qian dusted his hands and gave a silent threat, promising to send Morris where he wanted. Qian extended his hand, unleashing a surge of dark energy to create a deadly magical space. Morris watched in horror as the darkness beneath his feet transformed into a blood-red, misty swamp. The misty swamp quickly engulfed Morris, pulling him down in helplessness. Qian's figure loomed over the sinking Morris, his eyes coldly accusing him of his past actions. With glowing red eyes and a cruel smile, Qian granted Morris a final farewell. Morris desperately raised his hand in supplication, his mouth agape in a silent scream of horror. Morris's body was completely submerged in the magical abyss, amidst the ghosts of the dark assassins he had hired. Sinking in the swamp, Morris froze as he realized where he was. A dark assassin emerged from the shadows, grabbing Morris by the neck. Morris was dragged away in utter horror, as his companions were also submerged. The entire group was swallowed by Kyan's magical swamp, leaving no trace. After dealing with Morris, Kyan turned his back, signaling to Kiram that the rest was hers. Kyan gave Kiram a warning glance, but she only responded with a smug smile, promising a brutal punishment. To avenge the audacity of touching her master, Kiram grabbed Delkia's hair, who was unconscious on the floor. Delkia slowly regained consciousness, feeling the hand tightening on her hair. Kiram revealed a demonic face with a savage smile, her sharp nails ready to tear her victim apart. Tied up, Delkia trembled and cried, begging for her life in vain. Kiram delivered a thunderous slap to Delkia's face. Delkia's horrified scream echoed through the room as Kyan walked out the door. As he was leaving, Kyan suddenly stopped, sensing a familiar yet threatening surge of mana. His eyes widened in surprise, cold sweat trickling down his temples. The space around Cyan suddenly shattered, transforming into a deep blue misty domain. Kyan looked around, his expression tense, as he realized he had fallen into another spatial trap. A dark energy vortex formed in front of him, from which a voice emerged, introducing itself as Linz Nihaloff. From within the energy vortex, Lindsay Nihaloff stepped out, her figure towering in the shattered space. Kyan was stunned to realize that Lambasta's mysterious manager was a member of the Mist. With a smug smile, Linz looked at Cyan, the darkness surrounding her demonstrating overwhelming power. Kyan looked at Linz, his hand bleeding, ready for a new battle. With a cruel smile, Cyan mocked Linz, calling her a traitor. Lindsay extended her hand, a gesture both denying and signaling, indicating that she was not his opponent. Khan spun around his face, astonished by the sudden warning. A surge of blue and pink energy collided violently, throwing Kyan Vert far away, while Lindsay Nihaloff hovered observing. Kyan was shocked to realize the presence of a third attacker, his hand bleeding after blocking the blow. Lindsay gave a sinister, meaningful smile, as if welcoming a play she herself had orchestrated. Kyan's expression shifted from surprise to horror as he recognized the familiar attacker. The attacker was revealed to be Lisa Lictus, her eyes glowing menacingly, standing in front of Lindsay, who was gesturing with amusement. With eyes burning with determination, Lisa tightened her grip on the dagger, declaring her intention to destroy Cyan, whom she called Simon. In a contrasting moment, an image of Nana appeared sleeping peacefully, clutching her stuffed animal. Kyan stared at the familiar attacker in astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his temples. Lindsay showed amusement, gesturing at the relationship between Kyan and Lisa, while Lisa stood rigidly in obedience. Lisa's blue eyes glowed. She tightened her grip on the dagger and declared she would begin the purge, targeting Simon. Two streams of energy, one red and one blue, collided again in a dazzling explosion of light. Kyan tried to shout, asking Lisa to get out of the way so he could face Linz, but his efforts were futile. Lisa lunged forward with terrifying speed, swinging her dagger in a powerful slash, ignoring Kyan's pleas. Realizing he couldn't persuade her, Kyan's eyes turned crimson, and he lunged forward to end the confrontation. Kyan unleashed a surge of crimson killing intent, a concentrated attack, flying straight towards Lisa. Lisa leaped into the air, easily dodging Kyan's attack and preparing for a counterattack from above. Kyan gave a smug but somewhat forced smile, realizing Lisa's skills were far from ordinary. Lisa landed on the ground, now wearing a face covering, standing firm against the aftershocks of Kyan's attack. Lindsay hovered beside Cyan, questioning his hesitation, while he turned away, asking her to stop hiding. With a wicked smile, Lindsay revealed that she only wanted to witness a battle between the two children she had trained. Khan frowned, realizing Linz knew about Sarika, and he wondered about their connection. Lindsay warned Kyan not to be careless, a smug smile on her lips. Taking advantage of Kyan's distraction, Lisa summoned dozens of daggers that hovered around her, preparing for a destructive attack. Kyan barely managed to dodge the rain of daggers that embedded themselves in the ground around him. Lisa lunged forward, swinging her dagger at the unsuspecting Kyan. Kyan reacted instantly, blocking Lisa's attack with a powerful spinning kick. Memories of Gunther Richter's flashed through Lisa's mind, reinforcing her vow of revenge against Simon. Khan stared at Lisa, realizing the connection between her and Gunther was not simple. He realized Lisa's glowing eyes were a sign of a special power, a shallow memory fueling her desire to kill. Cheyenne grabbed Lisa's throat, stopping her attack, and realizing her mistake was getting too close to him. With a swift movement, Cheyenne twisted his body, ramming his shoulder hard into Lisa's stomach. He delivered a precise karate chop to Lisa's neck, knocking her unconscious instantly. Cheyenne breathed a sigh of relief, standing over Lisa's motionless body, temporarily ending the threat. Inside the misty space, Shan Vert looked into the darkness, issuing a silent challenge. From within the mist, Linza Nihaloff appeared, a smug smile on her lips, as she asserted her control, while Cheyenne looked up undaunted. Lindsay's smugness froze into surprise as Cheyenne spoke, exposing her. Cheyenne pointed at Linz, a smirk on his face, his eyes accusing her of being a thief, with Lisa Lictus lying unconscious at his feet. The image of the powerful Andebari ring appeared evidence of Cheyenne's accusation. Lindsay turned away, her confidence clearly shaken by Cheyenne's accurate accusation of her using the artifact to feign power. Cheyenne cracked his neck, his smile growing more provocative as he exposed her deception. Rage erupted on Lindsay's face. She lunged forward, her hand outstretched to punish Cheyenne's insolence. A flash of triumph gleamed in Cheyenne's eyes, realizing that his trap had sprung. Lindsay unleashed the full power of the Mist God, creating a destructive energy orb. A wave of purple energy swept through the space, aimed directly at Cheyenne. Cheyenne stood still, his body completely paralyzed by Lindsay's overwhelming power. Lisa Lictus's unconscious body lay on the shattered ground, unaffected by the confrontation. Lindsay walked gracefully in her domain, asserting absolute control. She approached the motionless Cheyenne, whispering a taunt about his helplessness, savoring the moment of victory. With a dramatic gesture, Lindsay raised her hand to finish off Cyan, who was imprisoned under the alias Simon. Suddenly, Lindsay flinched, sensing a crack in the space she had created. A purple crack appeared in the air, signaling an external intrusion. From the shadows, Kiram appeared, her eyes burning with anger, as she saw her master's predicament. Lindsay stared in disbelief, unable to believe that someone dared to invade her domain. Lindsay gripped her dagger, her disbelief turning into horrified realization as she identified the intruder. Kiram stood over another body, her possessive gaze fixed on Lindsay, a silent warning that no one was allowed to touch what belonged to her. With a cruel smile, Kiram declared her intention to shatter this small space. She snapped her fingers, and Lindsay's reality shattered into pieces like glass. Lindsay screamed in panic and disbelief, her power vanishing into nothingness. As the space collapsed, Cheyenne calmly turned his eyes, asking Kiram why she was so late. Kiram pouted, complaining about Cheyenne's ungrateful attitude after she had just saved his life. Lindsay roared in fury, refusing to accept the truth before her eyes. Kiram indifferently explained the situation to Cheyenne, who casually admitted that he had provoked Lindsay. Lindsay's eyes flashed with furious light madness, overwhelming her reason. Losing all control, she lunged towards Cheyenne, her hair flying, a hateful scream erupting from her throat. Kiram watched with an amused smile, curious to see how her master would handle this failure. Cheyenne, with a look of disgust, easily created a red energy sword to block Lindsay's desperate attack. Calm Vert unleashed a storm of red and purple sword energy, completely overwhelming Lindsay Nihaloff. Knocked back, Lindsay screamed in pain as the sword flew from her hand. Lindsay's sword was firmly embedded in the desolate ground, its blade broken. Cheyenne stood firm, dark red energy swirling around him. Lindsay struggled to sit up amidst the rubble, her body trembling from exhaustion and shock. Panic was evident on Lindsay's face as she realized Cheyenne's power far exceeded all expectations. To extinguish all her remaining hope, Shan summoned a colossal chaotic red energy orb. Cheyenne's silhouette was enveloped by dark energy. His eyes glowing, he issued a final challenge. Lindsay could only stare in horror, unable to believe the terrifying power confronting her. The red energy orb plunged down, shattering the ground and engulfing everything in a destructive explosion. Utter horror reflected in Lindsay's eyes as she witnessed the irresistible power. Memories flooded back, taking Lindsay to the Hall of Dark Mist, where she questioned a purple-haired woman. In the past, Sarika, their leader, expressed disappointment at Lindsay's impatience. Lindsay turned away, a defiant smile on her lips, asking if Sarika intended to kill her to stop her. Sarika calmly replied, stating that there were many others who needed to be purged more. However, Sarika's golden eyes flashed with a cold warning about the consequences of falling. Sarika continued to threaten, revealing that she knew about the item Lindsay had stolen and would reclaim it when the time came. Sarika's final warning echoed in Lindsay's mind, an advice not to let herself be corrupted. Lindsay recalled her parting with Sarika, a confident but bitter smile on her lips. She remembered her vow to leave the reclusive organization to create a new world where power was recognized. Back in the present, Lindsay's hands trembled, blood dripping, her dreams turning to smoke. Standing amidst the ruins, Lindsay looked at Cyan with desperate eyes, wondering where her plan had gone wrong. Cyan stood not far away, the red energy around him gradually fading. He silently observed the defeated opponent. He coldly granted Lindsay a chance to speak her last words. Lindsay bowed her head, whispering a message to Sarika Negriti, accepting her defeat. Cyan remained silent, his eyes revealing no emotion. Tears streamed down Lindsay's blood-stained face. She begged Cyan to end her pain. Cyan approached, his hand gently touching Lindsay's hair, a soft red energy enveloping her. He looked into the distance, admitting that no one could foresee their own downfall, including himself. The misty space began to break apart, revealing the true scenery of Lambasta City outside. When the illusory space completely vanished, Cyan realized he was standing in front of a building. Lisa Lictus, who had regained consciousness, stood behind him, questioning why he spared her life. With a defiant expression, Lisa crossed her arms, reminding Cyan that she had tried to kill him and knew the secret of the mist. Cyan Vert cast a cold glance, an implicit warning forcing the other party to be silent. Lisa Lictus, her face still bearing traces of the battle, looked away with a bewildered and resigned expression. Suddenly, Louis ran through the crowd, rushing towards Lisa with a panicked expression. The little girl trembled with worry, her eyes welling up with tears upon seeing Lisa. Lisa smiled in relief, trying to reassure the little girl that she was fine. Louis burst into tears, hugging Lisa in utter relief, two bodyguards standing silently behind them. The little girl sobbed, burying her face in Lisa, a plea never to be separated again. Lisa smiled kindly, stroking Louis's head, her eyes reflecting gentle teasing. Cyan issued a decisive command, entrusting Lisa with the responsibility of managing Lambasta so she could create a better future for Louis. With a resolute expression, Lisa nodded, accepting the new mission. Cyan knelt gently, placing his hand on Louis's head, entrusting the little girl to Lisa's care. He stood up, smiling to signal that he was about to leave. Cyan waved goodbye, turned and walked away, leaving Lisa, Louis and the bodyguards watching him. Lisa shouted a final instruction, and Cyan merely smirked in response. Without turning his head, he looked towards Lambasta, his eyes thoughtfully contemplating the future of the chaotic city. The sword Kiram in his hand flashed with a mystical blue light, signaling a shift. In a ruined space, Cyan faced Sarika, who was perched on a stone pillar. Sarika smirked provocatively, a purple energy orb swirling in her palm. Cyan directly questioned the relationship between her and Lindsay Nihalov. Sarika smiled, confirming that Linz was once a member of the Mist organization. Memories flooded back, showing Sarika and Lindsay Nihalov as former comrades standing shoulder to shoulder in training. The image of Lindsay turning and walking away appeared, leaving Sarika and the organization, along with the leader's treasure. The Andebari ring sparkled on someone's finger. Cyan held out the ring, and Sarika confirmed it was the artifact Lindsay had stolen. She gestured for Cyan to keep the ring, a decision that surprised him. Sarika laughed arrogantly, declaring that her own power did not require such an item. Cyan stared at the ring, confused by Sarika's true intentions. Kiram appeared in human form, arms crossed, standing beside Cyan, silently observing. Sarika returned the sword to Cyan, asserting that he was merely keeping his promise, unlike those corrupted by the ring's power. She turned and walked away, leaving a lingering question about a test. Cyan gripped the ring, realizing that the entire incident was a test to see if he would be corrupted by power. He clenched his fist, questioning Kiram and Sarika about their lack of trust in their successor. Sarika turned back, a mysterious smile on her lips, declaring she would continue to observe whether he became a hero or a disaster. Kiram roared angrily, revealing sharp teeth, but Cyan only responded with a self-satisfied smile, unfazed. In his office, Kundal stood thoughtfully looking out the window, his back showing his concern about the chaotic situation in the academy. Kundal turned his sharp eyes, entrusting the heavy responsibility to the newcomer to resolve the crisis. Boris placed his hand on his chest, bowing with feigned humility, pledging to dedicate himself fully to the students. After accepting, Boris turned and left the office, leaving Kundal deep in thought behind his desk. As Boris's shadow disappeared behind the door, Kundal's friendly expression vanished, replaced by a calculating gaze, scrutinizing the unusual energy left by the newcomer. Sarika rushed in, bowing her head to apologize to Kundal for being late. Sarika looked up flustered as she met Boris's gaze as he departed. Boris smiled politely, but with a hidden danger, placing his hand on his chest and introducing himself as the newly appointed lecturer. Boris turned and walked away, leaving Sarika with a sense of unease. She could smell the strong stench of blood emanating from him. Sarika watched Boris's retreating back, her eyes narrowing, warily recognizing him as a deadly threat. Kundal, with eyes emitting a powerful purple light, ordered Sarika to closely monitor Boris. Sarika pushed up her glasses, her gaze resolute, confirming the headmaster's order, knowing that the stench of blood from Boris was an ill omen. Boris walked down a dark corridor, surrounded by a deathly aura, as if death itself was present. A banner of the Lewin Academy fluttered under the clear blue sky, signaling a new setting. A long line of ruined guards stood solemnly, their presence denser than usual. The knights stood at attention, their faces tense behind their visors, indicating an unstable situation. Aaron and Reshmus passed by, noticing the unusual security reinforcement, their faces clearly showing worry. They continued walking, feeling the suffocating and ominous atmosphere from the ranks of guards. Aaron suddenly stopped when she heard someone call her name. Lunav stood not far away, smiling and greeting Aaron. Lunav approached with a radiant smile, showing her joy at being reunited. White and blue butterflies fluttered around the bushes in a quiet garden. Aaron, Lunav and Reshmus walked together on the stone path, Aaron expressing relief at seeing Lunav safe. Lunav humbly thanked her, while Aaron looked at her with an expression of both guilt and gratitude for what Lunav had endured to help her. Aaron happily introduced Reshmus to Lunav, breaking the formal atmosphere. As the three were talking, Boris's shadow fell upon them, abruptly halting their conversation. Boris stepped into the light, introducing himself as the new lecturer and directly asking if the white-haired girl was Princess Erin. Erin happily confirmed her identity, indicating she was already aware of Boris's appointment. Lunav narrowed her eyes at Boris, a bead of anxious sweat rolling down her temple as she heard his request. Boris smiled, explaining that he only wanted a moment of her time. Boris's gaze sharpened as he revealed his true purpose to assess Aaron's mana core as part of a survey of talented students. Aaron, slightly surprised, extended her hand and created a brilliant mana orb, asking if that was sufficient. Boris Ruhelm smirked, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at his plan. Lunav frowned, sensing an unusual energy, while Aaron Savelis looked at her with innocent incomprehension. With a reassuring gesture, Boris extended his hand towards Aaron, promising that the examination would be quick. Suddenly, Boris gripped Aaron's wrist tightly, a sudden violent act shattering his polite facade. The pretense vanished, Boris's eyes narrowing into a cold, calculating gaze. Aaron let out a piercing scream, her face contorted with pain and panic at the sudden attack. In response, another being surged from within Kyan Vert, appearing with fiery eyes, the ground beneath him cracking with rage. Kyan's pupils glowed blood red, filled with an unspoken question about the enemy's presence. In his mind, an image of Kyan confronting his own shell, Boris Ruhelm, a fierce internal confrontation. Memories of the bloody war of yesteryear flooded back, revealing a desolate battlefield under a grey sky. On that battlefield, mages in white robes joined forces, creating a desperate protective shield. A gigantic monster claw descended, shattering the magic shield in a single blow. One of the mages screamed in agony as they were torn apart by the force of the attack. The ground exploded, burying the soldiers under the rubble. A pool of blood spread across the shattered ground, a silent testament to the battle's brutality. Amidst the chaos, a knight of the Vert family and a blindfolded mage stood firm, preparing for the next assault. To break the stalemate, a figure descended from the sky, like a black arrow cutting through the rain of projectiles. The figure landed amidst the monsters, swinging a sword with terrifying speed, slaughtering everything in its path. The knight and the mage looked up with relief and astonishment, recognizing the arrival of reinforcements. Xian, in his battle cloak, issued a decisive order for the surviving soldiers to retreat. Facing him was a gigantic spider monster, its 8 eyes glowing as it gathered energy for an attack. A red energy beam flashed a probing attack, slashing down at the ground before the monster. The spider monster roared in response, firing a destructive energy beam from its mouth. It raised its head, letting out a challenging roar that echoed across the battlefield. Xian merely looked at the monster coldly, an expression of disdain clear on his face at its mediocre power. With incredible speed, Xian appeared on the monster's back, his sword ready for the finishing blow. His hand gathered a dark purple energy orb, a pure destructive power. Xian pressed the energy orb into the monster's back, unleashing an explosion from within. After the battle, a fawning noble approached, holding out a brooch and praising Xian's power. Xian glanced at the man with a cold, suspicious gaze, completely unmoved by the flattery. Despite the coldness, the noble continued his fawning words, trying to curry favor with the victor. Afterward, Xian sat alone by the campfire, the fatigue of the endless war etched deep on his face. He silently sharpened his sword over the fire, a repetitive action in the seemingly endless war. Deadly black streaks scarred a desolate land under a purple sky, signaling an unending war. By the campfire, Xian was pensive, his eyes heavy with the burden of the war caused by Emperor Ruinel's greed. A man in a black and white cloak, Boris, sat down opposite him, admitting that Xian's words were also his own thoughts. Boris smiled meaningfully, implying that his talent was what truly attracted Lord Echel's attention. Without explanation, Boris unleashed a dark energy stream towards Xian, who was still firing. He explained his ability by raising his hand, gathering the lingering magical energy remnants in the air into a purple orb. The energy orb condensed in his hand, transforming into a glowing red magic gem. Boris scrutinized the gem, his eyes gleaming with interest as he recognized the unique nature of Xian's energy. Boris's eyes glowed green, and he looked at Xian like a predator who had found its perfect prey. The memory of that moment became vivid, Xian realizing Boris's hunt had begun then. Returning to the present, rage flared in Xian's eyes, and he sprang up into a defensive stance as Arin called his name in panic. The silhouette of an old enemy bearing Boris's face appeared, exuding a dark power. That man, in the disguise of Boris Ruhelm, looked down at Xian with a smug expression. Facing Xian's rage and Arin's confusion, Boris Ruhelm raised his hand, feigning that he was merely conducting a routine ability test. Xian gritted his teeth, skepticism rising, as he wondered how his old enemy could become a lecturer at the academy. Boris Ruhelm clasped his hands, bowing in a feigned apology, a smile never leaving his lips. Xian coldly accepted the apology and ordered Boris Ruhelm to leave, while Arin blushed, embarrassed by his rudeness. Boris Ruhelm glanced at Xian, silently noting the boy's almost irrational hostility. With an obedient nod, Boris Ruhelm turned and left. Xian and Lunav stood side by side, watching Boris Ruhelm's retreating figure as he gradually disappeared. Lunav narrowed her eyes, her mind repeating the name Boris Ruhelm, trying to recall any memory of such a mate. Reshmus, unable to bear it any longer, questioned Xian as to why he was still holding Arin's hand. Xian flinched and released Arin's hand, who was stammering in embarrassment. Arin smiled a smile both shy and possessive, and asserted to Xian that he belonged to her. Immediately, Arin's face flushed red as she realized the boldness of her own words. Suddenly, Arin tightly gripped Xian's wrist, astonishing Reshmus. She hastily declared an urgent matter and turned to flee, leaving Xian and Lunav behind. When they were alone, Lunav turned to Xian, asking about his connection to instructor Boris, and he only replied evasively. Lunav smirked in admiration, impressed by Xian's mysteriousness. Xian turned and walked away, his voice coldly warning Lunav never to investigate or approach Boris. Lunav stood still, observing Xian with a worried expression, sensing the agitation and secrets he was hiding. The clear blue sky appeared, reflecting Lunav's thought that this mystery only made everything more interesting. Red and purple dark energy swirled around the ring on Lunav's finger, its gemstone flashing ominously. Kyanvert smiled, using magic to create a river of candy that poured down for a delighted Nana. In the living room, Qian stood leisurely watching Nana play in the pile of candy with Brian and Emily standing rigidly beside him. Brian happily responded to Kian's compliment, while Emily crossed her arms, pouted, and pointed at Brian to complain. Kian smirked, teasing Emily, who was reacting with frustration and helplessness. Kian's expression suddenly turned serious as he ordered training, leaving Brian stunned by exhaustion and surprise. With a knowing smile, Kian gestured for Brian to take off his apron, and Brian reluctantly complied. Under the moonlight, Qian and Brian's feet strode across the Academy's training ground. At Luan Academy's training ground, Qian and Brian, now armored, were surprised to see someone still training. A purple-haired female swordswoman was panting, her hands gripping the hilt of a massive claymore, sweat beading on her face. The girl moved with incredible speed, swinging the claymore to create streaks of blue light in the air. From behind, Brian watched in astonishment as the swordswoman easily wielded a sword larger than herself. Khan watched with a smug smile, well aware of the girl's potential. The swordswoman stopped, gasping for breath, her eyes gleaming with iron determination. Kian approached the weapon rack, his gaze scrutinizing as the girl turned to look at him warily. He drew a wooden sword, causing the swordswoman to be confused and take a step back. Kian waved his hand in challenge, a provocative smile on his lips, inviting her to attack. The swordswoman frantically pointed at her real sword, trying to protest the unfairness of the match. But then her eyes sharpened, filled with determination as she accepted the challenge. Kian easily leaped up, using his wooden sword to block the powerful attack from her claymore. He landed, blocking her blade with ease, his smile growing even more smug. The swordswoman gritted her teeth, astonished by the incredible weight from the wooden sword's block. With a light swing, Kian knocked the girl flying backward. The swordswoman roared a challenge, putting all her strength into the next attack. Kian easily dodged her blows, moving like a ghost around her powerful sword swings. He blocked another blow, his smile widening as he urged her to try harder. Kian's face became frenzied. He roared a silent command, demanding her to attack him with all her might. The swordswoman was forced onto the defensive, confused that she couldn't touch her opponent even though she was the attacker. She screamed, pouring all her energy into a final, desperate overhead slash. Kian blocked the attack, his wooden sword easily neutralizing her last effort. The swordswoman's claymore flew from her hand, embedding itself in the ground. Kian stood there, pointing at her with the wooden sword and pointing out the flaws in her technique. The swordswoman looked down her face, showing disappointment and acknowledging defeat. Kian placed the wooden sword on her shoulder and gently patted her head, encouragingly causing her to look up in surprise and confusion. Taken aback by Kian Vert's praise, future swordmaster blushed, stammering in protest. Kian Vert smirked smugly, hand on his chin, as he silently assessed the girl's skills. He turned away, pointing at a bewildered Brian and giving a decisive command. Kian Vert handed his wooden sword to future swordmaster, who was holding her claymore, entrusting her with the training. When Brian tried to ask about the young master's destination, Kian Vert merely brushed his hand away and continued walking. Brian turned back, scratching his head in a friendly manner and introducing himself to future swordmaster, while Kian Vert had already disappeared. Facing Brian, future swordmaster's fighting spirit flared, her eyes glowing menacingly against a backdrop of raging fire. Brian froze, cold sweat breaking out as he felt the immense pressure from his new opponent. Kian Vert walked alone on the paved path in the quiet academy grounds under the night sky. He stopped, his eyes narrowing as he spotted a familiar figure standing in the distance. That figure was Luna of Rain River, standing silently under the moonlight, her expression pensive. Kian Vert walked closer, and Lunav turned as he approached, both recognizing each other in the night. He looked in Lunav's direction, realizing they were standing in front of Instructor Boris's laboratory. Kian Vert turned to face Lunav, his eyes questioning her intentions. Lunav gave a knowing and sharp smile, as if she had anticipated his question. Surprised by her insight, Kian Vert appeared slightly flustered and asked for an explanation. A memory of Boris Ruhelm briefly appeared beside Lunav as she explained that he was a mysterious figure with no records despite being a high-level mage. Kian Vert gave a forced smile, realizing Lunav was sharper and more difficult to deal with than he had thought. Lunav pointed towards the building, offering a challenging proposal for cooperation to her senior. Her eyes sharpened, analyzing Kyan Vert, and explaining that she proposed it because she noticed his hatred for Boris. Kyan Vert sighed wearily, acknowledging Lunav's sharpness. Darkness enveloped the laboratory building, which was supposed to be empty after Boris left. However, as he stared at the door, Kyan Vert felt something was wrong, an unusual emptiness. To ensure safety and lead the way, Kyan Vert placed a hand on Lunav's shoulder, signaling her to stay close. His hand grasped the basement doorknob and twisted it open decisively. The door creaked open, revealing a dark room, and both cautiously stepped inside. Inside, towering bookshelves filled with thick volumes appeared in the darkness. Ancient books, their spines inscribed with incomprehensible runic characters, were stacked in piles. While Kyan Vert stood alert, Lunav approached an open book, turning its pages curiously. Suddenly, Kyan Vert flinched, a familiar surge of dark energy emanating from him as he sensed something. He glanced out the window, his mind invisibly communicating with Kiram, asking her to focus. Lunav called out loudly, attracting Kyan Vert's attention as she announced she had found something important. Kyan Vert turned around, his face surprised by her discovery. In Boris's laboratory, Lunav Rainriver examined an ancient book, realizing it was not just a mere book. She identified it as Boris's weapon, a magic book named Hiskrius. Immediately, in another space, dark energy erupted as Kiram materialized. Kiram stood on a rooftop under the night sky, her face annoyed as she sensed an unwelcome presence, and ordered the individual to reveal themselves. She gritted her teeth and called out Hiskrius, her eyes burning with hatred. Pure white feathers gently fell, signaling the appearance of a stranger, the one who had called Kiram's name. Kiram looked up to face a pure white-winged entity with long white hair, who had just asked her how she felt after 3 centuries of waking. Kiram's expression hardened. She put her hands on her hips and retorted that her mood had been completely ruined by his appearance. The winged entity smiled smugly, remarking that her personality explained why she chose such a master. Kiram growled a warning, raising a hand with sharp claws as a threat. The winged entity responded with a calm gesture, lowering his bare feet to the ground to reassure her. He took a step forward, declaring that he was not there to fight, causing Kiram to suspiciously ask if he intended to talk. He smiled slyly, raising a finger to confirm his intention. Kiram narrowed her eyes, suspicion and anger evident on her face as she questioned his true conspiracy. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Kyan Vert and Lunav examined the book together, both astonished by its contents. Kyan's hand glided over pages filled with complex ciphers and symbols. He realized it would take time to decipher them. Lunav was sweating, her face tense, as she could only understand a single image. Kyan pointed to a drawing of a sun obscured by a black mist, wondering about its meaning. Lunav thoughtfully analyzed the image, then suddenly realized something horrifying. Anger flared. Kyan slammed his hand onto the book's cover, preparing to destroy its sharp thorns, instantly growing from the back of his hand. He sprang to his feet, eyes determined, informing a stunned Lunav that they must destroy this book immediately. Kyan's eyes gleamed with indignation as he recalled that every tragedy originated from this very artifact. He realized the book was the cause of the blood feast and countless other terrible events. A voice echoed from behind. A brown-haired man apologized but declared he could not let them do that. Kyan spun around, his face utterly shocked, as he realized Boris Ruhelm had been standing there all along. Without hesitation, Kyan swung his hand, intending to unleash a destructive blow on the book, causing it to emit a dazzling light and Lunav to scream in terror. However, Boris's hand blocked it easily, holding the book that was radiating brilliant golden energy. Boris smiled politely, embraced the book, and greeted Kyan condescendingly. Kyan gritted his teeth in anger, feeling annoyed at being watched, while Lunav stood beside him with a bewildered expression. Boris directed his gaze towards Lunav. Ominous green energy beginning to gather at his fingertips. Kyan could only watch in horror over his shoulder as Lunav was enveloped by a surge of energy and flung out of the room. Boris pointed to the broken door, calmly reassuring that he had safely returned her to the dormitory. Amidst the ruined room, Boris faced Kyan, suggesting they have a private conversation. With a smug smile, Boris Ruhelm showed a special, deeply personal interest in Kyan Vert. Cold sweat ran down Kyan Vert's temples, He gritted his teeth, restraining the rage that wanted to end his opponent immediately. Boris showed off the Hiskria book, which was emitting energy. Admitting its existence bothered him, while Cyan realized the danger of Kiram's absence. Meanwhile, in another space, Kiram clutched her hair in anger, demanding a clear explanation for the nonsensical words she had just heard. Hiskria entity, a winged entity, arrogantly declared that Kiram's master was the chosen one, and she had no choice but to fail. Kiram glared defiantly, questioning if he was telling her a demonic sword to betray her master. Hiskria entity sneered, suggesting she had many other options. He spread his wings, making a cunning offer, suggesting that Kiram should take over her master's body. Kiram burst into contemptuous laughter, mocking Hiskria entity's insane idea. Hiskria entity began to tell a parable about the eternal war between good and evil, between light and darkness. The story ended with the image of a victorious angel standing on the corpse of a demon, symbolizing the complete triumph of light. He explained that after the war, the world prospered in peace. However, prolonged peace caused the world to gradually forget the gods, evidenced by the humiliatingly hanged angel statue. Past reverence and fear had vanished, leaving only weathered statues. Hiskria entity ended the story with a mad smile, declaring that they needed darkness so their light could shine again. Kiram sat with her arms crossed flatly, rejecting his reasoning. She coldly exposed Hiskria entity's plan, pointing out the conspiracy to turn her into the villain so they could play the hero. Hiskria entity cheerfully confirmed the plan, praising Kiram's intelligence. As soon as he finished speaking, a devastating punch landed on Hiskria entity's face. Flatly refusing the offer of betrayal, Kiram lunged forward, sharp claws aimed directly at Hiskria entity in a lightning-fast attack. Hiskria entity tilted his head back, his face showing a hint of surprise, but still maintaining a smug smile. He easily repelled Kiram with a golden energy blast, questioning why she had changed the nature of a demonic sword. Kiram responded with a contemptuous sneer, declaring that they were the ones who defined her as evil and had to solve their own problems. Hiskria entity hovered in the air, feigning disappointment, but Kiram was not as docile as he thought. Kiram's eyes sharpened. She uttered a final farewell. She turned her back as Hiskria entity vanished in a sphere of light, leaving white feathers falling. Kiram watched the feathers fall around her, her face angry and confused by the entity's actions. The confrontation in the other space ended and attention returned to the laboratory, where Boris was calmly pouring tea. Cyan Vert maintained a serious expression, questioning the concern Boris had just shown. Boris feigned friendliness, explaining that it was natural for a lecturer to care about talented students, but Chan immediately pointed out the absurdity of that statement. Cyan flatly retorted that he had nothing to learn from Boris's lectures. Boris's eyes turned cold. He asked a probing question about whether the headmaster or the duke knew about this absence. Cyan's eyes sharpened. He ordered Boris to get straight to the point. Boris leaned forward, a cunning and direct smile as he posed his probing question. Cyan Vert frowned, his cold eyes questioning Boris's intentions in return. An image flashed in his mind. Cyan with fiery eyes standing in a fighting stance, his hostility engulfing the space. Cyan's gaze locked onto Boris, not hiding the rising killing intent. Boris leaned back, a smug smile on his face, and spread his hands as if inviting a confession. Cyan rested his chin on his hand, his eyes indifferent, yet calculating as he exposed Boris's feigned surprise. Boris's eyes flashed with a dangerous green light. His curiosity sharpened. Cyan looked down, his eyes cold, giving an evasive answer to conceal his origin. In the silent room, tension enveloped them as Cyan realized Boris was lying. Cyan rested his hand on his chin, his mind analyzing Boris's words, linking this deception to a past enemy. Boris smiled, signaling the end of their conversation with an implied promise to meet again. As Cyan left, only his back was reflected in the broken window overlooking the night sky. Alone in the room, Boris turned, his eyes fixed on the magic book on the stand, revealing his true objective. He placed his hand on the Hiskria book, a feigned tragic expression appearing on his face as he pondered Cyan's ironic fate. From the book, a surge of golden energy erupted, summoning the white-winged Hiskria entity, who hovered above Boris with a smug look. Hiskria entity looked down with a sneer, approving the idea that Cyan might be the darkness they were seeking. Boris placed his hand on the sun symbol, in the book, his tone full of conviction as he affirmed the prophecy of a black mist. He slammed the book shut with a thud, his eyes glowing with wicked belief that his plan was about to come true. Elsewhere, in an ethereal space, Kiram walked purposefully, purple-blue energy swirling beneath her feet. She stopped before a swirling energy gate in the hall of dark mist, her attitude defiant. Seated on a throne in the shadows, the leader of the mist, a cloaked entity with glowing red eyes, called out Kiram's name. Kiram smirked, announcing her encounter with Iskria in a challenging tone. The leader of the mist tilted his head, his voice echoing from behind his cloak, asking sarcastically about the troubles Iskria might have caused. Kiram gritted her teeth, anger flaring as she questioned the leader's silence and role in her past exile. She stood tall, her gaze resolute, declaring that she had nothing left to lose and no longer knew fear. Kiram pointed directly at the leader, accusing him in a harsh voice of his conspiracy and others trying to exploit her and Kyan. She looked directly into his eyes, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek as she reaffirmed her sole desire to protect Kyan. The leader of the mist raised his iron-gloved hand, summoning a black token with glowing red characters from thin air. He extended the token forward, offering a powerful proposal, promising the full force of the mist would support her and Kyan. Kiram turned her back, questioning the leader's hesitation and demanding a straightforward answer about what happened to Rumandel. The leader of the mist approached, his voice full of unbelievable excuses, which only deepened Kiram's contempt. Roaring a curse, Kiram lunged to attack, rejecting the lies of the coward before her. The leader of the mist merely stood there silently, accepting her fury as the surrounding space began to disintegrate. The majestic silhouette of a stone angel statue stood tall, radiating divine light. In a solemn hall, a white-robed cleric held up a holy artifact, blessing a kneeling warrior. Amidst a city of Gothic architecture, silent angel statues stood guard. A line of young nuns with silver hair bowed in unison, showing their devotion. The cleric placed the sword on Elise Verta's shoulder, officially knighting her. Elise raised her head, her gaze resolute, as she accepted the oath to serve the god of light Rumandel. However, a flicker of doubt briefly appeared in her eyes about the path she had just chosen. Images of the mighty Light Knight army marching, symbolizing the Empire's power. Memories of a horrific massacre flooded back with a masked phantom and the screams of victims. Elise stood alone, looking up at the angel statue, her inner self torn about her true purpose. She startled and turned when she heard a familiar voice call her name from behind. Cecilia, a female knight, ran up with a radiant smile to congratulate Elise on her achievement. Elise seemed awkward with the formality, but Cecilia just smiled, reassuring her friend. In her confusion, Elise stumbled, and Cecilia quickly reached out to steady her. The scene shifted to a clear fountain, signaling a moment of peaceful conversation. On a stone bench, Cecilia sat beside Elise, comforting her as she was lost in heavy thoughts. Elise's face hardened, haunted by the desperate cries for help she could not forget. Cecilia looked directly at Elise, her eyes becoming sharp and resolute, offering a solution. Standing up, Cecilia made a challenging offer, inviting Elise to join her on the front lines. With a confident smile, Cecilia solemnly announced a first mission assigned by Duke Vert. Elise was stunned, unable to believe that her father had directly assigned her a task. At the same time elsewhere, Brian was quickly donning his combat gear. He decisively put on his gloves and armor, ready to depart at the summons. Brian stood tall, his expression firm, but with a hint of bewilderment at the suddenness. Emily and Nana looked at Brian with worry, not understanding why he had to leave so hastily. Kyan Vert's shadow stretched long on the floor as he approached, bringing an urgent atmosphere. Kyan appeared with a serious expression, asking Brian if he had completed his preparations. Without explanation, Kyan turned and walked away, leaving Brian and the two maids looking on in confusion. Dark energy swirled around the Andabari ring on Kyan's hand as he revealed the destination was Rimia Valley. Brian, Emily, and Nana were stunned by the news of a distant and dangerous journey. Kyan turned back, his eyes burning with urgency, as he ordered Brian to follow quickly. He stepped directly into a fiery red spatial gate, his retreating figure carrying a grim prophecy about Elise's fate. At the front lines, under a blood-red sky, a lone light knight on horseback faced an unknown army. Amidst the desolate battlefield, Jurgen roared a decisive command to halt all forces. Jurgen reined in his horse, turned and informed Elise and Cecilia that they had arrived, addressing Elise with a formal title that flustered her. Cecilia looked at Elise with pride as they observed the knights gathering in the distance. Elise responded to Cecilia's compliment with an awkward smile, showing her humility. With a trusting gaze, Jurgen affirmed that Elise would perform her duty well and make the Duke proud. Elise turned away with annoyance at Jurgen's address, who merely smiled and announced that her father was waiting. Elise's armored feet took decisive steps on the dry ground, moving forward. Elise stood facing her father, Wallace Werther, who stood with his back to her in his imposing red armor. She placed her hand on her chest and bowed respectfully to greet her father. Wallace Werther turned his stern gaze, ordering Elise to prepare for the royal member's visit. Elise accepted the command with a sad smile, recognizing her father's cold distance. A loud shout rang out, and Wallace and Elise both turned with tense expressions as the royal entourage was announced to have arrived. A royal escort in black and red attire moved solemnly beside the luxurious carriage. Prince Fabian Severus and Prince Nerubian Severus stepped out, both showing disdain for their surroundings. Princess Violette Severus appeared, her calm eyes sharply assessing Wallace. Wallace Werther led his knights, bowing formally to welcome the royal members. Fabian showed impatience, brushing aside formalities and only wanting to quickly get to business. Wallace smiled confidently, reassuring the royal guests that they would be safe. He declared that the strongest knight of the Werther family would be assigned to escort them. From the ranks, Eschol Werther stepped out, his confident demeanor immediately drawing all eyes. Elise was stunned, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek as she realized the knight was her brother. Wallace proudly placed a hand on Eschol's shoulder, entrusting him with the mission, and Eschol accepted with resolve. Fabian imperiously ordered Eschol, demanding that he eliminate all threats from afar, because royal lives were priceless. Violette approached Eschol with a meaningful smile, greeting him. Eschol responded with an equally confident smile, accepting her entrustment. Violette looked around, asking Eschol why Crown Prince Lionel was absent from such an important visit. Eschol explained that the Crown Prince had an unexpected plan, so he had assigned the escort duty to him. Violette forced a smile, accepting the explanation, but her eyes still gleamed with suspicion. Eschol stood before the royal carriage, assuming the posture of an escort commander ready to depart. Elise stared at her brother's back, her mind swirling with questions about his unusual presence. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. She did not believe that Eschol's appearance here was merely a coincidence. Eschol turned back, striking up a conversation with Elise, and mentioning her achievements upon joining the Knight Order. He looked directly into Elise's eyes, an unreadable smile on his lips, as he officially congratulated her. Elise Werther's eyes narrowed, a memory suddenly flashing in her mind. Memories flooded back, taking her to her 9th birthday, when Eschol Werther gently stroked her head. Eschol gave Elise a magic scroll as a gift, his expression full of hidden meaning. The scroll was carefully bound, a gift seemingly too grand for a child. Years later, as she grew older, Elise sat amidst a pile of books and suddenly remembered the old gift. She placed her hand on the scroll, and blue magical energy began to pour out as a summoning circle appeared. Suddenly, another hand tightly gripped Elise's wrist, fiercely stopping the ritual. Elise looked up, astonished to see Cecilia standing there, her face serious. Cecilia held Elise's hand tightly, her face filled with horror, as she pointed out the scroll's true nature as a demon beast summoning artifact. The harsh truth dawned, and Elise realized with horror that she had nearly died if she had activated that gift. Back in the present, Elise watched Eschol's retreating back, a painful question evident in her eyes. His back turned away, but Eschol's cold and meaningful glance over his shoulder seemed to bore deep into Elise's mind. Eschol led the escort, heading towards the royal carriages waiting on the barren land. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious carriage, Fabian Severus crossed his arms, showing annoyance that Eschol had been assigned the task. Fabian narrowed his eyes suspiciously, wondering if there was a conspiracy behind this arrangement. He turned to Nerubian Severus and Violette Severus, expressing his doubts about a talented guard like Eschol being sent here. Violette glared warningly at her two brothers, her gaze as sharp as an undeniable command. Fabian and Nerubian flinched at their sister's stern demeanor. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and Elise turned back with a panicked expression. Realizing there was an attack, she shouted an urgent command, urging everyone to evacuate from the dangerous area. From the ground, a giant monster named Antarak emerged, its shadow engulfing the entire escort. Inside the carriage, Fabian and Nerubian were frozen in horror at the unexpected sight. Antarak roared a world-shattering cry, swinging its tail to sweep away the ranks of knights. Nerubian looked out the window, his face pale with fear as he realized the unforeseen danger. The monster ravaged mercilessly, crushing the knights under its power. Violette urged her brothers, while Elise rushed towards them to provide support. A carriage was crushed by Antarak's foot, turning into rubble. To protect the survivors, Elise poured all her strength into erecting a blue magical barrier. She gritted her teeth, trying to maintain the shield against the monster's attack, sweat streaming down her temples. Fabian ran away in panic, pointing at Eschol and shouting cowardly. Violette looked up in confusion as Aaron Severus suddenly appeared, shielding her with his body. Amidst the chaos, Eschol stepped forward, calmly standing in front of Violette to face the danger. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his blue eyes glowing with determination, a silent vow of protection. Violette Severus realized a deadly conspiracy was targeting her. Amidst the chaos, her face hardening with anger and horror. Elise Verte turned back, her eyes stunned, as she recognized the presence of her brother Eschol Verte. To clear a path, Elise unleashed a swirling gust of wind energy, attacking the roaring beast Antarak. Elise shouted Cecilia's name, who was hastily waving her to safety. With a decisive resolve, Elise tightly gripped Violette's wrist. Elise pulled Violette along, declaring they had to escape immediately, while Cecilia followed closely behind. A bad premonition arose in Elise's heart as she felt Eschol's killing intent aimed directly at Princess Violet. Elise's eyes widened, her breath quickening as she became aware of the potential danger. She screamed a warning as she saw Antarak swing its giant claw towards them. Eschol Verte appeared, a red streak flashing as he prepared to act. He charged into battle, his body enveloped in a brilliant golden aura. Eschol repeated the action, another red streak flashing, demonstrating his speed and precision. He continued to move at terrifying speed, the golden aura erupting more fiercely. Elise and Cecilia stood still, astonished by the power Eschol had just displayed. Eschol unleashed a glowing energy orb, firing it directly at one of the smaller monsters. The ground shook as Antarak's heavy footsteps landed. Jurken roared a command, urging the Knights of Light to form ranks to block Antarak's path. Antarak opened its mouth wide, a dark purple energy orb beginning to form. Eschol's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on the approaching threat. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, and then turned to face the danger. The dark energy orb was fired, hurtling towards the knights at terrifying speed. Eschol roared defiantly, his face showing contempt for the danger. He created a purple energy vortex to block Antarak's attack. Amidst the dust and smoke, Eschol stood firm, his sword completely blocking the attack, causing the knights to cheer in amazement and be ordered to support him. From the knights' perspective, a figure shot over their heads with a command to retreat. Eschol charged forward, his sword flashing with dazzling light. He struck a powerful blow down on Antarak, creating a violent energy explosion. Violette unleashed an attack of her own, a red stream of energy shooting towards Antarak. She turned back, her eyes sharp, continuing to fight alongside the others. Violette was silent, her face expressionless, but a cold drop of sweat ran down her temple. Elise forcefully pushed Violette out of the path of a stray attack. Violette fell to the ground, and Elise rushed to her side with a worried expression. Elise knelt down gently, helping Violette up, checking if she was injured. Violette Severus gave a sinister smile, her red eyes confirming a cruel truth, while Elise Verte could only look back in extreme shock. To execute a prearranged plan, Cecilia stabbed her close friend Elise fatally in the back. Elise let out an inarticulate cry, her horrified eyes fixed on her attacker, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Cecilia maintained a cold expression, offering no explanation for her act of betrayal. With a ruthless movement, Cecilia pulled out her sword, causing Elise to collapse onto the desolate ground. Violette stepped forward, coldly confirming the victim's identity, while Cecilia stood silently beside her. Violette began to explain the conspiracy she had uncovered, pointing out her brother Ruinel's suspicious absence as undeniable proof. From the ground, Elise looked up, realizing she had been framed to be a scapegoat in a political purge. Cecilia justified her actions as necessary self-defense, her eyes devoid of remorse. Elise desperately tried to explain herself, but Violette cut her off with a powerful wave of her hand, allowing no further words. Violette's smile turned more malicious as she revealed she had known all along about the ambitions of both Echelle Verte and Ruinel. Helpless and wounded Elise could only bow her head in acceptance of her fate, listening to the accusations from her enemies. Violette held out a magical scroll, declaring that all excuses were now meaningless as Elise's time was up. Dark purple energy poured from the scroll as Violette activated it with a self-satisfied smile. With glowing red eyes, Violette mocked Elise's faith, sarcastically remarking that even God Rumendel could not save her. A colossal pillar of purple energy erupted from the ground, enveloping Elise in a magical prison. Trapped, Elise screamed in denial, unable to believe that Cecilia, her closest friend, could do this. She clenched her fists until they bled, desperately clinging to the belief that Cecilia must have been controlled or coerced. Tears of despair streamed down Elise's cheeks as she realized she had truly been abandoned. As the pillar of light dissipated, Elise found herself alone in the Deadlands, and a colossal dark shadow loomed in the distance. From the shadows, a pack of fierce wolf-like beasts with glowing red eyes charged out, having scented their lone prey. Elise plunged her sword into the ground, using it as a fulcrum to push herself up, determined not to fall. Surrounded by the monsters, a will to survive surged within her, dispelling her despair. She gripped the hilt of her sword, determined to survive so she could confront Cecilia and demand an explanation for the betrayal. To fight off the pack, Elise began to chant, focusing magical energy into her palm. The wolf-like beasts roared and charged, giving her no time to prepare. To clear a path, Elise unleashed a storm of energy blades tearing through the charging wolf-like beasts. At the same time, in a safe location, a teleportation circle faded in a luxurious bedroom. Violette and Cecilia appeared. Violette, sighing in relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. She collapsed onto the soft bed, completely relaxed, after eliminating the threat. Violette calmly remarked on the suffocating atmosphere of the place they had just left, and Cecilia stood beside her, confirming Your Highness's word. While Violette relaxed, Cecilia quietly looked down, a complex and unreadable expression on her face. Cecilia's expression became distant, and then memories of a happy day flooded back, she and Elise happily eating ice cream together. Cecilia collapsed to the floor after completing her task. Violette Severus coldly questioned why the target was still alive, leaving Cecilia flustered by the question. Sitting on the bed, Violette reiterated her kill order with a powerful hand gesture. Cecilia asserted that she had left Elise Verte to the beasts, her death merely a matter of time. A vision appeared, the wolf-like beasts brutally tearing apart their victim. In a desolate land, under a crimson sky, Elise, exhausted and wounded, fought for survival amidst the encirclement of beasts. She swung her sword fiercely, striking down the charging monsters. Gasping for breath, Elise propped her sword on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of the slain beasts. She collapsed, despair evident as she realized her perilous situation in the desolate place. Stumbling among the monster corpses, Elise tried to find a way out before collapsing. Suddenly, a sense of deadly danger made her halt, her entire body tensing with fear. From the shadows, a colossal fiery salamander emerged, towering over her vision. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Elise stared at the monster, her mind frantically searching for an escape. The salamander roared, preparing to unleash a destructive stream of fire towards her. Elise, trembling, tried to stand firm, the will to survive burning in her exhausted eyes. The monster opened its mouth wide, a fireball forming, ready to be launched. Despair enveloped Elise as she realized she had no strength left to resist. Suddenly, a streak of purple light slashed through the air, a sword enveloped in mist energy, hurtling at terrifying speed. A figure darted past Elise, aiming directly at the surprised salamander. Elise gasped in astonishment, unable to believe the sudden intervention that saved her life. The salamander roared in pain as the attack landed, forcing it to recoil. A firm hand rested on Elise's shoulder, making her turn around in surprise. Brian rushed over his eyes, urgent without a word of explanation. He scooped Elise up and quickly dashed away, escaping the enraged monster's attack range. In her rescuer's arms, Elise recognized Brian, and a glimmer of hope sparked as she wondered who had accompanied him. The salamander, enraged by its injury again, gathered fire energy in its throat. It spewed a stream of molten lava towards the intruders. Brian found a rock and placed Elise behind it for cover, shouting a warning. Both watched in horror as the stream of lava was about to engulf their hiding spot. A colossal black and red sword descended from the sky, embedding itself firmly in the ground and creating a wall of fire that blocked the lava stream. The salamander paused, bewildered by the sudden intervention that had nullified its attack. Vert landed on the ground, standing protectively in front of Brian and Elise, his eyes coldly fixed on the monster. Transforming from the sword, Kiram appeared with extreme fury, roaring an angry challenge at the salamander. Brian cheered, his fist raised high, while Kiram charged to attack the salamander with terrifying speed. Blood trickled from the corner of Elise's mouth, her eyes wide with horror, as she realized the threat had been stopped. To pave the way for the finishing blow, Cheyenne glided effortlessly across the chaotic battlefield. To finish off the monster, Cheyenne focused dark energy into his palm, creating a sphere of destruction. The salamander roared in pain as it was torn apart by Kiram's attacks. Cheyenne unleashed his full power, creating a spatial rift directly in front of him. A sphere of dark energy shot out from the rift, hurtling straight towards the salamander. The sphere collided with the monster's chest, creating a tremendous shockwave. The dark energy exploded, disintegrating into countless smaller spheres, engulfing and corroding the salamander's body. The monster completely disintegrated in the energy storm, leaving behind only a stream of molten lava. The desolate landscape, after the battle, the ground scorched under a crimson sky. Cheyenne stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, looking towards the last monster that had been destroyed. Elise and Brian approached the mysterious man who had saved them, their hearts full of skepticism. With a slow gesture, Elise reached out, preparing to remove her savior's mask. A rock fell nearby, a consequence of the battle's aftershocks. Elise maintained her gaze, her hands trembling but resolute as she touched the mask. Cheyenne offered a relieved smile, his eyes reassuring Elise as the mask was removed. Elise sat down on the ground, exhausted and dazed, while Brian hastily used magic to heal her wounds. She stared at her hands, recalling Cecilia's betrayal and the order from Princess Violette. Elise bowed her head, her voice full of bitterness as she blamed herself for being too foolish and trusting. Cheyenne placed a hand on Elise's shoulder, his gaze firm as he revealed the names of the traitors. He spoke the final name, Eshel, with a cold, enigmatic expression. Elise sprang up, her face filled with horror and disbelief, while Brian flinched at the accusation. Elise turned to face Cheyenne, demanding an explanation for the horrifying accusation against their brother. Cheyenne remained calm, explaining that Eshel had manipulated their father to carry out his plan. He gently steadied the swaying Elise, his eyes filled with sympathy, yet utterly serious. Cheyenne looked directly into Elise's eyes, revealing Eshel's goal was to become the sole heir to the family's legacy. Elise gritted her teeth, her initial skepticism slowly turning into a cold fury. Her eyes blazed, realizing the terrible truth that her brother was willing to kill their entire family for power. The pain from her wound flared, causing Elise to collapse, and Cheyenne quickly caught her. Cheyenne leaned in close, whispering to reassure her and reinforce the truth about Eshel's nature. Elise looked up, a bitter and sharp smile appearing on her lips as she accepted the truth. Memories of the battle with Antarak flooded back Elise, recalling Eshel being enveloped by a mysterious protective energy. Vert looked straight ahead, his steady gaze revealing an unseen power. Memories surged, replaying the scene of him charging to attack an armored opponent, a familiar strike. His red dagger aimed directly at the enemy's weak point, a seemingly unmissable attack, but a brilliant golden energy instantly blocked the dagger's tip. That defensive power exploded, throwing both Cheyenne and Kiram far back, a force strong enough to deflect even the demon sword. A flash of light appeared in Cheyenne's eyes. He recognized the true nature of that power. Returning to reality, Elise Verte urgently urged Kyan to report immediately to their father, but he silently dismissed it. With a hopeful expression, she pleaded, believing that if they confronted him together, they could convince him. Khan looked at his sister, his face pained yet resolute, as he begged for her trust, and warned of a mistake that could turn all light knights into enemies. His warning left Elise speechless, her face paling with shock. Kyan's memories sank into the past to a square where Eshel was hailed as a god by the crowd. Amidst the cheers, Eshel Verte smiled smugly, the image of a perfect savior in everyone's eye. Kyan recalled himself, just one person in the crowd, swept away by that worship without a shred of doubt. Looking back, he realized the strangeness of that scene, where the crowd's faith had extinguished all reason. The reverence people held for Eshel was no different from a religion, and it was absurd that no one had a differing opinion. Even Duke Vert, their late father, the arrogant Emperor Louinel, and even Boris, who relentlessly sought knowledge, all trusted Eshel absolutely. Memories of betrayal flooded back the image of him lying slumped in a pool of blood, his body covered in injuries. In the final moments of his previous life, a question flashed in Kyan's fading mind. What had made him trust Eshel so much? Kyan's eyes glowed red as he came to the only conclusion: Eshel was the world's savior, granted absolute power by the god Rumendel. To prove it, memories of the battle with Antarak appeared where the Light Knights along with Fabian and Nerubian Severus shouted warning. From the ground the colossal beast Antarak emerged, spreading terror. Fabian Severus screamed in fear, clinging tightly to his younger brother as the ground trembled. A brilliant slash of light blocked the monster's attack, saving the knights' lives. Fabian sighed in relief, shouting thanks to Eshel, who was facing Antarak alone. Eshel calmly gestured for everyone to retreat, shouldering the responsibility of protection alone. The Antarak roared, its body held captive by strange purple energy currents. Eshel raised his hand, summoning the divine light shield Aegis to create a defensive line of judgment. Restrained Antarak furiously fired a destructive energy blast at the shield. Eshel remained steadfast, his sharp gaze glancing at the weaklings screaming behind him. He poured all his strength, transforming Aegis into a colossal wall of light, titanic, completely blocking the monster's fury. Memories flooded back, a surge of dark energy violently colliding with a light shield. The dark power tore through the ground, surging forward unstoppably. Amidst the energy storm, warriors were mercilessly thrown back. Inside the chaotic vortex, blades of darkness and light clashed fiercely. The beast Antarak's eyes flashed with primal ferocity. The dark energy once again struck the light shield, causing a blinding explosion. Amidst the battle, Eshel Verte swung his sword, his eyes blazing with divine power. To protect those behind him, Eshel charged down, unleashing a light slash that tore through Antarak's defenses. The beast roared in pain as the light blade pierced its rock-hard hide. Amidst the devastated battlefield, Eshel stood tall, his hand glowing, his gaze sweeping over the survivors as a reassurance. The surviving Light Knights cheered, worship evident on their faces as they looked towards their savior. Fabian and Nerubian Severus, the two princes, also couldn't hide their admiration, promising to report this feat to their father the king. Eshel remained silent for a moment, his eyes hidden behind his ash-blonde hair. He humbly bowed before the princes, a perfect gesture to reinforce his image as a devoted hero. Back in reality, Elise Verte trembled, her mind reeling with the thought of Eshel being a god-chosen savior. Kyan Vert looked away, explaining that the world only needed a symbol, regardless of the person's true nature. The image of a winged angelic entity, Rumendel, appeared as proof of the divine power Eshel had exploited. Elise clutched her head, her lifelong faith shaken to its core. She looked directly at Cheyenne, an unspoken question, clear in her eyes, demanding an explanation for what he knew. Kyan turned away, his gaze hardening, refusing to reveal the source of his knowledge to protect her from danger. Elise's hand rested on Shanzei, gesture showing trust despite the lingering secrets. She looked at him with an imploring gaze, begging him not to bear all burdens alone. A faint, fleeting smile appeared on Kyan's lips. He nodded slightly, an unspoken promise that he would accept her help. Elise turned to thank Sir Brian for treating her, her smile making him blush awkwardly. From behind Kyan's glowing red eyes Flash staring at Brian with unconcealed possessiveness. Elise, Kyan, and Brian stood together as silence, enveloping them as she considered her next move. Elise's eyes sharpened. She declared her intention to find and confront a traitor named Cecilia. Kyan stepped forward, his steady gaze an unspoken offer of help. The scene shifted to a peaceful wooden house, identified as Violet's safe house. Inside, Cecilia suddenly became alert, turning to look at Violette, sitting on the bed. Cecilia looked out the window, a bead of sweat rolling down her temple as she sensed an unfamiliar energy approaching. Inside a shelter, Violette uttered her disbelief in shock before a fierce blue energy burst outside. Cecilia immediately turned her face alert as debris flew around her. Violette fearfully reached out, trying to create a magic shield in vain. A sword suddenly flew through the window, making Violette, sitting on the bed, scream in terror, while Cecilia stood in front blocking it. Cecilia squinted at the object that had just flown past her face, filled with astonishment. Elise Verte's sword plunged into the floor, the ground cracked, and emitted a powerful blue energy. Memories flooded back, leading to a desolate battlefield under a crimson sky where a gloved hand touched the cracked earth. Eshel Verte, in his light knight armor, bent down to examine the remnants of a teleportation scroll with an analytical gaze. A worried knight called out to young Master Eshel, pointing him in another direction. Standing on a rocky outcrop, Eshel ordered his knights to find shelter, while another soldier expressed concern for Princess Violet's safety. With a determined expression, Eshel affirmed that they had to confirm it themselves. Below, the light knights obeyed, standing guard around the corpses of giant Antarak monsters to protect the prince. Back in the present, Kyan Vert sped along the dirt road at an astonishing pace. Cecilia, sensing a massive surge of killing intent and magic, rushed out to confront the intruder. She paused when she saw that the enemy was just a teenager, but her eyes remained vigilant. Cecilia squinted, realizing that someone else might be assisting from afar. She unleashed a series of sharp wind slashes, enveloping Kyan in a storm of sword energy. Cecilia's eyes flashed white as she focused energy into the hilt of her sword. She unleashed an extremely powerful wind slash towards Kyan. However, the stranger disappeared, causing her attack to cut through the air, and Cecilia landed on the ground with a look of astonishment. Cecilia confronted Kyan, who was now hooded and wearing a black mask, questioning the stranger's identity with a movement technique she had never seen before. The black mask with vibrant red patterns completely concealed his identity, revealing only his glowing, menacing eyes. Cecilia continued to question, wanting to know if he was the one who saved Elise. Kyan only responded with silence, his stillness further enhancing his mystery. Realizing that the opponent had no intention of cooperating, Cecilia took a stance ready for a real battle. A brutal smile appeared on Cecilia's face as she unleashed her full power, determined to force him to speak through force. Another one of her wind slashes tore through the ground. Kyan moved gracefully, dodging a barrage of wind blades rushing at dizzying speed. He stood still amidst a dense network of sword energy, completely unharmed. With a calm gesture, Cyan raised his hand and blocked a wind blade, heading straight for him. He easily broke the wind blade with his bare hand, causing it to dissipate into harmless energy fragments. Cecilia stood frozen, completely shocked, and unable to believe the extraordinary power she had just witnessed. Cecilia roared a declaration of war, determined to end the fight quickly. She charged at terrifying speed, swinging her sword down, but Chan Vert had vanished. Astonishment was clearly visible on Cecilia's face as she realized her opponent had surpassed her speed. She stared in shock at Chan Vert, standing motionless behind her, completely calm. Panic surged within Cecilia as she realized the enemy hadn't even drawn a weapon. To demonstrate overwhelming power, Cyan Vert extended his hand, concentrating dark energy. Cecilia gasped in horror at the terrifying magical power. Cyan Vert unleashed a sphere of dark energy, an absolute attack. A destructive beam shot straight from the sphere towards Cecilia. The energy beam tore through space, heading straight for the defenseless target. Cecilia screamed in pain as she was engulfed by the energy. A terrifying explosion shook the ground, blowing away earth and rocks. Amidst the smoke and dust, Cyan Vert walked calmly on the cracked ground. Cecilia collapsed amidst the rubble, exhausted and severely wounded. She struggled to lift her head, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth accepting defeat. Cecilia looked up at the one who had defeated her, likening him to a grim reaper coming to take her life. She questioned Cyan Vert's silence, ready to face death. With a bitter smile, she expressed curiosity about Elise Vert's fate before dying. Cyan Vert bent down, his eyes behind the mask, piercing into her, questioning her serene expression. His crimson eyes flashed behind the mask, showing curiosity at the defeated one's composure. Cecilia looked directly at him, accepting death as a release. She admitted that a death like this was the price to pay for what she had done. A familiar voice echoed in Cecilia's mind, startling her. In her chaotic mind, images of Elise Verte and a knight appeared, a ghost from the past. Elise questioned, with eyes full of pain and anger, demanding an explanation for the betrayal. Cecilia's tears flowed. She stammered that she was glad Elise was safe. Elise dismissed her words, roaring for an answer to the deception. Elise's rage and pain silenced Cecilia, a single tear rolling down her cheek. A stream of memories took her back to her ruined homeland. The memory showed young Cecilia, huddled alone amidst the rubble, the last survivor. A light flashed. A voice rang out as a knight discovered her. Another knight picked up the exhausted young Cecilia, promising her that she was safe. Cecilia's memories flooded back, beginning with a royal knight carrying her, a dirty child, out of the rubble. She was brought before a blonde girl, Princess Violette, who looked at her with arrogance, arms crossed in judgment. Cecilia, now a little older, stood under the sun with a determined expression, her hand gripping the strap of a suitcase. Her mission was set: infiltrate the magnificent Verta family mansion and await orders. At the mansion, Cecilia first met a young Elise, who curiously looked at her with a wooden sword in her hand. Back in reality, a bitter and regretful smile appeared on Cecilia's face. Memories of young Elise's sparkling, trusting eyes resurfaced, causing her even more anguish. Cecilia wished she had been buried forever in the rubble that day. In another flashback, Violet's face darkened, issuing a cruel command targeting Elise Verte. Elise, unable to believe her ears, questioned Cecilia about the reason for the betrayal. Cecilia explained that Violette was always wary of the Verte family, especially after learning about Eshel's relationship with Crown Prince Luinel. The sinister figure of Luinel Severus appeared, his smug smile indicating a deep conspiracy. Violet's anxiety peaked when confronted by a giant monster, revealing her cowardly nature. Cecilia bitterly admitted that Violette was the complete opposite of Elise, whom she had betrayed. She looked down at the ground, an unspoken apology for Elise, who had trusted her until the very end. Suddenly, a black-gloved hand rested on Cecilia's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. Bone-chilling cruelty was evident on Cyan's face, his eyes glowing with an undeniable threat. Elise and the blonde knight turned back, astonished to see Cyan standing behind Cecilia. Cyan coldly drew Kiram, the black-red blade glowing with dark energy, ready to deliver the final blow. Cecilia looked up at the sword, accepting her fate with weary resignation. Elise rushed forward, desperately begging Cyan to stop, but was held back by the blonde knight. The knight tried to reassure Elise, advising her to trust young Master Cyan's decision. Ignoring Elise's pleas, Cyan delivered the finishing blow without hesitation. Elise screamed in horror, her eyes wide as she witnessed the scene before her. Cecilia's body collapsed to the ground. At the same time, elsewhere, Violet's bedroom door was shattered into pieces. Violette startled and turned around, screaming in panic upon seeing an intruder. She looked towards the shattered door, her face pale with fear, wondering why Cecilia hadn't come. A figure stepped through the ruined doorway, a cold voice echoing. Violet was stunned, recognizing the intruder, horror clearly visible on her face. Eshel Verta stood there, a smug smile on his lips, declaring that he had come to escort her. Outside, a heavy rain began to pour down on the house, signaling a tumultuous night. Violette spun around, her face horrified, as she realized there was an intruder. Eshel Verte stepped out from the shadows, his blue eyes flashing with a smug smile as he declared his purpose to escort her. Facing the intruder, Violette defiantly questioned his insolence. Eshel coldly admitted his initial intention was indeed to kill. In his mind, the image of the demonic beast Antarak appeared, part of a massacre plan already set for everyone, including the princes. Provoked, Violet angrily pulled out a magic scroll to counterattack. To stop her, Eshel shot a beam of light from his fingertip, destroying the scroll in a small explosion. The scroll burst into flames, violently turning into ash in the air. Eshel maintained his stance, energy still gathered at his fingertip, asserting his superiority. Violette clutched her injured wrist, her face contorted in pain and defeat. Eshel casually stepped forward, while Violette watched him with hateful and helpless eyes. To prove he had incapacitated her sister, Eshel raised Elise's sword. He forcefully plunged the sword into the wall, right next to Violette, a silent threat. Eshel coldly questioned Elise's relationship with Crown Prince Lionel, sowing doubt. Cornered Violette roared furiously, her eyes bloodshot and fangs exposed. Eshel merely smirked, completely unmoved by her rage, and declared he would change his plan. Eshel's calmness stunned Violette, her anger immediately extinguished by confusion. Eshel struck the wall forcefully, with the sword hilt once more, a definitive warning. He slung the sword over his shoulder, walking leisurely, completely in control of the situation. Eshel's smug smile showed his amusement at an opponent different from Crown Prince Lionel. Violette watched him, panic evident on her face, as she tried to understand his true purpose. Eshel stopped, declaring his original plan had failed, and he would report to Crown Prince Lionel. He turned back, pointing the sword towards Violette, offering a proposal for cooperation. Violette looked at him with suspicious eyes, questioning his loyalty to the Crown Prince. Eshel smirked, revealing their relationship was merely business. Violette sat on the bed, cornered, forced to listen to Eshel's offer. She regained her smug look, crossed her arms, and assumed that Eshel wanted to seize the empire. Eshel turned his back, firmly denying that ambition. With eyes blazing with fanatical conviction, Eshel declared his sole goal was to eradicate all evil in the world. Violette scoffed, mocking his absurd ambition. Eshel remained silent, merely tightening his grip on the sword hilt. His face turned cold, his gaze fixed on Violette, as if he had just found an embodiment of evil right before him. Violette startled and turned around as a large crack appeared on the wall behind her. Eshel Verta sensed a strange and murderous energy, making him shiver with caution. Dark purple energy erupted from the crack. Eshel, realizing this was a pure, murderous aura he had never seen before. The wall shattered, a black energy orb, throwing Eshel and Violette back. Eshel rushed forward, using his body to shield Violette from the flying debris. He turned back, his gaze fixed on the invisible intruder within the dust cloud. Eshel's expression became tense, preparing for an inevitable confrontation. A figure lunged out from the darkness with terrifying speed, the red streak of the attack tearing through the air. Kayan Vert appeared, one hand gripping Eshel's neck, his glowing red eyes devoid of emotion. With a cruel gesture, Qian declared his presence as a death omen. He unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes, bright red streaks engulfing Eshel. A fatal slash flashed, aimed directly at Eshel. Violette screamed in horror as the bright red slash grazed right in front of her. Eshel was astonished as he parried the attack by a hair's breadth, Kayan's blade mere centimeters from his face. To create distance, Eshel shouted a command, unleashing an energy shield that pushed Kayan away. The shield collided with Cyan's power, causing a small explosion. Violette gasped, horrified, to realize she had been pushed out of her hiding place. From a distance, she watched her entire sanctuary explode into pieces. Violette could only helplessly watch her estate engulfed in flames. Eshel landed safely, turning back to ensure Violette was all right. Without hesitation, Eshel raised his sword, its blade glowing, ready for the next round of battle to protect Violette. In response, Kayan summoned a colossal red energy orb, hurtling it directly towards Eshel with terrifying destructive power. Eshel roared, swinging his divine sword, unleashing a brilliant golden light to confront it. Eshel's golden light pierced directly into the red energy orb. Eshel's attack pierced the red orb, the power of light seemingly victorious. Eshel was stunned, realizing the enemy had vanished from his original position. Suddenly, Kayan appeared right in front of him, using a pink short sword to block Eshel's attack. Kayan's sword clashed with Eshel's weapon, golden sparks flying from the point of contact. A demonic red entity slithered out from Kayan's weapon, enveloping and corroding Eshel's sword. Kiram's demonic face became clear, its glowing red eyes flashing terrifyingly. Kayan and a winged horse-like creature soared into the sky, retreating from the battle. Eshel stood frozen, watching the enemy disappear into the night, shock and defeat evident on his face. Amidst the rain, Eshel Verte looked at his opponent with a resolute gaze, showing an unyielding determination to win. Violet, with a worried expression, nodded slightly in approval of Eshel's plan. Suddenly, Jan Vert, in disguise, bent over in pain, his red energy hair violently trembling. The short sword Kiram in his hand emitted a pinkish-purple energy, reacting to its master's pain. Kyan gritted his teeth, one eye burning red from the bone-piercing pain caused by his opponent's power. He stood upright, facing Eshel, through the rain, questioning with his eyes why the opponent had stopped. In response, Eshel took a stance, the sword in his hand flashing like a silent challenge. Kyan gripped the Kiram tightly, his hatred boiling, but he knew he had to restrain himself. After sufficiently probing his opponent's strength, Kyan pointed towards Eshel, signaling that the battle would continue another time. Violette sat on the rubble, stunned as she watched the attacker prepare to leave. Eshel's gaze suddenly halted when he saw Cecilia's shattered and blood-stained equipment lying on the ground. He spun around, pointing at Kyan, roaring a silent question demanding to know what had happened to Cecilia. Eshel recalled the image of a safe Violette, further solidifying his resolve to force the enemy to answer. He stared at Cyan's distant figure, demanding an explanation for the recent brutal act. Kyan declared his mission with a powerful gesture, his body beginning to dissolve into the red mist. Eshel gritted his teeth as he heard the enemy's identity carried on the wind, realizing that the mist organization had reappeared. Violette watched in astonishment as the attacker dissolved into a red-black smoke and then completely vanished. Eshel stood silent, his eyes etched with worry, as he realized a dangerous new enemy had emerged. A streak of red-black energy dissolved into the air, the only sign of the one who had just departed. Elsewhere under the morning sun, a waterfall cascaded down. Kiram, now in human form, awoke with a start, clutching her head from the lingering pain of the battle. Kyan stood there quietly, inquiring about her condition after absorbing the recent attack. Kiram touched her temple, admitting that the recent experience was terrible, and she had been unable to reach Eshel. She looked at Cyan, expressing the complexity of the situation, but he gestured that there were still options. Kyan revealed a glowing spherical artifact in his palm, asserting that this was the key to victory. He tightened his grip on the artifact, even as a dark energy began to coil around his hand. Kiram raised her hand to stop him, her eyes filled with panic, warning of the deadly danger of using the artifact. From a distance, Elise Verte called out Cyan, with worry rushing towards him. Kyan looked at Kiram, acknowledging the danger, but asserting that this was the only way. Meanwhile, Elise led a team of knights rushing forward, urgently determined to protect those they cared for. Cecilia, now fully healed, gazed into the distance, with a serene expression, determined not to repeat past mistakes. Kyan's eyes glowed red, and he clenched his fist, showing an unshakable determination to defeat the enemy at all costs. Under the sunlight filtering through the leaves, Elise handed Cecilia a small object while a Vert family knight stood guard behind them. Cecilia hesitantly accepted the golden token adorned with sparkling purple gems. Marianne's token emitted a blue energy, serving as the key to enter the sacred land. Elise looked at Cecilia with a stern yet caring gaze, giving her a final instruction. Cecilia clasped her hands tightly to her chest, tears welling up from overwhelming gratitude and regret. Elise coldly turned away, making it clear that this help did not equate to forgiveness. Cecilia bowed her head in acceptance, then prepared to leave. Elise turned and walked away, her green hair fluttering in the wind, leaving Cecilia alone with the path ahead. From a rocky outcrop, Jan Vert and Kiram, in their spirit forms, silently observed the entire farewell. Kiram flew closer to Kyan, posing a calculated question about letting Cecilia survive. Kyan's cold gaze delved deep into his memories. He recalled that killing her in the past had been unnecessary. Memories flooded back, showing Kyan standing over a completely broken Cecilia, her soul shattered by guilt. Cecilia's face in the past was blank, tormented by the guilt of having murdered her own sister. Back in the present, Cecilia clenched her fists, feeling relieved to be freed from that burden, believing that one day she would repay this debt. In another memory, Kyan seized a heavily wounded Cecilia, her sword broken. He swung his hand decisively, preparing to finish her off. Elise, in the white cloak of a Knight of Light, screamed in despair as she witnessed the scene. Cecilia was brutally struck down to the ground. Her body lay motionless amidst the rubble, her shoulder armor shattered. Kyan looked down at Elise and the accompanying knight, declaring that Cecilia's life was now a debt he would collect later. Cecilia, revived in a pristine black outfit, looked at Shan with shock as he ordered her to go into hiding. Returning to the present, Cecilia touched her chest, recalling Kyan's promise of a chance for atonement. Her gaze became resolute, ready to offer this life to Kyan when the time came. Kiram, now in human form, squatted beside Kyan and expressed concern about his condition. Kyan irritably poked his own cheek, dismissing Kiram's concern. He pointed directly at Kiram's face, calling her name with annoyance. Elise approached, interrupting them to thank Kyan. Tears welled in her eyes as she expressed sincere gratitude for him saving her life. Kiram indifferently used her sharp nails to clean her teeth, showing no interest in the conversation. Elise looked at Kiram with curiosity, asking about her close relationship with Kyan. Kiram stood up, crossed her arms, and explained their relationship was merely that of master and servant. Kiram's eyes flashed with possessive red light as she warned Elise not to covet Kyan. Elise was stunned, realizing that befriending this demonic sword would be incredibly difficult. The scene shifted to the magnificent Ruin Academy under a clear blue sky. In his dimly lit office, Headmaster Kundal Kusal read a letter with a serious expression, its contents gradually unfolding. Memories flooded back, showing Elise Verte decisively turning her back on the Knights of Light, declaring that they had lost their way. She believed they were protecting the wrong people, led by the complacent Crown Prince Luinel Sevilus and his subordinates. The family's legacy had been tainted, and even her father, Duke Vert, ignored this decay with a pensive gaze. With unwavering determination, Elise walked away, leaving her past behind to find a new path. In the letter, she also expressed concern for her brother, Eshel Verte, and Crown Prince Luinel, promising to meet Kundal soon to discuss details. At the end of the letter, Elise earnestly asked Kundal to look after her younger brother Cyan, causing the old headmaster to sigh wearily. Kundal placed his hand on the letter, deciding to fulfill Elise's request, even if only with minimal steps. He turned to Boris Ruhelm, who was waiting, and apologized for making him wait. In the spacious office, Kundal sat at his desk and began questioning Boris about his adaptation to the academy. The headmaster interlaced his fingers, his gaze sharpening as he got straight to the real issue. In a sharp tone, Kundal questioned Boris about concealing his relationship with Crown Prince Luinel, his eyes full of accusation. Boris merely offered a calm smile, denying any intentional concealment of unnecessary information. Kundal continued to press, demanding Boris reveal his true purpose for coming to the academy, while Boris responded with a mysterious smile. Kundal's eyes narrowed, pressing for a clear answer. Boris bowed his head slightly, a satisfied smile fleetingly crossing his lips as he confirmed that he had found the person he was looking for. Immediately, a surge of killing intent emanated from Kundal, his face shrouded in shadow, only his eyes glowing like a cold warning. Kundal's power erupted, a brilliant golden aura engulfing the room as he ordered Boris to immediately cease any intentions targeting that child. Undeterred, Boris smirked defiantly, his eyes flashing with green light as he calmly accepted the headmaster's warning. Outside the magnificent academy building, Boris sat alone in the ruined forest, contemplating Kundal's unexpected reaction. He realized Cyan had a greater influence than he had imagined, an interesting child who constantly created new situations to report. Boris used a quill to write on a glowing green magical scroll, recording his latest findings. Upon completion, the scroll automatically rolled up and flew away like a streak of light, carrying his message. A brilliant golden-winged entity named Hiskria appeared, and Boris confidently reported that he was well aware of the potential risks. Hiskria warned Boris to be careful, especially with Kiram, who was not an invisible entity, but had a concrete form. A sinister smile appeared on Boris's face as he decided that the best approach was to eliminate those around Cyan first. A voice echoed, and Sarika Nikriti stepped forward, her heels crushing the crumbling ground. Boris greeted Sarika, who also had business with him, as she walked and adjusted her glasses. They faced each other in the forest, Boris initiating the conversation by asking about Sarika's interest in Cyan. Boris paced back and forth, outlining Cyan's strange behavior, a student who barely attended classes, yet possessed extraordinary skills. Sarika smirked, suggesting Cyan might be a born genius, but Boris immediately pointed out her special interest in him. Boris turned directly facing Sarika, confirming that initially, only Cyan had been his target. Suddenly, Boris moved closer, his face transforming into a menacing mask of shadow as he revealed that he now also cared about those around Cyan. Boris's face completely transformed, his eyes emitting an eerie green light as he exposed Sarika's true identity, calling her a devotee of the Black Mist, a member of the Mist. Sarika Nikriti's eyes flashed with astonishment as her identity was revealed. Purple dark energy swirled around her hands, signaling an attack. Boris Ruhelm merely smirked, extending his hand with a confident, provocative gesture. Sarika unleashed her power, darkness surging from beneath her feet like a tide. A colossal hellhound, its body covered in bloodshot eyes, emerged from the shadows. Boris only showed amusement at her display of power. Sarika hovered in mid-air, purple energy rays shooting in all directions, overwhelming the monster. She unleashed the power of the Black Mist god, her eyes glowing menacingly. The world around Boris vanished, swallowed into a mist domain. Boris looked around the newly created space, his complacent smile showing understanding rather than fear. He realized this was how Sarika had cut him off from external magical sources. Sarika stood in the center of her domain, her gaze sharp, challenging Boris. She clutched the dagger tightly, a cruel smile spreading on her lips, ready to grant him death. She maintained her defiant posture, her silence more terrifying than words. Her smile grew more savage, promising a bloody purge about to unfold. In response, Boris calmly raised his hand, and a golden glowing magic book appeared. Sarika scoffed at his confidence, signaling the assassins hidden in the shadows. Members of the Mist surged from the fog, daggers in hand surrounding Boris. Sarika declared the start of the purifications against Boris Ruhelm. Boris's book glowed brightly, its pages rapidly turning on their own. Boris's smile became fervent, ready to face all of them. At the same time, elsewhere, Nana and Emily startled as they sensed a familiar presence. Khan Vert and Jurken stepped out of a dissipating spatial gate, their expressions calm. Nana rushed forward in extreme joy, wrapping her arms around Kyan. Jurken, exhausted, headed towards Emily to find something to eat. Kyan staggered slightly from the impact, but remained steady, embracing Nana. He gently stroked Nana's head, asking about her. Nana nuzzled her head into his chest, happily reporting that she had befriended Sarika as he instructed. Kyan smiled secretly, thinking that Sarika must have suffered a lot during that training. Memories flooded back, replaying the scene of Nana, exhausted and covered in blood, standing amidst a pile of monster corpses. It was the result of the training Kyan had requested to help her control her rage. Sarika observed from afar, standing on a battlefield littered with corpses felled by Nana. Even in the flashback, Sarika's eyes gleamed with cruelty, acknowledging that she was the right person to subdue Nana's instincts. Back in the present, Kyan held the tired Nana tightly, a comforting gesture after her rigorous training. Khan Vert looked at Sarika Nikriti inquiringly about some appointment. Sarika, perched on the sofa, casually explained that she had ordered someone to purge Boris Ruhelm, according to his instructions. With a smug smile, Sarika pointed forward, explaining that approaching Boris was easy, since they were both instructors. Kyan's face darkened. He expressed doubt about the plan, believing another force wouldn't allow it. Sarika scoffed at Kyan's worry, confident that her power and the Mist could easily deal with Boris's artifact. Kyan turned around, his expression relieved, but still slightly doubtful, upon learning Sarika had anticipated Hiskria's existence. Rage flared. Kyan grabbed Sarika, demanding in a harsh voice why she had hidden such crucial information. After releasing the trembling Sarika, Kyan turned away with a resolute expression, realizing he had no more time to rest. He declared he would go deal with the real danger from Boris's bloodline and called Jurken and Emily over. Jurken and Emily appeared, both startled by Kyan's sudden call. Kyan stared at Jurken, who was devouring the smoking pitch-black food Emily had given him. He showed surprise that Jurken could still eat Emily's food, while Jurken was only concerned with filling his hungry stomach. Khan raised a hand to stop Jurken, asserting that he and Kiram would go alone. Jurken continued eating while Emily looked at him with admiration. Kyan ordered Jurken to take Nana and Emily to Brenu, causing Nana to burst into sobs at the thought of leaving him. He gently stroked Nana's head, to comfort her, explaining that the situation could become dangerous. Kyan turned away, entrusting their safety to Jurken, while Sarika pouted unhappily in the background. Meanwhile, in a ruined space, Sarika stood amidst fallen enemies. She panted, a streak of blood running down her cheek, her gaze filled with hatred directed forward. Boris Ruhelm appeared standing tall amidst an army of soulless puppets. Sarika recognized that these puppets possessed the same dark energy she had once faced. Boris smiled arrogantly, the magic book in his hand radiating a brilliant golden light. He raised his hand forward, declaring that the battle had only just begun. A surge of dark energy erupted from Boris, signaling an even more terrifying attack. Sarika's eyes blazed, and she braced herself for the upcoming assault. She lunged into the midst of the puppets, the blade in her hand, tracing deadly purple streaks of light. Sarika moved like a whirlwind, striking down the puppets rushing towards her. She unleashed a series of continuous slashes, forming a storm of purple blades that swept away her enemies. She leaped into the air, unleashing another technique that formed a network of sharp energy petals. Sarika landed, concentrating dark energy into her blade, preparing for a final attack. Her attack was blocked by a brilliant golden spear of light. From a distance, Boris continuously launched spears of judgment, raining down on Sarika's position. Sarika gritted her teeth, her body weary from constantly fending off the relentless attacks. She had just dodged one puppet's slash when another rushed from behind, cornering her. Flashes of magical light gleamed, tearing through the ruined battlefield. Sarika gritted her teeth as she realized the mist's puppets were anticipating and blocking her every move. A puppet roared, its glowing red eyes flashing with deadly magical lightning. Red energy exploded violently right in front of Sarika. Through the smoke, Sarika revealed a defiant smile, completely unfazed. Another larger explosion threw both Sarika and her attackers flying. Sarika was blasted into the air, blood splattering from her wounds, a look of astonishment on her face as she realized their power. Surrounded by the rushing red-eyed puppets, horror flickered across her injured face. A series of fiery red explosions engulfed the battlefield, consuming everything. Sarika's small body was tossed away, like a leaf in a storm. From the shadows, Boris appeared with a cruel smile, the magic book in his hand, glowing, signaling a finishing blow. Sarika bit her lip, enduring sweat and blood streaking down her cheek. A colossal golden pillar of light descended from the sky, aimed directly at Sarika. The pillar of light impacted the ground, creating a terrifying tremor. As the light dissipated, a gigantic golden warhammer appeared deeply embedded in the shattered ground. Boris leisurely walked over his eyes, contemptuously looking down at where Sarika had fallen. He paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as he noticed something unusual. From Boris's perspective, Sarika lay motionless beneath the colossal hammer, surrounded by puppets, standing still awaiting orders. Sarika observed the puppets, her eyes sharpening as she realized they were tracking her energy. Her gaze fixed on the glowing book in Boris's hand, identifying it as the source of the enemy's power. Amidst the rubble, Sarika struggled to sit up, her eyes resolute despite her injuries, her hands still clutching the dagger. Boris smirked, feigning admiration for Sarika's perceptiveness. His smile turned maniacal, his hands clasped together in a gesture mocking her helplessness. At Boris's command, the puppets began to transform, pitch-black mist rising from their bodies. A puppet roared, dark power surging from its enhanced body. Boris floated in the air, holding up his book and signaling that his army was endless. In response, Sarika plunged her dagger into the ground. She stood up, a fierce surge of purple and black energy erupting from her body, her eyes burning with an unyielding will. All of Sarika's focus converged on her glowing eyes as she activated her ultimate technique. She leaped up, a colossal pillar of purple energy erupting from the ground beneath her feet. A massive summoning circle appeared, and from it, the spirit beast Mammon rose, letting out a space-shaking roar. The smug look on Boris's face instantly froze, replaced by extreme astonishment and disbelief. Boris felt Sarika's energy suddenly vanish as she stood there defiant before her spirit beast. Mammon, the colossal monster, bared its sharp fangs, ready to destroy everything at its master's command. The Mist army turned back in panic at an approaching threat. Mammon, the colossal demonic beast, swung its fiery fist, crushing the Mist puppets. Mammon's punch created a wave of destruction, blowing away the undead army. Mammon roared in fury, its body towering amidst the ruins of its enemies. Amidst the carnage, Boris watched the scene with annoyance, but still wore a sneer. He turned to look at Sarika, his eyes showing a hint of admiration for her talent, yet also full of pity. Sarika stood unsteadily, gasping for breath, her body trembling with exhaustion after summoning the spirit beast. Boris's smile grew more self-satisfied as he mocked her current weakness. He raised his magic book Golden Energy, beginning to gather signaling an impending attack. A sphere of energy shot from the book, hurtling towards the ground and exploding. Just as Boris thought he had won, Sarika suddenly appeared right in front of him, her eyes sharp and challenging his complacency. Boris hastily created a magic shield to block Sarika's lightning-fast attack. Horror was evident on Boris's face as he realized Sarika's extraordinary speed was not dependent on magic. Sarika continued her relentless assault, forcing Boris to constantly retreat and defend with difficulty. Her attacks were fast and powerful, like a storm breaking through Boris's defenses. With a cruel smile, Sarika swung her whip weapon, black strands wrapping tightly around Boris's book-holding arm. She yanked hard, pulling Boris off balance towards her. With an unspoken growl, Sarika delivered a devastating punch directly to Boris's face. The force of the punch sent Boris flying backward, crashing into the rubble. He struggled to his feet, clutching his face in pain and disbelief. Boris was stunned, realizing he had been completely overwhelmed. Giving his opponent no time to recover, Sarika lunged and grabbed him again. She pushed Boris to the ground, both falling in a blur. Sarika's hand clamped tightly over Boris's mouth, preventing any panicked attempts at incantation. She raised her dagger, ready to finish him, while her foot pressed down on Boris's hand, stopping him from using magic. Cornered Boris's eyes flashed with malevolence as he decided to use his trump card that required no incantation. A green magic circle flared from his hand, pressed against the ground. Sarika sensed the dangerous surge of energy, her face changing color in astonishment. A fierce explosion of green energy erupted from the ground, throwing both of them far away. Boris soared into the air, raising his book and summoning a barrage of light spears from magic circles. Sarika, still dazed from the explosion, struggled to stand firm as she faced the rain of deadly weapons. The light spears descended like a meteor shower, tearing up the ground around her. Completely overwhelmed, Sarika could only helplessly dodge the relentless attacks. From above, Boris looked down with glowing purple eyes, the triumphant expression of one holding power over life and death. A destructive wave of purple energy swept across the battlefield. Amidst the rubble, Sarika collapsed exhausted. Boris looked down, his face cold, as he declared the battle over. Suddenly, a golden divine entity, Hiskria, appeared, shielding Boris, making him look up in astonishment. Sarika roared in despair as her attack was blocked by an invisible wall of light. From above, Hiskria emitted a surge of energy relaying information about Sarika to Boris. Sarika stood up facing Boris, who was enveloped in Hiskria's defensive sphere. Hiskria continued to analyze, pointing out that Sarika's power far exceeded Boris's predictions. Sarika brought the blood-stained blade to her lips, a savage gesture of defiance. Boris was stunned to see a stream of dark blood oozing from the corner of his mouth after Sarika's attack. Sarika looked at Boris, her eyes confirming a truth he had just realized. A wicked, self-satisfied smile appeared on Boris's face as he tasted the dark blood, recognizing Sarika's origin. Memories of the Dark Blood clan, those who created the puppets and the bloodstone, flashed in his mind. With eyes burning with hatred, Sarika snarled the enemy's name, confirming he was the culprit behind a massacre. Boris merely shrugged with a feigned air, admitting his identity had been exposed. Without a warning, Sarika lunged like an arrow to finish him. Boris raised his book, and rings of light thorns from Hiskria swirled around him, forming an impenetrable fortress. To avenge the past, Sarika poured all her strength into charging straight at the shield, determined not to let him escape. Right behind Boris, the colossal spirit beast Mammon appeared from thin air, shattering his complacency into horror. Mammon let out an earth-shattering roar, swinging its colossal fist at the golden shield. Boris's magic book vibrated violently, struggling to withstand the spirit beast's brutal power. Boris gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated Sarika's trump card. Mammon opened its mouth, sucking Boris's entire mist puppet army inside as a sacrifice to enhance its power. Sarika tried to pierce the weakening shield, but the wall of light still held firm. She looked at the impenetrable shield, a fleeting moment of despair in her eyes. Suddenly, Sarika spun around, sensing a new presence that had just entered this space. A crimson sword beam tore through space, aimed directly at Boris's shield. Kyan Vert, in black attire, lunged with his glowing purple sword, his eyes locked on the target. Boris turned, his face contorted with shock and anger as he recognized the uninvited guest. Shan swung his magic sword, preparing for a finishing blow. Kyan's blade plunged directly into the center of the shield, causing it to shatter like glass. A dazzling explosion of golden and purple energy engulfed everything. Kyan coldly stepped on the glittering fragments of the newly destroyed divine shield. Kiram, arms crossed with confidence, watched Kyan as he stood amidst the rubble, having completed his task. Kiram smirked, calling out his opponent's name, Hiskria. Hiskria, in the form of a white-haired angel, confronted Kiram amidst the fragments of the divine shield, questioning her presence. Hiskria's face was tense, and he questioned how Kiram had found him. Kiram walked casually over the debris, showing clear disdain. She looked down at Hiskria, who was sitting on the ground, and scornfully remarked on his hypocritical nature. Hiskria looked up, his golden eyes flashing a cold warning. He growled, his purple eyes glowing brightly under his hood, asserting that she had chosen the wrong side. Kiram flinched at a sudden surge of energy. Hiskria unleashed his full divine power, a force named Seraphim. Hiskria's divine eye symbol appeared, concentrating energy. Amidst the storm of golden energy, Kyan Vert used his dark sword to defend himself. Dark power surged, and Kyan Vert's eyes glowed blood red. Sarika Nikriti was pushed back by the aftershocks of the clash between the two opposing powers. She stumbled upon landing, a stream of black blood running down her cheek. In despair, Sarika screamed Kyan Vert's name to warn him. Kyan Vert hovered in the eye of the storm, confronting Hiskria's power alone. Hiskria's eye observed with extreme astonishment at his opponent's unimaginable power. Kyan Vert roared, the dark energy around him growing even more ferocious. He summoned an even more hidden and terrifying power, an entity named Air. From a distance, Boris Ruhelm recognized the situation and called for Hiskria's help. Boris revealed his true nature, glowing red dark energy, enveloping him as he prepared to attack. Hiskria yelled, ordering Boris to stop, realizing that neither of them was strong enough to win. Despite the warning, Kyan Vert roared Boris Ruhelm's name, his rage reaching its peak. Hiskria's eye widened, sensing an impending attack. A red energy blade slashed across Hiskria's divine book. Kyan Vert, in a flash, lunged forward with the dagger in his hand. He plunged the dagger directly into Hiskria's book-holding arm. Hiskria screamed in pain and astonishment, unable to believe his defenses had been breached. In Boris's mind, an image of a sun covered by black mist appeared, and he realized that Kyan Vert was the symbol of that destructive prophecy. Boris roared, determined to break Kyan Vert immediately to protect Eshel. Sarika noticed that Kyan Vert couldn't maintain this state for long, so she charged into battle with a lightning kick. She channeled energy into the dagger, deciding to act before Mammon's power faded. Mammon's phantom appeared, ready to pounce on its prey. The dark entity summoned by Sarika lunged, tearing at Boris Ruhelm. Kyan's face roared, his eyes glowing red as he unleashed a sword technique imbued with dark aura. Power exploded from Kyan, distorting the space around him. Below, Mammon's demonic entity pounced on Boris, astonishing him, while Sarika lay helpless on the ground. Boris was knocked back, his feet tearing up the ground to maintain his stance. Suddenly, Kiram, in the form of a white-haired woman, appeared behind Kyan, embracing him in a surge of purple energy. Kyan turned his eyes, clearly showing astonishment at Kiram's presence. A blinding golden energy explosion erupted from their position. Merging as one, Kyan and Kiram were enveloped in flames of power, Kiram's eyes gleaming wildly. They unleashed a destructive pillar of light from the ground, aimed directly at their enemy. From a distance, Sarika watched with a stunned expression, realizing the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. After the battle, the forest lay in ruins, and Kyan supported the exhausted and stumbling Sarika. Sarika looked up, angrily questioning Kyan about his actions, but he only silently looked down at the ground. Sarika's rage erupted, and she screamed at Kyan's annoyingly calm expression. Sarika grabbed Kyan's shirt, demanding an explanation, while he merely glanced at the Kiram dagger in his hand. The Kiram dagger flashed a faint light signaling that its power was depleted. Kyan silently looked at Sarika, recalling the moment she collapsed in pain and realizing her sacrifice. With unwavering resolve, Cyan stood in front of Sarika, his eyes showing that he had made his own choice. The scene shifted to the bustling commercial city of Brenu. Amidst the crowd, Elise Verte, dressed in a cloak, suddenly stopped with a surprised expression. She looked towards a familiar hooded figure, someone she hadn't expected to meet here. Kundal Kusal lowered his hood, revealing his dignified face. In an inn, Kundal and Elise sat opposite each other, beginning an important conversation. Elise expressed surprise that the headmaster had personally left the academy. Kundal calmly took a sip of tea, admitting that her letter had indicated a very serious situation. Elise probed, asking if her abandoning the path of a knight was an issue. Kundal stroked his beard, asserting that her personal path was not as important as the threat from Eshel and Ruinal. Elise immediately grasped this, asking directly what he knew about Eshel. Kundal admitted he knew to a certain extent, then hypothesized about Eshel inheriting the family legacy. Elise mused, envisioning Eshel becoming the commander of the Empire's most powerful force. Kundal continued images of Crown Prince Luinel and the Knights of Light appearing as he explained their potential alliance. Elise looked directly at Kundal, questioning his concern when Luinel was his own grandson. Kundal turned his face away, memories of his conversation with Cyan flooding back when he had asked him about the choice between the Empire and the family. Kundal's face hardened, and he admitted he had been too complacent about the future Cyan had foreseen. Elise was stunned, realizing Cyan's vision was deeper and more troubling than she had imagined. In a dimly lit room, Kundal Kusal issued a serious warning advising Elise Verta to leave the Empire. Elise braced her hands on the table, questioning Kundal about his sudden warning. Elise's expression became tense as she heard about a major impending chaos. Kundal confirmed the threat was a coup, his eyes sharpening as he revealed signs of a rebellion vying for the throne. At the same time, on the streets of Brenu, Nana cheered excitedly at the sight of the city, an image of Cyan Vert flashing through her mind. The curious girl pointed at a stall of fresh, delicious fruits, surprising the vendor. Immediately after, Nana pointed again at a group of fearsome-looking mercenaries, including a pointy-eared man and a werewolf annoying them. Jurkin quickly bowed in apology, pulling Nana and Emily away to avoid trouble. He placed a hand on Nana's shoulder, gently reminding her not to draw such attention. Emily smiled teasingly, saying they looked like a family, which made Jurkin blush. Embarrassed, Jurkin turned and walked away quickly. He hastily pointed the way, trying to change the subject in his awkwardness. Emily hurried after Jurkin, while Nana stayed behind watching with curiosity. Nana ran alone after the group through the crowded street, gradually falling behind. Elsewhere, Elise sighed, gazing thoughtfully out the window. Memories of Kundal's warning about a coup flooded back, hardening her expression. Elise pondered Eshel and Luinel's conspiracy, wondering how Kundal and Cyan had known about it. Footsteps echoed from behind, drawing her attention. Elise turned, surprised to see Emily and Jurkin standing at the threshold. Emily and Jurkin greeted her, joyfully relieved to have reached safety. Elise took Emily's hand, expressing her surprise upon recognizing both of Cyan's friends. Images of Kiram and Emily flashed through Elise's mind as she realized Cyan was living with two women, leaving her stunned. Jurkin explained that young Master Cyan had sent the three of them here. A human-shaped void appeared where Nana had just stood, making Jurkin and Emily realize her absence. Elise questioned them about the third member, while Jurkin and Emily frantically looked around. Jurkin brought a hand to her mouth in horror, realizing she had lost Nana. Elise took Jurkin's hand, signaling for them to act immediately. With a determined gaze, Elise declared that if the girl was important to Cyan, she was important to her too, and they must search together. The scene shifted to a bustling port in Brenu at dusk. Nana pushed open a heavy warehouse door. Meanwhile, the pointy-eared man and his wolf companion knocked on a boat cabin, preparing to depart. Nana stepped onto the pier, inadvertently walking towards the two of them. The pointy-eared man turned, recognizing Nana as the girl who had pointed at them earlier. Nana stood alone on the pier, clenching her fists, facing the stranger's gaze. At the port, mercenary elf and mercenary wolf blocked Nana's path, the pointy-eared man speaking with an inquisitive look. Nana suddenly pointed at the two of them, startling Mercenary Elf. She resolutely pointed directly at Mercenary Elf, her eyes gleaming with recognition of a particular scent. Mercenary Elf and Mercenary Wolf exchanged a sly glance, realizing their prey had fallen into their trap. To entice Nana, Mercenary Elf hinted at the delicious goods they were storing. Mercenary Elf's expression became confused when Nana asked about candy again, something too childish for her appearance. Nana's eyes lit up, her hands clasped tightly in excitement as she asked about the candies again. To reassure her, Mercenary Elf and Mercenary Wolf quickly waved their hands, putting on a fake, friendly demeanor. Memories of Cian Vert's warning flooded back. He sternly raised a finger, cautioning her not to follow strangers. Nana, with innocence, joyfully nodded, confirming her promise to Cian Vert's image. Blinded by candy, Nana happily ran after Mercenary Wolf and Mercenary Elf towards a dark warehouse. Mercenary Elf flung open the door, leading into darkness, gesturing invitingly to Nana with a sinister smile. Memories resurfaced. Cian Vert, once again warning Nana never to enter dark, scary places. Mercenary Elf spread his arms in welcome triumphantly, watching innocent Nana step into the laid trap. The wooden door was brutally kicked shut, right behind Nana. Outside, Mercenary Elf and Mercenary Wolf stood with arms crossed, smugly satisfied at having easily captured another item. Inside, Nana walked down a dark corridor flanked by the cold iron bars of prison cells. She looked up, realizing she was in a prison, not a candy storage. Her eyes met those of the imprisoned children chained tightly behind bars. Realizing she had been tricked, Nana's lonely figure stood still in the middle of the corridor. A disappointed Cian Vert appeared in her mind as Nana realized she hadn't listened, and tears began to well up. She clenched her fists, regret and anger clearly visible on her face. Suddenly, Nana sniffed a peculiar scent, having caught her attention. She followed the scent down another corridor. Nana stopped in front of a cage, covered with a white cloth. With glowing golden eyes and exposed fangs, she slowly lifted the cloth. Beneath the cloth was a small demonic creature named Red Knoll, which growled warily. Nana gently extended her hand, without a hint of fear. She stroked Red Knoll's head, causing the fierce beast to become confused and docile. Nana looked at the chained Red Knoll, her eyes reflecting pity and a determination to free it. With extraordinary strength, Nana used an iron bar as a lever, straining to bend the cage bars. Red Knoll cowered in fear at her strength. Hearing the noise, the imprisoned children in the adjacent cages looked over, their eyes flashing with a glimmer of hope for rescue. Nana bared her fangs, her golden eyes glowing mischievously and menacingly. The two mercenaries confidently strode into the port area. A wolf man with an axe reported to his commander in front of the entire group. The Red Knoll Guild Master Torino nodded in satisfaction, signaling the group to prepare to depart. Mercenary Dwarf looked concerned, questioning Mercenary Elf about the transaction plan. The ruined symbol of the Grey Guild appeared, a reminder of a rival that had been eliminated. Torino sneered, promising a large reward for the upcoming trade of children. Mercenary Dwarf frowned, his intuition telling him something was amiss. Mercenary Elf and the Wolf Mercenary looked astonished at their comrade's warning. Torino crossed his arms, smugly pointing at the shackled Knoll champion as an affirmation of their strength. Suddenly, a terrifying dark energy explosion tore through the ship anchored outside the port. Cian Vert swooped down like a ghost, moving so fast he left only a blur among the mercenaries. Enveloped in a dark aura, Cian Vert confronted his enemies, the dagger in his hand flashing with a deadly purple light. At the same time, Nana's rage erupted, her horns clearly visible and her entire body enveloped in demonic energy. From above, Torino and Knoll Champion watched in horror as their ship was destroyed. Cian Vert stood firm amidst the encirclement, his cold gaze sweeping over the panicked human traffickers. Cian Vert's face showed no emotion, but his intent to kill was clear. Nana's killing intent surged, her unspoken curses aimed directly at the kidnappers. Torino froze, sweat pouring as he realized the terrifying power he was facing. Nana pointed directly at Mercenary Elf, Mercenary Dwarf, and the Wolf Mercenary, officially accusing them. Mercenary Elf growled, clenching his fist at being challenged by a child. To silence the girl, Mercenary Elf lunged forward, swinging his arm to attack. Nana stopped him with a devastating punch to Mercenary Elf's face. Without hesitation, she delivered an uppercut that knocked out the wolf mercenary. She ended the fight with a powerful elbow strike to Mercenary Dwarf's stomach. Nana crossed her arms, standing over the unconscious bodies of the three mercenaries with a look of disdain. Changing his demeanor, Torino activated a red magic rune on his hand, ordering his trump card to act. Nana startled, sensing a dangerous surge of energy rising. Empowered Gnoll Champion's eyes glowed red, and it roared wildly. Nana swiftly leaped back, evading an invisible attack. Gnoll Champion's fist slammed down, crushing the ground where Nana had stood just a second before. Torino yelled angrily, reprimanding the monster for acting too forcefully. Humiliated Gnoll Champion turned and snarled at its own master, its rage now uncontrollable. With extraordinary strength, Nana easily blocked a collapsing colossal structure. Her golden eyes gleamed with vigilance, sensing a new threat approaching. Inside the base, a colossal gnoll monster snarled in chains, a fiery red magical seal burning on its collar. The monster Gnoll Champion swung its massive warhammer, forcing Nana to agilely dodge the destructive attack. From above, Torino angrily watched his defeated subordinates, unable to believe they lost to a small girl. He roared a silent command, channeling red magical energy into his hand to force Gnoll Champion to fight. Gnoll Champion, now fully activated, roared wildly and charged towards Nana, who stood firm, enveloped in purple energy. Undaunted, Nana channeled power into her fist, her golden eyes blazing with determination to face the enemy. To neutralize the threat, Nana unleashed a lightning strike into Gnoll Champion's chest, causing the purple energy to explode. The extremely powerful impact sent Gnoll Champion flying backward towards the throne, where Torino was sitting. Torino screamed in panic, trying to dodge as his own weapon hurtled straight towards him. Nana continued to move, dodging another attack, while debris flew scattered around. Meanwhile, Xian Vert was rapidly approaching the scene, his steps not slowing down. In a nearby neighborhood, Jurkin and the others were drawn by the smoke plume and distant chaos. Elise, with her keen senses, felt a massive surge of magical energy and urged everyone to act immediately. Without hesitation, Jurkin's group dashed off, running at full speed towards the center of the battle. Scrambling up from the rubble, Torino roared in fury, refusing to accept defeat. He pointed at Nana, ordering Gnoll Champion to get up and finish her off. However, a sudden expression of astonishment appeared on Torino's face as he realized something was wrong. The magical chains on Gnoll Champion's neck shattered into pieces under the impact of the purple energy. A hand, with Xian Vert's magical seal, gently touched the monster, breaking the curse that bound it. Horror was evident on Torino's face as the shadow of Gnoll Champion, now free, loomed over him. After a brief confrontation, Gnoll Champion collapsed to the ground, completely subdued. It snarled weakly, the light in its eyes still present, but without the uncontrollable ferocity. Nana stood there, her golden eyes sternly looking down at the defeated monster. Gnoll Champion slowly stood up, facing Nana once more, but this time with confusion. Nana's eyes lit up with an idea, her sternness replaced by a mischievous glint. Gnoll Champion was startled when Nana unexpectedly presented a frightened baby gnoll. Nana gently placed the baby gnoll into Gnoll Champion's arms, a surprising gesture of reunion. Gnoll Champion's ferocity vanished, replaced by the awkwardness of a father embracing his child. Nana waved goodbye as Gnoll Champion, carrying its child on its shoulder, peacefully departed. When alone, Nana smiled, a happy tear rolling down as she thought of her papa. She turned and met the grateful gazes of the recently rescued children. 3 rescued demi-human children timidly hid behind a ruined tombstone. Nana crossed her arms, appearing to ponder the fate of the 3 trembling mercenaries behind her. She spun around, drawing the attention of the 3 defeated mercenaries. Nana pointed directly at them, her sharp eyes issuing a silent command. They were responsible for taking the children home. To emphasize her threat, her eyes glowed golden, and her fangs bared in a feral smile. The 3 mercenaries, a dwarf, an elf, and a werewolf, paled, sweat pouring from them in terror as they obediently complied. Nana waved goodbye as the 3 mercenaries reluctantly led the children towards the town. When alone, her expression softened, proud of the good deed she had done and secretly wishing for Papa's approval. Nana's face crumpled, her eyes welling up like a child longing for praise. Suddenly, a hand in a black glove gently stroked her head, making Nana startle and look up. Kyan Vert had been standing there smiling at Nana with affectionate eyes. Memories of the massive purple magical energy Nana had unleashed flashed, explaining his appearance. Earlier, at a safe house, Kyan Vert had sensed that energy and immediately knew her location. He briefly frowned, deciding he would have to reprimand Jurgen and Emily for letting Nana wander off. Back in the present, Nana proudly showed off her power to Kyan Vert, her eyes shining with excitement. Just then, Jurgen, leading Elise and Emily, rushed over loudly, calling out, "Young master." Jurgen panted, his face showing extreme relief at seeing Nana safe and sound. Kyan Vert turned his gaze, turning cold as he looked directly at Jurgen. A threatening smile spread across Kyan Vert's lips, his eyes flashing red as he clenched his fist, preparing to teach a lesson. Sensing the killing intent, Elise and Emily stood behind Jurgen, their faces paling with worry. Nana turned back in confusion to witness Jurgen being punished by Kyan Vert with a painful head flick. At the same time, in the capital of the UCF Empire, inside the magnificent mansion of the Quizel family, Eshele Vert hurried down the corridor, his hurried steps showing panic. His face clearly showed extreme tension and worry about an unexpected event. He rushed down the stairs, freezing when he saw his father, who should not have been there, standing majestically in the main hall. The former Duke Vert, with his silver hair and beard, cast a knife-sharp gaze at his son, signaling for a private conversation. In the study, father and son sat opposite each other, a heavy atmosphere pervading. The former Duke slammed a parchment scroll onto the table, questioning Eshele about the contradiction between decreased maintenance costs and soaring royal tribute funds. Eshele nervously explained that it was a necessary political move. He evoked the image of the Empress from the Nepalese family, an opponent using money to consolidate power for the royal family. The images of Crown Prince Lionel and another ally appeared, symbolizing the faction Eshele was betting on. To defend his choice, Eshele shouted, asserting that his actions were for the future of Lionel and the entire family. The former Duke roared and slammed his hand onto the table, forcing Eshele into silence, his face clearly showing disappointment. Duke Vert growled, his sharp, cold eyes boring into his son to question Crown Prince Lionel's qualifications. Eshele Vert retorted defiantly, sweat beading on his temples as he justified his political choice. In the luxurious room, Eshele recalled a past political decision of his father's as a taunt. Duke Vert slammed his hand onto the table, his patience exhausted. With a decisive command, Duke Vert declared he would cut all aid to the Crown Prince, leaving Eshele stunned. Duke Vert turned and left, abandoning Eshele, who was desperately calling after him. Dusk fell over the Velius domain of the Verter family. In another room, Kranz Vert sat thoughtfully by the window, reading a letter with a worried expression. He clenched his hand, a small magical flame flared, and then died out as unease surged within him. Memories of Elise, leaving the Knights of Light, flooded back, which Kranz considered an advantage for himself. But the image of Elise's hateful eyes still haunted him, sowing a seed of doubt. Kranz clenched his fist, frustration evident on his face. Suddenly, a brilliant purple teleportation magic circle lit up in the middle of the room, startling Kranz. Red dark energy violently spewed from the circle. In the center of the circle, Boris Ruhelm staggered into view, his body enveloped by dark specters, one eye glowing red. Boris knelt on one knee, bowing to Kranz with solemnity, despite being severely wounded. Kranz stood with his arms crossed, coldly questioning Boris about his pathetic state. Boris raised his head, admitting his defeat with a resigned expression. Kranz frowned, pressing him to reveal who had pushed Boris to this state. The wound on Boris's face twitched as he revealed the enemy was Cyan. Kranz was stunned to hear the name Cyan. Boris smiled bitterly, asserting that despite his failure, he had achieved his goal. He held up a glowing red orb containing the energy of the demonic sword. Boris's face became crazed in the red light. He burst into laughter and declared he had found the master of the demonic sword. Kranz was speechless, realizing a horrifying truth. He recalled his failed plans, finally understanding that Cyan was the master of the demonic sword and the one who had ruined everything. Boris, still kneeling, offered to eliminate Cyan himself. Kranz remembered his own confrontation with Xian realizing that Boris's strength was not enough to win. Boris looked up, his expression mysterious, as he suggested it was not the time for a direct confrontation. He revealed that Xian was not alone, but accompanied by the followers of Dark Mist. Boris presented his new plan, proposing to follow the prophecy to find the holy sword Duran Dark. A servant of the Vert family, hidden behind the door, was stunned to overhear the information about the holy sword. With a determined look, the servant hastily left to report the news to young Master Xian. Boris, enveloped in dark energy, grabbed a servant, exposing the eavesdropper. The servant collapsed in pain under Boris's tightening grip. Boris questioned the captive's loyalty, accusing him of being a spy. Eshel Verte stepped out of the shadows, his cold gaze confirming his suspicions about the servant. Rage erupted. Eshel roared the traitor's name, Kellin. At the same time, in a vast library, a young girl with blue hair, Luna, wrung her hands in frustration over a dead end in her search. Memories of the ancient book glowing in Boris's laboratory flashed in her mind, a single but difficult clue. She recalled an expulsion spell that had prevented her from delving deeper, leading her investigation to a dead end. Luna tapped her hand on the book, deducing that only two types of ancient books existed in the world. Two images appeared in her mind, the radiant holy scripture and the dark demonic scripture, adding to her confusion about the nature of the item Boris possessed. Lost in thought, Luna did not notice a white-haired girl, Arin, gently approaching from behind. As she was considering breaking into the forbidden archives, Luna was startled by the newcomer's call. Arin stood before her, smiling mischievously as she teased Luna's distraction. Caught off guard, Luna awkwardly tried to hide her thoughts. Arin, with flushed cheeks, hesitantly asked about Xian's whereabouts, revealing her worry. Luna responded with a teasing smile, implying that Arin missed Xian very much. Provoked, Arin waved her hand in strong protest, asserting that she was only worried because of his sudden disappearance. Arin narrowed her eyes, inquiring about the basis for Luna's confidence. With a mysterious smile, Luna affirmed her belief based on her deep understanding of Xian's character. Arin pondered in silence, while Luna calmly hummed a tune. The quiet was broken by a messenger, Reshmus, rushing into the library, with an urgent expression calling Arin's name. Reshmus hastily handed Arin a letter, with a royal seal, urging her to read it immediately. Arin reprimanded Reshmus for his curiosity, but the messenger insisted with a serious expression. Arin recognized her father's familiar handwriting on the envelope, a sense of unease rising. The letter declared a political alliance, binding the fate of Princess Arin Severus to the Verte family. When the name young Master Xian Verte was mentioned, Arin's eyes widened in astonishment and her cheeks flushed. The entire room seemed to spin as Arin read the line announcing an arranged engagement. Elsewhere, in a luxurious room, a hand placed a wineglass next to a small vial. In the Emperor's bedroom, a young blonde woman, Violet, tenderly cared for the ailing Emperor DNA in his bed. The Emperor coughed violently, and Violet showed her distress at seeing her father in pain. Emperor DNA tried to reassure his daughter with a weak smile. A dignified figure appeared at the doorway, Kundal Kusal bowing to His Majesty. Violet and the maid turned back, startled the sudden appearance of the powerful official, making the atmosphere tense. Violet and the maids bowed, and then left the room, leaving Kundal Kusal alone with Emperor DNA lying on his sickbed. Kundal Kusal approached the bed, bowing respectfully before the Emperor. Emperor DNA, his face tired, but still retaining a majestic air, looked at his guest. Through the window, sunlight streamed in a bird perched on a branch outside. Kundal expressed deep concern about the Emperor's health. DNA explained weakly, his trembling hand showing his body's frailty. A drop of sweat rolled down Kundal's temple. He bowed his head, his face full of regret and worry. DNA coughed violently, while Kundal sat beside him, watching helplessly. DNA looked directly at Kundal, guessing that the purpose of the visit was not merely to inquire about his health. DNA gasped, his sharp gaze inquiring if Kundal's concern was about Crown Prince Luinel. Kundal confirmed his concern, admitting that the situation was more serious than he had thought. DNA summoned a glowing energy orb in his palm. With a resolute gaze, DNA affirmed that as long as he lived, Luinel would not be able to cause any incidents. The energy orb in DNA's hand fluctuated unstably, indicating that his power was no longer what it once was. DNA coughed again. The energy orb in his hand flickered, causing Kundal to cry out in worry. After the cough, DNA gasped for breath. He changed the subject to another concern. Kundal listened attentively, awaiting the Emperor's question. Memories of Arryn Severus appeared confidently standing among her classmates at the academy. Kundal reported that Princess Arryn was an excellent student and would certainly become a worthy heir. DNA's memories flooded back to an image of Arryn as a crying little girl standing beside him. DNA expressed relief at the good news about his daughter. Then he mentioned her change from 3 years ago. The image of Kian Vert, drawing his sword bravely shielding Arryn in a battle, appeared. DNA unexpectedly announced his decision. He would marry Arryn to Kian's stunning Kundal. DNA sneered, while Kundal stroked his beard, admitting that he had guessed this intention. Kundal's face suddenly hardened, his tone becoming sharp as he made his remarks about Kian. DNA's expression became confused by Kundal's fierce reaction. In Kundal's mind, the image of Kian Vert appeared as a problematic lazy student, along with his own rage when facing him. DNA broke into a sweat, beginning to doubt his decision might be a serious mistake. Kundal changed his demeanor, his tone becoming serious as he admitted another truth. Kundal raised a finger, asserting that despite being a problematic student, Kian was one of the most talented children and the most reliable protector for Arryn. DNA breathed a sigh of relief, but he still returned to his initial worry. DNA's eyes darkened as he confessed his greatest fear, an image of a spreading pool of blood appearing, hinting at a fratricidal conflict. After the conversation, Kundal Kusal quietly walked out of the room, leaving the Emperor alone with the burdens of the Empire. Violet coldly called Eshel Verte, her maid standing silently behind her. Eshel turned around, her face annoyed at Violet's presence. With a challenging smirk, Violet turned her back and walked away, ignoring Eshel. Violet suddenly stopped, the sound of her shoes echoing in the silent corridor. She let out a sigh, her face clearly showing annoyance. Eshel growled, demanding an explanation for Violet's attitude. Violet turned to face him, a provocative sneer on her lips. Rage flared, Eshel roared, unable to control his anger. Suddenly Violet lunged and grabbed Eshel's collar, her eyes flashing with a menacing purple light. She leaned in close, whispering a terrible accusation that stunned Eshel. Completely shocked, Eshel forcefully pushed Violet away. He turned on his heel and walked away, uttering a cold warning towards her. When alone, Eshel's face contorted in extreme confusion and anger. Watching his retreating back, Violet wore a mysterious and triumphant smile. At the same time, in the academy library, Arryn Severus blushed in panic over the engagement news, while Lunav calmly observed. Arryn buried her face in the table in extreme embarrassment, even as Lunav suggested she could refuse if she wished. Looking up, Arryn stammered, admitting that she didn't entirely hate the idea. A pair of men's shoes stomped loudly on the floor, drawing attention. Leximus, another male student, jumped onto the table and loudly declared his support for this marriage. Arryn could only cover her face in embarrassment at Leximus's exaggerated actions. Leximus raised his hands to the sky, as if receiving a divine revelation. Amidst an imaginary shower of roses, he enthusiastically encouraged Arryn to accept young Master Cyan. Kian Vert appeared at the end of the aisle, his face displeased by the commotion. He sternly held up a book, his gaze signaling that this was a place for quiet. Kian walked straight over, his cold gaze fixed on the flustered Arryn. Without a word, Kian grabbed the collar of the bewildered Leximus. With a swing of his arm, he sent Leximus flying across the library. Kian and Lunav stood watching Leximus and Arryn, who was dragged along tumble in the distance. Lunav turned, looked directly at Cyan, and asked about his feelings for Arryn. A fleeting image in Kian's mind, a grown warrior, stroking a small Arryn's head. Returning to reality, Kian's face contorted with disgust. He decisively denied it, then turned and walked away. Lunav watched Shan's retreating back, a mischievous and knowing smile on her lips. In the library, Kian explained to Lunav that he was looking for clues about the Holy Scriptures. Lunav recalled the mysterious book in Boris's laboratory and revealed it was written in an ancient language. Kian dismissed it, suggesting she needed to go to the Forbidden Archives to find information about the Hearthkriya scriptures, surprising Lunavar. To prove it, Kian pointed to another book on the table, a spiky-covered one named Fenelon. Lunav opened the book, realizing it was just a travel diary with a disappointed expression. Kyan flipped to a specific page, using his finger to point to an important passage. He leaned close to Lunav, explaining that the passage described a mountain where defeated demons rested, making her blush. Kyan asked Lunav if she knew which mountain it was, the close proximity making her even more flustered. Lunav, still embarrassed, replied that she wasn't sure, then asked in return what this had to do with the Holy Scriptures. Kyan's eyes flashed fiery red, and he revealed his true goal was to find the demonic scripture Limi Haram to counter them. He reiterated about the mountain covered in sand trees, the resting place of the defeated demonic beasts from the ancient war. He repeated the question about the mountain's location, his gaze focused on the flustered Lunav. Lunav still couldn't answer, her embarrassment mixed with curiosity about his true purpose. Kyan's intention was confirmed to search for the location of the demonic scripture Remi Haram, something comparable to the Holy Scripture. Lunav was stunned, wondering how Kyan knew about names that only a few in the Garam Council knew. She closed the book, stammering an apology for not knowing the information, and Kyan indifferently accepted. Kyan turned and left, telling Lunav to inform him if she found anything while she quietly watched him go. He walked away, leaving Lunav alone amidst the towering bookshelves of the library. Lunav glanced towards a nearby bookshelf and called out the name of someone hiding. Ramala. A blonde knightess, Ramala, emerged from her hiding spot, bowing her head in apology to Lunav. The image of a powerful elderly man, Lord Regans, appeared as Lunav realized Ramala was monitoring her under her grandfather's orders. Lunav confronted Ramala, demanding she answer about the names Hiskrias and Remi Haram. Ramala explained that those were forbidden texts, known only to a few, and she didn't understand why young Master Sian knew. Lunav ordered Ramila to bring her books about them from the forbidden archives, startling the knightess. Ramila frantically refused, explaining that such an action would incur the wrath of Lord Regans. Lunav's eyes flashed with powerful purple light as she issued a threat, reminding Ramila that she could also easily anger her grandfather. Ramila froze at the threat, completely overwhelmed. Lunav stood there, awaiting Ramila's submission, the knightess's shadow trembling on the floor. Lunav's thoughts returned to the book on the table. She decided she would ask Kyan later how he obtained the information. With eyes burning with determination, Lunav set her immediate goal to approach Kyan to uncover the secret he was hiding. Meanwhile, Cyan walked down the corridor, deep in thought about having to find the Sand Mountain himself. He suddenly stopped when a voice rang out, calling his name intimately. A burly man wearing sunglasses leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and offered Kyan to share his thoughts. Set Shaharkan confidently pushed up his glasses, appearing as a consultant ready to listen to any problem. Kyan Vert looked at him with a skeptical and weary expression, wondering about the purpose of this sudden approach. As Khan tried to slip past, to leave, Set quickly blocked him, placing a hand on his shoulder with a knowing look. Kyan turned his back and walked away in refusal, but Set called after him with an annoyed expression, determined not to let him leave easily. Kyan secretly judged Set as a mere brute, useless for his intellectual mission. A flash of realization sparked in Kyan's eyes as he recalled an important detail about Set's homeland. To confirm his suspicion, Kyan turned back and probed Set about a mountain covered in sand trees. He cautiously mentioned the name Remi Haram, carefully observing Set's reaction. Hearing that name, Set froze, a shock running through his body. Rage erupted. Set gritted his teeth and clenched his hands so tightly that the glass's frame in his hand shattered. Memories flooded back, taking Set to an unknown ruin in the vast desert. The image of 6-year-old Set Shaharkan appeared, a lone child warrior on his cultivation journey. Young Set faced a giant shadow, an entity of pure terror. The darkness shaped into the demonic monster Remi Haram, with glowing red eyes full of malice. It was an opponent that young Set had no way of defeating. The memory faded, leaving only the image of Set waking up on the sand, fortunate to have survived the encounter. The lonely figure of young Set fled that place in the desert, a humiliating defeat that nevertheless shaped him. Back in the present, Kyan processed the new information. Remi Haram was a monster, not a book. He pondered deeply, realizing he had to go there himself to confirm everything. Kyan looked directly at Set, who was still lost in bitter memories, and made a request. Set explained that the ruin was in a region called Nodeli, which meant forest of sand trees in the ancient language. A glimmer of hope flashed in Kyan's eyes as he realized this was the clue he had been searching for. With urgency, Cyan asked Set to lead him to Nodeli. Set was stunned by the offer. The thought of an adventure with a friend, leaving him speechless. Another memory flooded back, the image of Set's mother worriedly watching her son cry. Young Set sobbed that his friends always ran away from him. The gentle mother wiped her son's tears. She sat down, looked affectionately into Set's eyes, and promised that one day he would find a true friend. His mother's promise of a companion on an adventure was deeply etched in Set's mind. Back in the present, Set's face, flushed with emotion, tears of happiness streaming down as he realized his mother's prophecy had come true. With an excited roar, Set swung his fist, smashing the adjacent wall in an uncontrolled burst of energy. Cyan and the other students stared in horror at the hole in the wall, completely shocked by Set's power. From a distance, Lunav quietly observed the entire event, her face revealing no emotion. Jurken rushed over, holding out a letter with a royal seal to Emily, his expression both urgent and admiring of his young master. Cyan Vert sternly faced Jurken, who was holding up a torn corner of the letter, implying a question about him secretly reading it. With an annoyed expression, Cyan snatched the letter, wondering about the contents that had caused this commotion. Emily joyfully announced that Cyan would marry Princess Erin, stunning him as he read the letter's contents. Cyan frowned, the image of Lunav with a mysterious smile appearing in his mind, suggesting another annoyance. He decisively folded the letter, deciding to put aside the marriage issue to focus on the task at hand. Clenching his fist, an iron resolve appeared on Cyan's face. In travel attire, Cyan turned back and informed his attendants that he would be away for a while. Looking at Nana happily wiggling her feet on the chair, a rare, affectionate smile appeared on Cyan's lips. Nana innocently asked a question about having a new mother, making Cyan flustered and causing him to firmly deny it. Jurken and Emily frantically questioned Cyan's decision, fearing he would defy the royal decree. Cyan explained that his plan was too dangerous, envisioning being pursued by a force in white cloaks. He concluded that he could not drag Princess Erin into this perilous path, leaving Jurken and Emily stunned. Cyan turned and walked away, leaving his two loyal attendants watching with worried expressions. Emily clenched her fists, her eyes flashing with indignation on behalf of her young master. She grabbed Jurken's sleeve, her eyes resolute, asserting that they would not stand by and watch. Jurken gave a thumbs up, both agreeing to do everything they could to support Cyan. Nana grinned, her fangs showing, and purple dark energy began to emanate from her. Jurken and Emily looked at Nana with resignation, accepting her participation. Suddenly, both were startled in horror by the sight before them. Dark energy violently erupted from Nana, her eyes glowing yellow, her horns becoming more prominent, exuding a terrifying aura. The scene shifted to the vast Nodeli Desert under a starry night sky. On a flying carpet, Set Shaharkan proudly introduced his mode of transport to Cyan. Cyan expressed skepticism about Set's navigation skills as they flew over the desert. Set thumped his chest confidently, assuring that he remembered every path and step. Cyan maintained a skeptical expression at his companion's excessive confidence. The sky ahead was suddenly covered by swirling red and black dark energy currents. Horror was evident in Cyan's eyes as he realized the danger they were flying into. Set calmly piloted the flying carpet through the energy storm, reassuring Cyan that it was just a normal phenomenon. Cyan looked at Set with extreme confusion and doubt. A fleeting illusion, an eagle flying towards a pyramid under the brilliant sun. Cyan sat on the sand, dazed as he woke up after crossing the storm, Set cheerfully calling him. Set grinned, boasting that he was perfectly fine, which only annoyed Cyan further. Cyan Vert trudged wearily across the vast desert, while Set Shaharkan walked ahead energetically. Cyan suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing as he noticed something unusual in the distance. Set confirmed a large ruin, dimly appearing amidst the sandstorm, which was their destination. With a smug look, Set crossed his arms and asserted that he was the first to set foot there. Cyan squinted skeptically, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the surrounding area. Set became tense, realizing the seriousness in his companion's demeanor. Sensing danger, Cyan pulled his scarf higher, his sharp eyes warning of the presence of others. The two of them stopped, observing a group of people with camels entering the ruin from another entrance. Sharon, the group's leader, gave a decisive command to his soldiers. Sharon's soldiers showed absolute obedience as he advanced towards the ruins' colossal gate. From a distance, Chan observed the group of strangers approaching the gate, guarded by two giant dog-headed statues. To avoid detection, Set gestured to Kyan, suggesting they observe the situation cautiously. To confront the strangers directly, Set suddenly rushed out of cover. He dodged a probing attack from one of Sharon's soldiers. Set and Sharon faced each other, hostility clearly visible in both their eyes. From his hiding spot, Cyan was astonished by his companion's reckless action. Set puffed out his chest, loudly declaring his princely status to challenge the group of strangers. He pointed directly at the hiding spot, revealing Kyan's position in an impulsive act. Sharon spun around his face, astonished upon hearing the name Kyan Verte. Betrayed Kyan could only click his tongue, his face full of frustration, as his hiding plan had completely failed. Sharon smirked, recognizing the identities of both uninvited guests. He warned that once they knew about this place, neither of them would be able to leave safely. Blue lightning energy gathered around Sharon, his eyes glowing with killing intent. He unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning towards Set. Set was thrown backward by the force of the attack. Sharon showed astonishment upon seeing his opponent still standing. Set blocked the lightning bolt with a sand wall created from his own magic. He reversed the energy flow, launching a sand counter punch towards Sharon. The counterattack struck Sharon directly in the face, sending him reeling backward. The force of the punch was so strong that it cracked a section of the stone wall behind Sharon. Sharon wiped the blood from his cheek, his eyes filled with resentment as he realized he had underestimated his opponent. He narrowed his eyes, his initial disdain vanishing, replaced by intense focus. Set looked disheartened, shaking his head in disappointment because his punch hadn't landed as he expected. Sharon roared, his eyes glowing with killing intent, declaring an end to Set's arrogance while ordering the watching soldiers. Suddenly, Kyan intercepted one of Sharon's soldiers, astonishing Sharon with his speed. In a rage from being humiliated, Sharon growled, lightning energy flaring violently around him. Sharon unleashed a destructive lightning bolt towards Kyan, and Set determined to obliterate them. An authoritative voice rang out, forcing all actions to cease, leaving both Sharon and Kyan stunned. Set, still dazed from the previous attack, looked around blankly, not understanding what was happening. Lunav and a blonde knightess appeared, walking confidently amidst the battlefield. Lunav asserted her connection to Kyan's group, her sharp gaze ordering Sharon to lower his weapons. Immediately, Sharon knelt on one knee, showing absolute submission to Lunav. Sweat pouring, Sharon stammered for forgiveness, explaining that he had acted without knowing they were her acquaintances. Lunav narrowed her eyes at him coldly, accepting the apology reluctantly. Kyan looked at Lunav in confusion, asking how she came to be in such a remote place. Lunav smiled mischievously, vaguely replying that she smelled something good from him. From a distance, Sharon glared towards them, his eyes glinting with suspicion and jealousy. Meanwhile, at the academy, Nana appeared in a more mature form with distinct horns and a dragon tail. Sirika explained to a stunned Jurkin and Emily that this was a transformation, a sign that Nana had matured as a dragon. Her explanation evoked the image of a colossal dark dragon, the true embodiment of that power. Sirika mused, speculating that Nana might have seen another dragon, conjuring the image of a roaring white lightning dragon. Jurkin interrupted anxiously, asking Sirika about Shan's whereabouts. Sirika grabbed Jurkin in frustration when he confessed ignorance, while Emily stood awkwardly beside them. Sirika roared in anger, sharp fangs appearing because Kyan had skipped class again, making Jurkin and Emily bow their heads in fear. Helplessly, Jurkin and Emily looked towards the closed door of Kyan's room. Both sighed heavily, tired of constantly having to find excuses to cover for their young master. Back in the desert before the entrance to the ancient ruins, the discussion about entering began. Sharon vehemently opposed letting Kyan's group accompany them, arguing it would endanger Lunav. Lunav countered, stating that the danger of the ruins was precisely why they should join forces. Sharon confidently declared that with his group's strength, they would surely succeed this time. Set raised his hand casually, interrupting Sharon. He smugly declared that he had entered and survived the ruins. Sharon turned, roaring skeptically, refusing to believe Set's boast. Set mocked Sharon's failure, asserting he could be the guide, and began describing the monsters at the entrance. Kyan froze Set's words about the monsters at the entrance, making him suddenly realize something. Memories flooded back. He recalled the image of the ruins entrance, having been completely destroyed by himself earlier. A monstrous clawed foot slammed down onto the rocky ground, causing a tremor. Qian Vert stared at the approaching threat, his sharp eyes signaling all his teammates to prepare for battle. From the shadows, a reptilian creature with glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth growled menacingly. A pack of ferocious lizardmen brandishing crude weapons charged forward in a savage assault. The blonde knightess, unidentified Knight 1, rushed to shield Lunav, her face showing determination to protect. Sharon, his sword, flashing with lightning energy, ordered his men to join the battle. With a resounding crack of thunder, Sharon unleashed a precise lightning strike, felling an incoming lizardman. Not to be outdone, Set plunged into the fray, his sword tracing a brilliant golden arc as it cut through foes. Lunav extended her hand, freezing another lizardman in a block of ice, but her strained expression showed she was overwhelmed. The wave of lizardmen seemed endless, threatening to overwhelm the defenders with their sheer numbers. Realizing the critical situation, Qian decided to act. An ominous purple dark energy beginning to gather around him. He clasped his hands together, compressing the chaotic energy into a dense, pulsating orb of darkness. Qian unleashed his attack, launching a volley of dark orbs into the midst of the lizardmen. The orbs exploded on impact, obliterating the creatures in silent yet violent bursts of purple energy. Sharon and his soldiers stood frozen, their faces showing astonishment and disbelief at such destructive power. Amidst the battlefield littered with monster corpses, Qian stood calmly, while Set watched him from behind with a complex gaze. Sharon and unidentified Knight 1 exchanged a heavy look, both trying to comprehend the extraordinary power they had just witnessed. Qian glanced over his shoulder, his indifferent expression seemingly questioning their astonishment. Set angrily confronted Qian, his body rigid with indignation, his eyes burning with accusation for stealing his moment to shine. Sullenly, Set turned on his heel and angrily walked away, proceeding deeper into the ruins alone. Lunav, Qian, and unidentified Knight 1 watched him go, their faces a mix of surprise and confusion. The group entered and found Set standing defiantly before a massive, intricately carved stone door. Another gate was shown to be blasted open, its yellow magical seal shattered into pieces. The heavily damaged outer gate was evidence of the group's struggle to get inside. Now, before the inner gate, one of Sharon's mages attempted to break the seal, but it remained unyielding. The mage turned to Sharon, shaking his head in defeat and signaling that his magic was useless. Frustrated, Sharon stepped forward, summoning lightning energy into his hand, once more determined to use force. He unleashed a powerful lightning bolt at the gate, causing a blinding explosion of light. As the light faded, Set burst into mocking laughter at Sharon, who was staring at the unblemished gate with disbelief. Angered by the mockery, Sharon glared at Set and gestured towards the gate, with his head challenging him to do better. Set confidently stepped forward, placing his palm on the gate's surface, causing it to begin emitting a warm golden light. Cracks of light spread from Set's hands, and the ancient locking mechanism of the gate began to crumble from within. Sharon's face contorted with anger and disbelief, his fists clenched as he witnessed Set's effortless success. Set Shaharkan was vigilant as a growl echoed from the shadows, where a massive monster with glowing red eyes lurked. Realizing that each barrier was guarded by a monster, Set smirked, pointing at the prey to assert his right to fight Cyan. With an excited roar, Set charged to attack the lizardman, the force of his punch shaking the air. Golden energy gathered in Set's hands before he unleashed a destructive attack. A dazzling energy explosion engulfed the monster, demonstrating Set's power. After overcoming many deadly traps and piles of skeletal remains, the group continued to delve deeper into the ruins. They fought countless strange and powerful magical creatures never before seen. To clear a path for the group, Set placed his hand on an ancient barrier, activating his bloodline to open a passage. As the group set up camp by the fire, Lunav explained that the barriers only reacted to Set's bloodline. Xion questioned Lunav why she hadn't revealed that the ruins were built by the Shaharkan clan from the beginning. Lunav awkwardly explained that she had only just learned of it herself, causing Cyan to look at her with skepticism. With a flushed face, Lunav asserted that she never lied to someone she liked. Cyan crossed his arms, his cold expression showing he was not easily convinced by the sudden confession, making Lunav blush with anger. Lunav calmed down and began to explain a more serious matter. She revealed that the Garam Council was searching for the Holy Scripture and the demonic scripture to revive their kingdom. Lunav explained that for her grandfather, Lord Regans, this belief had become a fanatical obsession, illustrated by him pointing at a map of the continent with ambitions of domination. Lunav scoffed at her grandfather's plan, believing it would not lead to good outcomes. Xian, looking into the fire, agreed that the pursuit of ultimate power only led to the deaths of many. Lunav looked directly at Xian, asking why he needed the demonic scripture. A mischievous and dangerous smile appeared on Xian's face as he expressed that sabotaging that plan would be much more interesting. Lunav's eyes lit up, drawn by Xian's answer. Xian was startled by her silence. Lunav looked at Xian with a sly expression, declaring that she would help him obtain the demonic scripture simply because she wanted to. Xian narrowed his eyes, calling Lunav's name with a tone that was both wary and weary. He ignored her offer and told her to go to sleep, but Lunav pouted in refusal. To avoid the conversation, Xian stood up and walked away, leaving a surprised Lunav behind. As he walked away, Xian chastised himself for having a serious conversation with a girl he thought was only 12 years old. Lunav, still sitting by the fire, pouted resentfully at her senior's indifference. From a distance, Sharon watched Xian and Lunav by the fire, his face darkening with annoyance. The group finally reached the last barrier, a colossal stone gate with glowing magical inscriptions. Set exhaled mentally, preparing to open this final gate. With the entire group watching, Set once again used his power to activate the gate. As the gate opened, a small figure, enveloped in dark energy, appeared in the center of the room, making Xian and Set realize it might be Remy Haram. Kayan Vert and Set Shaharkan stood before a gate, both their faces tense, as they sensed a powerful surge of energy from within. A white skull mask floated amidst a mass of purple dark energy, emitting a dangerous aura that made Kayan exclaim in doubt. Sharon lost patience, intending to charge in alone, but Xian quickly raised a hand to stop him, his eyes showing caution, wanting to observe further. The dark energy erupted violently, and the eyes on the skull mask flashed with an eerie purple light. Lunav screamed a warning in panic, her face paling as she felt the immense magical power rising. From the mask, the dark energy began to condense, forming a massive body with a shaggy mane. The expedition group stood in a battle-ready stance, facing the gradually forming shadow entity, its eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. The dark energy continued to swirl, creating a colossal muscular werewolf body. The transformation concluded. Remy Haram revealed its true form as a colossal werewolf monster, wearing a skull mask, standing towering before the group. Kayan looked up at the monster, sweat trickling down his temples, realizing this was no ordinary foe. Remy Haram let out a sky-shattering roar, its power shaking the surrounding space. Challenged Sharon charged forward, his body enveloped in a blue electrical current. Sharon's face was filled with determination as he channeled energy into his hands, preparing to unleash his first attack to probe the enemy. A brilliant blue lightning bolt flashed from Sharon's hands, engulfing Remy Haram. The powerful lightning bolt struck Remy Haram directly, but the monster remained standing. Remy Haram roared, and the electrical current dissipated on its body without leaving a scratch. Remy Haram's glowing red eyes stared at Sharon, completely unharmed after the attack. Realizing that a single attack was ineffective, Kayan, Sharon, and Reshmus stood together, deciding to combine their forces. All three channeled their power, three different elemental energies, merging, forming a brilliant orb of light. A combined energy beam, twisting like a vortex, was fired directly at Remy Haram. The energy beam struck Remy Haram's chest, creating a large explosion. The destructive force of the attack pushed back the colossal monster, making it stumble. Sharon shouted in excitement as he saw Remy Haram knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Luna formed a hand seal, and a cold aura emanated from her hands, targeting the monster's legs. Frost quickly spread from the ground, freezing Remy Haram's two legs, temporarily immobilizing it. Lunav shouted, signaling her teammates to attack while she maintained a binding spell. Remy Haram roared in anger, using its muscular strength to shatter the ice binding it. Ramala soared into the air, the sword in her hand, radiating a brilliant golden light, preparing for a finishing blow from above. Ramala's gaze was sharp. She channeled all her strength into the sword, creating a dazzling aura. She brought the sword of light down, drawing a perfect arc, aimed directly at Remiharam's head. Ramala's expression shifted from determination to extreme astonishment. Remiharam easily raised a hand, blocking Ramala's glowing blade with its bare hand. The monster looked at Ramala with glowing purple eyes, completely unharmed, demonstrating immeasurable power. Set channeled energy into his fist, preparing to unleash a sand attack. A powerful sand punch shot directly into Remiharam's shadow. Set roared a provocative challenge towards Remiharam, declaring he would finish their unfinished battle. A colossal sand vortex formed from Set's attack, engulfing everything within its range. Lunav screamed in horror as a stray energy beam shot down towards Ramala's position. Knocked to the ground, Ramala propped herself up, with her sword reassuring Lunav that she was fine. Lunav breathed a sigh of relief, believing they could win this battle. However, a sense of unease suddenly arose as she looked at the swirling sand vortex. The sand vortex was suddenly torn apart by an unseen force from within. From the eye of the storm, Remiharam emerged in the form of a colossal werewolf, easily shattering the attack. Set and Lunav were simultaneously stunned, horrified by the monster's unimaginable power. Remiharam let out a savage roar and charged directly to attack Set. Set gritted his teeth, clenching his glowing fist, preparing for a direct counterattack. Just then, a surge of purple dark energy began to gather around Kyan's feet. With intense focus, Shan formed a dense orb of dark energy in his palm. He unleashed a void energy slash, aiming directly at the monster. Kyan's attack sliced through Remiharam with terrifying speed. Kyan looked at Set with a calm expression, his demeanor as if defeating the monster was a trivial matter. Sharon stared at Cyan and Remiharam's corpse, his face twitching with anger at the interference in his battle. He growled at his anxious subordinates, frustration evident on his face. Sharon dismissed his subordinates' worries with a sharp glare, his eyes commanding them to focus on Lunav. Reshmus and the other soldiers froze, confused by their commander's order and demeanor. Remiharam's corpse disintegrated, leaving only a bleached skeleton on the ground. Kyan and Set stood on the desolate battlefield, searching for the grimoire amidst the remnants. Suddenly, a strange blue flame erupted from Remiharam's skeleton. Kyan was startled, realizing the battle was not yet over. The ground around the skeleton cracked open as blue energy erupted violently. Set gritted his teeth, belatedly realizing the dangerous situation. Giant pillars of blue energy exploded from the ground, forming a chaotic storm. Ramala quickly pulled Lunav behind her, shielding her from danger with her body. Sharon shouted, waving his hand to signal everyone to retreat to avoid being caught in the energy storm. In the eye of the storm, Cyan stood firm, preparing to face the surging energy. Ramala and Lunav looked towards Kyan with worried expressions, fearing for his safety. Amidst the rubble, Ramala looked up in despair, believing it was too late. Ramala expressed doubt about Cyan's survival, but Lunav firmly refuted it, her gaze unwavering. With unwavering determination, Lunav advanced towards the pile of debris, signaling Ramala to help her clear it. Ramala hesitated, doubt evident on her face, but Lunav convinced her with a resolute gaze. Lunav's eyes flashed with purple light, affirming her connection to Cyan, sensing his existence beyond the rubble. The scene abruptly shifted, transporting them to a strange space with giant waterfalls flowing upwards into the night sky. Kyan Vert appeared in the new space, his face bewildered as he realized he had been pulled elsewhere. Before him, a winged demonic monster Balrog loomed, its entire body engulfed in blue flames under the eerie moonlight. Balrog roared, its power radiating even more terrifyingly than the previous foe. Kyan turned, seeing Set lying motionless on the ground, clearly unable to avoid the destructive attack. Kyan's eyes widened in horror as he realized his comrade's condition. Set's body was covered in scorch marks, the aftermath of a high-level magic attack he couldn't withstand. A blurry image replayed the terrifying power of the explosion that had brought Set down. Kyan's worry quickly turned into rage, and he gritted his teeth. In retaliation, Balrog unleashed a fierce surge of blue fire energy towards Kyan. Kyan reacted instantly, his hand gripping the hilt of the Kiram sword, causing it to flare with crimson energy. Now, with no one observing Kyan, decided to unleash his full power, the sword in his hand screaming. Balrog roared a challenge, preparing for the confrontation. A cruel smile spread across Kyan's lips, his eyes turning blood-red, signaling an impending massacre. Kyan lunged forward like an arrow, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the force. He dodged Balrog's attack with a skillful leap into the air. Mid-air, Kyan tensed, channeling all his strength into the counterattack. He continued to ascend, staying out of reach of the monster, attacking below. Gritting his teeth, Shan prepared to unleash his ultimate technique from above. Kyan swung his sword, creating a storm of blood-red slashes aimed directly at Balrog. His crimson eyes were intensely focused, every movement imbued with killing intent. He continued his assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes upon the monster's body. Balrog roared in pain as Kiram's slashes tore through its body. The monster collapsed, one arm severed, but it still raised its head with a defiant gaze. Kyan paused for a moment, surprised by his opponent's tenacious vitality. The blue flames on Balrog's body flared more intensely, signaling a terrifying transformation. To Kyan's astonishment, Balrog's severed arm regenerated from the blue flames. Balrog stood up, completely healed, baring its sharp teeth in a savage grin, ready for the next round of combat. Balrog was startled by the sudden attack. In response, Shan Vert unleashed a series of void energy orbs surrounding the monster. His eyes glowed red, channeling dark energy into the Kiram. With a decisive movement, Shan Vert unleashed a misty slash, tearing through Balrog's body. He sliced the monster into pieces with a powerful sword stroke. Kyan Vert gasped, his gaze fixed on the remnants of the battle, noticing something unusual. A glowing blue energy core shone brightly, mocking his efforts. From the energy core, Balrog regenerated its complete body, roaring a challenge about its immortality and Kyan's impending exhaustion. Balrog was bewildered to see a cruel smile spread across Kyan Vert's lips. Kyan Vert accepted the prolonged battle, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement, promising an endless hunt. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ramala and Lunav unleashed powerful magical attacks. Both light and water spells struck an invisible barrier. Their attacks dissipated upon hitting the stone wall, leaving no trace. Ramala and Lunav looked at the rubble, helplessly realizing their power was insufficient. Lunav sighed, her face clearly showing disappointment and worry. A figure approached, causing Lunav to turn around. Charon, covered in injuries, looked at Lunav with immense relief. Upon seeing her safe, he urgently pointed out an escape route, urging her to leave immediately. Lunav coldly refused, her gaze unwavering. Charon was stunned, trying to explain the danger as the place was about to collapse. Lunav firmly declared that Siam was trapped under the rubble, and she wouldn't leave without him. Charon cried out in despair, questioning Lunav's obsession with Sion. He pointed towards his fallen comrades, his face pained. Beneath the rubble were the bodies of Sharon's soldiers. The pain of loss was evident on Sharon's face as he begged her not to let their deaths be in vain. He placed his hand on his chest, vowing to escort Lunav out of there, affirming his long-standing loyalty. Lunav looked at him with eyes as sharp as knives, extinguishing his hope. Sharon's face contorted with a mad fanaticism as he screamed that he was her true destiny. With cold disdain, Lunav declared that she would rather have nothing than accept a forced love. Ramala couldn't help but let out a giggle at Sharon's absurdity. Rejected and mocked, Sharon decided to use force, reaching out to grab Lunav. Ramala immediately drew her sword, blocking Sharon's path with a warning gaze. She stood in front of Lunav, ready to fight to protect her comrade. Sharon grabbed Lunav's collar, his eyes blazing menacingly as he roared a cruel warning. Fierce lightning bolts shot from Sharon's hands, throwing Ramala back and making her scream in pain. Sharon's face showed a wild smile, obsession completely consuming his reason. To stop Sharon's madness, Ramala lunged forward, pointing her sword at him, while Lunav stood up with a determined expression. Sharon turned, stunned by the sudden intervention, his mouth agape, demanding an explanation. A dark presence rose from afar, blood-red ancient characters hovering in the air. The shadowy entity formed, radiating a terrifying pressure, promising punishment for those who dared to challenge it. In a desolate, fiery space, Set woke up bewildered and not understanding what was happening. He sat up amidst the rubble, trying to reorient himself to his surroundings. Memories of Remiharam's fatal attack flashed in Set's mind as he clutched his head. He wondered if he was dead, then a voice echoed, reassuring him. Kiram appeared before Set, who watched her warily demanding her identity. With a smug smile, Kiram revealed that she was the one who saved him from death. She ignored Set's confusion, her gaze shifting with amusement, declaring her interest in his companion. Kiram placed a hand on Set's face, declaring she would borrow his body once more. She unexpectedly kissed Set, a powerful surge of energy flowing into his body. Set's body stiffened, his eyes glowing lifelessly as energy cracks spread across him. A glowing symbol appeared on Set's face, signaling the completion of the possession. In another space, Cyan Vert unleashed a series of lightning-fast slashes, tearing through Balrog's body. He lunged forward, red energy from the demonic sword Kiram enveloping his body. Cyan Vert combined his techniques, creating an energy cross attack. After the attack, Balrog's energy core was exposed in mid-air. Cyan Vert, with glowing red eyes, created a dark energy orb, aiming directly at the monster's core. Balrog showed clear signs of panic as it realized the impending threat. Cyan Vert's blade sliced the energy core in a decisive blow. The monster let out a final roar as its body was torn apart from within. Balrog disintegrated in astonishment and defeat, its body turning to dust. Its petrified body shattered into pieces, marking the monster's end. Cyan Vert landed on the ground as Balrog's remnants vanished. He picked up a piece of parchment that fell from the monster, on which was a magic circle. With a look of disappointment, Cyan Vert crumpled the parchment, showing his frustration at the useless loot. Memories of Kiram being exhausted and falling asleep after the battle with Boris resurfaced. He looked up at the dimensional space, which remained intact, wondering why it hadn't collapsed after its creator was destroyed. Cyan Vert sensed a deadly killing intent, and the shadow of Set Shaharkan appeared behind him. Cyan Vert swung his sword to parry a fierce attack from Set Shaharkan, creating an energy explosion. Cyan Vert looked at his attacker with a stunned expression, realizing it was Seti. Cyan Vert noticed the energy emanating from Set was completely different, leaving him confused by the situation. Elsewhere, a shadowy entity, Remy Haram, slowly materialized amidst the rubble. Sharon stared at the entity, his face tense as blood trickled from a wound on his face. Lunav stood nearby, her eyes reflecting fear and wariness. Remy Haram stood upright, radiating a deadly pressure, issuing a silent threat to Sharon. Sharon felt the terrifying pressure, his hand tightening on his sword hilt, preparing to fight. Sharon's eyes flashed with recognition, believing the entity before him was the true Remy Haram. Remy Haram issued a command with a glance demanding Sharon's answer. Despite the warning, Sharon roared defiantly, charging forward to attack. Remy Haram watched Sharon's actions with absolute contempt. Remy Haram easily blocked Sharon's attack with just one hand. An invisible counterattack from Remy Haram struck Sharon's face, making him scream in pain. Remy Haram stood towering over the rubble, looking down at Sharon like a superior judging him. Remy Haram raised a finger and a small energy orb formed, showing contempt for Sharon's crude actions. Sharon convulsed on the ground, blood splattering as another invisible force acted upon him. Sharon collapsed, his face hitting the ground in extreme pain under Lunav's gaze. Cyan Vert's expression remained tense as he continued to face his own threat. Another powerful force from Remy Haram sent Sharon flying into a pile of rubble. Remy Haram used a gigantic shadowy hand to pin Sharon against the wall, completely subduing him. Remy Haram leaned down to look at the crushed Sharon, repeating his question with a powerful gesture. Remy Haram prepared to deliver the finishing blow, deeming Sharon's last words pathetic. Remy Haram activated his gigant Exia power, a massive surge of energy converging. Sharon screamed in despair as his body began to be crushed by the overwhelming power. A purple energy explosion completely engulfed Sharon, ending his resistance. Remy Haram stood amidst the chaos, turning to Lunav and gesturing, expecting a thank you. Lunav trembled, but still managed to say thank you, her eyes unable to hide her fear. Lunav gathered all her courage to ask the identity of the entity that saved her. Remy Haram confirmed his identity, while Lunav cautiously inquired about its intentions. Lunav felt a chill down her spine as she realized she was being observed by this entity. Remy Haram leaned close to Lunav, pointing at her chest, hinting at her special physique. Cyan Vert turned his back, his glowing red eyes looking at a cerulean energy orb, recognizing a familiar connection. Remy Haram explained to Lunav that he sensed the connection because of the person trapped inside. Lunav flinched, realizing Remy Haram was talking about Cyan, and her closeness was evident in her eyes. With a worried expression, Lunav pressed about Cyan's safety, but Remy Haram gestured for her not to worry. Remy Haram glanced at Ramala's body on the ground, indifferently asking Lunav about letting her die. Darkness enveloped Ramala's motionless body, Remy Haram asserting that it was too late to save her. Lunav bowed her head, her face etched with pain and self-reproach, determined to engrave this tragedy. Remy Haram raised a finger, offering a subtle suggestion to help Lunav. In another space, Cyan Vert landed on the cracked ground after an attack. He swung his sword, creating an arc of energy to counter the incoming golden light streams. Cyan gritted his teeth, pouring strength into his sword as he faced the opponent's overwhelming power. He parried with difficulty, his body pushed back by a series of energy attacks. Cyan's face contorted in anger at the enemy's inhuman power. He stared into the dust storm where a gigantic figure was gradually emerging. Cyan was thrown backward by a powerful attack, sliding across the ground. He tensed, channeling strength into every muscle to resist the tremendous pressure. An energy punch pierced Cyan's defenses, making him gasp in pain. Set Shaharkan, the possessed one, let out a savage smile, delighted at capturing his opponent. He unleashed a barrage of continuous attacks, forcing Cyan into a desperate defense. Cyan was struck and sent flying, his body tumbling through the air. A dark red energy stream from Cyan's sword slammed into the ground, creating a foothold. To steady himself, Chan plunged his sword into the ground, his body trembling from exhaustion. He lifted his head, his eyes full of defiance, despite gasping for breath, refusing to give up. Looking up, Cyan saw Set, hovering in the air, enveloped by a brilliant golden aura. From above, Set looked down with a smug expression, declaring that the stroll was over. Cyan looked up, his face clearly showing surprise, as Set called him the successor. A gigantic, serpent-like entity of golden energy emerged from behind Set, opening its mouth to roar. Cyan shouted Kiram's name, and the sword in his hand flared with a brilliant red energy. Kiram's red energy barrier blocked the golden serpent's attack in a blinding explosion. Cyan smiled confidently, welcoming his companion's awakening. Kiram in human form stood there, with her arms crossed, her face grumbling at being awakened. She stood in front of Cyan, facing the hovering Set, their eyes meeting with tension. Kiram pointed directly at Set, fury erupting on her face as she questioned him for attacking her master. Within Set's body, Savulon proudly pointed to the mark on his chest, declaring the power of a god who only interferes in matters related to his lineage. Savulon turned to provoke the angry arm-crossed Kiram, while Cyan stood by observing silently. Cyan frowned, sweat trickling down his temple, as he tried to understand why a god would guard a demonic tome. An image appeared of an ancient, majestic temple guarded by divine statues, as Savulon's unspoken explanation of the place's origin. After the explanation, Savulon turned back to face Cyan and Kiram, his gaze turning inquisitive. Savulon's towering figure loomed over Cyan, and he bent down to question the young man's purpose. With eyes burning with hatred, Cyan declared his intention, and a phantom of the blonde man appeared behind him as proof of his vow of revenge. Cyan held his head high, his gaze unwavering, as he declared that he would destroy anyone who stood in his way, even a god. Savulon burst into hearty laughter at the audacious declaration, while Kiram glanced over with a completely unimpressed expression. Cyan growled, a vein throbbing on his temple, to assert his seriousness in the face of Savulon's mockery. Suddenly Savulon stopped laughing, his expression turned serious, and he made a decision, energy beginning to gather around his body. Cyan looked worried, protesting Savulon's arbitrary possession of Set's body. Savulon offered an assurance, promising not to let Set die, as long as he resided within. Cyan pondered thoughtfully, while a small, grumpy shadow entity of Kiram hovered beside him before disappearing. Savulon turned his back, suggesting they leave the place, startling Cyan with the sudden action. Without warning, Savulon stomped his foot on the ground, unleashing a shocking blue energy wave. The ground beneath them shattered and rose, forming a colossal stone pillar that sent them soaring upward. Cyan struggled to maintain balance as the stone pillar lifted him, hurtling through dimensional space. As the farewell to the successor echoed Savulom's form, shattered into countless golden fragments. Kyan looked up, witnessing the dimensional space structure collapsing above him. Back in reality, Kyan stood in a ruined stone room, looking up at the cracked ceiling, realizing he had escaped. Set, having regained control of his body, looked around in confusion, not understanding why he was there. Lunav and Ramallah rushed over, joyfully calling Kyan's name upon seeing him safe. Lunav and Ramallah embraced each other in relief, radiant smiles on their faces. The group of four stood amidst the ruins, the atmosphere of relief broken by the desolate surroundings. Everyone's gaze fell upon a gigantic bloodstain splattered across the stone wall, a horrifying testament to the battle that had taken place. Kyan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning cold as he deduced that the perpetrator of this devastation was Remy Haram. He turned and saw his objective, the demonic tome lying on a stone pedestal, clearly found. Set suddenly placed his hands on his hips, his face anxious, as he suggested the group should leave immediately. He clutched his head in pain, explaining that a voice was echoing in his mind, warning of the imminent collapse of the ruins. Set pointed to his head, asking Kyan if he heard the voice, making Kyan realize it was Savulom. The ground began to shake violently, cracks spreading across the stone floor beneath their feet. To save everyone, Kyan decisively placed his hand on the ground, activating a glowing magic circle and signaling his companions to gather. Amidst the collapsing dimensional space, Lunav declared she would use teleportation magic to create an escape route. Ramallah tried to dissuade her, pointing out the recklessness of casting it so far from the entrance, but Lunav ignored her due to the urgency. Kyan Vert looked over his face, clearly showing surprise as he realized the audacity of Lunav's plan. Ignoring the warning, Lunav channeled energy, preparing for a high-level risky teleportation spell. The ceiling of the dimensional space crumbled. Set looked up and screamed in horror as colossal rocks fell. With absolute focus, Lunav unleashed an explosive stream of turquoise magical energy from her body. An explosion of light engulfed the group, erasing them from the ruined space. The chaotic scene vanished, leaving only a desolate wasteland under a clear sky. The morning light shone into Kyan's dormitory at Ruin Academy, signaling a completely new setting. Nana, in Kyan's perfect disguise, smiled contentedly at her new appearance. Standing before the mirror, Nana put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, proud of her flawless transformation. She happily checked again, confirming she no longer had horns or a tail, having completely transformed into her papa. With a mischievous smile, Nana was determined to begin a day experiencing her father's life. Nana's appearance in the hallway immediately caused a wave of astonished whispers among the students. Nana casually sat at a study desk, making the surrounding students turn to stare in utter astonishment. With eyes sparkling with excitement, Nana eagerly observed her surroundings, determined to fully enjoy a day as papa. The little girl looked up at the lecture podium, imagining her father also studying intently like this. The elderly lecturer passionately lectured with full enthusiasm, pointing at the board covered with ancient characters. From behind, Ramallah quietly observed the familiar figure, unable to believe her eyes. She was startled, confusedly wondering why young Master Cyan was present in a regular class. Nana looked out the window, completely unaware she was being observed, lost in her own world. Ramallah blushed, her heart pounding. She thought about having to talk about their engagement. Confident that no one noticed, Nana walked out of the classroom after the lesson ended. Amidst the bewildered students, Nana raised both fists to the sky, celebrating her perfect plan. Memories flooded back, showing Nana in her true form, yearning to see her father's world through the dormitory window. As Nana was happily searching for her next adventure, lecturer Sarika suddenly appeared right behind her. Sarika grabbed Nana, her stern voice revealing that the charade had been exposed. Nana froze, sweat pouring as she realized she had been caught red-handed. Sarika pulled Nana closer, whispering a threatening warning about the consequences if she were discovered by others. Fear overwhelmed excitement. Nana burst into tears and stammered an apology to lecturer Sarika. As Sarika was escorting Nana away, Princess Erin suddenly appeared at the end of the hallway. Erin shyly approached, gathering all her courage to ask for a private conversation with the person she believed to be Cyan. Sarika paled at the ironic situation, while Nana, out of the corner of her eye, smirked as she saw a new opportunity. With unshakable determination, Nana, disguised as Sian, firmly gripped Princess Arin's wrist. Nana excitedly pulled Arin through the academy hallway, despite the princess's astonished expression and Ramala's shock behind them. Arin's face flushed with shock and confusion, while Ramala covered her mouth, trying to hide her embarrassment and amusement. At the same time, in a desolate desert, under the scorching sun, another event was unfolding. A gigantic blue magic circle glowed brightly on the ground, its energy shaking the entire space. Lunav landed on the ground, her hands braced against the sand for balance, as the aftershocks of the magic still surrounded her. Immediately after Kyan and Set emerged from the stream of light, Cheyenne expression cautious, while Set sighed in relief. The power of the teleportation spell tossed large rocks into the air, as if they were weightless. A final pillar of energy erupted skyward, marking the end of their escape from the other dimension. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of Kyan and Set stood tall against the sun. They looked at each other, relief evident on their faces after narrowly escaping danger. Kyan turned to look at the exhausted Lunav and Ramala, his eyes gleaming with astonishment at the extraordinary power they had just witnessed. Lunav let out a long breath, the tension on her face dissolving, replaced by a tired but serene expression. To steady the group's spirits, Siam pointed towards a city in the distance, signaling them to move forward. Kyan turned to Set, who was looking towards the city with a familiar expression, and asked about their location. A confident smile spread across Set's lips as he recognized his hometown, the city of Nodeli. As they approached, a figure in a black cloak stepped out to block their path, speaking with hostility. Set recognized the elderly man leading the group of villagers as Beniti, a town elder. Set happily waved in greeting, but Beniti raised his hand, ordering him to keep his distance with a face full of fear and anger. Set froze, as Beniti reiterated that it had been 6 years since Prince Set left this place. The other villagers looked at Set, with eyes filled with resentment and simmering pain. Beniti cried out in despair, begging Set to have mercy and turn away, not to destroy the peace they had painstakingly rebuilt. Set waved again, trying to appear friendly, but Beniti recoiled, his fear growing by the moment. Set's expression shifted from joyful to utter confusion at the inexplicable hostility. The villagers stood behind Beniti, their gazes like daggers aimed directly at Set. With a voice trembling with anger, Beniti pleaded with Set not to destroy their lives again. Set's confusion peaked. He didn't understand why their relationship had deteriorated so badly. Beniti pointed to a young man standing beside him, Agop, and forced Set to confront the past. Memories flooded back, a younger Set standing over a sobbing Agop with broken teeth. The present Agop burst into tears, the humiliation and pain of the past resurfacing once more. Another memory appeared, showing Set standing next to the village's destroyed water wells. Next was the image of crumbling city walls, the consequence of Set using his power to pass through them. Unable to hold back any longer, Beniti grabbed Set's collar, yelling a simple yet furious command directly into his face. "Use the door." Kyan Vert sighed exasperately, as Ramela and Lunav commented on Set's troubled past. Led by Elder Beniti, the angry Nodeli villagers raised their hands in an X shape, resolutely blocking the group's path. A brilliant golden energy enveloped Set Shaharkan's muscular body, signaling that he would not stand idly by. Lunav and Kyan Vert simultaneously turned both their faces, showing clear concern at their comrade's impending action. To protect his comrades, Set stepped forward, crossing his arms with defiant confidence, declaring that he would not let them be treated harshly. Beniti narrowed his eyes, his face full of skepticism as he questioned Set's intentions. Divine energy surged from Set's feet, causing the sand around him to tremble. A gigantic female figure of golden light Savulom appeared behind Set, a majestic voice echoing, demanding acceptance. Ramala and Lunav looked at each other in astonishment, realizing that the sand god Savulom had possessed Set. Kyan Vert could only shake his head with a sarcastic look at the bizarre combination of a god and a foolish prince. Kyan Vert observed Set, who stood with his back turned, still enveloped in Savulom's aura. Set spun around, his face panicked as he heard a woman's voice emanating from his own body. Kyan Vert calmly explained that thanks to Savulom's intervention, they would be allowed to stay in the village despite Set's ongoing confusion. To Set's utter astonishment, Baniti and the Nordeli villagers simultaneously prostrated themselves on the ground, begging for Savulom's forgiveness. Meanwhile, in another room, a pair of hands decisively locked the door. Nana smiled meaningfully, whispering a blessing for her plan involving Princess Arin. Nana, in Xian's disguise, took Arin Severus's hand, leaving the princess stunned with confusion and panic. To add to the awkwardness, Nana Xian suddenly hugged Arin from behind, whispering something into her ear. Arin's red eyes widened, completely overwhelmed by the sudden action. Nana Xian's hand gently rested on Arin's hand, a deliberate gesture. Arin's face flushed, her heart racing, as Nana Xian leaned closer, feigning concern for her. Nana Xian placed a hand on Arin's forehead to check, making the princess even more extremely embarrassed. Unable to bear it any longer, Arin startled back and ran away despite Nana Xian reaching out, as if to hold her back. Arin stood in a corner of the room, maintaining a safe distance from Nana Xian, who was waiting on the sofa. Arin's face flushed with regret and self-reproach. She realized she shouldn't have acted that way towards her fiancé. Nana Xian looked at Arin with an encouraging expression, urging her to say what needed to be said. Gathering all her courage, Arin rushed towards Nana Xian, determined to express her feelings. Arin stopped in front of Nana Xian, her face flushed, but her eyes gleaming with determination. With all sincerity, Arin confessed that she liked Nana Xian and agreed to their engagement. Nana Xian tilted her head, a slight smile on her lips, as she asked again for confirmation. Nana Xian's face lit up with extreme joy. She cheered delightedly, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Tears of happiness welled up in Arin's eyes. She couldn't believe that Xian also had feelings for her. Arin looked directly at Nana Xian, finally admitting to herself the deep affection she held for him. Arin Severus looked down, a tear rolling down her cheek as she called out Kyan's name. Nana, disguised as Kyan, flinched as Arin pointed to the demon tail that had just appeared behind him. Under the gloomy sky, a lone carriage advanced towards the magnificent academy in the distance. From an upper window, headmaster Kundal Kusel observed the campus, his expression stern after a long absence. His gaze stopped at the main gate, a suspicion of strange intrusion creeping into his mind. Arin's face turned cold, her eyes glowing red as she realized the person opposite her was not Kyan. Exposed Nana frantically reverted to her true form, with pink-horned sweat pouring out in fear. Nana clasped her hands profusely, apologizing to Arin, who was stunned by the truth. Joy and relief shone in Nana's eyes upon being forgiven, and she eagerly intended to recount her triumph to her papa. Arin horrifyingly raised a finger, her fiery gaze a command forbidding Nana from ever mentioning this again. The tension dissipated. Arin sat down next to Nana, a mischievous smile on her lips, as she proposed keeping a secret. Arin held out her pinky, and Nana happily hooked hers, promising to keep their plan confidential. At Arin's request, a stream of purple energy enveloped Nana as she began to transform again. Nana completed her transformation into a perfect replica of Kyan, confidently striking a pose. Arin clapped in applause, while Nana in Kyan's guise appeared aloof, turning her back. Arin's face flushed red. She bowed her head, gathering all her courage to prepare to confess her feelings. The disguised figure was surprised by Arin's sudden seriousness, appearing confused. Arin looked directly at the person she believed to be Kyan, beginning her heartfelt confession. Images of a terrifying yet captivating Kyan appeared in Arin's mind as she explained her feelings. Tears streamed down. Arin ended her confession with an earnest plea, hoping Kyan wouldn't disappear. After a moment of weakness, Arin frantically demanded that Nana promise never to tell the real Kyan about this. Their conversation was interrupted when Nana in Kyan's guise suddenly turned around, sensing something. The disguised figure's eyes flashed yellow. Nana's instincts, warning of a powerful force approaching. At the same time, outside the door, a student named Leximus frantically spread his arms to block an uninvited guest. Kundal Kusal stood towering before Leximus, his sharp gaze ordering him to step aside. Leximus desperately begged the headmaster to turn back, but his words had no effect. Losing patience, Kundal raised his hand, a golden magic circle, glowing brightly, ready to use force. A dazzling golden energy blast shot from Kundal's hand, throwing the helpless Leximus aside. Standing before the now unblocked door, Kundal began to cast a more complex spell, emitting a green light. Kundal Kusal stood at the threshold, his sharp gaze questioning the presence of Arin Severus and the disguised Nana. Arin shielded Nana, resolutely demanding Kundal leave them for their privacy. Kundal's eyes flared with golden energy. He firmly asserted that the young man was an impostor. Horror was evident on Arin's face, as Nana, standing beside her, also froze upon being discovered. Without a warning, Kundal's hand reached out, grabbing Nana's arm. A violent energy explosion threw Arin and Nana back, shattering the furniture in the room. Amidst the rubble, Arin urged a panicked Nana to flee immediately. Nana nodded in fear, agreeing to Arin's plan. Kundal roared in anger, determined not to let his prey escape. Nana lunged towards the window in a desperate attempt to escape. She shattered the glass and leaped out into the air. Immediately, Kundal appeared and seized Nana in mid-air, blocking her escape route. With a furious expression, Kundal declared he would punish the one who dared to infiltrate his academy. He tightened his grip on Nana's neck, a brilliant golden energy suffocating her. Kundal raised his hand to the sky, a massive magic circle forming above, preparing for a destructive attack. A colossal pillar of light descended, engulfing Nana in extreme pain. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, Kian, Vert and Emily were startled by the loud noise. Kian turned with a confused expression, realizing the sound was not thunder. He rushed to Nana's bedroom and was horrified to find her not there, a fierce magical aura pervading the air. Sensing the deadly danger targeting Nana, Kian burst out of the room, determined to save her. His face hardened, anxiety turning into rage as he sped through the night. Outside, torrential rain poured down on the academy building where the battle was taking place. Nana was knocked back by another of Kundal's attacks. Kundal looked down at his targets, surprised she was still alive after such a high-level attack. Suddenly, a powerful foot stomped on the ground, cracking the stone pavement. Kian's eyes transformed, his pupils contracting into sharp vertical slits, signaling his power had been unleashed. He tensed, channeling energy into the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. From beneath his feet, a colossal pillar of earth and rock erupted, lifting Kian into the air. The earth pillar shot straight towards Kundal, shattering his attack and forcing him to retreat in astonishment. Kundal Kusal narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise, before it turned into sharp suspicion. Pinned between two colossal stone pillars, Nana, disguised as Kian, braced herself, Kundal's gaze questioning her from afar. Nana's figure was small alone, atop the stone pillar, facing Kundal's overwhelming power, who was challenging her to resist. Kundal's expression hardened, his suspicion growing as Nana made no move to retaliate. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, Nana looked directly at Kundal with an innocent expression, trying to explain with her eyes that she was not a bad person. She looked down at Kundal from above, affirming her good nature with a slight shake of her head. She recalled her teacher's instructions, Sarika's image appearing in her mind with a strict directive. Kundal extended his hand, golden energy beginning to gather. He demanded Nana reveal the identity of the teacher who allowed her into the academy. He unleashed a binding magic circle, determined to force Nana to reveal the truth. Offended Nana let out an inarticulate roar, her eyes blazing with defiance. Dark purple energy exploded from Nana. She screamed angrily, revealing her true form, with horns, wings, and a tail. Without hesitation, Kundal unleashed a series of magic spells determined to subdue the creature he deemed a threat. Nana narrowly dodged her body, gliding like a blur amidst the hail of debris. Kundal gave her no chance, his eyes sharpening, determined not to let her escape. He continued to unleash a brilliant golden energy stream, relentlessly pursuing Nana. Nana raised her hand, creating a fragile energy shield to block the attack. She braced herself, her body trembling violently under the immense pressure of the energy stream. Kundal's attack was too strong, shattering Nana's shield and knocking her away. Kundal's energy clung on, scorching Nana's hair as she was completely overwhelmed. Kundal lunged forward at incredible speed, stomping on the ground to create a destructive shockwave. Nana was thrown into the air, her mouth agape in a silent scream of pain. At the same time, trapped in the room, Arin desperately pounded on the magical barrier on the window. Leximus stood behind, helplessly announcing that it was a barrier created by Kundal himself, impossible to break. Arin clenched her fists, despair turning into determination as she whispered Sarika's name. Leximus looked at Erin in surprise, not understanding her intention. To seek the only help that could pierce the headmaster's power, Erin turned to Leximus with a determined expression. She rushed towards Leximus, urgently urging him to find Sarika Nikriti. Sarika's figure suddenly appeared towering and authoritative, startling Erin and Leximus. Sarika stepped out of the shadows, with a blonde knight, her sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene. Brian Kendrick noticed the chaos outside his face tense as he felt too many eyes fixed on them. To prevent attention, Sarika Nikriti rushed towards the door, declaring she would seal off the area. Sarika decisively ordered Brian Kendrick, forbidding him from opening the door at any cost, and he seriously accepted the command. Inside, Aaron, Severus, and Leximus helplessly watched Sarika prepare to break through the magical barrier that Kundal had erected. With a cold expression, Sarika was confident she had a way to penetrate the barrier. Aaron and Leximus looked at each other, anxiously understanding that Sarika's upcoming action would be extreme, but was the only option. Sarika began a secret ritual, dark and golden energy erupting around her as she entered a transformed state. Her eyes flashed with a deadly golden light, a silent warning to those who dared witness this power. Outside, Kundal Kusal watched Nana in her cyan vert disguise finally succumb to his power. Kundal was stunned as he realized a sudden transformation was occurring. The disguise vanished, revealing Nana's true form, a pink-haired girl with bat wings, injured and exhausted.